Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. It is a huge pleasure to be here. My name is Ari Neiman, and I am joined by the wonderful Toby One and Lacoste. How are you gentlemen doing?
Doing pretty good. Looking forward to some higher quality Dota. At least that's what we're all really hoping for. Single elimination, everything on the line. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's awesome that the greatest game in the history is contributing to such cause, you know. And we're part of this, so I'm pretty happy. And I also want to see some good, entertaining Dota.
That is true, and we're here for a wonderful cause, $1.5 million to be, of course, helping out the fight against COVID. And we have 8 wonderful teams all set to go at it. What are you guys looking forward to starting this out?
I'm looking forward to some inter-regional matches. Like, even though it's Europe CIS, so it's kind of mixed, but let's say Virtus.pro and Navi, even though some of them might not play serious, you know, they might try new stuff out to entertain the audience. But, you know, there's a lot of beef between these two organizations. And this, I would say, Team Nigma against OG. Finally, we can see those two against each other.
It'll be great. Yes, that's true. Toby?
Yeah, I think I'm probably more hyped about the Nigma versus OG matchup. Mainly because like I love the VP versus Navi. Classic CIS Dota is always gonna be great CIS Dota because the players know each other so well. But I really want to see Nigma perform and be properly tested and actually see them play well. And OG is a team that will test them and just run at them. So we could have a very intense, aggressive game from in the second series today.
Yeah, that's 2 great series to look forward to. But first, just to for everyone watching, we are all gathered here, all the best teams, all the best players, wonderful talent here for a wonderful cause. We are here to unite against the fight for the coronavirus. And yes, again, a $10 million prize pool. This is a 6-week leg, and we are on our 3rd week with Dota. Last week was actually Rainbow Six, and we are going to check out some highlights from just that. Here we go.
Hello everybody, my name is Happy. With me is XQQ from Cyclops, who just managed to win the APEC part of the tournament. First of all, congratulations on winning the show match. Just a question for everybody else. Do you have a lot of experience playing against your opponent's Giants? And how did that play into this matchup?
まずありがとうございます。Thank you so much. ジャイアンツとは昔からよくスクリムなどをしたり、エパックファイナルズで当たったりしていたので、結構強いチームっていうのは分かっていたんですけど、最初はあまり本気を出す気はなかったんですけど、でもやっぱり昔からのライバルチームと試合してる中でやっぱ負けたくないなっていう気持ちが途中から湧いてきたので、後半はかなり白熱した試合になりました。
Right, so an old-time rivalry with some screaming experience when finally being able to kick up that skill. And well, with that, let's take a moment to talk about where you actually fought for, because you went to, for the charities. Each charity, of course, is supported by Gamers Without Borders, and they all deal with COVID-19 reliefs in their own way. This goes from supplying PPEs to the front lines to aiding research and development of a vaccine. So why did you choose direct relief to send your 250,000 to, and with the price fund?
ダイレクトリリーフを選んだ理由としては、恥ずかしながらあまり募金こういう慈善団体について知らなかったんですけど、唯一その Twitch とのイベントだったり、こういうチャリティーの大会を昔からやっているダイレクトリリーフがリストにあったので、やっぱり馴染みがある名前っていうところで選ばせていただきました。
Right, so name really stuck to your heads right there, and you felt like there was a connection needed. Well, thank you for joining XQQ. Congratulations on the win, and make sure to stay safe.
ありがとうございます。
There you have it. APAC winner XQQ Cyclops got to choose the organization where the prize pool would be allocated, and we're going to be having that same thing for here. So we have a lovely prize pool, $1.5 million, and the top 8, regardless of how you place, you will still be able to allocate to the organization of your choosing, of course. And we're going to see how that's going to be distributed right now with the top 8. So if you look over here, 5th to 8th place, they would get to pick $50,000 to the organization. And 3rd to 4th place, $100,000 to a list of organizations to commit to fight against COVID. And 2nd place is $350,000. And what we're fighting for is the lion's share. The winner of this tournament, $750,000 to the organization that they choose to battle this, of course, coronavirus pandemic. And we have our first 4 teams. Man, look at this, guys. I mean, these are our first 2 matches. Toby, I mean, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, obviously you got like amazing lineups. Virtus.pro, I think, have been getting better and better. A couple of problems along the way. The Prodigy lineup's looking a lot better than they are at the moment, and they've got some stuff to prove. But you're looking at your finalists for TI on the right of your screen, like OG and Nigma. Like, these are 2 top tier teams. It's nice to see Thompson actually in that list. I'm interested to see if he'll actually play today as well for them. And I think out of these 4 teams, you got to look at Na'Vi as probably more of the underdog against these other 3 teams. But the other, like Nigma, OG, and VP, they're still having some issues trying to prove that they can be number 1 in their region. Right now, it's really only Secret who's dominating any kind of region.
And speaking of Secret Lacoste, go on, sorry.
Yeah, this is the best team in the world right now, I would say, and no one seems to be able to touch them. They might lose a game here or there, but their just general understanding of the game, how it should be played, bringing new ideas, adapting to a patch so quickly is what makes this team so great, and they're great at every single position. One team to look out for, Ninjas in Pajamas, ex-Chicken Fighters, they're doing great. Like, I expected them, I saw them transitioning from like this tier 2 team, and now they can be paired up against any tier 1 team on their good day.
They have a crazy story in IP. Like the way they came into WePlay, the team that got eliminated in qualifiers and came into the main event and still performed really well. They're absolutely fantastic, and I think it's a real rough matchup for them in the bracket to face up against Team Secret in the first round. That's rough. And I think it's the same thing for Liquid versus Alliance too. These are 2 top tier teams that have battled each other as well in recent tournaments. So yeah, I think every single matchup in this is really, really difficult.
They managed to take 1 game of Team Secret in Pushka League.
Yeah, they did in the group stage.
And one thing,
a close one.
That is true. And one thing to also highlight here, I mean, we have obviously 4 great matches series to look forward to, but since it is guaranteed that, of course, all these organizations will be held regardless of how you place, I think we might also expect teams playing a little bit more loose, maybe trying out some new picks that we haven't seen before. I mean, if there's a time to experiment in a highly competitive environment, this definitely is one of those stages to do exactly that. So do you think we're going to see something new? Maybe aside from a support sniper that we had just a few days ago, maybe something we've never seen before? Toby?
I think teams will still stick to the raw part of the meta. You might see some quirky 5th picks coming in at the very end that would just mix things up a little bit. But a lot of teams have they've had to change their mentality towards online games now that the LAN events just don't exist. So they're actually a lot more serious. They're actually looking to win. They're looking to be better. And this is less of just like a fun, quirky kind of game. This is high-level Dota. That is the best practice they can get right now.
That is true. Lacoste, come on. I mean, you might be. I mean, VP is also known to kind of give something new and change it up. What do you want to see from them? If you want to see something exciting and what do you want to see from VP?
When I see the first ban, of this game, I will know if they're gonna be playing serious or not. Navi's ban. You know, if they ban out techies, that means, yeah, we want to play serious because this is Zayat's techies. He's the best techies player in the world, and they're winning the matches because of it. They really know how to utilize this pick. But I still think that they're gonna play serious, like even with some kind of fun stuff, as you mentioned, sniper position 4/5, maybe clinks, throw in a pudge in there, but they're still gonna be playing seriously.
Okay, so we're gonna jump straight into that. We have again VP versus Navi, and let's hear a little bit more from VP with this video. Here we go.
My name is Roman, my nickname is Resolution, and I'm playing for Virtus.pro. My teammates are No One, Sola, Zayat, and ILTW, and we came together about first of all, I joined this team when Sola and No One asked me to join them in September, and we started to build a team from there, and then we added Zayat, and recently we added ILTW. Obviously, Sola is the captain. He's making calls in game, and he's responsible for the drafting. Myself, I'm also making calls when I have some blink daggers. I'm making some pickoffs or like making calls about where we should play in the map. Same as Zayat, and LTW, when he feels like the most strong, the most powerful, he would make calls to group up and ask him to follow him in the games. And No One, he's just when he feels his game, he can just control the game by himself. He would just tell everybody what to do when he's healing himself, and it's just very nice to be part of it. Right now we are kinda in the aggressive playstyle when we usually dominate from lanes, and we try to snowball the games from there. And this is what we're aiming for now, because we have very strong lanes, and we know how to execute them well, and then how to take advantage of our elites from there. For now, we haven't chosen the charity yet to support for, but we are deciding it right now, and we're happy to be part of this big thing. No borders, stay home, be safe.
There you have it, hearing from Resolution with no one in the background there looking intense. VP Navi, this is a CIS slugfest, and what can we expect from both teams? Let's start with Toby.
So from Virtus.pro, full lane domination, I think, is exactly where you normally start. I think that's kind of the normal way it is with DotA right now anyway. But I really think watching their mid lane, it was something I know Lacoste and I were talking about earlier today, where No One is just an absolute beast. If he has a good game, VP has a good game.
Yeah, for Navi, they have, I'm gonna say, they're underdogs in this matchup for sure. But they have experienced players in all the roles. A lot of these players tried to play for tier 1 teams. They're shuffling a lot, but they have their own strengths. If Navi gets a good draft, they know how to utilize it. And, their coach also brings a lot to the table. So we need to see how that's going to go. Draft is like a 6D chess,
Yeah, and you do have experience as well with Na'Vi. You've got Pasha in their lineup. There's always been this crossover, as DotA is 9 years old now. There's always this crossover of players who have played with other teams before, and Pasha knows Virtus.pro pretty damn well and what they're going to draft, and he can be that enabler, at least, to maybe get them an upper hand in the draft. And Crystallize and Magic will be real heroes, because if Crystallize can go off, then Na'Vi has a really good chance against Virtus.pro. But they need to have a victory in the draft to begin with, because I really feel like Virtus.pro are a better team at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one. But if we go back to position 3, Resolution, when he first joined Virtus.pro, I was really not amazed. I felt like something is off, but after 2-3 weeks, he seems like a perfect match for them. And what he's doing right now for Virtus.pro is just amazing. His positioning, I think that his greatest strength is like laning stage and positioning in a team fight. And if you get him this initiating hero, he knows how to deliver.
Yeah, the Centaur for him is just absolutely insane. Like, he's basically used that hero as like as a tight hunter with Ravagers every time he gets a hoof stomp off, and the laning phase is so good for him too, as Lacoste was saying. And it's just how fast he's managed to adapt and then work with the rest of the team. It's not just his initiation, but the team that works as a whole. I know he did an interview about how their team functions around the techies, and this is something that we'll bring up, but don't worry, I'm not going to harp on it. Don't worry, Lacoste. But he said like the way they play is they actually understand the game as a team. They understand what they need to do to play around this hero, and I think it really showcases as well, like with Zayak, these different style of heroes that he plays in that 4 role, that everyone else in the team actually takes the time to understand why they're going to do what they're doing, and it creates this level of synergy that I think is really good for Virtus.pro when they want to be a little creative with their draft and creative with their positions.
And speaking of, let's say, for example, I mean, this is the first game, so you might be a little bit more willing to play around. Wouldn't it be great, Toby, if they let the techies fly?
It'd be great, but as Lacoste kind of said, like if we want to see if Na'Vi here to play serious Dota, they ban the techies in the first phase. Like, there's no question about that. If they want to play really serious Dota, he's banned number 1, and there is no question about it. That's what we look for. And Virtus.pro will do whatever the hell they want to do. Like, it's the dream of a team where you've got players who are so good on signature heroes that you have to have them banned out in the first phase. It's like going against Secret and just like, you know what, screw it. I'm taking out Yapsol's Rubik. I just don't want to see this. I'm taking out Puppy's Chen. I just don't want to see this. It gives them such flexibility going later into the draft.
Yeah, it's hard to play against a team who has this hero specialist, and you need to like spend 1 or 2, not gonna call it a waste, because your chances of winning are lower.
We're playing serious Dota. We're playing serious Dota. We're in the draft, and first ban techies from Na'Vi. It ain't coming.
Okay, we're gonna see that right now, because we're going to jump in right into the draft for our first series. Here we go. So, let's see if the ban is indeed techies. First ban. Let's see that.
It is. It is. It's there. It's there.
It is serious. No clouding for the first match. It's a straight ban on techies. So what are we going to lead into this, Lacoste, you think?
Well, for the picks, Virtus.pro, they like to open up with either Nature's Prophet or with Nature's Prophet +1. Give any kind of saving support to solo, whether that's like Shadow Demon, Oracle, Wyvern, anything that has a saving capability. I hope I'm not missing a hero. He even plays a lot of Warlock.
Yeah. You hit a lot of the main ones, and Na'Vi's already reading it too. Like, they're taking out that Prophet that Lacoste was mentioning. I think the other thing to look at are just the OP support heroes that everyone seems to be going for at the moment. Phoenix has been one of the most popular. Ember Spirit's already, you think it's going to be Ember Spirit because SD's being banned out. So you look for the Ember Spirit Keeper of the Light combination for Virtus.pro. They're able to do that because they got second pick, so they get second, third, they hit their combination pickup. And we also look for like the Grimstroke, who can combo with Ricky's and other such. So yeah, I want to see how the support bans go for these last two, because that's going to dictate what Na'Vi pick first.
Yeah, one of the higher tier picks right now is Pangolier. Can be played at multiple roles, does so much with no farm at all. Just by having Rolling Thunder in a team fight gets you a superior team fight. And especially during those like fights in the small areas where you can bounce off multiple times. Same goes for Roche Pit. Lycan banned out. This is the hero that allows teams to play extremely fast. And by having him, like, you're messing up with the enemy's timings. Like, they might want to go for like 20-25 minute timing with their items. Lycan doesn't allow that. Like, he just closes the map, makes it shrink so you don't have enough to utilize all the farm on the map.
We're seeing Na'Vi taking out the keep. Like, they're also thinking about that easy combination, Keeper of the Light and Ember Spirit together. It's what Virtus.pro are going to look at. Just take that away from the combo. And Death Prophet, another hero who's just been Such an easy
Whoa.
hero to play, and okay, there's no shenanigans. They're betting Meepo in the first 4. You'd have to be a pretty cocky team to pick Meepo in the first 2.
I don't remember seeing anyone banning Meepo in the first phase. Like, even if the first phase that you have still 4/5 picks to able to counter him. This is an interesting ban, actually, from Na'Vi. Oh, would you look at that, Ember Spirit? Who would have thought? Like, this hero is just so good at everything. The only downside that he has, I would say, is not having any tower damage. So you need to pair him up, or you need to have like superior team fight where they can't fight you. You take the Roche, you force them to fight into Roche pit, and then just build advantage with the first Aegis. Continue to build it up until the second Roche. I mean, it sounds easy, but sometimes Dota, after you do the draft, feels like a very easy game to play.
As long as you get your draft right. I wonder if Virtus.pro now just go for something like the stroke, or if there's something else that they would like instead. Oracle is still in the pool, so they've got that big saver, very problematic for an Ember Spirit as well.
I think they're thinking about Grimstroke, whether they pick it for themselves or they leave Ember Spirit with the Grimstroke. It's such a strong combination. This is insta lockdown for Ember Spirit, which you need to have, otherwise he might cause a lot of issues.
I'm assuming this will also be an ILTW. Sorry, as Zayak hero. Get my other letters right. There's always a downside when you pick up a hero which is a little bit too obvious about where it's to go. Like Na'Vi with the Ember Spirit, like why people love to pick him up in the first phases. You can play him 1, you can play him 2. He's not going to telegraph your lanes that clearly. And now we get both supports from Virtus.pro first phase.
They're really going in. I mean, usually teams don't like to open up with the 2 heroes that you know which role they're gonna play. You want to have things flexible, but this just says we want to make Ember Spirit lives miserable. These 2 are extremely good at just locking down the Ember Spirit and setting things up.
And now you get the save. Like Na'Vi is picking exactly what is great in the current meta, and Virtus.pro, like, they're getting some heroes which maybe aren't so terrific anymore. Their fundamentals are good to play against, like the Ember Spirit. Like, now you got a silence, you got instant lockdown, you got good combinations from Virtus.pro, but you're lacking the normal save that's there from VP. And I'm wondering, Lacoste, if ES can he be a flex pick at all? Like, could this be Resolution? Like, messing with this hero? I'm just thinking like if VP are keeping their options open later on.
Are you talking about Earthshaker?
No, ES, not Disruptor. Disruptor is definitely solo.
Actually, I would prefer to have Disruptor 3 instead of Earthshaker 3, but this just screams 4 and 5. I'm 99% sure.
All right.
Okay, so far with the draft, guys, who do you think? Who's going to provide more problems based on what you see? I mean, for each of the matchups for lanes right now.
It's hard to say. It's still early in the draft. Like, Na'Vi has Oracle saving support to, reduce the damage from the Disruptor. Ember Spirit, a hero that can play very aggressively, depends where they want to put him, but puts a lot of pressure. Also, there's a great combination. Once you hit like level 6, you throw Oracle's Dispel on him, he goes in. Like, it's the same concept as the Grimstroke, just not as strong.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty obvious that Na'Vi definitely want to take this seriously against a VP, not trying to play around, like Toby just said, picking heroes in the meta.
It's where they're able to get something that's stable at the start. This is what I was kind of expecting to have happen. Like, you pick something very stable in your first phase, and then maybe you mix it up with the second phase. Like, they can go things like, it's not even that far out of the meta, like getting something like a Huskar to work for Na'Vi, to work with Oracle. It's really heavily combative early on. I'm happy to see VP ban this hero. Phoenix has been a real issue for them, and now they're going to get a Luna. Okay. Ooh. This was played yesterday, right? This was being played by oh god, what was the series I was watching?
I was
Help me
watching
out here,
OG. I saw
That's
like
it.
3 out of 4 games that I was casting in
Yeah.
Dota
It
Pit
was
with
it
Luna.
was Samel. Yeah, Samel, right?
This hero does so much. You build Helm of the Dominator, your aura provides extra damage and extra armor. Helm of the Dominator, extra damage, so it opens up the Roche. Maybe even you want to go like, wow, what is this damage? You get Alpha Wolf on top of that, so you have infinite damage on the heroes. And it's easy to play. You group up around Luna, and she scales as a core. Depends on the item build that you get. You might even shift towards Aghanim Scepter if you feel like it. You might get Manta style Pike, BKB. Very, very versatile in terms of getting the items.
Toby, are you happy with that Luna pick? Do you think that was a good one? Good choice?
Luna is going to be the new flavor of the meta.
Yeah.
And that's something like it's really nice to get it in the second phase. And if they're able to punish and run at you, and like if everyone's coming up with damage and you're assigned a ball down a lane, that's exactly what VP want. Because then in retreat, Na'Vi gets glimpsed and Na'Vi gets punished. Na'Vi's lineup isn't allowed to retreat, so I'm a little iffy about the Rubik pickup. Just because I would have preferred something like a Grimstroke who can actually be the hero who's getting in on the front lines and starting things off, or enabling the Ember Spirit who can spirit in, and then you have the Inkswell follow-up stuns. Like you give something that enables. You even have like D-push of the wave. And now it feels a little like Na'Vi doesn't have the control factors they're going to need to stop the VP ball forward, which is now being improved even more by Legion Commander. Like you just press the attack and just keep going forward. So even like a full-on control of Luna isn't really possible if Legion's standing behind, or if Legion's jumping in.
I was about to say that I would love to see some kind of save coming out from the offlane and Legion Commander pops up. I did not see Legion in a very, very long time. It's also another hero that can lock down Ember Spirit. Not the best hero in terms of like duel. You need to find Oracle, otherwise there's gonna be ulti and a save.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a great Storm Spirit game so far for Virtus.pro. They are very limited on the lockdown, and now you have press the attack to save people.
Mm-hmm.
You also want to have any kind of, it doesn't necessarily need to be Storm Spirit, but having ability to close the gap, find the Oracle in the back lines, whether force him to use ulti on himself or just kill him before he can get anything off.
What fifth picks do you want to see? Starting out with Toby, you think that would really kind of solidify the draft for each team?
I think we'd want to see the fourth pick from Na'Vi before we want to get to that point. Like right now, we kind of know everything apart from the mid of Virtus.pro, so that's the last thing. And I'm down for the Storm Spirit kind of approach.
That's when Na'Vi can pick something like a Dragonite right now, have a guaranteed stun. Their damage is pretty static, and I'm not talking about Static Storm from Disruptor. And he builds into BKB. He doesn't care too much about all this stuff. Once he gets a BKB, they have nothing against him.
And we've seen the DK played in multiple lanes too. Yeah, like he's been played 3, he's been played 2, Ember Spirit's been played 1, played 2. This is what we're talking about, like in a drafting phase where you want to still be guessing what the lanes are. Like you don't guess what Virtus.pro are running their lanes. Now we know a lot more from Na'Vi. Mars is pretty exclusively played to the 3 position. But now they don't, like, it feels like he can get walked over. Like you're going to have, like, Arena of Blood, what's going to work with this? Like if the Phoenix was still in the pool, this would make sense, but he got banned out.
Yeah, there's no real combo for Na'Vi with this Mars pick, and also Storm Spirit now even looks better, can just zip out of that arena.
Yeah. And if Luna gets caught in the arena, you just stand your guard anyway. Like press the attack, get him off the wall, get her in towards the middle, and you can itemize for this, or you just push harder before Mars will even inflict any kind of levels of damage inside the Arena of Blood. Yeah, they banned the Husker Virtus.pro. Like it's kind of that last hero that would be difficult to handle in the first like around the 15-minute mark when Virtus.pro are going to be really looking to push in.
Na'Vi does not have a last pick here, so they need to pick, and Virtus.pro will go last. So they need to decide where Ember Spirit is going. Like what you can do is pick another flex hero that can go both mid and the safe lane, but they're running out of time. They have only 10 seconds left.
They banned the Necro.
Necro just destroys Ember Spirit in the lane, and they're very limited on the burst damage. Like, Oracle is only good against Necro here. One thing I'm worried about is if Rubik steals Luna ulti, and it's very easy to steal. Like, you need to use Beam right after.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds nice. But then you just look. Then again, that's supposed to be the question we have about resolutions out of build. Like, if you can't really go Aura in this Spectre. Okay, so that puts Ember in the mid.
You just Storm Spirit here. Either Storm or Clop, like any kind of burst damage. But I feel like it's such a free Storm Spirit game. The only lockdown you have is like Rubik. Ember Spirit Chains is okay. There's Press the Attack to purge all of these spells, and you can just get outside the arena with one zip.
I would look for the Queen of Pain earlier on. Her earlier rotation is going to be so much more brutal against Na'Vi. They actually go for a Razor. Technically, it also works. When it comes to like battling against Mars and maybe not so great against getting controlled by Magical, by the Ember Spirit. That's a little bit iffier. Really feels like Virtus.pro, like we're just drafting something that we can just run at you, walk over your towers, and we win the game. And that's it. Navi's draft, I don't know. At least for me, it feels like it's a little too slow.
I'm not convinced by the Mars pick. You have no combo whatsoever. And Mars got nerfed hard. You need a lot of mana sustain. I don't think he's that great of a laner anymore. They can also like swap things around, but I believe it's going to be no one on the mid lane. But if they decide to put Razor on the side lane, it could also work.
Well, we have our draft set. What are the key matchups you guys are looking forward to seeing that will be instrumental for this first series?
I think Na'Vi needs to play their lanes correctly. They need to win 2 out of 3 lanes. They have a very good late game. You have Spectre, you have Ember Spirit. They don't have tower damage, as I suggested when you have Ember Spirit in your lineup, but they do have a lot of team fight. Like, there's sustain. Oracle provides a Spectre, pretty hard to take down. Depends on Rubik. Like, he has some very nice spells to steal this game.
Yeah. And then he's going to be a real hero. He's going to have the farm to be in the right positions. But I also question just the D push. So, yeah, for me, like I'm definitely favoring VP's lineup to win like 25 minutes.
And we're going to see exactly how that's going to play out. So, Toby, Lacoste, first game of this wonderful tournament. You guys take it away. Na'Vi and VP.
Yeah, let's do it, Lacoste. Let's see how the lanes do work out for Na'Vi. You said 2 out of 3.
They need to do that, but I don't think they will. I have to agree with our panelists. They sounded very smart.
Yeah. For once, like when we go into commentator game, like we're actually like we see eye to eye with the panelists. This top lane from Na'Vi, I just don't know exactly how well it's going to work. Like, how much of an impact does the Slayer actually have in this game? Razor's coming over, so they'll be happy for a little bit of contest, maybe. But even no one
can do. They can run a tri lane. This is what I've seen from OG and other teams that are playing Luna. You just want to secure Luna's early farm. She got also buffed. Her basic attack speed got buffed, and you want to have like Legion Commander in 1 versus 1 matchup. Doesn't matter against who. She's gonna win the matchup, and you are forcing like enemy to come to either a tri lane or one of your supports after providing easy time for Luna in the laning stage can just rotate to the bottom and help out Legion.
Yep. So you already know Legion gets helped by ES throwing the Fisher block. Like lane equilibrium is just perfect for him. Like equilibrium of runes wasn't perfect. That was 3-1 as far as the runes go.
Yeah, and I don't think you care too much about leaving Legion alone on the bottom. This means that Zayats can actually, rotate around. And there's a lot of kill potential on the mid lane if he gets a good Fisher off. So far, no one 3-0, Ember 1-0. Needs to farm underneath the tower, which is not great for Ember.
And wasn't great for no one either. Like, he didn't have a lot of damage because he didn't get to steal anything early on. But now, he just needs to get a couple of hits into Magical.
So yeah, they're doing exactly what I said. They're just gonna leave Legion Commander alone on the top. That means like we want to be providing Luna good early time so that she can get her items. It's the standard item build these days. You get the 2 raid bands, maybe a magic wand.
Pasha dead? They're gonna get the... Okay, the fissure didn't actually connect. They probably needed to connect and not just wall off Pasha.
He still wouldn't die. But,
Yeah.
okay, nice attempt. So that means the Spectre will get the farm. On the bottom lane, Resolution doesn't have a point in press the attack yet, but he trades well against the Spectre. Of course, he does not threaten a kill on the bottom lane unless Earthshaker rotates.
All he needs to do is just keep up with the farm. Overwhelming odds lets you farm that long range. But it's a good start at least for Navi's safe lane. So Spectre 9-1. That's what you want to see in comparison to a 5-2 Luna. Even with the support that Virtus.pro moved towards the top lane, ILTW is a little bit more babysitting to stand up. But then again, there's no real threat from this Navi lane to actually kill the Luna.
No, if they're keeping 3 heroes here, no way Luna is dying. And now they're completely zoning them out. One support just zoning out the other hero. Pasha trying to get close in the XP range.
Slayer and Zai get to have their own little battle as well over in the jungle. I like how all the couriers are having to avoid Slayer. Like, one runs through the top lane, the other, like, Earthshaker has gone all the way back towards the mid lane.
If Earthshaker was
Run the
level
lane.
2, he would have kept trading, but both of them are level 1. Fade Bolt, you reduce the damage by 20. It's very hard for Earthshaker to trade Fissure. I'm just faking it.
it's like I'm gonna force him away. So no one can at least deny the range creep. Goes back into the tier 1 tower. This has definitely not been a fun lane for an Ember Spirit. 13-10 to the 8-2. It's a nightmare. To put it very, very lightly. This is why Virtus.pro 5th picked this hero. Like, there's no way no one loses his lane with this hero.
If you're wondering why we didn't miss a single kill, it's because JJ is Observer and the score is still 0-0.
Which one is more priority there, JJ or the Observer? let's give it to him on that front.
Once Luna hits level 2, like there's gonna be a lot of Lucent Beam spam. You need to bring Ton of Rage, and this should be a first blood.
Oh, there it is. Level 2 beam able to connect, and now Earthshaker, no more fissure to give. Rubik, however, the damage is available. Only a level 1 Thunderstrike, but it still does the work, and Virtus.pro, everything they wanted. Not only is ILTW getting the first blood and the extra gold against Pasha, but it's ILTW getting a kill. Now number 1 on the net worth.
And Resolution is doing a good job on bottom. I mean, he has the same amount of CS as enemy mid laner, pulling the lane back.
Yeah, that fissure timing from Zayak, like Magic will be dead right now if that was able to connect, but he Sleight of Fist dodged just at the right time. But look at Navi, 3 heroes, bring him to mid. There's no more fissure to actually help control. No one turns around. He was hoping that that level 3 plasma field was going to clip the Ember Spirit and get him something before his death.
All right, no one. That was interesting. I mean, he could have just ran away and region up. Bounties were about to spawn. Pasha trying to do the same thing as what Legion Commander is doing, but Legion Commander is in much better position at the moment. Look at the CS6 on Mars.
They're going to kill Mars.
17 on Legion Commander.
Fissure blocks him in. ILTW rotates off the lane. Maybe the neutrals get something. No. Solo's last attack was able to connect.
Also, once Luna hits level 6, you do not gank this hero. You need to bring a lot of numbers. You need to stun lock her, otherwise she's not dying and might get 2 easy return kills.
And now Luna's probably going to be able to push with the catapult wave as well.
I think it's very important in this meta to leave solo XP to your safe laners and off laners. Stay out of XP range so they are like 1.5, 2 levels above your supports.
You definitely got that for mid. Your side lanes, maybe that's as much. 2 levels the difference between solo and ILTW. Feels like Resolution's just hanging in down on that bottom lane. So got more net worth than that of the Mars. No deaths to his name either. Pasha's got 2.
Yeah, that's what they can do in the bottom lane. They use Fortune's End, he dispels it, throw a dagger. Can't really kill the Legion Commander. And Resolution getting a lot of XP on the bottom, which means that level 6 is gonna come up soon. And you can see a rotation coming out from one of the supports, or no one, if he pushes the lane, he can easily rotate to the side lane. Like, you want to get the kill on Spectre. Spectre already level 6, so there's the global presence. They just don't have
Try harder.
a hero. They have vision on both sides of the rune, so they see any rotations coming out to the top or bottom. And now Raze rotates to the jungle, while Earthshaker just takes the mid lane for himself. He's a bit underleveled. As I said.
Pasha.
Pasha is just dead again.
Yeah, easily loses
Pasha
beam.
double agent.
They did all the damage they needed to him on the way back.
You are too slow.
And this is such like a standard Dota. Razor, oh, okay, I got my ultimate. I'm going to go into the jungle around the 7-minute mark, able to get all the neutral items my team needs. Earthshaker soaks up the experience in the mid lane, even Fissure blocking it, so he could actually be underneath his own tower. Now that no one's finished that, give him a tango, put him back up again, and back into the farm, making sure that no one is going to be the biggest mid-hero on this game. Luna. Disruptive field is up now. You've actually got Crystallized join the fight. Spectral Horn is there. ILTW Resolution's going to arrive. Lets the duel over on Rubik, keeping it under control for now as ILTW. Not exactly that ultimate he was hoping for. A lot of it got soaked up by the creep wave that was fortified up as well. But no one does arrive, and Pasha, he's not dead yet. He actually makes a break for the tree lines. Na'Vi with the extra numbers, they'll find the kill. And Pasha has actually successfully managed to juke. He got extra information thanks to that one little creep. So he's able to hide inside the trees. Has no TP scroll available, however, so he's kind of stuck in no man's land. And he'll be able to walk back into the lane and out to relative safety.
Luna was like, yeah, I'm gonna kill Spectre with this ulti, and I don't think a single beam hit the Spectre there. At least they got the dual damage from that. Now Resolution just farming the mid lane. I want to see what kind of item build he goes for this game. I think you don't necessarily need to go for any kind of like magic reduction, and Pipe got nerfed. It costs way more, so maybe we're
going in
dagger blade mail. Go for the assassin type of build.
Balls up on solo. Zyke wants to try and help out. The Glimpse pulling Spectre back, but who's the real target? Looks like with no one getting the static link over on Pasha, they will bring him down. But he should have died in the last fight. So VP are only really claiming what they wanted to get a minute ago.
Why are you such a hater, Toby?
I'm
You just want to see...
Am I? Am I?
I just want to see Pasha dying. He already died 4 times. Calm down.
I'm just saying, like, there's sometimes when you get your life, it's like, did I actually deserve that? Like, all loots have been to the fortified creep wave that's under tower? Alright, maybe not so much. But this has been a beautiful amount of time. After that fight up on top, like, Ember Spirit, he's been able to farm up inside the jungle. Magical is now well ahead of the Razor by about 700 net worth. No one's trying to get as much as he possibly can, but that whole plan I thought was going to come to fruition for no one by taking the big stacks. Really hasn't propelled him forward as much as he probably would have liked.
Is under attack.
Luna is just farming some stacks right now. We'll have ulti ready once again in 5 seconds, so they can fight. They can fight around Luna once again. Shaker bought a tome. It's not gonna get him to level 6, but also needs some experience from the creeps. Crystallized so far so good. On top of net worth, 4.5k at the moment. Poor man's shield going straight into Radiance.
I guess ILTW is not helping Zayak here. Now he'll finally move over. Zayak's been having to do with his solo. The Fortune's End will be able to end up killing him off. Magical, slightly trapped in the tree lines, uses Spirit to keep the pressure up, and that's why you see Resolution hunting for the Ember in the tree lines. He'll jump forward once again, glimpses available. I think Solo's trying to give him an extra... Okay, he's not trying to give him anything. He stays out of range of the Na'Vi initiation. In fact, they're leaving already, Virtus.pro. ILTW heads south. And this becomes another support sacrifice. And Resolution very much by himself. Difficult hero to kill off the Na'Vi, but they take the tier 1 tower. That's all that will come from this.
I'd say Virtus.pro is on the clock here. They are relying on grouping up with Luna. The timing needs to be perfect. Razor, still decent amount of farm, but their lineup relies on them grouping around Luna, taking the towers, and so far, very nice response from Na'Vi. They got the tier top tower on the tier 1 tower top lane. Spectre's farming almost 2,000 gold. Like, that Radiance is gonna be around 16, 17 minutes in.
It's really surprising when you look at the way VP drafted. You would have expected them to have a lot more influence early on. There's a couple of rotations that go more of the way of Na'Vi than the way of Virtus.pro, and now Na'Vi's lineup that felt a little greedy, that felt like it was going to take some time to come on, that didn't really have synergy in the lanes to make the most of it. It's working. It's working well.
That's why I expected a bit different mid laner, something that can make rotation. Like Razor, he needs to walk in. If it was Queen of Pain or Storm Spirit, you can close the gap much easier. Earthshaker is level 6, Disruptor also getting his level 6 on the top lane, which is very important. They were not fighting that much, and all those kills that they got were shared experience between 3 heroes and killing low level heroes, so that means that he's not gonna be level 6 soon. Spectre just continues to farm, like she's farm being in the jungle. Haunt is ready, so smoke from Na'Vi. Get a kill, go back to farming. That's the Spectre right now.
They're about 30 seconds too late. ILTW has already finished the farm. Like, he's prepping his own stack next to the tier 2 tower, but that gets a little deep. Even with a double damage rune on the Ember Spirit, it's still a rough fight to try and take. And because they do that kind of engagement, or look for that kind of engagement, you're able to get solo up into Static Storm levels. So now you're going to have like better control in from Virtus.pro. Earthshaker's level 6 as well. They don't have the items to follow up with the ES. But it won't really matter once Luna gets bigger and bigger, and ILTW is getting that space. But the Radiance timing from Crystallize, this could be a huge fight once he has that.
If Luna is jungling, you don't have a hero besides Razor who can outpush the lane. So that's the problem Virtus.pro is facing right now. They can't outpush the lanes to go for a smoke. Earthshaker has one smoke. Like, you want to utilize these ultis. Echo Slam, Static Storm, you want to grab a kill. Solo just brought a smoke. So it's go time. They just need to outpush the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing coming in for Ilias. Maybe they also want to have their fight. Blink Dagger's still a little short for the heroes. Like, Mars wants to have his Blink Dagger up and running. You probably want to have the Blade Mail completed on Ember Spirit before you get into that fight. But, yeah, VP, as you said, the smoke comes out. They look to fight. Disruptor Storm is up. They just need that initial control. And, wow, this would be their best hero they could get is Magical. The Observe Ward from Virtus.pro. It doesn't actually see where Magical is right now. It will watch the Oracle coming over. So a lot of information for Virtus.pro, and the Sentry Ward drops. Ilias will get rid of it.
Information gone.
Yeah, but then they just go, what? Rubik, who's been sitting on bottom lane completely uncontested, picked up and thrown back. The Fidget will hold him there, so Resolution can get the duel out. You steal Totem, but that won't be enough. The Arena, oh, catches 3! Virtus.pro, they can't get back out of this one. You've already lost the ES. Solo will finally drop the Storm, but everyone walks out of it apart from Magical, but that won't matter. His shields are up, he'll survive. Pasha, he gets saved. Arena, it's just the false blood, the false promise that's able to come up that gives him all the extra time to survive. And Virtus.pro in full retreat. ILTW has joined this fight.
A bit too late. They need Luna ulti to have like any kind of real burst. I think Rubik could have even survived. He had stolen press the attack level 4, which he didn't use. He stole Enchant Totem after, but if he used it, he might have actually bought enough time for himself to live.
Oh wow, Legion. Resolution. He's gonna duel at that level of life, but has he got the damage? Yes, they do. Magical will be dropped. And now Oracle, realizing there's no false promise left, they glimpse him back and kill him off. Virtus.pro really playing around that long cooldown time, 115 seconds on the save.
It looked like it's gonna be a disaster, but there was a full follow-up from his team, and this is where you group up. Like, this is where their lineup is strong. Luna 4 points in Lunar Blessing, Helm of the Dominator, Alpha Wolf. Look at the damage. Let's see the Catapult. Plus 11. Disruptor has plus 57 damage.
Sure.
It's almost double.
Into the mid we go. Observer and Sentry is down, so Resolution very, very visible. Solo Sentry was a little bit too far off. Ember Spirit's moving over. Solo, he's got to get this Storm off quickly if he's going to end up getting anything down, but he can't do it. The control is too good. Mars walks out of the Arena of Blood. Luna and Resolution will now have to stand their ground. The Blade Mail from Ember Spirit, but he gets quickly set up towards the air. It's a Yule Scepter in from the Razor. The Magical doesn't even have his shields anymore, and Luna is so low on life. Now they'll definitely know there's vision on the hillside. Mars low on life, and the Echo Slam comes in from Zayak, ensuring that Slayer and Pasha don't go anywhere. But Na'Vi, they have the save up. False Promise is available, so if Magical wants to dive, he can dive. And if Zayak wants to be on the wrong side of the tracks, he can be on the wrong side of the tracks. Are they coming in again? There's still duel available. Zayak has to get the perfect stun timing. Blade Mail still out for Ember Spirit. They'll use him up once again. They just continuously remove the shields and then combo with the Static Storm of Solo. The duel is out from Resolution, keeping Oracle under control, so there was no False Promise save to keep Magical alive. They just know how to play around these heroes so well. Now Glimpse, is there anyone to keep up with this? No, there's not.
They have no damage.
They're out.
I was praising Resolution for his positioning in a team fight. Like, give this man a Blink Dagger. Even without it, he managed to do so much. Like, he understands what his role is. And he now even has a Blink Dagger, so it's gonna be much easier for him to find Oracle. Magical overextended 2 times. Like, he felt secure. Okay, I have Flame Guard on, but you don't if no one dispels it with the Yule Scepter.
And it's such great itemization in Na'Vi. You found an answer to the early laning phase. Now you need a little bit more. The Radiance is still not online for Spectre. Virtus.pro forcing the issue before this is here, but now Pasha, he forces the issue right on top of Solo. He was just doing a quick D-ward. The information is finally removed, but it is buying space for Crystallize. 200 gold and he has the Radiance done.
In the previous fight, we could see, like, perfect example of Mars being nerfed. He did not have enough mana to cast the full combo. He was lacking like 60 mana to use a spear. You need to get something like a brace. I would not be surprised if people actually start buying null talismans on Mars, at least one.
Okay. I'm still down for the Soul Ring to do the work.
Yeah, Soul Ring can do the trick. Spectre with the Radiance, 19 minutes.
No one. Q-Shira defiant, but the blink comes out from Resolution. Once again, controlling Oracle, able to find that kill. Finally, the Razor will go down. The bow support's lost from Na'Vi. Resolution looks like he's probably going to join him too. The wall came in from Solo. It's like, if you can reach this side, maybe you could survive. There's Na'Vi trying to be the aggressors. There's Na'Vi also with the Radiance up and running. Burning Spectral Haunt. They wanted a big fight for this, and they do at least still claim 2 of the cores of Virtus.pro. And they might get a little bit more. Zayak TPing out. No Searing Chains available, so he's able to get away with this. Crystallize? He walked back up. He walked back up the hill. ILTW doesn't need it. He's got Alpha Wolf behind him. He's got 270 damage a hit. And now he's pinging Roshan? Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, if Ice Frog is watching, I believe we're gonna see Luna's numbers being, tweaked. Yeah.
We know how the total works. All right, Observer Sentry working once again. Resolution with another jump in, putting all that bonus damage he's got to work, and Pasha will go down. He actually tried to land a quick little hand, but it didn't do enough. And it wasn't the big hand, it wasn't the False Promise.
If they played this aggressive, you can expect them to have this high ground ward. You need to control this vision. Same goes for this area. When Dire is like choking you inside of your own base, you need to ward this or not play around it. It's such an area where you lose a game.
Legion.
Another blink.
Echo, Zayak, he's moving with them. But the duel, they're holding it for now because it's on cooldown. That's why you gotta hold it with the Arena of Blood. Perfect from Pasha. He's arrived just in the nick of time. And now, well, he kind of wants to escape his own arena. The Eclipse destroys him. Offlaner for offlaner. That's still kind of in favor of Na'Vi. They want a little bit more. A fissure route that comes from the Rubik controlling up Solar. He'll get his Storm down. And the fissure, it's not too bad because at least holds Rubik, but with Oracle behind, you don't really take any kind of damage inside that Storm.
Sadly for Legion Commander, she did not have ulti ready to lock down the Ember Spirit. And now with the stolen fissure, like they have good ways of setting things up or canceling the team fight. Like Mars Arena plus a fissure, it's such a deadly combo, and they have no damage mitigation items, no pipe. So it's gonna be full damage from all these spells plus Radiance.
Magical's enjoying this time when there's no instant control from the epicenter. Or the epicenter, the Echo Slam. Sorry, SK's not a real hero at the moment, it seems.
Yeah, but his ulti got buffed. Just kidding, it's not what Sanking needs.
Uh-huh.
Middle tower has fallen.
Give him a little bit more lane presence, right?
Yes. Bring back the old Quelling Blade, where you could just chop down the sentry ward. This way, it's really not worth the pick of Sanking. Luna getting closer to her BKB, also about to hit level 17. So once you get that ulti up level 3, 12 total beams.
Oh, what an observer.
It's gonna be devastating.
Fissures out, Raids are isolated inside the arena of blood. There's a little extra help from Legion Commander with the press the attack, but it's buying a little bit of time to defensively Yulstep the Razor up and towards the end. Now the arena is gone. Razor trying to get back between the tier 2 behind the tier 2 tower, but doesn't have enough life for it. How hard does Na'Vi really want to push this? A Sleight of Fist Searing Chains connects over on Solar, just wants to glimpse back the Ember, but he's got spirits available. Another 2 heroes dropped from Virtus.pro.
Oh, no one built Yasha after Yules. I believe that's a mistake. A lot of gold, 2,000 gold, that's half a BKB, and he definitely needs a BKB to stand his ground and fight. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity.
Rezo, duels out.
Good jump.
Plus 48 damage won't be enough, Zyke. He's trying to help out. It's a good fissure. Resolution's got the damage to follow up. He really wants to kill off Ilias, who will end up having to use his false promise on himself. But Legion Commander, now ILTW into the ultimate, that inside the Blade Mail, maybe with a push up, it almost could have killed off Spectre, but Zayak, he'll hit the ulti. He'll actually get nothing. It looked beautiful. It looked really nice. But just like bad art, it can look nice, but it's not worth anything. Now Solo also killed off.
It's just that the Virtus.pro, they don't have the tools to fight right now. No follow-up on this duel to Oracle, so he uses ulti on himself, which bought them enough time, and Fate Seedic just, you know, completely canceling damage from Eclipse. They need to find Oracle, that's the thing. Man, I know no one is like, man, I should not bought this Yasha.
Mistakes were made.
Whew. It's a huge one, actually. I know sometimes Razors, when there's nothing that goes through magic immunity, they can get straight BKB, like maybe drums into BKB. I don't say anything's wrong with Yules. It got them a couple of kills, also the spells against the Ember Spirit. But he definitely needed a BKB after that Yule Scepter.
Yeah. And VP are getting wrecked on multiple fronts. Like, it's not just the items. The observer wards from Na'Vi, like this one, they have one just near the tier 2 tower in the top lane. It watched the movement of Virtus.pro's, like, Legion and Razor. They were setting up a gank, waiting in the trees, and they got nothing for it. And the observer ward out the front of the middle entrance of Virtus.pro's base, it has seen so much and set up for so many of the fights that Na'Vi had. I'd say so many of the fights, just that long duration fight in the mid lane before. I'm still wondering now, like, Luna has a BKB up and running. She's getting bigger and bigger as time goes by. Can she just stand and take the fight against everybody else? Once the Legion has, like, her own blade mail, can you actually find the kills? You got a lot of big combinations from Virtus.pro that mean that Na'Vi don't have this in the bag, even though they are holding an advantage, but it's still only a 2,000 advantage. Experience-wise, it's 500.
Physical damage, Luna can't just stand alone. Like, it feels like she needs another item to be matched up against any late game carry, like Riki, Spectre. She can't just stand the ground and fight. Team needs to be around Luna, and like press the attack, Saber, Fishers, just zone out the heroes that she's afraid of.
Roshan's going down pretty quickly. VP's gonna smoke up. Zayak, well, he's gonna put in Observer Sentry. He sees a Sentry up there. Doesn't get rid of it, however. Roshan's so low. The scan is out. They know what's going on. You have to go for a blind blink right now. Zayak, if you want to stop this, the Arena of Blood is out. The Storm actually making real troubles for Spectre. So we'll get to the back so we can get the Spectral Haunt off. Disruptor will still go down. The BKBs have been burnt. Buybacks are coming in thick and fast. They don't have the outpost of TP2. And Crystallize already has the Aegis Immortal in his inventory. No fight to be had here from Virtus.pro, no matter how much they would have liked it. It all came a little too late for them.
It was a stolen Eclipse from Rubik, a zoning one. Then he stole another spell, actually a Static Storm. Oof, that's gonna be the combo inside Mars Arena. 40 seconds on cooldown. Like, the question is, how do you kill this Spectre with the Aegis, Radiance Mantis style?
You really don't. You try and kill everybody else. Now new items get to arrive. That's a little bit more sustain for Luna. The Paladin Sword arrival. Oh, even better for Rubik. He's gonna take the Quickening Charm for Rubik.
Oh, Telescope. Spectre picked it up. Give that to Oracle. Like, they're getting some really nice Tier 1/Tier 3 items. Trusty Shovel, so healing cells for Oracle to drop onto the False Promise, and now with the Telescope, he doesn't need to stand close to a fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Virtus.pro are dodging the fight for the moment. Na'Vi take the Tier 2 tower up on top lane. All 5 heroes are together. The trade-off of Luna. She'll at least beat the crap out of the Tier 2 tower. Fortification will buy some time. Need to keep that Alpha Wolf alive. Inspector's already reached the top 10 seconds before Spectral Horn soft cooldown. 4 heroes from Na'Vi will smoke and head south. So they'll let the Tier 2 tower go. Spectre will keep the pressure on. And whoever they find to fight, they'll go for it. No one with a DD rune just waiting in the tree lines, but
This could be a disaster. They're pushing into Aegis, and Spectre has a Haunt. Also, putting some pressure on a Tier 3 tower. The thing about Luna is you need to fight.
Well, get
When
glimpsed.
your
The Arena of Blood
top is
comes out, but they push Crystallize outside the Arena of Blood. Zayak out the Arena of Blood. Won't really matter once now you Spectral Haunt back in the Spectre. Luna wants to stand her ground. Still has not burnt the BKB. She dies so quickly without that. Never even triggered. You can do all you want. Resolution can be a winner. But the rest of his team, they have nothing else to really celebrate about. You got 2 hero pickoffs. No one still a fair chunk of damage, but Slayer will put him down with the remaining Fade Ball and all the control they needed. Zayak in the trees. He can fish it, but he can't TP out. Oh boy. This is going to be a dieback. It's a dieback from him.
ILTW stands for I love to wait. He did not use neither BKB nor Mantis style. Even if he didn't even use ulti, even if he did, I don't think they win that fight. That's why I said it's a disaster. Nice wraparound from Na'Vi. Luna, if she kills a Tier 3 tower, there's gonna be a lot of bounces between the barracks. I guess that's what they were hoping for, but Na'Vi initiated. It's also, I mean, you're fighting into Spectre with Aegis. What do you expect is gonna happen?
Yeah. You expect to lose, quite simply. Like, Crystallize wanted to TP back so he can go in, die, and if he needed to buy back again later on, then he can Spectral Haunt into anywhere he wants to fight. And Virtus.pro are coming in. They're not done just yet. They still want to try and fight. This Spectral Haunt is down. You have your Blink Duel available with plus 66 damage, and Spectre is a very juicy target, but Rubik's gonna be the bigger one. Get the duel over on him. He's done so much work, Slayer, for the team. And now Spectre is pretty well isolated. Into the trees, Crystallize. Oh, is he really going to juke this? He went down to 48 HP. He's going to back up. They haven't broken the Aegis Immortal. Remember, VP, they don't really want to kill him. They want to kill someone they can actually kill properly. Magical.
You want to keep him low. You do not want to kill Spectre there. Just ignore her. Aegis was about to expire in 50 seconds. If they could have prolonged that. That's Deso on Ember Spirit, and they just picked up Orb of Destruction. So that's one way to siege with this kind of a lineup. Also, it's going to be a serious amount of damage every single time he uses Slight.
Well, VP's got a good way to defend now. The repair kit pick up. So high ground defense just got even stronger for Virtus.pro. Maybe that's like the odder thing about that play on bottom lane. The fact that Virtus.pro wanted to push high ground, they wanted to be the instigators, while Echo Slam, Storm, like they got a lot of things that allowed them to defend very, very well from their tier 3 towers. Yep, they willingly took the fight against Na'Vi inside of Na'Vi's base. Now you got a full Skadi completed over on Crystallized too. This guy's a beast. Once
Luna is keeping up, but I'm not sure if that's enough. Once she gets Butterfly Satanic, then, you know, Luna is a beast. You can't just be grouping around. There's going to be a lot of those bouncy from Moonglaves.
Mm-hmm. We enter Rapier territory once you got Butterfly Satanic.
That's still a long way to farm all those items.
It still feels like we've got that time. Like, does Na'Vi end this game anytime soon?
It could. Earthshaker does not have a buyback, and it's so hard for Zayas to get the proper initiation. We gotta give credit to Legion Commander, who was getting all the jumps, 84 dual damage victory already against Spectre. Like, she just cancels the Blink Dagger.
They do not hold back at all. Solo actually died further uphill, but they wanted the real hero. They wanted Luna, who was farming. Now Legion Commander, Syrian chained up, has to press the attack back to the tier 3. Fortune's End flies forward. The fissure stuns up Ember for the moment, but now Pasha just spears Resolution to the tree line. They were really not ready for this Virtus.pro, and it answers my question. How do you siege high ground, get pickoffs outside the base?
So Deso and Orb of Destruction, that's -11 on the building, so they should have enough time to get to two sides. 45 seconds for Legion and Luna.
They need to keep the creep wave alive, however. They're losing their mid wave, and no one just intersected the next one. I suppose the top wave's pushing in. They're going to be okay.
Another buyback.
Yep. Get a little extra sustain, Solo completed mech. Push the wall down, Spectre. Doesn't really seem to care too much. Without the Luna, they don't really fear too much, but no one. He's just static linking all the damage out of the Rubik. He's BK beat up as much as he can. False promise. Already not being committed out just yet. Dual Scepter from Razor sends him up. Still got 132 stolen damage. The Arena of Blood from Pasha just cuts the way back into the base. No way to survive. Once that BKB triggers off, he'll have to buy back, or else this is going to be 2 lanes of frags, and it's basically the game. It's now or never for Virtus.pro. Ember Spirit going in a little deeper. Where is that Blink duel? Resolution scattered, moving around the side. Ember Spirit's up with the Echo Slam. Syke was there, ready to drop him down. He loses so much life so quickly. Crystallized. Is there a save from him? Pasha creating some extra space. And with a pull back, Luna can actually finally do the job. In fact, there's no one to get the kill, but we're not done just yet.
5 seconds if they want to end this game.
They end it. Buyback is out. ILTW, no way to survive. Crystallized to Spectral Horns all the way forward, and that is GG. Virtus.pro, they knew it was the last roll of the dice, but Na'Vi. And they did so well on the laning phase, and they didn't lose that momentum going through the rest of this game 1.
I liked how Virtus.pro just typed GG instantly after Spectre bought back and they heard the horn. Like, they know the game is over. Spectre was just having that free of a game.
Yeah, that was actually really cool. Well played to Na'Vi.
Yeah, wow. Well, Toby, the draft initially, we were looking at VP to actually, pretty much have their way, but it didn't really work out that way for VP early game.
It really didn't. I thought they were actually going to be able to ball a lot harder and have more influence, but I think Lacoste kind of nailed it, where it's like you kind of want to see a different hero from no one to create the momentum we thought was going to come from Virtus.pro. Instead, it was Na'Vi's coming in to actually fight, and then they're able to just play the distance game against the Razor.
Lacoste, we were talking about, you mentioned no one going for Yasha and not BKB around that mid game. How much of a crucial factor playing out this entire game, that decision was.
It's 2 or 3 deaths in a team fight where he could just stand his ground and, take a fight, man up. So it could be, I think it's more of a hero choice. It's a 10th pick Razor who did not achieve that much. You need to utilize that 10th pick, have something. And as I said already, if they had something more mobile that can put pressure on Spectre and Oracle, then Legion Commander with this fast Blink Dagger has a hero to play with. Otherwise, he needs to play pretty much alone. He jumps in the backline, pray to God that he's gonna get some procs on that passive.
Toby, here's something interesting. Na'Vi was losing in CS early game, but they had the gold lead.
Yeah. You've always got to think of it like when you think of CS and gold lead, like how many consumables are being burnt in the early stages to actually stand in the lanes. This is why we see like heroes like DK being really preferred. You got regeneration from Dragon Blood and the tower, so if you can stand on that, like you're gonna just be more efficient as a hero. And it really felt like Na'Vi, just out of all their laning phases, they were able to be more efficient. Like even the kill count, you expect that to be good, but a lot of the early deaths were all on Pasha. And later on, like he then did his job. Like he got the perfect arenas. Virtus.pro were heavily grouped up. Their lineup kind of encourages them to do that, so it allowed Pasha to be exactly what he needed to be with even lower net worth.
Nice. And Lacoste, I mean, how good was Crystallized? We have Crystallized right here, 10-19. How would you say his performance was key in this match?
They gave him a free laning stage. I thought that Virtus.pro will achieve more, even though they got a couple of kills on Pasha. It doesn't matter that much. We can see like it's a lot of XP shared between 3 heroes, and killing a low level hero doesn't mean that much. You don't get that much gold. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Spectre was getting all the free farm, even though Resolution had an extremely good game. Like he did more than I expected him to do. But Crystallized, he delivered on the Spectre. He had the very nice haunts. Item build was on point. Timing, 18 minutes radiance. What more can you expect from your carry?
Lastly, before we wrap up first match from both, let's start with Toby. Who was your MVP for that? Just for that game?
You know what? I'm going to say this only because I think I was like, I don't really know if I like this hero here. It was actually Slayer. I think Rubik's positioning, Rubik's problems that he caused throughout the fights. You could think about Ilias and Oracle, but that was more of the headache for Virtus.pro. Like, how do we find the backlines? But Slayer was getting perfect steals off, great control, and he was the thorn in your side you didn't really realize was there until it was too late.
Yeah, have to agree with Toby. He had extremely good positioning. His item build also provided him that. Had Keen Optic from the neutral items and had Ether Lens, so he could, steal from very far away. Also that zoning ulti in the Roche pit just completely drove off Virtus.pro from getting in.
Mm-hmm. Did you think that was really the plan with that Rubik pick from Na'Vi? They're just like, all right, Rubik basically instrumental in maybe hopefully getting the right spells to turn it around for them?
I never feel like it's a bad Rubik game. This is pretty much the only hero that can always do something. If enemy have at least decent spells, you can still set things up. You can always gank, you have stun, you can outpush the lanes. Always feels good to have Rubik in the team. One of the reasons why he's either banned or picked in a lot of these top tier matches.
Well, definitely proven in this first match. Toby, you were mentioning Luna as maybe the new meta, but not a very good Luna game for this.
It's less about if this is a good Luna game. It's more about what is the qualities of Luna, and we saw the qualities of Luna. We saw the damage increase, and then it's making something like that work. So this is one of those games where the stats do lie. You look at it and go well, that's a loss for Luna up against Spectre. Luna's not great. It's the way you use the heroes, the way you actually play and push, and that just didn't come together for Virtus.pro in this game.
We've highlighted a few heroes right now, but Lacoste, tell us. I mean, how good was Oracle right now for this series?
I think Ilias's positioning in this game was not the greatest. I've seen and casted a lot of his games. When he plays Oracle, man, he can do amazing stuff with it. And you can see, he had Trusty Shovel in this game, so always had a flask, had some really nice ultis, keeping the crucial heroes alive. But I would not say like it was the best positioning from him. I just gotta, stay as real as I can. But definitely, he can play better than this. I know.
All right, so before we move on to, of course, our second match, really quickly, Toby, how do you think VP is going to adjust to this? I mean, they had, early on, we thought they had a more dominating draft.
VP won't have any issues with this at all. Like, VP will just go, okay, that was game 1. All right, let's do game 2.
Sounds good. Okay, we're going to see game 2 in just a bit, but we're going to be having a very short break. Here we go.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
And there you have it. Just a reminder of the reason we're all here right now. As you can see, $1.5 million will be going out to these organizations to fight this pandemic that we are all going through right now. And again, the winner will get the lion's share of that 1.5 million, which is $750,000 to the top placer. And Navi taking one game out of VP, they have a chance to actually take him out for this series. How big of a deal would it be, Toby, for Navi to take VP down? Just for this
I think they'll be pretty happy with it, but I think the bigger deal is if they can get past the next rounds. That'll be the bigger deal. I think Virtus.pro, this is what we're talking about before we even started today. Like, VP aren't looking 100%. They're looking creative. They're looking dynamic. I think Resolution's looking 100%. But the rest of the team just needs to sync to then make them the force that we all expect them to be. They're like VP at TI4 or like any of the early TIs. They play really fantastically during the main season, then they reach TI and everything kind of falls apart through the dyssynergy. And they just gotta work on that now. And it's better to work on it now than work on it at something like TI.
Lacoste, what do you want to see from a VP's draft this time around?
I want to see a playmaking mid hero for no one. Like, if no one is having a good game, Virtus.pro is going to have a good game. It's easy as that. He knows how to play these mobile heroes. I want to see Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, anything, any kind of spirit actually being played by him. Something that can move around the map, get the kills, instead of having a Razor. Like, he's not that, mechanically skilled hero. You toss a plasma field, you have almost 2 passive abilities. It's really not the hero that I think of when someone says no one. He can really push the limits of the hero.
Yeah, I think the only hero that kind of plays like Razor, where he's able to push it, is Necro. I think Necro is absolutely fantastic for him. But
you're talking about Necro with 2 boots?
Yeah,
Days ago?
yeah, the Necro with 2 boots. He made things work. He still made it work. All right,
one for each foot, man.
That's yeah, and his feet are kind of half falling off as Necro. Like that's just the way he is. Well, we're back in the same scenario we were before. Oracle pickup for Navi and Virtus.pro. Are they actually going to start with the same opening? I don't think ES like Zayax ES was like a real issue during the last game. Maybe it was just a little too long before it started having an influence.
It's not that easy game to play for him. He's playing against Ember Spirit, who can always like Slight or Spectre with the Haunt, so you're not going to be able to get the perfect initiation. Void Spirit, that's what I want to see.
You wanted a Spirit.
If it's position 3, position 4, it's still one of the heroes that can do so much.
Yeah, but your danger is what Navi has in return. Like, Navi has 2 of the best heroes that always get, look to be banded or picked up in the first phase. Death Prophet and Oracle together. It's the old school combination, and it works new school as well. Like, they've got so much tower push, they've got lane presence. Just really, really nice from Navi. And Slayer knew it. Like, he picked it up instantly.
Boomers were picking this combo. Zoomers are picking it right now. Still that good, Some of the Dota combinations still work after 10, 15 years. You can check what we played 10 years ago, and some of that stuff still works because a lot of stuff changes. We go back, we reverse them. This is how Ice Frog has been patching also lately, reversing stuff to 6.70, 6.80.
Yeah.
We're slowing the game down.
Toby, where would we like to see this DP?
The DP? The DP's mid, for sure. They just picked it up at the very start because they feel confident with it. I actually really like this from Virtus.pro. Maybe not so much actually the fact that the heroes Bane's gonna be matching up against, but it's one of Solo's great heroes for interruptions. The Nightmare control, making Navi switch the targets they want to go on. But then they get the best. I'm not even angry about it this time around. Bane is one of these long duration channeling ultimates that you can't have something like a Voodoo Restoration toggle that stops you from stealing it. Lacoste was saying before, how do you actually play Luna? against a Rubik. Now it's impossible to play a Bane against a Rubik.
You need to have a good vision. You need to find Bane. The only way to counter this, if you're Bane, is to use Fiend's Grip and stop it so that Rubik doesn't steal it. I mean, it doesn't sound that great.
I think you need a Beastmaster for resolution. Like, just get the Hawk in the air. Like, give you something to work with. Like, this doesn't feel happy for the supports of VP. Quite simply.
Good call.
Problems so far with VP. What can you see like leading up to early mid game? What problems do you foresee for VP?
They got no. I don't want to say tempo setter because that is technically no one's Void Spirit that will do the tempo setting. But they'll have this window until Beastmaster can actually do something before Necrobook arrives, before they can pressure, and even then, like I don't know how they get things out of the lanes. I don't know what ILTW plays. I think that's my final really big question. Like, how does he get involved where he's able to deal with the Death Prophet? How does he fight underneath the DP? How do you fight with that physical damage? And how do you fight with this guy backstabbing you?
I thought Virtus.pro was going to go for Ricky, but Na'Vi snatched it. It looked like a very good Ricky game for both of these teams. Beastmaster usually gets Necrobook, level 3 at one point. We even see Beastmaster skipping Helm of the Dominator, just rushing the Necrobook and then having like 6.57 heroes with the Necrobook against 5, which is, you do the math. It's much easier to fight with that. Also, Bane is one of the best heroes against Ricky in terms of like locking him down. Usually you need either 2 Dusts or Dust plus a Sentry to kill a Ricky, because how elusive he is. 2 Blink Strike charges, Tricks of the Trade buys enough time, especially if you're trying to gank him closer to the tower. There's always going to be a rotation coming out from his team. But with the Fiend's Grip or Beastmaster Roar, like, you're just going to keep him in place. So 2 very good heroes against Ricky.
I'm wondering if VP actually doubled down on Vision. It's just the Legion Commander band that's making me wonder about it. It's a nine because there's already so many saves that the Oracle can do, but if you have more abilities, then it's going to be difficult. I'm thinking like in my brain, I'm just thinking Batrider for some stupid ass reason. Like, so Flying Vision, maybe it's something that can be played by no one, then you push ILTW on the Void Spirit. Maybe even less so that now that the Centaur comes in from Na'Vi. Yeah, I take back the Batrider. That doesn't feel nice. But I really feel like VP have like severe vision issues. They're gonna get jumped in their back lines. And I don't know how they get sustained damage out either.
If there was no Ricky, I would say it's a great Slark game. I don't think you want to pick Slark into Ricky. Ricky blocks a lot of the, like, not just mid laners, he generally blocks a lot of the hero picks. It always feels bad, like he's gonna drop the cloud on me, I can't play.
Waiting on that 5th now by VP.
Maybe something like a Phantom Assassin comes to my mind. It's one of the heroes that's okay with the Ricky. They could use some physical damage. They don't have... They have tower damage in terms of Beastmaster Book and the Aura. Also, Beastmaster provides you with the Roche taking...
How does PA work at the laning phase against Centaur? Like, it feels
Centaur Rubik doesn't feel that great, so...
Yeah. Their D push is quite low as well on Virtus.pro. They need something that can at least clear.
I mean, it's a tough choice for them.
Yeah, it really is. Like, it's like maybe like Lone Druid into this, but then he's gonna get wrecked.
I don't think they play Lone Druid.
No, they don't.
Could be a good pick, something like a Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Anything with illusion-based mana burn. One of the reasons why they banned Phantom Lancer. Like, illusions soak up a lot of damage from Death Prophet ulti.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it'd be a good fight reset as well with Song of the Siren.
If we're speculating this much in regards to what Veep can do, it's safe to say that Na'Vi made some really good decisions for this.
Whoa!
Oh, what do we have? Okay.
Oh, we're actually doing it?
No one is doing it, so it's gonna be safe lane Void Spirit. It's Sniper into Centaur who can close the gap.
And Ricky, who's got 2 jumps. Even if you think about getting a 4-star, Ricky would just bounce with you. This is so dangerous, but this is Virtus.pro. This is Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro will put all 4 heroes from Virtus.pro on the front lines and just try and create a perimeter. But Vision Game is going to be a nightmare for VP still.
All right, so we last sniper pick, that was definitely a surprise. Who are the key heroes that need to perform more than most? Let's start with Toby.
No one sniper. He needs to carry this game. Like, they glass cannon him, but he's going to need space to be creative by Resolution and Zyg to make this draft work at all. I don't even know exactly what ILTW's purpose is apart from distraction. Like, he's the assistant to the magician right now.
Sniper into Centaur Ricky feels a bit suicidal to me, but they have Bane, they have Earthshaker, to keep him alive, and they wanted to have a hero that deals better in the laning stage against that Prophet. That Prophet against any melee hero, she would get too much out of the laning stage, and Void Spirit does not really kill that much on that Prophet. Even if we bring a second hero, that's a second Spirit Siphon for that Prophet.
Yeah. They need to play the range game, and no one needs to just dominate the mid. There's no other choice. I actually almost want to see no one go safe lane just for the... No, actually, no, because he wants the levels up as well. He can go mid. This feels really good for Na'Vi. Na'Vi rocked up today, and they looked like they were ready to play Dota, and their draft is the same type of quality as their play.
Before we jump into it, who do you guys have for Game 2?
It's tough. I'm gonna call my real-life friend, who's #1 sniper on Dota buff, to see what he has to say about it, and I'll come back to you in 30 seconds.
We're gonna find out. So take it away, guys. Here's Toby and Lacoste for Game 2.
Yeah, he just told me it's not a good sniper game.
Well, burned. Maybe we have a 2-0 to begin this whole tournament, but let's see how well no one is able to shape up in the mid lane. ILTW gets to run the Void Spirit as a safe. And I'm looking at a tri-lane from Na'Vi just to start with. Slam is to boots first. Always looking to get up in the face. And this will be a lot harder time for Resolution. Like, he's got the Hawk at least giving some extra information. But this isn't the same kind of free lane as it was in the last one. He can't just press the attack and walk off the low amount of control factors.
He's got boars in the lane, so that's gonna slow down Ricky. Level 1 boar, not that great, 16 damage. It's basically just a slow. Ricky has more region per second than what boar is doing damage, so you don't care too much about that harassment. No one should win a mid lane with sniper against that Prophet. Like, headshot is so great, works on denies as well.
Mm-hmm. He lost one creep. He doesn't get the perfect high ground that no one was really looking for. I don't want to take my eyes off the mid lane. Double fishes on top. That's a lot of blocking that Chris Lyons has to do. And they still really can't get control of it. Like, Zyg just... These fishes make life a living hell. But it's great for the Beastmaster. But even better if Zyg can actually pick up these courier kills. They're coming over with the Orb of Venom. That actually would have been so big if Zyg was a little bit more aggressive.
Is back juking. Look at him. That's the best courier in Dota. Don't at me.
They actually get to... Are they seeing the couriers?
They
yeah, the Hawk. The Hawk sees it. Zay's coming in.
Top one.
He'll have to go for the Bulldog. So he'll get Ilias's one, but that's all. I'm a little sad about that. But yeah, you're looking down at bottom lane. You're looking at Bane's courier if you're looking at Drodo's.
Same goes for our community. They went after Bulldog. So they're just following what the community is doing.
Leave my Drodo alone.
He's called Drodo is back. It must have some kind of connection to Dread, the Russian player, now streamer. Dread is back.
Did Dread ever really leave us? Like, he was doing a lot of work for the Russian streams, I believe. And you're never really gone if you're a talent. You are still part of the community if you're a talent. I'm just phrase that one right now.
You're correct, Toby. Deathlock is doing much better than expected. 12-4 against 6-1 on no one. Even though
I think no one's dead. No one's actually dead here. One more attack at a Crib Swarm will do the work. The Fissure comes in from Zayak, but Magical now goes into the Spirit Siphon, looks to turn around for the double wave. No, he'll just get the one. He'll kill off no one.
He's fine with that. He got 300 gold for the first blood. Zayak gets some return gold. It was a bait from no one. Like, you know something is happening. He would not make that kind of a mistake. They have no vision besides this ward. Like, usually when you're playing this kind of a matchup where you know that position 4 is going to rotate, you put observer wards on both sides of the river.
All right. We just got told, okay. Are we back on? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there's something wrong with the main observer. So you've got our faces for the moment. I guess we just turned this into lights out, DotA radio. That's the way to do this.
Radio cast, let's go.
Hell yeah. That's trouble on bottom lane for Solo. Stick charges give him a lot more life. So yeah, you got Rubik and Centaur. Just trying to stick it to the Bane as they're doing a pull down on bottom lane. But up on top lane, Ricky, that's the one you were looking at. Getting up in Resolution's face.
I can turn off my camera and pretend that I'm Ricky.
I believe we're back in again.
We're back. Nice.
I believe. I'm holding on to believe. Actually, no, I'm wrong. We're not back in yet.
Resolution doing an okay job on the top lane, getting a huge amount of farm, 16 and 5. Like, he's paired up with Ricky at the moment, who's only 18 and 4. And they're stacking the creep, the side creep camp, pulling it back, denying some XP and the gold from Crystallize.
They're about to wreck no one. Like, if he comes up to farm this wave, so
Scan connects, he knows.
Okay.
Oh, he even tips him. Like,
okay.
Dude, I know where you are.
No one tipping Slayer as he was looking with the haste street to run around the back of the mid lane and then just throw sniper into like Spirit Siphons galore from Magical. So that's what he was looking for, at least. Slayer once again being a real pain in the butt. And now he's got fantastic vision. Like 2 observer wards deep inside the Radiant jungle.
Courier?
They'll see any kind of pull. Okay. Control, please. It's a creep wave and a half now. The Pasha gets to pull up. No, he's come back for the aggro.
Usually Bane is one of the best ones to stop this kind of a thing. You just sleep him, but he does not allow him.
Magical? Is he actually going to get this? He's just Spirit Siphoning after Spirit Siphoning, but he doesn't have mana for the last Crypt Swap, so he just comes under the tier 1 tower and dies to the Fissure control from the ES. Oops. That's like Crystallizing game 1, just walking a Spectre under a tier 1 tower into a Disruptor, thinking this is all going to end very, very well. Now Solo will look to play with Zayak and stop Rubik from just pulling everything he wants. And again, Slayer can just cut through the tree lines and VP get lost in the woods.
Solo kind of broke the bro code. LTW gave him a bottle, and he used 2 charges, didn't pick up any bounty runes to refill it.
Well, that's nice Fissure. Magical trapped in once again. The Nightmare will keep Rubik out of the play. Death Prophet trying to reach the regeneration rune in the top river. She won't get there. Maybe Oracle can give a little extra help, slowing down the sniper, but now Assassination Magical, no way to survive that. Gets picked off in the mid lane, and then they can turn their attention over to the 2 supports of Na'Vi who were unable to save their mid laner.
Oh, yes. No one going for Necrobook.
Wait.
It's Wagamama build. Hand of Midas, you get cooldown reduction, get the book. You can spam it all the time, pretty much. There's like 10-15 seconds downtime.
Uh-huh. That's pretty damn cool. And I actually cannot believe, with all these rotations and the start from Na'Vi, it's kind of swinging the opposite way of like my mentality in game 1. top 2 net worths currently belong to Virtus.pro. Resolution's already letting the roar out. Zaya's got the perfect chain control. Ricky's looking for something to jump out to. He jumps to the boar and then over to the Oracle. We'll salve him up quickly. It's unfortunate for Virtus.pro they didn't have just a little bit more damage to find to that kill. But they bring both the supports now of Na'Vi to the top lane, which makes life a living hell for Pasha in the off lane as the Centaur. And Magical's kind of gone jungle for the moment.
Na'Vi is doing whatever they can to, keep the Ricky alive now that he's level 6. Like, he should be careful. Beastmaster, as I said, Primal Roar to keep him in place. Can't use any of the spells. They need to rotate one hero to keep him alive. Centaur, once he gets level 6, they can start playing more aggressive. That Prophet level 6, but no point in Exorcism at the moment.
Not ready to push just yet. Not ready to take that Radiant Observer ward, however. That's going to make life very, very dark for no one. Especially as there is a dire Observer ward watching the top tier 1 tower. Really want to give a lot of credit to Na'Vi's warding. Through game 1 and game 2. They're always able to see VP before they move. The bottom lane, Centaur, Fisher comes out. Syke just holds him there so ILTW can get the kill. So all the vision in the world just lets you see your own deaths a little clearer. Beastmaster has to TP out to the tier 1 tower. He just got lifted by Rubik and Clift. But movement up from no one with the boars. There's no way for Slayer to retreat in time. Tricks of the Trade's only able to clean up the boar. And now you got a 2-1-2 sniper who's got 3.2k net worth, the same as the Death Prophet, who's got 3 deaths to a name. And a free farming ILTW Void Spirit, who now I think wants to try and fight up on top lane. Gives the bottle charges to Resolution, so they can look for the Roar, jump forward, Dust is out, the Spirit won't be able to connect, but the Roar is going to be there. Have they got the damage to kill Crystallize? TP's coming in from the Oracle, and they'll also give a jump position. The creep wave is going to give that too.
Little Ricky.
Fennel.
So hard to kill.
Fennel, get out. This is why if you ever, tip for all casters, if you ever enter a game, unbind your pause button. Wait, what was that then? Who the hell has paused this then? Oh, production issues.
Production issues, alright.
Okay, well, we just kept going with radio casting.
Oh, you thought it was me, huh?
Okay. Yeah, we're back in game. We were fine. Alright, so hope they solved their issues nice and quickly.
So yeah, 2 heroes going for Necro Books. Beastmaster and Sniper. Once they get that Prophet ulti, like, it's uncontrollable damage. She might kill herself on those red summons. Every single time you kill him, 600 magical damage is thrown at you.
This is going.
Ready to go?
This is going a hell of a lot better for Virtus.pro than I ever thought it would have. But you have Oracle, False Promise. What happens once these saves starts to arrive? What happens once Ricky starts to be a real hero? They're rotating again, Slayer. Smoke breaks on him, Zayak. Babysitting the sniper. This almost feels like the old ES off lanes. I just make sure that I protect my core. They know someone's in the tree line and Magical throwing out the Crypt Swarm. Now that's the last roll of the dice. They need a big control factor against the sniper, and no one's moved up a little bit further north. And the Fissure, he locks him up. No one knew things were coming. He thought playing the north might have been safer. This gank actually ends up working. Now the jump forward from the Void Spirit, Sentry Wall gets planted. They see Ricky, but they don't have the damage to kill off Crystallize. No one. He knew, but he didn't know about Ricky.
Centaur used ulti to close the gap. No one's a bit chatty today. Faded brooch found by no one. Doesn't say a name.
That's a good pickup from Zayak. Oh, you'll watch it in a second. He's able to ensure the outpost. That's one thing, and ILTW then takes the bounty rune on the side.
I want to see earlier point in Cloud for Ricky. Like, I've seen Ricky's going for 1-4-1 build when Cloud is needed to get the kill on a certain hero that could, like, easily snowball, and Void Spirit is that, so they don't have a point in Cloud at the moment.
By the way, it appears as like no one's name when the ball kills the creep. So it was Resolution up on the top lane. You got the Fate Approach. There's also Resolution, who's currently getting the attack from Death Prophet, but Zyme walking up. I think he is considering his chain combination. Echo Slam is still available. They'll need one extra hero to make this work, but no one else is rotating. Ricky is on the hunt to the mid lane once again, and this is exactly what Na'Vi did in game 1. Around the 10-minute mark, Slayer just goes into a lane and sits there. And they give him all the farm and levels in the
Ricky
world.
might snipe them. Never mind, I'm a fool. Those are Necro warriors.
JJ! Please tell me JJ's audio goes out! Oh,
JJ got you baited.
Oh boy. Oh, bottom lane, ILTW. Nope, he's not going on center. In fact, it's the opposite way around. He's being initiated on over towards the Bane, take away the control factor. And ILTW leaves his support out to dry. But hey, Solo's used to that over these years playing for Virtus.pro.
That should help.
This is a roaming Ricky. He does not have a lane. He
Yep.
went from top to mid, back to bottom, top, try to kill
He doesn't have net worth.
something. Yeah. Like, you want to farm with Ricky instead of ganking, but he's missing from the map if he's not farming. Like, you're not feeling safe on any of the lanes.
Double TP's coming bottom lane. Fiend's Grip instantly over on Ricky Centaur. He's already used his Retaliate coming underneath the tower. No one will arrive, but now Pasha stands on top of him. He'll begin his TP out, but the Nightmare will cancel that. In fact, he canceled that himself before it all started. Crystallize the False Promise. Whoops! Up, Echo Slam timing a little bit off, but ILTW, they really want to catch out Crystallize. They don't really care so much about the Oracle. But I guess with a heavy rotation of multiple heroes down, and you get the tier 1 tower on top lane, you got 2 level 1 Necrobooks up and running. You're feeling good about
It's really
this.
hard to fight into. That Prophet doesn't even have ulti. That's one way to counter a Necrobook, just don't get it. I'm not sure if that's,
That's the plan.
the correct play, but maybe that's what Magical is thinking.
Uh-huh. Well, 2 level 1 Necrobooks done, and then Sniper's going to go into the Maelstrom build. So they get a lot of push power out from Virtus.pro, and this Death Ball feels a lot better than the Luna one did. They roar. Whoops! That's not real. Magical had an illusion.
JJ is our observer who's getting baited.
A smoke up from Virtus.pro. All 5 heroes missing 1 Necro book. They've already taken the tier 1 tower, but they're trying to make it look like they're going in for Roshan, because I can tell you it's the opposite. ILTW is hunting bottom lane. Solo doesn't have Fiend Script for the moment. And Na'Vi are in full retreat back to their tier 2 tower. They are definitely hiding.
Even though Virtus.pro is making a lot of movement around the map, they took 2 tier 1 towers. The gold lead is still only 1,000. Ricky's all over the place. Look at him.
Stampede.
He's hunting.
They found Solo. He just wants quick brain sap. He wants to get anything that will help him survive this. But you just committed a huge ultimate for the lowest net worth hero on the field. And now, Death Prophet being initiated on. It's 3 seconds until False Promise is up. They're going to have the extra time. Now Oracle, let it go. He's looking for his attack, but he's too far away. The fissure means he cannot let any more heals come in towards the Death Prophet, so she'll pop. She'll, oh, she know? It really?
Yeah,
What the? Okay.
Also,
Cool.
say there. Ricky needs that diffuse light. He feels like a completely different hero once you get it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'd really... I'm surprised the advantage is only about 1,000 in the net worth and 500 in the experience. There still seems to be so much going the way of Na'Vi, but maybe that's also just the fact that Bane's been totally sacked.
Same goes for Oracle. They're pretty much exact net worth.
But if Oracle gets a False Promise off, he's a lot more useful than the Bane.
Earthshaker, he needs a lane for himself. The farm of Link Dagger, it's 15 minutes. If he doesn't find any farm in the next few minutes, that means that this Blink Dagger is not coming up anytime soon.
Oh, they're giving him the bottom, but he's living in a world of fear. You've got 2 observers and a whole bunch of sentries watching your own jungle. But he's still very fearful about the Ricky. Probably rightly so. Crystallize is hanging around. Resolution's dragging as much attention towards the top lane as possible here with Solo. As Na'Vi try and group up and get around the back. Solo will end up going down here. Actually, his death would give Pasha his Blink Dagger.
Solo's just like, yeah, peace, brothers. I don't wanna
I'm not
do
walking up the hill.
anything here. I'm just scouting, using Trusty Shovel.
Crystallize under the sentry. Whoop, dusted up too, but the Stampede, 84 HP, and he jumps over to the range creep. Out into safety with an easy TP out. Meanwhile, back at the Solo show. There is no boundaries. There are no borders for this man.
He crossed the river. They did not punish him. Finally, that Prophet Exorcism online, 16 minutes in.
Well, that's nice. Sniper's about to finish a level 3 Necro book. In fact, when I say about to, has finished. He actually backed off the Maelstrom. Just kept with the basic Javelin. Snipers who go double Wraith and just brown boots. Feels good. Maybe Beastmaster gonna get caught out? 3 heroes all caught around Resolution. And now they can have that little bit of a fight. Smoke screen's down, it's a good Fisher. Zayak, I don't think he really wants to walk into the epicenter. Into the smoke screen. To get that epicenter off, it's already been done. No one gets a double kill. Easy control from Zayak.
So this Necrobook 3 is gonna get rid of the Vision. See Ricky, they're gonna have 2 Necrobook 3s pretty soon. Just less than 1,000 gold away. It's gonna be so hard for Na'Vi to maintain any kind of
Na'Vi.
vision.
Necrobooks are still up. The silence, it'll come in, but it only slows down the Earthshaker. No one's still focusing the battle. Earthshaker's still able to get the fissure off too, cutting the fight. Void Spirit, now it's his turn to go to work. Death Prophet burns the Exorcism and the roar from Beastmaster. Necrobooks are out. False Promise has to be used very early here from Ilias. He knows he can be popped up pretty damn quickly. The Death Prophet just gets put to sleep. They wait it out. Centaur thinks about jumping in. Stampede going to work as Nuyul Scepter. Well, he can't continue the Stampede away to safety. Just keeps draining out the life of the Death Prophet, but there's remnants everywhere, and Death Prophet is killing up the Necrobooks. Another defensive Nuyul Scepter, but it's not enough to stay up. She'll go down, but Na'Vi, they still have the numbers. It's 3-on-2. Now ES is back. It's 3-on-3. As Centaur blinks up, so does the Ricky into the tricks of the trade. Earthshaker waiting for the right time to get the Fidget. He's able to do so, combining with the Axe's buyback. Is there going to be anything? It's just assassination, but that's from the Rubik. Void's already completed his TP out to safety.
Ricky so close to the Fusel Blade. Once he gets that, like Sniper, he just straight up dies if he doesn't have Necrobook unit or any follow-up.
Hi, Bane. Bye,
Hello,
Bane.
Solo.
Fisher from Zayak at least does a little bit of work. Centaur copying damage onto the tower, but a Fisher stolen from Rubik. Echo Slam well off target, and Ricky just jumps back in again, so Crystallize chalks up his 3rd kill of the game. Things are starting to fall apart here from Virtus.pro. They're finding the back lines. Na'Vi, Oracle, well, he's in the back lines.
I'm just thinking a way how to deal with this Necrobooks, and I can't find the answer.
Well, kill them all. That's one way to do it. Stop getting picked off.
Ricky finds a really nice tier 2 item, Ring of Aquila, the best one you can get. Agi, some armor. I'm wondering what's his next item gonna be. Like, even if you get a BKB, there's still Fiend's Grip, there's still Beastmaster Roar. Maybe Manta style. It's really tough to itemize against this.
And goodbye, Pasha. How about Solo was the one to get the kill? Down around the outpost. ILTW. Heavy nuking. I think Crystallize realized he can't finish the job. They're also battling under Radiant Sentry, and okay, well, the didn't know about that one. That's the easiest D-ward for Zayak. Money to the blink.
That should help.
He's getting closer. Just 500 gold away from it. Ricky, man, that's such a late Diffusal Blade from Ricky, 20 minutes in. Usually his peak is between like 13 to 20 minutes where he starts roaming around the map getting the kills, but Virtus.pro did a very good job just shutting him down.
Navia smoking for a fight. ILTW. Primary target, the shields are up, they'll hit the silence, making sure he can't just step himself out. Dead for 46 seconds, and Stampede also committed.
Dire's top
But it's just the Void Spirit who's up there. Zayak's now got that space he wants on the bottom lane to get the Blink Dagger money. And Sniper is continuously getting bigger and bigger to be the glass cannon he also wants to be. Got a 4-star flying out in the courier, so yep, no more control. I say no more control, just arriving control. Smoke, Ricky, not visible. Sentry Wall gets dropped pretty quickly. He'll jump up the hill. Resolution holding the Necro books for the moment until he can find himself a target. There's no point in if Oracle is alive in there.
Whoever wins the next fight, they have enough to just go into Roche, either with Exorcism run-in, but it's much easier for Virtus.pro with these Necro units, Beastmaster Aura. They found Beastmaster.
Yeah, Diffusal's out, he gets Necro books up and running, and the follow-up Centaur hoof stomp. Resolution able to move away, and it's now Sniper. Ricky can just keep the jump going. The Diffusal, the Necro books doing everything they can to buy the space, and now your Echo Slam! The Blink Dagger reveal! Both supports deleted, the Phoenix Grip can't allow Centaur Warrunner to go anywhere either. Magical finally will break him free with that AoE silence. Nurse Shaker underneath the smoke
Magical
streak.
still holding on
It's
to...
impossible to fight, and finally the ulti comes in from no one, killing off Pasha. Now Magical will finally let the Exorcism go to kill off Bane. And he will die. But the rest of Virtus.pro, the 2-bit cores are already backing up.
A lot of casualties for both of the teams, so they can't just run into Roche Pit. It was not ready to use that ulti for a very long time. If you use it, it means you're committed.
Man, it's not like Na'Vi can even do Roshan. Even with Exorcism, if Beastmaster Hawk is watching it, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, you need to take a fight before.
And Resolution's having still a fantastic game. Like, you got both the level 3 books up. No one not dying in that fight keeps him moving forward, getting Aghanim set to build from ILTW. He's been his own initiator. Speaking of that, Mango, the solo is already backed up.
Guys, how do we kill a Roche? Just use Necrobook. It's that...
We only require 2 people and an army. A menagerie. The bird's coming out to get its own information, and it will see Pasha coming over, Oracle as well. The sentry's in range. They nuke down the Hawk as quick as they can. Not done yet, and it looks like Na'Vi has really not been ready for this.
Scan connects, but it's a bit too late, and they have no Exorcism ready for a fight, so no one will take the Aegis. With that Aegis, he can afford to stand like closer to a team fight. There's a save from Bane or a good Fisher to keep him alive. That Echo Slam was so damaging. The Nether Shoal as well, 8% extra spell damage.
It's exactly what needed to connect from ES. This is the ES we kind of were thinking was going to arrive in game 1, but it took a little bit too long to come online and gain those critical hits. Like, it means a lot to take down the Na'Vi supports. We were praising them in game 1. And you look to see them be big in game 2, but if ES has their number, if they stand together, you're definitely going to lose out big. Necro books are off cooldown in 10 seconds time. In fact, no one's already triggering his. This allows them to remove the vision of Na'Vi, force down the towers. All ultimates are up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So they're really looking to push hard.
Structures are falling.
Trade-off might be top. ES is moving up here. Zayak, Echo Slam, gets the follow chain stuns, wants to make sure Pasha says exactly where he is. ILTW does arrive, but they just used him. They knew it was coming. With a follow-up remnant, Centaur gets triggered, but then you look towards the mid lane. The rotation with the silence. No one's your primary target. Resolution trying to play around the back lines. Oracle can't move up. The army of Beastmaster is making sure he can have no part of this fight. Axes were the things that got stolen by the Rubik. A little too late on the steal to get the Raw. And a haste-runed ILTW moves in. Once again, the Remnant, nope, Magical will cancel it. But ES Fissure, it'll be there. The smoke screen, but access from range. Rubik cannot get back in time. Sniper, he is the king of range.
Even though it's a 2k gold lead only for Virtus.pro, it feels like it's much, much more. These necro units, they're doing work. Now with the Aegis, they still have 3 minutes left on it.
And they just push up, right?
Radiant structures.
You got a catapult wave, you try and keep alive. Necrobooks will help with this. No fortification developed from the Dire side. Na'Vi have to battle. A Crimson Guard, and it looks like VP will back off for the moment. We've got bounty runes that are still available on bottom. And some tier 1, tier 2 towers to claim.
Resolution is going to cut the wave with the boars and some axes. Top lane and bottom lane are not in good position. One of the reasons why Virtus.pro didn't want to go full push.
And VP just waiting for a good fight. And now when you bring that courier in as quick as you can, full MKB done 26 minutes in. Now for the sniper. While Na'Vi have 5 heroes grouped around the mid lane. They can have some pressure to the tier 1 tower in mid, but I think VP can be very happy to try and take your tier 1 and tier 2 tower on bottom. Means if they can breach the base, they're not looking at just one lane of racks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, can they hold? Minute and 30 seconds until Aegis expires. That Prophet hit level 18, so Exorcism level 3 is ready. Riki needs his BKB before the next fight.
These 2 tower kills are definitely going to help him get that. He's getting all the farm up on the top lane. Tier 1 tower in mid and top, lost from Virtus.pro. But the books are up and running.
Radiant's top tower is under
They want to come in. Resolution's done a pretty good job of grabbing that creep wave in mid most times, but they've added their pressure to the bottom lane now. So you managed to remove 50% of the health from the mid tower. Now they're going to look to do the same on the bottom.
Gang those necro units.
Pasha, careful about that. Nightmare's there, Crystallize, Fissure going to be controlled. Zax definitely feeling like he may want to try and jump that. But the Dark Creep waves are 5 seconds away. He would probably prefer to have that before he looks for any kind of jump. And now ILTW is using his spirit, his illusions, to drag the mid wave. Keeping the pressure up, pick up. Oh, Riki! Yeah, that's not real. And now Orb of Destruction as well. Oh, that's an easy grab for the sniper.
It's gonna help him out with the siege. Like that minus armor plus all the necro units. Whew, good luck, buildings.
Avia coming out. Aegis Immortal has timed out. This is the reason why Na'Vi do want to actually look for a fight. No secondary life for no one.
He has less net worth than a centaur.
They're gonna get the jump. It's over on Solar. Going into that Glimmer Cape won't be able to save this line either. He's in range of a Sentry Ward. But a heavy commitment to find the kills. Maybe you'll have a better chance next time if you can get given the spider legs. Actually, no, looks like no one will hold on to those. Pasha? LTW is definitely thinking about going in on this. They got a lot of damage. Smoke screen's there, Necrobook still on the front lines. Trickster-Tride's gonna wear off and, well, they've got the control. Now, False Promise has to be used to keep Centaur alive.
Now you can always blink out, but Beastmaster on the bottom lane is gonna take tier 3 tower. The split push coming out from Virtus.pro is very strong. How many wards do they have on the map right now?
Look at them go.
Server wards for Na'Vi.
Look at them go. They just smoke up. Like, you think you smoke to kill. They just smoke to high movement speed down to the bottom lane to help out with the fight. Resolution. The team has arrived. Sniper needs 3 attacks or something like that to kill off that range ranks. It won't take much. Remnants at the back line. Almost actually have to catch out Ilias. Stampede still on cooldown for the moment. The fissure cuts the entrance or the exit, depending how you look at it.
Void Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter can play more aggressive. If he has 2 Astral Step charges, goes in with 1, silences them once or twice, uses the Assimilate, has either Yule Scepter or Astral Step, so he provides a lot of vision and setting things up for Earthshakers with Echo Slam.
Here's the movement. Echo Slam's already out. They're trying to get the kill over on the Ricky. Raw catching Rubik in the back line. The one the sports will die. No buyback available from him. And the good hook stomp is creating more and more space. But Zyke and ILTW now come back into the engagement. Exorcism is out for Magical. VP looking to potentially just disengage from that. Big waste of an ability if you don't even find a kill from it. But you'll find some time. Zyke is waiting in the tree lines. He needs more time away. Man, I think BKB from Magical. He won't care about the fissure as Zyke cannot TP out in the tree lines. But the hold stop from Pasha, even bigger on the controls. Solo is the one with ILTW getting caught out in that hillside. Magical blinks forward, looking for another hit. Yule Scepter, that's a defensive one from the Void Spirit. Magical's back up to full HP. Beastmaster, balls get planted down. They need the movement speed. They don't have it, and they're under a Hawk and Observe Warden Sentry. The chase is done.
This is the problem with Sniper. Like, you run at him, he can't stand his ground unless he has a BKB, but when the next set of items come on Ricky, like, you still need to be afraid of this physical damage coming out from him. And Magical, that Blink Dagger to close the gap is really valuable. Now, even gets the spider legs, they get... I think they picked up Telescope. Rubik is holding that one for now.
They're getting a lot of things into their arsenal for Na'Vi, that's for sure. Nullifier will make a huge difference too once that's up and running. Looks like no one's getting every item he's looking for now. BKB completed. And VP are on the hunt. They look to the top lane. Blink 4 from Resolution. He's only on top of the Ricky.
You can see how Ilias is using neutral items correctly. Has Philosopher's Stone for some extra gold. And Trusty Shovel in the backpack. When the shovel is ready, he puts it in. He might even get a 3rd item, like the one for a fight.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, don't embarrass me, Ilias. I just said you're using it correctly. Trusty Shovel is off cooldown.
I'm sorry, I need money.
I'm not picking him for MVP for sure.
You say in the last game, you can play better. In this game, no. Triggered as much as Midas. Roshan's going to be up now, actually. No downtime at all, and let's go for a bit of a Roche for Virtus.pro. Na'Vi, they have to try and contest this in some way. So difficult. Like an Assault Cuirass just flew in on the Beastmaster too. They're a little too late for the smoke. In fact, they don't even have one. That's why they're late for it. So Aegis onto the Sniper. He's still holding onto the cheese. Might want to give that one over to the Beastmaster.
No one's like, how many items do you want? Or do I want? Yes. Like, he's keeping all of them. Spider legs, cheese, greater fairy fire. So he's just gonna cycle.
Just need to survive, right? Here comes Resolution. Look for the blink. I'll just look for the walk up. Hope Stomp in the back lines. Really nice for Pasha, catching out Solo as well as Zyke. The fissure will create a good extra space, but not enough to keep the Bane alive. But that's why Solo's got extra money. Roar is out. Oracle focused down by Virtus.pro. They wanted to remove that save, and now we'll put no one saved to the test. Magical. Finally, the exorcism is coming out, but a push. No one goes up the hill, but Ricky sticks with him. The tricks of the trade is out, and watch that Sniper. Watch the Echo Slam. Space creation when it connects. Can they actually get no one back down the hill? He'll consume the cheese now. He's still got the Greater Fairy Fires sitting in that stash. And Na'Vi, they've got no one else alive. Pasha trying to TP out with the Hope Stomp, but someone got a stun, someone got the damage.
He gets out.
He actually does. Slayer,
it's hard.
a fraction of a second from him too.
Yeah, they needed to kill Sniper. He gets the cheese off. He has Aegis, one Greater Fairy Fire used. So it's really hard, and still good left from Slayer onto to break the combo from the Earthshaker. They need to use some buybacks. Ricky used his. That Prophet does not have a buyback. She fully committed for Shiva's Guard.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How the hell does Na'Vi hold this back now, Virtus.pro? This is exactly how no one loves to play the snipe. Like, you just, if you initiate, you just don't win. But they're gonna give it a shot. BKB, where's your timing? Sniper, raw control, maybe you do win. They brought him down in time. Now it's up to ILTW to bounce out. It's exactly what ends up happening. He stayed a little too close to the stair lines. Walks up, then Rubik gets the jump.
It was a perfect timing for them to push. 35-minute to catapult spawning. All the lanes were in good position to deal the damage, but maybe he just felt, you know, he's too safe. They just won, but in the last fight they had Aegis. Buyback from Ricky. I think Ricky... it's a tough choice whether he goes for Nullifier or he gets a Basher here. I would prefer to see a Basher.
I was nullified to begin with. Resolution, jump forward. Perfect Observer Ward from Na'Vi has been here a while. And Beastmaster wants to run away, but you don't run from Ricky. ILTW, however, he will. A quick jump out and out to safety. Good use of Astral Step, or else Pasha would have had his number. So you're a range racks and two tier 3 towers up. Is this still the position you think VP are okay with? They've got the numbers advantage. But we were questioning it before, like what we felt, who actually had the strength in this game.
If you exclude tier 3 towers, they're only missing like range barracks. That's it. You don't care too much about those. The problem is your Ricky does not have a buyback for the next 6 minutes. Whoa, perfect item for, like, he's going Octarine, gets the Spell Prism on Void Spirit. He's still like 2.5k away from that Octarine, but lowering the cooldown on his abilities, good luck killing him.
And thanks, Ice Rock. Exactly what you want.
Have any tier 4 items for Na'Vi? Minotaur Horn for Centaur?
Yeah, you got a couple. You got a couple to work with. A couple. There's your couple. Little Shocker is now on the Centaur. I also love how too this Na'Vi lineup got an enchanted quiver. Like, probably the most useless thing you could have asked for. Then again, I'm also watching ES walking around with it too, so he'll take the bonus damage. He kind of likes that.
Leveler on Sniper.
Nice. Now, all right, I gotta hold on to this as well. If you're no one.
He's keeping the spider legs for being able to maneuver through the battle. He's very like static as a hero, but he can run like over even a like friendly Fisher if it's not used correctly. Yeah. Who's holding Shaco? Oracle? That's a good choice. Like they can't just burst him, and his mana pool is enough, sitting at 900 at the moment.
And this Na'Vi gank has really gone wandering. There's an army from Resolution that's just farming up inside the jungle, but the space for no one to finish a full heart on the top lane. They still can't find their targets. The outpost will be claimed on the bottom. Someone will need to take care of the top of Virtus.pro.
Sniper with the Heart of Tarask.
Yep, fully completed. Now Ninja Gear also gets to drop. He'll switch that one in, so no more spider legs.
So Virtus.pro found all 4 neutral items. I see Flicker on Dead Prophet. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you feel about Flicker, but my thoughts are like Flulker, because it... I don't know, I just don't find the usage in an item that you can't control. It might blink you out in the wrong direction. The only thing about the item is just the move speed.
Yeah,
but if you
it's
want
one of those
that,
items where like you add more RNG to something. And positioning is such a huge thing in Dota. Like, do you really want to try and mess with your positioning with RNG?
Yeah, you're trusting someone else. You're trusting Gaben with the positioning.
Yeah, good luck. Jump forward. Centaur. Feeling a little bit of pressure. That Nightmare was not in the target he was looking for. The army is pushing the mid lane, so if Na'Vi don't come back and do something about this, no one's just going to take your range racks at least. That's the quicker and easier one to bring down. Then again, the entire army could just take your melee racks as well. The Nightmare, Centaur, fully controlled. Rubik able to get the jump in the back lines, catching out the Bane. Crystallize, how to get his BKB off, and they've already used the False Promise. He's looking for his own target.
He found
no one. He's actually got him perfectly in position in the corner, but is there more control? Echo Slam, they're going to get the chain control out. No one's able to get distance far away into the jungle, away from Magical. The Yorsep the TP from Earthshaker, that will not be able to complete. He'll go down to the Exorcism, but 2 supports lost here from Virtus.pro.
They're gonna find the third one. Actual step ready, plus the Simulate. Pasha, nice stun.
Perfect timing.
Like, if Ricky finds a sniper, he can't just, solo kill him. Sniper's way too tanky right now. 3000 HP, 18 armor. Roche may respawn in 3 seconds. Go back in. Ilias, check if it's gonna spawn straight away. They have a Hawk, 45 seconds.
They really just go in now. Fortification will help clean up wave, as well as shrapnel. So I guess there's actually no going in. Magical just trying to force an issue that isn't really there to force. And in fact, Resolution with a blink up goes for the raw. Necro books. Stampede, trying to keep at least no one under control. He gets his BKB off in time before the stun can connect. Can't say the same here for Solo. A Self Nightmare staying inside of the cloud. Gets some more distance, but Magical, he blinks closer. No one's going to battle from inside of his own base. They just need some extra stun control, and Zyke will help provide that one. With the assassination, Crystallize can jump up the hill, but they're underneath observer wards from Virtus.pro. The information is here from Virtus.pro. They isolate the Centaur as well. I think Resolution would have liked to have gone for Death Prophet, but they said move back. Killing off Centaur. Pasha wants a TP out in time. That won't end up happening.
So they have no buybacks on a Centaur and Ricky for a minute and a half. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Catapults killed the melee barracks. Roche just respawned, so that's gonna be Cheese Aegis and Refresher for Virtus.pro. There's no way Na'Vi takes this fight.
I don't think there's any way Na'Vi take this game.
Tough, yeah, for them to come back into this. They overextended after getting those kills, taking the tier 2 tower. Sniper's just hitting you from the base. You have no vision on him whatsoever.
It's quick and easy from Na'Vi. They give the immortality over to Sniper. He's got the cheese once again. All the extra control, and it's the double raw. Ready from the Beastmaster. As long as you got the mana. And he does in droves.
40 seconds without Ricky. 2 catapults, necrobooks.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Committed.
Yeah, we're going in. Beastmaster, the primary target. He's still got Raw. Magical came out a very long way for this one, but you look at Zayek's positioning under the cover of the Shadow Blade. He wants to get the big hit out, and he got both of them with a follow-up Echo Slam, Death Prophet, Fiend's Grip. Solo will hold him in position. The Raw is on Oracle, so there was no ability for any kind of big action. He did at least get the save on Death Prophet, but he's isolated on the outside. TP's coming forward. That creep lasts a little longer. Death Prophet's got AWOL. Got TPs to potentially come back. He can kill Drodo.
Kill that Drodo.
This is on the wrong side of everything. Important time.
They're still keeping the tier 3 tower alive, which is important. Ricky has Battle Fury queued up.
There's no
if somehow
slam,
he can get
no
the level
Fiend's
25, reduce the cooldown on Tricks of the Trade, that's gonna be big.
A lot of pressure being applied on the bottom and the mid. But while Na'Vi do want to have a 5-on-5 fight at the top, they can't need to start this off, and Pasha look to do that. Jumped in, nuked the wave. So Glimmer Cape to get back up to the high ground. Oh, you got Ags, Fiend's Grip, Rubik. Don't know how actually effective that will be, but you have it.
Aghanim's works on Brain Sap. Not...
Oracle pulled it from jump forward. Ricky looking for his target. Bane once again. Primary target. He is brought down. Now you get that feed script control over on Sniper. Got him down to at least a little bit of his HP. Remember, that's the Ingus the Immortal target you're going on. And heading south, Earthshaker fully controlled up. No Echo Slam from him. A 3-man hoof stomp from Pasha. More and more space gets control. Snipers is BKB TPing out this one. He's just got enough time to complete it. Void Spirit to simulate an astral step out to safety. He won't be so lucky. The Blinks are following up behind him. Okay, he will be. With the Remnant behind, a Magical can't keep the chase going.
I want to see how many times Solo bought back into this game. I feel like I stopped counting after the 4th time. But the important thing is they're keeping their last barracks alive. That Prophet just got a level 25 in that fight, so decided to go for Exorcism Spirits instead of the haste, since you get the movement speed already from the Exorcism, from the latest changes. I think that's a correct choice. More damage. Ricky just got his level 25. So as I said, Tricks of the Trade cooldown down to 6 seconds. That's pretty big. Like, he can be using that multiple times, going for Battle Fury. He wants to be able to outpush the lanes and deal with these Necro units as well. But Pasha's doing a good job. Blinking in, using Double Edge, killing the Necro unit straight away.
I love how too he's able to really utilize that Minotaur Horn. Hard for VP to control him when he goes for the jump. You got Lotus Orb to pick free, and then going in for an Aghanim Scepter build. It feels like Na'Vi is starting to get what they need to at least not just survive the team fights, potentially win the team fights. Like, they battled against Aegis and Refresher Shot. They were the two things that VP had to burn to get a little bit of damage into this top tower. Still problematic when no one's got that leveler. He's able to burn through buildings really quickly, and the Crimson Guard, it protects and buys more time. But that's all. And it's just shrapnel after shrapnel. Axis push in the middle lane. And Na'Vi battling against all the ultimates of Virtus.pro is still a very hard ask, but they're standing true at their tier 3 on top. Now, jump in, the pickup, Bane, controlled by the Rubik. Have they got enough to kill off Solo very quickly? Yes, they do. He's down for 100 seconds. The Stampede resetting back out again. Void Spirit having some real issues. Standing on the front lines, continuously silenced up, and now the Exorcism from Death Prophet in the back lines. But where was the BKB? She got hit by the Echo Slam. Now the False Promise will come in, combining with the Yule Scepter. They need to catch no one in the tree lines before he can TP out to safety. They didn't actually get him. He went all the way home to the fountain, but they can get the rest of the remaining Virtus.pro lineup. ES gone, Beastmaster getting picked up and dragged back into the Na'Vi lineup. Now catch 3.
Move speed. And Navi's doing it. Like, I believe they're gonna win this game. Minus 20 seconds on False Promise. Oracle can use it multiple times in a team fight. He does not have a buyback for 3.5 minutes, but he can buy almost full Eon Disc, which is gonna keep himself alive.
Beastmaster roars in Slayer. Oh, come on, tell me he's gonna walk under the Sentry Ward. It'll be the dream for Na'Vi. He's under it. They see him, pick him up, throw him down, and they wait for it with the Royal Void Spirit. ILTW, a huge pick-off. 1.5 minutes on the sidelines.
He does not have a buyback. I mean, Na'Vi does not know that, but I believe they're gonna go and try to run down the mid lane. Centaur also hit level 25, so extra 1 second on that hoof stomp duration. Full Aghanim Scepter, reducing the damage by 40%.
No one's picking Rapier. No one's gonna grab the Rapier, but he's gonna kill the Courier and get back out. Again, he doesn't spend the money. Ricky is nearby. The Necro Books are there. He at least burn off a lot of the mana. Shrapnel after shrapnel, keep that one alive. Force Ricky away. Is no one gonna try and solo crystallize? He's on the wrong side of the map. He's definitely here for an extra bit of burst damage. Sells the Necro Book. He's got 10k gold. And he's buying Butterfly.
Debated. He's going for Butterfly. Kind of disappointed.
Very disappointed. I suppose he can get Hurricane Pike and then the Butterfly, and that's sad days.
He still has 5,000 gold.
And he does. I suppose save your buyback. Resolution was looking for a fight. TP's the tower, blinks out, but Na'Vi, they're reading the situation well.
Ooh, they killed Ilias's courier, so he's not gonna have that Eon disc for the next 2.5 minutes. Roche may respawn in 40 seconds. This could be crucial, like just by killing courier like that, you don't have a save on your hero, you don't have enough money for a buyback, and it's on cooldown for 1 minute and 20.
That's a long time if Roshan is a short spawn timer.
Yep.
Like, he could potentially spawn in 25 seconds.
Check the cooldowns on Void Spirit's abilities. Octarine Core plus Prism.
6.6, 6.6. Oh, that's an evil number.
And nothing. We still don't have the numbers on these two spells. Just do the math yourself.
Yeah. Hey, they're coming, man. They're coming. In the next patch, I can feel it.
Long spawn. That's gonna benefit Na'Vi much more. Ricky, no buyback. He bought a Battle Fury.
They're coming out, Na'Vi, because they obviously don't know what we know with Roshan. BP do. They have Observer Woods there, Rubik. And he gets the first pickup over on Beastmaster, lets the Roar go out. Are they going to try and follow up? The Fissure stun is there. Zayak already beginning his TP away. Save with the Fissure will control him. So Zayak can't complete his TP out. Beastmaster must be focused down by the rest of Na'Vi. Two huge pickoffs. Roshan spawns in a minute. But Na'Vi have to go back home. They have to clean up. This is why you got the Battle Fury on the Ricky, so he can actually do this.
This Minotaur Horn gave Earthshaker false sense of security. Like, you pop it, oh, I'm magic immune, I'm just gonna TP out, but it lasts for 2 seconds, so you can get stunned. Like, you see your hero with the BKB. Sometimes it's hard for, players to adjust to new stuff.
Really, a DD for the Ricky. The Observer Ward's up too. They see where Void Spirit is. But with that DD, they can push the mid lane a little bit faster. Rubik, the control factors are here. The jump forward, the smoke screen, the hexes, they've got the kill. Buybacks are available for all the Virtus.pro heroes. Solo's done everything he can to push in the top lane with no one, but now into the base they go. DD has another 5 or so seconds left on from Crystallize.
Sniper full Satanic and Heart of Terran, so there's gonna be a lot of life steal. The question is there enough damage? Roche, Respawn, Cheese Aegis, Refresher, and Aghanim's Blessing.
The issue is on bottom lane. It's a huge wave pushing in. Pasha's taking care of the top. You almost have to burn Exorcism here to do it quick enough. It's like they want to try and wait until the very end. No one's coming over under the cover of his ninja smoke. And you can just shrapnel into the pit. Have a quick peek. Here comes that shrapnel. And Death Prophet, there it is. Exorcism triggered. They need to be quick. The tier 4 tower is about to be attacked. Death Prophet copying Assassinate, already down to 1500 HP. They've moved outside of the pit, but left Ricky in. Buyback arrives from Void Spirit, the first fissure. Cutting the pit in half. The jump, they find Sniper. Na'Vi, they need to kill off no one. They need to do it quickly. Chain controls are gonna be there. And down goes the Sniper. Buyback's available from him too. The Nullifier gonna be dodged. A quick blink away from Resolution.
Base. A lot of creeps in the base. It's being pinged out.
It's taking the tier 4s. If one person's able to beat you to that, maybe they can even just end this right here, right now. There's no fortification from Na'Vi. Roshan is so low. This is Aghanim's upgrades. They fortify Na'Vi. It is now up. To clear out the wave, Earthshaker a little bit too far forward, but he did it so they could pick up Roshan. The Aghanim Scepter is still left inside the pit. It's like, hey, can someone come in here and grab this bloody thing? They picked everything up, Virtus.pro.
That's a huge mistake from Na'Vi. They did not use that Prophet ulti on time to just secure the Roche. They would have enough damage and pick up 4 extra items. Like getting Ricky, Aghanim Scepter would be pretty big. Centaur blinks in or Dead Prophet and he's just inside. So let's see who has it. Beastmaster with the Refresher.
The upside is ILTW consumed the Aghanim Blessing. Like, he kind of, I think he wanted to give it over to the Beastmaster, but he got it himself. That's at least a little bit of a waste of one, but now Hofstorm Pasha once again with a double grab. Resolution, he gets the Roar and Oracle on the back lines, but the issue is still going to be Bane going down and the extra control on ILTW. Nope, he's got the extra life back. One cheese now being used, but the Echo Slam, huge on the Death Prophet. A BKB will finally come up. There is no exorcism to work. They don't have that big physical damage, but maybe they still have enough to kill a Beastmaster. Now that he's actually lost that BKB timing, he's come the distance. Zayat can't say the same thing. But he's actually got the vision advantage. They're out of range of the Sentry Wards that are inside the base. Na'Vi can still hold for now. They keep their top lane of Rax alive, but they would have loved the kill on Resolution as well as Zayak.
Oh, they lost the tier 3 and the last tier 4 tower, so now it's gonna be a naked throne. It's tough. They have good ways of like dealing huge amount of damage. Beastmaster, Orb of Destruction, Necrobook. They need to be careful. Ricky, did he buy a basher? Yes, he did.
Na'Vi's coming out to fight once again. Pasha. So much of the initiation of Na'Vi has been down to his doubles or triple stuns.
ILTW with Aghanim Scepter Blessing and one in the inventory. So 4 Resonant Pulse. Just kidding, it doesn't work that way. It's only 2. He tried to use it on someone else and
Here we
made
come.
a mistake.
Smoke from Virtus.pro. Alright, get rid of the obs. Get the hell out of there. Blink back. Is anyone... Okay, so it's the supports from VP that aren't 25, but everyone else from Na'Vi has cracked 25. In through the top lane, Virtus.pro come. Crystallize, breaks the smoke, no one. They jump in, Pasha, quick hop stop, they're using him as bait, remember. Aegis as well as Satanic. Slayer, even a bigger pickup. He's got the extra protection thanks to the Eon Disc. And with the Stampede, the Fiend Strip, oh, big grab. They actually get the control over on the Centaur, so he couldn't get the follow-up hit. But now Ricky will do his work. Backlines with the Basher. Beastmaster's already down. The buyback will come in fast. The Echo Slam, that felt very mediocre. They actually end up just dodging it to Crystallize, can look for another stun. But the Fidget Control into the tricks is their kit. Yes, the Voice Spirit will end up falling down. He's dead without buyback available. Earthshaker will also join the list of the dead. A triple kill for Magical, but look back at the Dire Ancient. They're clearing it up now, but it's up. And Na'Vi stay in it.
They're still in this game, 17k lead, man. If we check the graph, it's gonna look so funny. They did not use any of the buybacks on the Dire side. Yep. All the buybacks on cooldown for Virtus.pro.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Now victory. Dire's ancient is under attack.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
It has been a really challenging time. At the beginning we were hitting the wall because China was still under the export ban. None of our traditional vendors was able to deliver any of the protective equipment anytime within the next 6 weeks. And the need was enormous. And then the March 12th, the first ban was lifted in Taiwan, and we immediately found the manufacturer who can export from Taiwan. And then a few days later, the China opened up, and it opened lots of opportunities for us. And at the same time, we were finding vendors from India that looked really hopeful, and then India went on the lockdown. We had to respond to this by trying to find alternative sources from alternative markets that have not been yet affected. So we basically divided our small global procurement unit team into the groups, and each started targeting one particular country. We started from Japan all the way to Brazil and Argentina. And from probably 500 manufacturers of this type of the equipment that we have contacted, we managed to find a handful of those who are able to deliver the items that have a proper standards either for the European market or that are having a proper US FDA approvals. We are prepositioning this in a bonded warehouse of United Nations Humanitarian Depot Network in Dubai. And from there, we're going to be dispatching commodities to all of our missions. At the same time, we have in parallel supply chain from China directly to the United States to also support our domestic response.
70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first two are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
And we are back from a crazy game 2 from these two. Na'Vi, VP. Na'Vi, pull it off. Guys, come on. Some quick highlights from both of you. Let's start with Toby.
Oh, we're starting with me, are we? Man, like, you know, you love those games, especially like you don't have them much in Dota these days, it feels. Like when you get that proper comeback, like 2 lanes of racks down, and you swing back the other way. Like we just came with the back of like the We Play tournament where like every game Lacoste and I got to cast in that was very much one directional. That's it. But this game, like Na'Vi's stuck in there, and it's all tribute to them.
Yeah, this game was so intense and fun that we needed extended break to just think about it. Like, how is this possible in this current patch to make this huge of a comeback? And I'm gonna tell you how. Slayer Rubik, man, he did so much on this hero. Like, the itemization was perfect. They got some really nice neutral items, telescope. So both him and Oracle could use the spells from really far away. 2 Eon discs on both of them, which really helped them survive through initial burst. And he stole like a lot of Fissures, Fiend's Grip. Fiend's Grip's easy to steal, but Beastmaster Roar, like just to keep them in place. And when we talk about the itemization, I think no one overextended a bit with both Satanic and Heart. They needed more raw damage, so either Divine Rapier or Daedalus. I did not think they have enough. Like, he definitely needed one of those items to keep himself alive, because there's no real save. They have a Fissure in the later stages, you have Bane Sleep, but it's not that effective.
Yeah.
Was he playing too safe then in that regard? Not going for Divine?
Yeah, I think he needed a man up if they wanted to finish the game. And
yeah, but I can totally understand why he went the build he went, because ILTW was starting to come online around that point, so it really felt like the safer way just to end the game. But I actually want to put, like, yes, Slay definitely played well, but I'd actually look at Pasha and Chris and Magical. Not Magical for as far as, like, positioning goes. Like, he just did what most of the prophets do. Jump in, hit Spirit Siphon, off you go. But it was his silencers that were able to really control up Virtus.pro when they're looking for initiations.
That's a good point.
And Pasha's just continuous, like, doubles or triple stuns that just kept coming in. They made it really difficult for Virtus.pro, even if they did have the space to actually channel.
There was a lot of cute little plays in this game where like Centaur keeps blinking in, kills the Necro Warrior units straight away, and they have a lot of defensive items. They had Glimmer Cape, you have Oracle, of course, Lotus Orb, so they were playing as a team. And this Dead Prophet ulti, whenever you mentioned this, Dead Prophet Silence, whenever you mentioned this hero, you never thought, oh, that's an AoE silence that lasts for so long. You're just thinking about Spirit Siphons and ulti.
Yeah, exactly. Lastly, before we move on to our next exciting match, guys, come on, we gotta highlight Zayak's echoes, though. He had some clutch echoes throughout this.
He did, but we go back to Slayer. You know, he broke so many combos. He blinks in Echo Slam, Slayer with the quick lift.
Yeah, it's when a team fight begins and you wonder, it's like, okay, so who actually wins this because of that? Like, Echo Slam looks really cool when you start it off, but if you don't end up getting that critical kill, what does it really matter? You end up giving Fissure over, and then all of a sudden the fight gets split in half. Like, they were just, like, it looked really nice, and it did give it a lot of advantages, but in the later part of the game, when obviously you just saw the turnaround, it meant nothing.
But hey, we had a great game 2, and what a start to this weekend that we have. And the treats keep on coming. We just had that Navi move forward, GG to VP. But now we have TI9 Grand Finals, OG and Nigma, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. We have, of course, honestly, these two teams haven't been up to form up to recent, but maybe this matchup, they're going to maybe wake themselves up. What do you guys think?
I think OG, I watched 2 of their games for Dota Pit. They look like real OG, like TI9, TI8 winning team OG, where they just keep the pressure, like they don't allow enemy team to recover. And this is where I saw the full potential of Luna. It was pretty much the same lineup coming out from them with Earthshaker, Enchantress, and Luna, but they play it so fast, you don't, like if you make one small mistake, it feels like you did 4. That's how fast they play.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have OG right now being highlighted. Thompson is here. Very, very nice to see, of course. This
we should change that because Thompson's not actually playing today. So Seb will continue to stand in for Thompson today. The rest of the lineup remains pretty much the same. So no Talsamel, mid one, and Saxa.
Thank you very much, Toby. Okay, so we're going to jump in now to a bit of a video with OG before we move on to the draft. Let's watch this.
My name is Sebastian Depps, also known as Seb, and I play for Team OG for the DotA2 roster. The team is made of Mid1 from Malaysia, Thompson from Finland, Sumail from North America, Johan from Denmark, and Saxa Macedonia. Basically, this is a team that was, I guess, conceived to help us get a 3rd title. When it comes to the TI titles, we won the International 2018 and 2019. So it came together with a clear purpose, which is achieving a 3rd title. Thompson is the mid laner. I guess his role is really a role of tempo control, basically. He's the one that's going to try dictate the pace of the game. No-Tail is the captain, the drafter, and the position 5. And yeah, kind of make sure that the theory-wise and of course play-wise, but mainly theory-wise, the team play is kind of developing as it should. Then Saxa is more of a player that has more freedom to adapt to how he reads the game and what he wants to see happen. It's a role that requires a lot of very good understanding and very pressure heavy when it comes to making decisions on the spot. Then you have Sumail, the carry player. He's the one that we're gonna usually invest the most resources into his game to make sure that he hits certain timings and kind of makes. And last but not least, mid-1 offlaner. I guess traditionally he would have a role of disrupting what the enemy team wants to put in place. Let's put it this way. We look at the entire board of what Dota offers when it comes to strategy and what we can do with the game. The playstyle can really vary depending on who we play against and how we just feel also at any given time. But yeah, pushing things to the limits, I think, is the best way to put it. We are extremely pleased to be helping whatever we can do. We still haven't decided on where we would want to direct that help, but just being part of it makes us feel more useful than how we feel usually. So we're very excited and very grateful to be part of it. No borders, stay home, be safe.
Pushing things to the limit. You know what? I mean, I'm still wanting to see something crazy pop out. I mean, you know what? I mean, Kuroki was the one who put out Support Sniper back in January, and these two are known to get very, very creative. Lacoste, what do you think?
You really do like that one, don't you, Ari?
I do.
Really, really like it.
Yeah, I mean, SCA, man, Support Sniper is like a big thing here, so definitely I would love to see something more.
Well, welcome to Europe, not arguably the strongest region for Dota 2 right now. Tribute Kyle, America.
Also, guys, I don't know if you're reading patch notes, but Sniper support got nerfed. Like
he did, but
all his talents got nerfed, the damage got nerfed, the stun duration got nerfed.
Yapzor made it work though. He made it work just a few days ago. They won with that.
Yeah, it's Yapzor. He can make anything work.
This is secret.
I know.
Great sample size. We need a larger sample size in this one. We've learned these lessons from Nahaz. Like, we need more than one game to justify a stat.
I got you. But that definitely enabled an entire region in my case. But what are we looking forward to? These two teams, inarguably, so much to look forward to. We love watching them. The community loves watching them. What are we looking forward to, Toby?
With these guys, you want to brawl. Quite simply, you want OG to pressure Nigma. You want Nigma to play a game which is not just miracle centered. I find that's kind of like the path to depression when it comes to being like a Nigma fan. If all your eggs go in the miracle basket, you get really sad. But then you're like, maybe we can create some space, or mind control dies 3 times in the first 10 minutes on the offlane. Like these are the things where like you start spiraling down into a pit of depression. So for me, like I want to see Nigma have really, really short up lanes that can take the brunt of the attack that is going to come from OG.
I know that OG is gonna get the best out of Nigma. Like Nigma, when they are against some lower tier teams, I would say they play worse. But if they're paired up against OG, and there's some friendly banter going on, they want to win. Last TI, maybe they expected a bit more, not to be that easy for OG. And if you look at the way that Nigma played like last couple of their games, I would say OG seed that game. Miracle, give him a playmaking hero, he's gonna create a lot of space. Like V, even with 5, 6, 7 deaths early on, still manages to make a comeback. And mind control, like if you give this guy good early game, he can deliver. He can still carry from the position 3.
But I know we don't want to focus so much. Miracle definitely is going to be a factor. But we got to look forward to the mid match. We have Sumail, Miracle. That's something to look forward to as well.
Sumail, I don't know who's going to be playing mid. But the last few games I saw Sumail playing the safe lane while mid one was playing the mid.
Yeah, it'll be mid one versus we has been what OG's been playing primarily. I don't think Nigma will change anything up either for that. So it'll be an interesting matchup. Obviously, mid one's been playing a lot of heroes. Keep in mind that he's playing from Malaysia, so his ping has been a bit high. But when you watch a lot of the games, he's gotten very used to playing, and I actually hear he's been playing on European servers just to actually get used to the lag as well. He's in this situation for probably the long haul. Some of us have been quarantined up for 2 months. So yeah, it's something that he's gotten a lot better at, and I don't think like even their hero pickups, I don't think they're moving away from what they believe is just a good matchup to canon for the ping. But it's definitely gonna be a fun matchup watching we versus mid one. But I feel like mid one kind of has a lot more synergy with his team once he moves off the lane. And that's something which I think is an issue that Nigma definitely have to be addressing.
So coming from that, Lacoste, go on, please.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to look at the mid matchup like that because of the ping, of course. But the whole team composition, what they can do, like Nigma is not in a good spot right now, and people have high expectations for them since they know they can play better. Like what this team can do, how much synergy they have together when they're on top of their game. This is what everyone wants to see. Like no one wants to see them, fall. We want to see them bounce back and compete once again at the top tier level.
Yeah, it's like the best thing for Nigma is like when we doesn't get crapped on by the community, which seems to be like the meme. Like just give him things where he can play the game and have these signature style heroes that you almost want to ban against it. We saw that with the Wind Ranger in the past. He's always been a big Meepo player. You've got these signature style heroes that maybe are not great in the meta, but let's see what else he's worked on, what else he can sync with the rest of the Nigma team.
You know what? We're gonna get to more. We're gonna get started in a bit, but first we're gonna hear more from OG.
I'm really pleased to have Seb calling me on the line from France. Seb, how's things going over there?
Everything is great. Nothing to complain about. New norms, new life in a way, but everything is great.
And OG, and in fact, Dota 2 fans have got a bit of a treat at the moment because you're having to stand in for Topson in OGA Dota Pit. How are you finding being back on the front lines of being a player?
It's definitely an environment I'm pretty comfortable with. So I'm also very, very pleased as it came as a surprise to me. It was very unexpected. I really didn't see it coming, which was kind of the case when I jumped in initially from being a coach to playing. It's always great to play alongside the guys. I mean, I'm very close to them. Obviously, I work very closely with them, with the team. So I wouldn't say it's a big, it's a pretty big change. I think it's just a pleasant surprise that I actually get to make all these things happen in game. It's been great.
It goes without saying now that you can't think of OG without thinking of TI, and now you cannot think of TI without OG. So how did you personally take the news of TI being postponed?
I mean, not gonna lie, it's a rough one for sure. We really look up to TI. We also look up to big events. I do think we're a team of pressure, if that makes sense. I think when the stakes are very high and when the pressure is at its highest, this is when OG really shows up.
You've been turned into an ogre Meiji, and you've got two heads, of course, and you need to choose the other head that's on your body. So which player from Dota 2 are you going to pick, and why? Bear in mind, they're going to be on your body for the rest of your days.
That is fine, though. It's just very easy answer. It would be No-Tail, easily, just because there's so much we share together when it comes to how we view life or Dota, basically so many things. And yeah, I'd actually be grateful if that happens. I don't know. I mean, we're definitely gonna have to work out certain things and run into certain issues, but I do think that we'll make a pretty decent job at it overall. So No-Tail with no hesitation whatsoever.
To be fair, I feel like we could all do with the Seb on our shoulder, just telling us to be confident and to believe in ourselves. So Seb, thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck to OG this weekend in Gamers Without Borders and the Dota 2 International Elite Tournament.
Thanks for having me.
Oof, there you have it. Seb back and of course playing again. Do you think that, I mean, he is standing in, but Seb performing the way he is, I mean, stepping in, is that something that you feel maybe because he's not part of the roster and he gets to be, doing this and pushing his current responsibilities aside? Do you like the way he's performing so far? Seb in that sense?
Eerie. He's a 2-time TI champion.
I know.
This is a guy who could take 6 months off and not play with OG, and in fact OG does not play for 6 months and then come back and win TI twice. You
could hear it in his voice that he's very happy about
you can hear it
playing again competitive Dota, and Seb will love you. We don't want you to retire, man. Come back. We will miss you.
Hey, but at the same time, I think it's really cool what he's going out and doing with OG. Like, actually creating Seed, creating like new opportunities for OG as a brand, actually taking your winnings and putting it to something that you believe in, to build in, to develop something in the esports space. So all props from him as well. I love him as a player. I love watching him as a player, but at the same time, he's doing great things with his org.
But we're going to see more of him as a player right now, because we're going to be jumping into the draft as both teams seem to be locked up
soon.
Yes.
Almost there, Eerie. Almost
there. Okay, but okay. Let's talk about. I mean, you have of course Seb where he is now. If there's any other player within the same level of that capability, who would you argue is like, all right, who can take on Seb at that level? Who would you guys bring out?
Does it have to be the same position?
Yeah, like I don't think you can really limit Seb to just the influence he has by playing his lane.
Yes, it's not about that. Like him and No-Tail are like complete. They're the definition of a positive mental attitude. It's easy to play in this kind of environment for the rest of the players. You can see how welcome they feel. Like it's just a bunch of bros that are having fun, and they always know how to cheer you up. We saw that in True Sight videos.
Yeah.
That is true. But yes, we are actually ready now. We're going to be jumping into the draft. Here we go.
Seb's actually the one clicking the buttons this game around.
Okay.
He's got the captain's mark here instead of Notel. It's where it's normally sitting. I actually wondered too, like if sometimes Notel is Seb's filter. He's just like, just give me Axe. Axe will be great, guys. Axe will be great. Just trust me. Axe will be great.
A last match I saw from OG, they played against Hellraisers. They dumpstered them. 20-minute games. Seb played Dragonite safe lane against Slark and Oracle, and he won the lane. I don't know how that's possible. He didn't get any essence shift stacks on him, so he just kept pulling the wave back, farming underneath the tower, getting the XP. Dragonite doesn't need that much farm, you know, he relies more on levels, getting those points in Dragon Blood, getting level 6, you click ulti, right-click people, right-click tower, taking no damage. And the Nigma, they are the ones banning out Ember Spirit. Last time I saw them, they did very well with the hero. It just suits their playstyle.
It's the easy go-to hero for mid 1 to play, but it's that flexibility that you remember from OG when you had Anna, may he forever come back, as well as Thompson play. Like, you can just put that hero either in the middle of the safe lane, and both players are very comfortable with it. And I think mid 1 and Smell are the very same type of thing. Like, you've got two mid laners in the lineup, but they're both able to play it in the side lane or the mid lane, keeping it nice and flexible. So it's nice from Kuro just to remove that flex pick and to remove that early aggression that OG would be looking for, that the Ember Spirit's able to give them. But you could then just be facing a TA or something like that that will still keep up the same kind of pace.
So Keeper of the Light gone, one of the heroes that Nigma really plays well. There's no Ember Spirit, there's no Keeper of the Light, but when they are paired up together, you're gonna see reducing the cooldown of the Sleight of Fist and Chains, so multiple usage, and it's such a long cooldown ulti, but you get a lot from it. Like, you can't just focus Will of the Wisp. I think if you see more Coddles, we're definitely gonna see more Juggernauts being picked.
Wait, you're pulling Juggernaut in?
No, I mean against the Coddle. Coddle is such a strong position 5, and I see like the rise of Juggernaut. When other carries are nerfed, Juggernaut always finds his place. Also, there's multiple ways to build Juggernaut these days.
Mm-hmm.
And his attack speed, it's... The pros say, like, we really love to play Juggernaut. Sometimes in the laning stage, it feels good to have a hero with that base attack time. So you kind of hit like twice while the enemy hero hits only once. So you can get a lot of denies, get that tilt effect in.
I saw Juggernaut being used by Fnatic to win the BTS SCA series, so maybe so. That was Swift/farming efficiency victory.
Well, Tusk gone. It's, from my point of view, one of the GH's best heroes and one of the better position 4 heroes at the moment. With the built-in save, you have a block, you have Roche taking potential, gank, BKB piercing ability. Like, he checks all the boxes. So OG opened up. Yeah, they really love Enchantress.
Yeah, they do.
They do. Yeah.
That's the Seb hero, right? Like, they don't play it.
No, that's Notel.
It's Notel.
That's Notel's hero. The hero does so much from position 5. Like, having slow, the spell is great against some of the heroes. It also blocks like Grimstroke pick. You can just have him against the Enchantress. You literally have one spell to use in the lane, because his W is Dispelled. And he doesn't reveal anything, like with Enchantress. She also scales as a position 5, can build any item. Pretty comfort pick for OG, and is a lane dominator. You take the creep, you harass people with impetus.
Mm-hmm.
Seb has
Wondering
been
if
playing
Nigma just,
Enchantress
like-
with pubs though.
What?
Yeah, Seb has been going for pubs with Enchantress.
It's the one of the reasons I was like maybe it's a Seb style hero because he always used to play it as a 3-role, and maybe he does play around with it. But yeah, if Notel's playing in competitive games, then yeah, it's going to be in the hands of Notel more than likely. And then Jakiro
Wow,
first pick up from
Hero.
Nigma.
Seb is the captain in this game. He might say, "Dude, listen to me. I'm the one who's picking heroes."
Yeah, you brought me out of retirement. Give me what I want. Jakiro first phase pickup. Not what I would expect. And then they follow up with a Pugna. That's a lot of damage into towers. Not that it's really built that way. And AOG's gone back to what they liked before. Luna and Enchantress. This is the old ball style.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. Last 2 games, they played the same style. Enchantress, Luna, plus Earthshaker. Earthshaker's banned out. Pugna, also a flexible pick, really works well as position 4/5. Can be played at 4 out of 5 rolls. Jakiro opener did not really expect that, but it's a magical damage against Enchantress. Jakiro has the most HP level 1. Maybe from all the heroes. Maybe I'm just
No. He was always that. He has the highest strength gain of any support hero.
Yeah.
Was always his catchphrase.
What do you guys think Nigma's trying to do with this Jakiro opening? This first pick?
When you're playing against OG, you need to think differently. You need to have heroes with lower cooldowns who can fight all the time to match their aggressiveness. And these are the 2 heroes that have no long cooldowns. Can be anywhere on the map. Good tower pressure, good defense.
Yeah. Great D push and a great way to make OG think twice about pushing a lane. Like battling into Netherward, battling into Ice Path, you can catch yourself on the wrong side.
Jakiro is one of the few position 5s, like you can say Rasta 4 or 5, can do the same thing where you put a lot of pressure to one of those side lanes, throw either ulti and pressure the towers.
So basically you have OG who just wants to go at you, and Jakiro is one of those heroes with Pugna that maybe would slow them down.
A little bit. This is still OG. They'll still run at you no matter what. We get the ES, so that's a Pugna call. That's why I say that, but it should be a Pugna call.
It could be Earth Spirit mid, it could be Earth Spirit offlane. I've seen it in high-level pubs. People are doing it.
Yeah. It's nice if you're able to get an early Vlad's on a 3-position ES, and then you're able to work with other magical combinations. But you can also get the same kind of survivability that you look for from an ES, just running around that 4 position. Doesn't take much. Bracer is almost enough to get you up to 1500 HP, with maybe some other things.
I like the new build on Earth Spirit. When people are going for Necrobook, you might just leave it level 1. It gives you enough strength. It gives you scout potential. So the only way people approach is if they use a smoke. If you're using Necrobook to scout things out.
That actually shows some, a level of aggression, at least from Nigma. It shows an ability to rotate in lanes, which is nice from Nigma. And then you get one of the best counters to initiation, Nyx Assassin, Spike, Carapace, and can be their scouter as well if things go well. And another hero which also can be played in multiple roles.
I remember Notail in one of the interviews talking about Nyx Assassin, how he feels okay, still doesn't, feel the full potential of the hero, but he's learning. A lot of uncontrollable damage on their side, so Carapace is gonna be great to set things up. Kanka, great waves of having extra protection in a team fight to, not die straight away, and the cleave against Lycan and the units is always good, plus an X mark to keep him in place. They needed a bit more of a control, but very fast lineup from Nigma with these 4 heroes.
Yeah, it really is. And that's exactly what we were hoping for, right? Like us, you look to the lanes, you look for security and the ability to actually fight together. And it feels like they've definitely got that. They've got tower pressure, they've got team fight. You may not have the stuns you're looking for. That's probably one of the biggest weaknesses of Nimbus lineup. Of Nigma's lineup.
So what do they need? They could use like one... Kunkka can be played at multiple roles as well. Can go mid or off lane. Feels like it's gonna be mid to get more farm. And then have something on the off lane that can either like build auras or just grab a Dragon Knight. Have another stun against the Lycan. Gets cleave on level 12. That could be the hero that OG is looking for.
Well, they got some time. Unfortunately, they don't have last pick for OG. That's kind of the hard part. Like, it puts Kuro in a very nice position where he can get these flex picks into exactly the type of lanes that he wants.
Yeah, if it's Kunkka mid, then you know your matchup. You know that Lycan is going to be the safe lane. In some scenarios, you can put him in the mid lane, but if there's Kunkka, you just don't want to lane against him, so Lycan safe lane.
This feels like a very smart ban from Seb. Taking out the Huskar would have been a very easy hero for we to probably just dominate the mid lane with. We still need to see how like OG want to wrap their own lanes up. Now they don't have a lot of time to pick, only 16 seconds of the reserve time.
We're going to find out. We've got 10 more seconds for this. Would you say that Nigma is, in terms of their own style, would be the most, figuring out how to counter OG well, because OG just runs at you. Do they have it in their own style to counter them back? Oh, what do we have?
Woo! All right. Please tell me this is Seb Magnus. Please tell me it is Seb Magnus.
If this is not Seb Magnus, I need to think of some kind of punishment for I don't know who, but I definitely want to see it. Like, it's his signature hero. Another hero with the built-in cleave, more team fight. Cleave on Kunkka. Cleave.
What's even better is he can run this as a safe lane hero, and let Sumail do his thing with the Luna on the off lane. It actually reminds me of like Alliance kind of style when they always used to run the Luna on the off lane with a little bit of support, like RK Enchantress sitting right behind him. It was like, hey, welcome to our easiest lanes ever. My God, this is such a nice lineup from OG. Everyone buffed up, big team fight abilities around a little longer cooldowns, but if you make them work, OG's going to walk over Nigma.
I'm just wondering if it's like a really good Templar Assassin game combined with Lycan, minus armor, Roche taking potential. With Lycan you have enough damage just to do Roche at any time if he's alive with the Wolves and Necro units.
Feels like TA is going to have some hard maneuverability issues though.
They have nothing against BKB carrier, so
yeah,
could be a good TA game, like only RP, but there's no real follow-up if she gets the BKB off. And her BKB comes as like second, third item, depends. It also, Templar Assassin is the hero that farms so quickly, so it doesn't feel like it's her third item.
Yeah. Also just love too with the pickup, like Magnus kind of stops Nigma from going anything a little cheesy. So they couldn't just pick up like a Meepo or like a Broodmother or anything else down these lines. Like a lot of this is already solved by OG's lineup. And they go Visage.
Woo. They're all in. Man, I don't like Visage as the last pick. These birds die from one Kunkka's cleave.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It definitely feels like an odd pickup, to say the least. But do they have enough power to force down the lane? There's so much D-push from OG. I don't know how you force anything. It's going to be brawlers. Nothing but brawlers.
I wouldn't say there's that much D-push. They have Magnus, Kunkka. They need to take a fight. They can just, stand far away and use like a Fate Bolt. They can't spam the spells.
Yeah.
Very all-in lineup from Nigma. Lycan, Visage. Visage is such a shitty laner, man. I don't know how that lane is gonna go, but once you hit level 6, it's different, but not against Kunkka.
And that's the hero I'll be playing against. It's mid 1 versus wing in the mid.
What are gonna be the key matchups you guys feel?
I want to see how much lane presence this Visage can put, you know. He received some of the buffs in the previous patch, but I don't think that's enough. To be matched against Kanka. Kanka can always just TP back, and he doesn't even need to. Like, he's laning against Visage, he's gonna be full HP. So I expect some rotations from GH to try to secure a kill, especially when Visage hits level 6.
GH is going to have to do a lot of work. A lot of work on that support role. But hey, it's GH. If he's going to step up to the pool, like, GH can do it. Haven't seen him be a full superstar recently, because I think Nigma would have better results lately if he was. But maybe this is the game.
Maybe this is the game. But for now, predictions. Who do you guys think is going to take game 1?
Oh, it's a tough one. Nigma has a lineup that can take over the game in like 20 minutes. If they win 2 lanes, group up, these tier 2 towers are just gonna melt.
Yeah, I like it from Nigma, especially with mind control. Actually playing the Pugna. He's not playing one of these heroes that's going to creep skip. He's going to be one of these heroes that will stand and try and push down the towers in the lane. Better rotations in from Nigma also feels to be the case. But I don't think you can go against like an OG mag on Seb. That's a real difficult thing to go against, and it's too much of classic kind of builds, like Empower Up, Lunas, just Enchantress supports. Like I just like OG's lineup. They're gonna continue to run at Nigma, and I don't think Nigma will be able to weather the storm.
We're gonna find out actually, because we're gonna jump straight into it, guys. Take it away. Game 1, TI9 Grand Finals, OG and Nigma.
And I'm very interested to see how this does really play out. But I'm sort of with you a little bit, Lacoste, too. I want to see how much influence we has in this game, like how the matchup works, and then how the road, like, does everything have to come to we? Like, does GH have to rotate in to change that lane, or does we go to the rest of the other lanes of Nigma?
It's not that big of a deal. I mean, they didn't pick Visage to win their lane. They picked Visage so they can group up and have extra units. Like, I want to see the build on him. Does he go for Helm of the Dominator into something like a pipe? So a lot of this magical damage is going to be mitigated from Kanka and Luna. If I ever seen a game where Luna cannot buy Aghanim Scepter, which some of the Lunas like, this is the game. Like, you don't get Ags here.
Yeah.
Wolves, Necro units, Visage, Birds, it's just too much. So I'm expecting like full fighting Luna build.
Yeah, this is also OG as well. I suppose that you would have the quirkiness of some builds, but no. This game, run at him. I want to see No-Tail play this off lane, and it's going to be exactly that too, just full on aggression. He's got Blightstone available, just needs a good creep. Harass the crap out of the lane. And it's interesting to also watch too Nigma's laning. So they've put Miracle Lycan to the off lane, and that lets Mind Control run this safe lane.
They know that OG is gonna run a tri lane with Luna and leave Seb alone on the bottom lane, safe lane. He gets extra armor from the tower, he gets extra regen, and look at his build. 6 tangos, a flask, 3 branches. He's ready to have a lot of sustain, so I think Nigma's read on lanes from OG is correct. Lycan doesn't provide you anything in the tri-lane. Also, you do not want to tri-lane a Lycan, stealing experience from him. You want to get them. We've seen yesterday in one game, I believe, I can't remember which one, where they tri-laned the Lycan, but one of the supports like left roamed around from mid to the bottom lane, being level 2 to give Lycan a faster level 6.
All right. Well, we are back in the game. So it'll just be an easy rune trade-off.
Yep, 2 for 2.
Yep, not taking my eyes off GH in this Suxo battle. I know he wants to influence the mid. We've actually at least got a nice position underneath the tower. Mid one, not even skilling anything just yet. Yeah, eventually the melee boys are going to stop hitting each other. I like how Sux... Actually, no, Sux is not winning this battle. He doesn't win on the DPS battle. At least he wins on the movement speed. He shows he's leveled up.
So what are you saying? He should outrun him. That's it.
It does seem like the only option he's got.
And now the tri-lane against Pagna is not that effective. That's why my concern about Nyx Assassin as position 4. What does he bring to a lane? Like one Impale? That's pretty much it. Like a Carapace and some uncontrolled damage. If you compare him to any other position 4s, what they can do before level 6 and how they're setting things up, like Earth Spirit, he's a perfect example. What he can achieve is much, much more. So Earth Spirit going straight into Urn. He already bought Ring of Protection, Circlet, you know, to tank up.
That's nice from him. But I'm also looking at the CS board, already looking very good for Samael. So you ask what does Suxer give? He gives space for Magnus because he doesn't go and join that lane. So Seb's getting 3 levels down the bottom lane. And his CS isn't actually that horrendous. And as he gets higher up, jungle's become a better option. Mid lane, mid 1. I guess it's 8-2 for mid 1 versus the 5-2 of Visage. It's probably not the start you'd look for as a Visage, but it's also quite difficult against a Kunkka.
He even gets the deny. It's so hard to, you know, kill the creeps at Visage. And he gets harassed a lot.
Oh, he's losing range creeps too. He tried to deny 2 mid 1 range creeps like a minute ago and failed it. Mid 1 just bringing it down, and now, okay, well now he might get it. Oh, misses uphill. Oh,
missed uphill. So 2 range creeps. He might even grab a kill here. X mark.
He started it. He was looking for it. Decided against. He'll X mark himself back. So here's your efficiency, Kunkka. And how does we even compete with this? Like, what do? You're gonna. I see. Okay, so he's gonna Ring of Regen. He's got 3 tangos, a salve, and a mango coming to Weehop, but that still means that his laning phase for now is kind of destroyed.
As expected, as I said, they did not pick Visage to win a lane against Kunkka.
Courier has been killed.
It did its job. It delivered a bottle.
Top lane, No-Tail dropping low. He's dead.
Ow. Goodbye No-Tail. Goodbye mind controls. Courier too.
It's a kill, but Luna is denying all the creeps. They can't get close. And huge wave coming to Luna's tower. How's Seb doing bottom? 11. Now we're gonna see Enchantress. This is how they've been playing last couple of games.
Skewer him back. Pull him to the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, up on top, the dive's coming in from Nigma. GH kick gonna be a little bit off target. Samal playing around this tier 1 tower. He's got really good regeneration here, so he's very happy to keep the fight going. Quick little loose and beam.
Invisibility.
They secure Luna's lane, and then one of the supports leave. Help Seb. Seb is already level 4. He's having an okay time. 12 CS 4. I mean, he's been laning against 2 heroes, so that's kind of expected. Has a bottle, so in the next couple of seconds, I assume he's gonna give bottle to No-Tail. He tries to refill it, get the bounty runes.
That was so much pressure from Nigma on the top lane to really get in the face of Samal, but he's still second on the CS board. 10 denies, 3rd on the net worth. Lycan's the only one who's actually in number 1. But the power's really starting to come online for Seb. You got 10 seconds until the bounty runes are up, and he hasn't passed the bottle over.
He got slowed.
Sux is trying to be a real pain in the butt. He levels up Spy Carapace, triggers it off, and that'll actually allow him to pick up the first bounty rune, and he's coming for the second. They don't have enough damage to contest him.
So there's gonna be 3 for 1.
Yeah, but No-Tail will lose his life. Magnus is just Seb has paused this so we can have a closer look at No-Tail.
Let me just zoom in to check the way you're dying.
Can we...
He might actually get away. 320 against 305 on Lycan. 420 on Lycan Wolves. Good luck. He can take one wolf with the enchant.
I suppose that can slow down. Can slow down a little bit of the fight.
All right, Toby, I'm giving you a chance to look dumb. Is he gonna die or not?
Wow. Thank you very much for this honor, Lacoste. Let me just accept this with all memes in like...
This is going to be good.
If I was gonna put a pound, I'm not betting much, I'm gonna bet a pound on this. I actually say that Nortel dies to Miracle.
I'll have to disagree. I say he's fine. Stick used, can take over one wolf and has one wolf already behind. Let's see.
Well, here's your better one. Does Miracle die to Nortel? Bet £10. you never bet against OG. That's
an easy one.
That's how you lose money on a TI Grand Final. You got your build from Samael, so yeah. I don't know if you mentioned it, but it's the Dominator build.
It's the same build.
Yeah.
We can call it a common build on Luna these days. You get the Raid Bander 2, Magic Wand, rush for the Helm of the Dom, get Boots of Speed, continue farming, stack the jungle for yourself with the Helm of the Dominator creep. All this damage gets increased. Your aura, Helm of the Dominator percentage base. Then you get an Alpha Wolf or just a creep so that you can fight with.
So whose Dominator is going to be more effective, Weeha's or Samael's?
That's a good question, though.
Because Wee does have the Dominator ready, queued up. That is his item of choice for the mid laner.
Who has more APM?
Wee's pretty damn good with that kind of stuff. Well, we got the answer to our question. Nortel died to Miracle. Do I get my £1?
You get it. When we can fly again, Toby, just remind me.
Come fly with me.
Courier not gonna die on the bottom lane.
It's
Jakiro with 310 movement speed. I was like, why is he so speedy? And then I saw Windlace. Everyone got slowed down. So mid lane, Kanka level 7 against Visage, who is level 6, 45 against 27 CS.
Are they gonna try and pick off one of his birds? I suppose there's a nice double damage rune to grab. But the movement of Wee to go pick up that double damage rune. He's got the creep wave with him too.
Try was a good choice of words, Toby.
Hey, but then you look at the other lanes. you start to see Samael getting a solo lane uncontested on top. I say uncontested, mind control is there, but this is a very farmed up Luna. And Magnus is continuously just pulling on the bottom lane. Actually fortify on the top lane, stopping mind control from just clearing it up easily.
I can see Seb saying, Notel, can you please die so you can TP and refill my bottle?
Sorry, can you stop being so good, Seb? Looking for the skewer? This gets him away to safety. Couldn't actually pick up Kuro, but Magnus, up on top lane, Pugna, Lucent Beam, and they have the damage from Spire Carapace. So hard to pull out of that blast. Next Assassin will lose his life. You have some heavy rotates in from the two supports of Nigma.
The power of Luna in the laning stage is if you don't have enough sustain, you don't have enough regen, she's just gonna keep spamming Lucent Beam, so you need to buy a raindrop.
Well, you at least got that from GH. It's just so much money in for the cause of OG. I've seen this story before. We farm for the 10-minute mark, battle around the bounty runes, and then after that it's just fight, fight, fight. So 5 kills so far. We're gonna triple this in the next in the next 5 minutes. I think we'll even triple this.
Kanka with the Bracer, Power Treads, Belt, he doesn't die. They need to bring numbers, at least 3 heroes to actually kill him. If he gets the boat off, and he's going straight into Heaven's Halberd, that's one of the strongest items in the current patch. Great against Lycan, mischance. It also gives Kanka some extra damage.
Saxer again doing the job of his team. Just buying some more space. There's no support coming in to help him out. I was able to stick charge and buy some more time to retreat. But the critical thing is that Luna doesn't die. And Chandra's now going to TP in as well. Earth Spirit underneath the tower. No tower will block him out. The Ice Path does connect on Sumail. But there's no rolling boulder direction for GH. He could not get through No Tower's TP position. Miracle? He's coming pretty deep after Seb. He's got the army.
Torrent misses, has another roll. Impetus, what's the damage? Misses, of course.
Nicely styled. Kicked him back to make sure the rolling boulder would get him far enough away. Spy Carapace, no follow-up stun from the next assassin. Would wait, but mind control. X-Mark, Torrent, combination easily executed here from OG. As they're doing the prep fight for the 10-minute outpost. Notel, way too caught out.
And on bottom lane, RP. That's not gonna keep him alive. Nope.
Seb, you could. No matter. This is definitely the start you wanted if you're Nigma. That's a level 1 Necro book over on the Lycan, and the level 2's flying out right now on the Courier. And you see how quickly mind control comes in. He tips Miracle. After Miracle takes that kill, it's like, all right, level 3 Nether Blast. Tier 1 towers must fall.
Kanka, he has a TP, but the question is, does he want a TP back to bottom? Necrobook 2 already. I love this. The itemization from them, Helmet Dominator on Visage, rushing Necrobook on Lycan. So that's gonna be a lot of damage early on in the towers.
Yeah, GH's gonna die in mid. Both outposts belong to Nigma at the end of this, but on bottom lane, Magnus under the tier 2 tower. Soul Assumption arrives from Weeha. It's level 1, but does have a little amplification with the help of mind control. But OG's like, all right, well, you kill our Magnus. C'est la vie. We'll try and take your tier 1 tower in mid lane. Catapult wave right behind him.
Yeah, both of these lineups are extremely good at grouping together and taking the towers.
Chain stun's kind of go pretty well onto Kunkka. Where's the support? Kura was wrapping around behind him.
Oh, Saxa gets it.
X-Mark. Here we go again. Nope. It's a backup. Something needs to be done about Miracle on bottom lane.
It was a B mark.
Wow, I give that joke a D.
I heard JJ laugh for 1 millisecond, so it was that funny.
That was longer than you deserved.
Necro 3, 11 minutes in, plus Helm of the Dominator on Visage. Like, Nigma should try to take a fight. Look at the draw line on the minimap by Sumail.
OG's coming for this, but they're getting mind control again. Not the hero you want to claim, and I suppose you're going to miss a little bit of your combination, but it'll still hit with the boat. The mid one will claim his first kill. But now the rest of Nigma's coming in. They have the outpost right next to where this fight was going, and Saxa will be the punching bag. Surrounded by Necro books.
We say it, space created every single time Saxa died. You said it, smoke.
Thanks for putting words in my mouth. Yeah, Wee's going pretty deep now on Seb. But you don't want to fight this if you're OG. Boat's currently down. Seb's not ready to initiate yet. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger up and running. Enigma, they're the ones playing the OG style. Smoke up, rolling boulder forward because the creep's already dead. He gets a connection over on Kunkka and has just chain control into mid one. But mid one, he's still got 10 one charges available. Doesn't actually burn them. The RP, it will now arrive, pulling back underneath the tier 2 tower, but it's Lycan and a bird. That's all you managed to claim. Huge fight here from Nigma. They get the mid laner. They get at this point, the safe laner.
Now that's becoming a problem. You misuse your long cooldown spells like both RP. Nigma, they can fight. Like, they are gonna put some pressure on the towers. They can also run into the Roche pit so easily. Visage bringing another item. It's gonna be Medallion. So that even helps them taking the Roche. Like, lineup from Nigma is not gonna give OG much time to recover. Like, you can't misuse your spells, otherwise you're gonna get punished.
OG are trying to set a trap around the tier 1 tower on top lane. The Radiant creep wave already took it. Sentry Ward comes down. Bakura, it's a little too late for him. A kick from GH just tries to give a little extra slow, and maybe it will be enough with Raindrop and Wand. The life is still inside of Kuro. Weeha's nearby, but X marks the spot. Ship Torrent, everything they've got with the boat included. Flies over the top of OG. Everyone's drunk and the Dominator creep gets the stun over on Weeha. He doesn't have the life to get up. Now the Eclipse turns on from Samel. They've cleaned up the wave. And that's a maximum effectiveness Eclipse. Pug is having a hard time getting out there. The Shockwave and the creeps, they body block him in. So he can't go anywhere. And the Lucent Beam from Samel gives him his third kill. That's a little quirky.
Yeah, when OG uses their spells correctly, there's no Lycan form, so they're gonna also play around that timing. Can they take the Roche with Luna? Yes, they can, but they also need to scout things out. So right now, Mud Golem is just in the Roche pit, checking if anything shady's happening, Lycan with the double damage.
If Luna got that double damage, then OG taking Roshan becomes a real thing. Now, probably a little less. So Halberd for mid 1. Done in 25 gold. Mandastar build coming in for the Luna. A lot to dodge or break free of. And No-Tail's on the scout, keeping a very close eye on Roshan. But Nigma are going for their own smoke gank down south. Use the Lycan Wolves to scout out. Seb's the only one that's probably nearby that they could pick off. He'll be a big one because it would delay his Blink Dagger. Samale. Okay, maybe he is an option too, thanks to Dire Observe Ward. They know he's alone. And I'm not going to count his Centaur as with him. GH, rolling boulders in. Samale gets a quick Lucent Beam up, bringing a Centaur in. Samale begins the TP. Have they got a stun? Have they got control? Ooh. They don't. Luna gets out safely.
Both of these supports of OG are just scouting things out. Like, they're not playing it aggressively with the ultis, and No-Tail's like, sure, if you want to kill me on the side lane, I'll take it. I don't care too much. He gets the ward. No-Tail was always good at finding wards, reading the map. Like, there's one rotation. Okay, I'm gonna find your ward after that.
OG are trying to find a gank with the smoke. This individual pickoff is what they want. Unable to find it, however, but now the Blink Dagger is flying out to Seb. They wanted to pick off to then force a big fight against Nigma, and that would have really given them enough space to go for Roshan.
For the next fight, I'm just watching if birds are gonna die from 1 or 2 hits.
We just got to keep them away from the fight.
Also, they need Luna to hit level 12. 3 extra beam charges could change things a bit, even though there's a ton of summons, Necrobook units, wolves, birds. So Luna won't be using it straight away.
Very simple pickoff here on GH. Clumsy Net also available. And GH rolling boulder away. Kura creates just enough space. The urn, it weren't ticking up. You went down to 100, but you're underneath that dire outpost. Once again, the ship flies forward. Ein Kunka, that run time, he's got 21 charges available too. Turns around, gets rid of the quick Centaur. Spire Carapace also trying to create a little bit more space, but the RP! Seb, hits 3, but where's the follow-up? Finally, you get the Eclipse out and pulling him underneath the tower. Nigma boldly going where they never wanted to go before, and the Centaur stuns No-Tail. My god, this man is a god. Too many gods. Kuro now begins his own TP out. Someone got a stun? Yeah, you do. Starks has got one just off cooldown, freshly there. And Visage, the only survivor of Nigma, gets away.
That was a blink reveal of Seb, and man, he delivered. I checked the birds. They don't die that easily. They have a Graveskeeper cloak, so it's keeping them alive. But once Magnus blinks in, there was no real follow-up. Kunkka only hit them once. No torrent, no ghost ship. But if they do a full combo like this, good luck, Nigma.
Yep. This is why, like, at the very start, like, I don't want to go against an OG Seb Mag. It's way too risky if you want to predict against that Nigma. Like, how much does this actually mess with them? Because their timings, like, what were they looking for with this Lycan? You have a level 3 Necro book up and running. Are they still feeling like they're okay? Or does this actually
on a
hurt
timer?
them?
Like, if we're talking about super late game, they don't have the heroes for it. Kanka is gonna scale. Same goes for Luna. Like, if she gets a BKB, stands her ground, butterfly, like, who's gonna kill her? That's definitely not gonna be Lycan. They're relying on magical damage to actually kill the Luna. So Nigma needs to keep pushing.
Oh, Nigma, they are here to push. A tier 2 tower to fight. RP dead for 20 seconds. And only a little bit of pressure. Okay, there's a decent amount of pressure to the tier 2 tower on top.
Come on, V. Excessive foul. Please use it.
Yes, trowel it up.
It's worse than, not using Midas.
Look at G.
Because Midas is a garbage tier item right now.
You really want to keep a close eye on G. Actually, they scanned, but are they looking to push harder? They scanned Roshan, the Dire side. But they decided not to let the YOLO play from the ES come. Instead, Nigma, they feel like they're on a timing. They put the Nether Ward down. Goodbye. Goodbye. All my units. Lycan, chain stunned up. He's entered shapeshift form. Extra life will come in from mind control. As the rest of OG have finally arrived, Blink RP is available. They'll look for their target. It's Dire, Obs, and Sentry on the hillside, however, so the vision advantage is in favor of Nigma. They're looking for a target. Nyx will be your extra scouter. Weeha. He's the closest. A quick Lucent Beam will buy some time. Nyx Assassin stunned up. In fact, almost all of OG stunned up, apart from that Blink Dagger of Seb being cancelled. Now Blink, Skewer, pulls them out of the ice path. And Visage will fall. And what did you get for all of this? A little chip damage into a tier 3 tower. And how quickly do OG smoke?
They need to keep fighting, otherwise they can't win this game. Late game definitely belongs to OG. Luna will finish off her Manta style in 1,000 gold, so there's gonna be even more bounces. Full Aegis. Like, Lycan uses ulti. Kanka is just doing a very good job controlling him and the units. Follow up from Nyx Assassin. So there's like 6 seconds of ulti already used without doing anything.
Rough. Catapult wave with Samael and the Alpha Wolf behind him. He's got a little bit more safer. Good ice path from Jakiro. Stunned up by the Spike Carapace for half a second. And the Visage Birds, they're out and about. Stunned up a little bit. They're not getting cleaned off as fast as Samael would really like them to, but now X marks the ship. Here we go with a combo. Weeha pulls straight back in. Decrepify for mind control, tries to buy more space and the extra life, but the Lucent Beams come in, and then they go again with Seb. He can't get the Skewer out, but the RP onto Kuro and Miracle. Was Miracle down without buyback available, and the Catapult Wave is still here. We're 21.5 minutes in, we're going up.
Gold swing in the last minute.
And mind control's dead. They are not going to let him out of here. Spirit Vessel, you can't drain through that. Samael with the 3 kills, and now the Glaives will just start to bounce through everything.
Well, Toby, I believe this game is over. You know, Nigma, they have one more fight to try.
Yeah, one more. One more is it.
You were supposed to win an early game. Even mind control tips Seb for that glorious RP once again.
He was supposed to be the chosen one. But this is OG at its finest. Seb's gonna have a BKB for the next fight. So any kind of control you thought was coming in from GH kind of disappears. Any kind of damage you thought would be there from Weeha will also go with it. It's already hard enough, but you got a BKB on both mid one as well as on Seb, and Samael doesn't need it.
Right now he does not need it.
Look at his damage output, 158 plus 165.
Well, Virtus.pro versus Na'Vi, Luna didn't really look that imbalanced, but if you know how to play around her, he didn't die a single time. This is the third game that I see OG playing Luna They tri-lane, they secure their early game, rotate hero. Seb is kind of sacrificial, but then they win his lane after 5 minutes. He gets the farm still. Your Luna is level 6, one of the hardest heroes to kill. Otherwise, you might just get a return or 2 return kills if she uses ulti.
I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're Nigma. Like, there are advantages that Seb is on bottom lane, doing the defense work. They're pulling the mid wave up, keeping the pressure on the top. The mid wave's it's already pushing into the tier 4 towers and hitting them. Nigma, it's like they're waiting for something to happen on the bottom. Seb will finally reveal himself, but that's all they really get. GH is nearby. There's a sentry ward down. Yep, there we go. Notel will get rid of the obs. And there goes the aggressive vision from Nigma. Nice wraparound from Suxa. And he just body blocks out the rolling boulder of GH. Easy chain stuns. Spirit Vessel charges out.
Blocks him.
Can't go again. And they just let him tick. And now the line's drawn from OG.
Like, just go through the bottom lane. Get the tier 1, tier 2. Follow it up with the tier 3. Luna going for Satanic next.
Luna going for a kill now. Kuro, Spirit Vessel again. Dogs are right behind him, but all the control is just easy from Luna. 2.5 seconds on the cooldown for
With the
Lucent
cast
Beam.
range, that's the build. You also get Lucent Beam damage on 20. Like, you're kind of a mixed damage with Luna, both physical and magical.
Giving you magical burn as well as the ability to push waves. This kind of ticks most of the boxes of heroes you need to have in the current meta.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tuxedo again is on the hunt. He's going to find mind control. Breaks him, stuns him, and Seb will finish the job. So hard to get split push, and OG know what they want. They take tier 1 tower, they force out the glyph for the tier 2, so now there's no more defense for Nigma.
Kanka has 400 plus damage when he's empowered and standing near the Luna and the Alpha Wolf plus Helm of the Dominator with the cleave.
Balance in all things. Miracle triggers off the Necro Books. Rolling Boulder's gonna miss actually, and Suxa controls GH in the backlines. Notel needs to get the Sprite up, but he can't heal fast enough for this one. Seb also not feeling like this is the place to be. Maybe now look at Nigma just split as the BKB triggers off from Seb. Can't say the same here from Notel, but Seb's waiting for the Blink RP. Now he'll get it off. He mainly takes the army of the like, but if they can kill Miracle off, that'll be a huge thing. He did get the Spirit Vessel on him, so he's not feeling like he wants to keep the fight going. Kuro as well, isolated inside the river. Nether Ward is down from Mind Control. Buy some extra time for Kuro to get some space back out. Seb has finally gone down. Buybacks are coming in from Jakiro. Samel's going to finish the job finally over on GH, but it's this never-ending survival of Notel that will finally end, but Visage will become the new target. Kunkka, only now does he have to burn the BKB. Chasing Weehar into the trees. Mind Control will buy some extra bit of space thanks to Decrepify. So even if mid one did find him, he wouldn't find the kill.
Still holding the ulti, clearing the creep wave first.
Yep, she also needs it so she can get a life back to stand in the fight. And now it's time to let it go. The Eclipse, Kuro, and Visage both going to get mopped up. Mind Control's on the run. Mid one keeps the information on him. Bring him back and put him down with the torrent.
Now that play from Samael, like if you were watching it, what are you doing? He's hitting creeps, but he's actually clearing the creep wave so that the Eclipse is gonna be more efficient. It's not gonna bounce off the creeps. Full Satanic on Luna, good luck killing her right now. It's like she has 2 lives, maybe 3 if both is used. They're very limited on mana right now.
She goes to full.
But Kunkka can X-Mark himself. And then X-Mark Luna.
Oh, GH. Oh, GH. He thought he was being smart with a quick little kick, but the Spike Carapace stun follow-up. Miracle back into shapeshift form. The Weehar birds are doing their work even while Wee is dead. Now the Rolling Boulder comes in. GH, it's a great magnetize. And there's not a lot you can do to stand your ground. Samael, he already burned the Satanic previously. Maybe mid one has given enough space. Nope, you've lost your Luna. Maybe he can pick off a bird before he dies, but totally isolated under the tier 3 tower. OG going one step too far and giving a huge streak over to Nigma.
They just want this game to last longer so we can enjoy this more. Definitely, they did not need it to go uphill. They were very limited on the mana. Kanka didn't even have enough to use the full combo. But question is, what can Nigma get out from this? Lanes are in a very good spot for OG, so no buybacks are needed. At least they got the streak on Sumail. Who got it? V, 700 gold. That's not gonna change anything. Like, they got Solar Crest. I see Heaven's Halberd queued up on Visage next.
Anything he can do to stop that Luna from attacking with Satanic freely. I don't know if that's even going to be enough control. But Nigma is showing they've got some bite back in them as well. We saw it earlier today. Never count out a team. Of course, 20,000 net worth and experience is a pretty high advantage for OG. Not gonna lie on that one, but it is swinging back down again, at least for the net worth. But Nigma cannot let this Roshan go. I think it's time to, like, when he goes send a wolf in, they smoke up. Where are you headed? I don't think Nigma really know that Roshan's happening. They're moving a very different way, unless they just don't feel like they can take the fight around the pit.
But they can't pressure them fast enough for them to TP. Lanes are, as I said, not in a good spot.
Nope. It's not cheese into Kanka.
Just Kanka cheese.
Yep, easy. And all OG need to do is go high ground. They just walk in top right and end this. Okay, nope. Seb's TPing back. Oh, he's TPing back because he's got the X mark.
Yeah.
Seb was looking to skewer potentially back again. But anyway, up on top, Smell starts over on Kuro. Decrepify buying a little bit extra time, but no, that ain't gonna happen. There is more than enough magical pop here from OG to burn through that Decrepify.
If your tier 3 tower falls against Luna, you don't take a fight. So you need to keep the tower alive, otherwise there's gonna be way too many bounces from the Moonglaves.
Well, Tao's gone. And now we'll see how the fight goes. Lycan's still holding the shapeshift. They don't have Jakura for 18 seconds. Maybe they feel like they need Kuro's stun or just Kuro's leadership. Decrepify buys a little bit of extra time, but there's no opening they can see. Seb just spider-legging his way in. Looking for a target. OG, I feel like they're grouping up just to entice Nigma to come a little bit closer. And there's your shapeshift. There's your start from GH. Maybe it will be enough of an initiation. You already cracked the Luna with the Aegis Immortal Bakunka. Triggers the BKB. Luna will come back up as well. Caught in the middle of the ice path of Kuro. The chain control is going to be there. Samel trying to back himself up. He's already burned the Satanic. Maybe with the hits. No, the Seb. He's able to get the skewer back. But who's left to do the damage output? They decrepified one after the other. Mind controls are letting anybody attack. You don't need a halberd, you just need a mind control. Now Seb's in trouble. The blast, the drain, caught by the ice path. Nigma knew they needed a stun after Luna died to wreck her, and they had it. They had the ice path because she has no BKB, and now it's in the quick buy.
Oh yeah, he definitely needs a BKB to stand his ground and fight. I guess they were not respecting the amount of damage Nigma can deal. Also mind control. Kept using the Cripify on Luna, kept the barracks alive.
Every 6 seconds you stop it for 3.5, and there's nothing she can really do about it.
It should not have happened, the fight on the bottom lane. This is how you throw a lead. Whoa! Full AC, going for BKB on Lycan. Just needs a 50 gold.
Tau kill will give it to him.
The only one who can stop him is Magnus with the RP.
No tail. Oh, he wants that centaur. Looking for the body block as well as Miracle trying to back up. Decrepify from Pugna, dropping the Nether Ward. A lot of heroes on the chase. Doctor trying to get in range for his own stun, and he will be able to reach it, but he won't hit with him Vendetta 2. And chance on cooldown for another 2 seconds time, and Lycan using his own spider legs to get further and further away.
BKB, kill it.
GH, where is it? Where's the movement? The BKB is there, and Lycan, he does not want to have to burn it to try and live through this. That 10-second BKB's for a fight.
It's hard to kill him. Half man, half spider, half wolf.
Oh, how about killing dragons?
Hard to take down.
I heard that was really easy in Game of Thrones. Spike Carapace, first little stun. Not the best chaining of stuns, but Goodbye, Kuro. Lucent beams are always off cooldown for Lunas.
So Luna very close to BKB, just 600 gold away. Orb of Destruction, who's gonna keep that one? Luna will do.
And she's picking up a bit of money from the bottom lane with the illusion. So yeah, there's BKB flying out. My god, does Samael need this. He's #1 net worth by far, but just incapable of actually doing the damage he wants to.
Only 2 heroes with the buyback, Visage and Earth Spirit.
Nigma's coming out.
all in with the items.
And they are. I know what they need to fight.
Kaka is not there.
Doxa, he's going to be tanking the gank. Once again. He's done this time and time again to protect Samael, but now Samael, the rolling boulder. GH comes in a long way, and he goes in again for the second hit. They'll kick him back into the Weehaw Birds. The double stuns. He's dying so quickly. Now Samael will finally get the BKB off and trigger the Satanic, so life will come back up. As quickly as possible, getting rid of Birds, getting rid of Necrobooks if they're. Lycan runs back in again. Now Miracle will burn his own BKB. Enchanted up, an X-Mark spot won't drag him back, but the boat ship combo, Weehaw as well as GH, they get their distance, but GH forced to walk into the rest of OG. Seb hits the RP. He got the target he wanted. He got the Lycan with no BKB. A full moon falls on Miracle's head. And Kuro falls against Samael. Nigma, now they're the ones in retreat, and 64 seconds without the Lycan, without their big abilities. They were coming back.
This is what they needed.
Now they're in trouble.
Luna with the BKB so that she can stand her ground and take a fight. Also uses Satanic. There's going to be a lot of bounces and the heal, so she has an extra life. Next Roche may respawn in 2 minutes.
Yeah, she got the blink, and pull back with Skewer.
Skewer plus Etherlands. Man, Seb is from another planet.
They're ending now. They just want this over and done with. Fortification on the tier 4 towers. Maybe that's a little bit too much heat. And they'll get out of the kitchen.
If they want to play this safe, just wait for the next Roche. Could spawn in 2 minutes. Bottom lane is also in a good spot. If they push it, they have 2 catapults to work with.
And Seb's gonna get there in time to save him. God, Seb was actually queuing up the Aghanim set before he switched into this Aether Lens. So it's worked an absolute treat. That gold graph just swings straight back up again.
So much. Man, she flash farms. She got a BKB like a minute and a half ago. Now already Eagle Song. Getting very close to that butterfly.
This is why you buy out for your items, right? If it's going to help you win the fight like that BKB did for Luna, you'll go for it. Nigma. The chain stunning was really cool. You just need a little bit more than that. Weeha's Birds able to defend on the front lines. Shapeshift is off cooldown. Same with all the ultis of Nigma. They are ready to fight this, and we'll see who's got more. With the top lane pressuring in, the mid lane pressuring in, Nigma, they're going to find that resource getting a little bit split to keep the defense up, and Samael's the front liner. Here's your rolling boulder once again. Great kickback. Samael going in deep. Breaks free with the Manta Style. Needs to get that BKB off, and now BKB Satanic back up to full life for the Luna. Meanwhile, the ES in the back lines did get picked up, but buybacks available from GH, and they're going for another one. Another rolling boulder fall, but Nyx Assassin, he body blocks it with the Spike Carapace. Sucks will lose his life for it, but it won't matter. If Samael's all he can do is work. Lycan, still the big problem. There's now the Skewer, and Lycan, well, he may be a problem, but only a problem by himself if the supports keep dying like this. Kuro skewered back by Seb. He already burnt the RP beforehand.
Luna very low on HP with the bounces.
Satanic.
She's gonna be almost full HP. I don't think she wants to use Satanic. Prince's Knife. That's a very good item on Luna.
How fast does that all go?
Speed projectile. Yeah, plus a Hex. Let's see how fast it actually shoots.
I want to see. Seb, perfect Skewer back once again. He doesn't even need the RP. Weeha summons a whole bunch of new bursts, but he's dead for 100 seconds. And that bounces real damn fast on the glaives. As fast as this game can now be called GG.
This game could have ended a lot earlier if OG just didn't decide to run high ground with the 3 heroes. So this gave Nigma a bit of opportunity to come back, but I've never felt that Nigma is in control of this game. For a moment, you thought like, yeah man, they're losing a fight until Luna buys a BKB. And then you have no abilities that go through BKB, so she can just, you know, be invulnerable for 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that gave OG game 1. Immunity. Who would have thought? It's a good thing to have when you're pushing a high ground.
Whew, OG, taking that strong. Was there any point where you saw maybe Nigma kind of turning it around and taking it from OG throughout the match?
After that fight on the top lane when they lost 5 heroes for OG, it looked like, yeah, they can still take a fight. But, you know, a lot of things need to come together, and Luna instantly switches from Butterfly to BKB, which was a correct choice. It's just pleasure to watch, you know, OG play. The way they execute their strategies is just on point. Like Seb Magnus buys Etherlands, has spider legs, he catches people with his cure with the talent from, you know, 2,000 plus distance.
Yeah, it's just smart execution from OG. They understand, they adapt, but because like you expect players of this level to be able to do that nice and quickly. So Mel's like, well, okay, if this fight didn't go too well, I need immunity. All right, I'll go buy immunity. Luckily, Luna can farm this in the span of 2 minutes, so makes it everything very affordable.
Toby, you were mentioning early in the game that Nigma is playing the OG style and just running at them. What do you think they're trying to do to kind of maybe counter? I mean, what can Nigma do? What do you think they're trying to do to basically?
It was nice. I think they tried to play their style of Dota, and their style of Dota worked until Seb revealed a Blink Dagger, and then they got absolutely wrecked. And this is kind of what you got to wait for. Is like OG's time to bite hard. In my mind, is like how they completely dominated TI9. It's like they just waited for their perfect time when they knew they were going to be strong, when they'd have these critical items that allows them just to win whatever they want to go and take, and it lets them take these big risks. And I could definitely feel like Nigma wanting to push the message a little harder. What were you doing? You scanned Roshan. Potentially GH could have gone for a YOLO play instead to say like, no, we're going to push the tier 3 tower on bottom lane. We're going to try and out-push OG and try and just play our time at the game. But it's really rough, and there was too many interrupts. I think Nick's assassin stuns really caused a lot of problems for like GH when he tried to get in. And Miracle, the BKB timings were worn off with these interruptions.
But if you were, is that how you beat OG? If you were Nigma, to try to adapt to their kind of style? I mean, that's something. Is that how you beat an OG of this form, or should maybe Nigma go about it a different route? I'll let anyone answer that one.
When you saw OG picking up Luna after Enchantress, you know what's gonna come up. It doesn't matter like which 3 other heroes they pick. The game plan is gonna be, you know, the same. We're gonna be grouping around the Luna, taking early towers, constantly fighting. It opens up the Roche for us where we build advantage. It seems like pretty easy, but if you think about the timings, Nigma missed their timing, and they try to match it against OG, who you already knew they're gonna play fast. So this is all-in strat from Nigma. Like if this game drags for another, let's say 10-15 minutes, like Nigma's chances of winning are very, very low.
What does Nigma need to do to win this next game, Toby?
Learn to play techies? No, they just need to be able to play like a faster pace of Dota with low cooldown abilities, and not be forced into a win timing. Like that for me kind of feels a little hard. Like when you have a Chikura, when you have a Visage, like you pick these heroes and kind of like pigeonholes you into a style of play. And like obviously OG are gonna understand that, and they just play around that. Where they think the only thing which has really, really tested OG was actually, the other OG, the OG seed team, was like, okay, so we pick TAs, and we pick aggressive style heroes, and we just try and outplay you. The other thing you could try and do is just put Miracle on something like a Terrorblade that's able just to outwin everything in a team fight, that one big YOLO kind of thing. But that's even probably just as riskier as this draft that Nigma had in game 1.
But you know what you do for a win? You put Miracle and Sumail mid so that the fans win. And that's for a wonderful cause. I think that's just a win period regardless.
I don't think we're gonna see it.
I would like
Sumail feels really comfortable playing I'm not gonna even call it safe lane because mostly he's playing the off lane, tri lane where they secure his farm, then leave him for a couple of minutes. But yeah, the way the OG executes their strategy is just on point. There was like 2 mistakes that they understand that even if they lose one fight, Nigma can't do much. They can't just run down from their base to the mid lane and finish the game. So one of the reasons why they're investing all of their gold into items.
So, all right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into a quick break before we move on to game 2. But we're gonna see if Nigma bounces back with a on form OG.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadija. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICU, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadija are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
When disaster strikes and people need help, International Medical Corps is there with life-saving medical care, supplies, and training. 90% of International Medical Corps staff members worldwide are local, and they operate in difficult and dangerous conditions. We think they're heroes. You can be a hero too. To find out how you can save lives, visit internationalmedicalcorps.org/hero.
There you go, wonderful. If you just tuned in, this is all for the great cause, $1.5 million US, all to these organizations committed to battle COVID. And Nigma needs to stay committed to battle OG because they are really, really showing up. How do we do this? How would you want Nigma to adjust coming from game one?
I think we kind of talked about at the end of game one, right? Like it's not all in, but it's a very clear timing. It's a little inflexible. Just specific heroes to kind of put you into that. I like to see them move away from heroes like that.
I think they overcommitted to like all-in push. If they had something that can win lane against, you don't necessarily need to win the lane, but something different that's not gonna fall off when once it hits like this, I'd say you're on a timer. That's what I'm trying to say. And if game goes post 40-minute mark, you're always gonna be in a bad spot. Like, so you need to win early. I mean, I don't mind that. They tried something, it didn't work out. OG really adjusted accordingly. The itemization was on point, like Kanka rushing for Heaven's Halberd. That's a couple of extra seconds on Lycan not hitting. They're like spell usage in the teamfight. If you look closely what they're doing, it's just insane.
Coming from that, I mean, it's safe to say that this is really OG style Dota. But is this Nigma style Dota? Are they playing their style of Dota right now, do you feel?
Do we know what Nigma's style of Dota is right now, Lacoste?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Like, they need to find their own playstyle. I mean, you can run different strategies. Maybe they're just experimenting a bit. We know that Nigma is a bit slow on adjusting to patches, and we had a lot of patches during the quarantine. So maybe they're still, thinking through how to get through this. Also, the results are not there. Pretty sure the players have higher expectations of what they're doing right now.
You think that's going to be something that might materialize soon? Have they? If you're going to observe, Nigma, let's say for the past few months, do you think they're getting closer to maybe discovering that style, that their own unique, genuine style, Lacoste?
I feel like they're in the same spot. Like, they've been stuck in one spot. They're not going nor up nor down.
Why?
You probably get paid a lot of money if you can answer that question for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
it's interesting, but I mean, it's interesting.
It's a real question. It's like, why are we stuck in a rut? Why are we not the ones who are controlling the entire meta for this region right now?
I'm highlighting this because obviously this is Nigma and OG. I mean, this is a TI9 Grand Finals. Let's say just in regards to beating OG. And I'm saying this in context to maybe finding their style to beat this team, because obviously TI9 Grand Finals, that left quite a mark. And like it or not, you are somewhat more emotionally attached to this matchup. I mean, what do you do? How would you figure it out?
There isn't one way of playing Dota. That's why this game is so complex. Like, if you see the way OG played during the last two TIs, they're trying to, break the game. See how can you achieve something that no one else did, surprise them by that. And I guess that's why this game is so beautiful, because it can be played in multiple ways. Just by you thinking that something is right doesn't necessarily mean that is right. Like, you can have other teams who can beat you and they have a totally different approach.
And on that note,
some things are constant, don't get me wrong. Like, you need to have heroes who can shout out the waves. You need to have a decent line who can just, lose the lanes because you're trying something different and expect to somehow magically win.
True. And on that note, just coming from what you said, Lacoste, we might actually just see a totally different thing tried out by Nigma right now, coming from game one.
Yeah, I need to rejoin the game real quick, so keep talking.
No worries.
So it's you who's stopping us, Lacoste.
It was me for some reason. It happened to me yesterday, never happened before.
We were talking off air about Saksa. In terms of his plays and contribution to game one, let's talk about that a little bit more.
Oh, Saksa for sure. He had extremely good game. If you look closely, he did so many things by just body blocking the rolling boulders from Earth Spirit, so Luna can escape and that she can have a decent positioning in a team fight.
Hey, I'm just saying right now, Lacoste, you are getting some praise from Seb, saying he absolutely loves you and remembers you as MYM, Lacoste.
Oh.
Classic.
Well, Seb loves me, I also remember Seb saying in a tweet longer how he likes me because I know how to explain things about the itemization. I'm not being rude or anything, which I am sometimes. Just kidding.
No, you never know.
I'm doing two things at once. Don't pay attention to what I'm doing.
It's fine.
You can never know when Lacoste is actually being rude because he can always just follow it with Kappa or some kind of like insert my meme here.
And he has that
good.
poker
We're in your draft now, Ari, so don't worry. You'll have picks to talk about now.
All right, so if Nigma doesn't get, let's say, pigeonholed in win timings, what would we see from Nigma adjusting from that, Toby?
Let's see how the draft goes, man. Let's see how the draft goes, because that's going to tell us a lot more than what we can probably tell you right now.
There you go.
Primarily because you need to see how Kuro reacts. Kuro can be a stubborn captain and just say, like, no, this is the way I see things. He's from the same kind of, like, era as Puppy. They played in their teams back in Warcraft 3 Dota the same kind of way. These are the old dogs who know a hell of a lot about Dota, and they just want to prove a point. But at the same time, Kuro also knows the best how to get the best out of his own players. And that would probably be what he would normally fall back to. It's like, okay, I'll pick Wii something he's very confident in, something that Wii says he wants to play. I'll pick Mind Control Nature's Prophet because he's going to be so damn good on that one. Hell, he can even flex pick it over to Miracle if he wants to. Like, he's got such depth in his players that he has a lot of options to work with. So we just have to see which ones he chooses, quite simply. I was a long way around to get to the point of, like, he just got to choose.
That's a really good point, Toby, about, old captains. They've been through all the changes, they know how to adapt, and like some of the stuff in Dota is gonna be the same if you tweak it, if you change it. Stuff that was not so popular, we might see it back again, and the question is who discovers it first. And the thing about professional Dota is there's a lot of teams, who are trying to copy others instead of trying to play their own game. Like, you see, okay, OG, they're on top of the game. They must be doing something right, but it might not work for you. You don't have the same mental state. You don't have the same caliber of the players. So you should just, stick to what you know. Maybe take something from them, adapt it, try to mold it into something better.
You're giving me such amazing flashbacks to it, like when you watch your team get completely crushed by a draft and they come back in game 2 of a series and they pick exactly the same draft. Just like to block pick it. It's like, oh god, no. Yeah, I like it. Stick to who you are, stick to what you are. And yeah. It's love watching the old captains remember matches. I remember I talked to Puppy a few TIs ago. And he was just quoting a draft that happened between himself and eHome back at like ESWC 2008. And it's like, I'm like, dude, like that was like a lifetime ago. It's like, yep. And he just remembers it. Like everything. Like this is what they picked in the second phase. It's like, how? How do you know this?
Coming from that, do you think that having all that knowledge and experience, let's say like these OG captains, will enable you to see a fresh take on the current game? Or would, let's say, a fresh captain with maybe some, radical ideas, maybe would see that even I mean, who would have a better chance to see it in that sense, you think?
I like the teams that have combination of old school players and the new ones. You need someone who's proven himself as a captain so that I should listen to this guy, he knows what he's doing, but you also need some fresh ideas. This is where the coaches come into a play, and this is where you utilize the 10th pick. Usually captains just ask for the last pick, what do you want to play? Like, what do you think it's good here? What's the best matchup for you? You know the matchups better than me. Like, you're gonna be the one playing it. So once again, OG with the Enchantress, Ember Spirit somehow survived. Enchantress is always going to be a good hero. You can see all those position 5s right now. They don't care too much about dying if they can bait any kind of a longer cooldown spell, or if you can transition that into something else, like just buyback. We get the tower, buyback, we win a fight, or especially if you have a good Roche taking lineup, there's going to be buybacks.
Yeah. And in the chaos of game 1, I don't think we actually flagged enough of the great plays that came from Notel. Like his Centaur stuns, his Golem stuns, like he always had something in exactly the right position for the control factors. But there were so many units being controlled, you may have actually just missed that. But yeah, Notel was a real problem for Nigma, even in death. Like he doesn't even have to buy back. His units can fight on for him.
And this game he can dispel Flame Guard. Enchantress is always going to be like good, especially if you can farm one item. So you have a defensive, either like a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff. And now they're just making Ember Spirit's life miserable. Monkey King against Ember, it's a Monkey favorite matchup, and we know what OG can do with Monkey. The one thing I don't understand here is Meepo bans in the first phase. I did not notice it before. Today, this is the first time that it happened. Usually it's for the second or the last banning stage.
It's just gonna be Seb saying like, okay, no cheese, like nothing. Like I know NIP have been signed to use Meepo a hell of a lot more as well, and maybe he's just doing that.
Weird.
Like if you've got these signature heroes for players, maybe you just take them out in the first 4. I know I'm just finding some logic to explain why Seb's doing what he's doing.
Seb as a French citizen saying no cheese? That's kind of weird to me.
You can't argue with that. That's hard to argue with. That's
there's a lot of holes in that argument.
just like cheese. All right, so what do you want to see Lacoste next? Oh, we're about to see it. Tusk.
Nah, it doesn't make it through. Doesn't actually make it through the ban.
I see a Tusk. I praise the hero. He does such wonderful things in the laning stage. Can easily rotate, BKB piercing ability, a save, you name it. Like this hero has everything.
So now GH
so what do I want to see?
Go on, sorry.
Like I want to see some more spell damage. Even though Ember Spirit has a lot, he builds naturally into Spirit Vessel, so that's gonna help against Monkey King's Jingu procs, great against Enchantress heals. So right now I think Nigma has the upper hand, even though it's hard to like judge just by these 2 hero picks.
Well, more will definitely be revealed in a few.
This is a good ban. Grimstroke. Tusk doesn't like to play into it. Same goes for Ember. You have a stun, you have a leash, you have a silence. So Tusk can't use a snowball.
The Phoenix.
All right, Phoenix. I'm just wondering when are people gonna start picking Granny against Phoenix?
But no. I remember having this. Was this debate with you? I think I had this with Winter.
I don't know. I've been casting for like 2 months.
You don't remember who you debated with?
I don't remember. No.
So I think it was Winter I was talking to about with this. And he's like, level 1, egg. Yes, Granny can deal with it. Snapfire can actually deal with it.
Yes.
Level 2 egg, she can't do anything about it. Like, and at that point too, you've kind of dropped off too much to make things work. Another small point that we kind of flagged was Cookie. It's rather difficult to do with online communication and potentially even some kind of lag, because sometimes a Cookie can get your teammates into a lot worse position than a good one. So just that little bit of sync is the challenges of online.
This is some kind of a sign. We were talking about Winter, and Winter Wyvern is picked.
How do you like that?
It's Nigma's classic.
They're trying to reset the fight, right?
Yes. Yeah, reset the fight, kill the egg. But OG, they have a lot of circles. You know, they can fight inside the Monkey King's ulti, around the Phoenix, and this is another great hero that protects the egg. Also, doesn't care too much about Wyvern ulti.
I don't think it cares about the harassment that Nigma put in lane. OG's lineup is very, very difficult to kill. And if Nigma rotate multiple heroes in to try and kill them, it's not really going to succeed. Like, that's one of the big things of Phoenix. Like, it's extra sustain. Enchantress has that built in. Monkey King has some of that. DK has some of that. OG's just in the survivable lineup. And you know why, like, Nigma want to go for this Necrophos, but they normally play it, I believe, on Mind Control. It's not like the no-one style Necrophos. Maybe Wii gets it.
Necro.
You need to be careful when you're playing Dragonite into Necro. They have no spell damage. Phoenix builds into Spirit Vessel. Enchantress can dispel. So that's a pretty big deal for OG, having that dispel against the Ghost Shroud. So they don't have to have that spell damage, some kind of a burst against Necro. But maybe they want to get a hero that builds like a Spirit Vessel earlier against Necro, against Wyvern. All these picks are pretty flexible. Dragonite, Monkey King can go to any lane.
We're gonna see the 5th. Is this a good adjustment from Nigma so far, based on this draft? Do you feel that they're adjusting well, coming from game 1?
It's a completely different kind of a draft, like what they want to do with it. That's why I said there's no like one correct way of playing Dota. It's a completely different strategy from Nigma. If you look at the composition of the heroes and the power spikes, like it's totally different. They're not gonna hit a vault, they're not gonna hit the peak at one timing.
Yeah, this could really come down to like Nigma just potentially outplaying OG, or vice versa. They actually banned the Darkseer at the end, so alright. So it's kind of with this being a mid-necro on a safe lane Ember. I don't know if Darkseer really threatens as heavily.
How do you guys like Darkseer this patch? I'm saying this because I saw a meme on Reddit, and that's why I'm asking.
Which one did you see?
The one where Ice Frog is choking Darkseer.
Choking Darkseer? Okay, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you know. Somehow Darkseer still gets nerfed, even though no one is picking it. I just don't feel like the hero is that great. Also, they banned Darkseer. Enchantress counters Darkseer completely in the laning stage. You remove both shield and the surge with just one spell.
You kind of stop like also any kind of like creep skipping, like ability to double stack a wave. Like it just doesn't happen as a Darkseer against an Enchantress. There's too much that stops you. And it actually looks too like Darkseer wasn't even going to be their pick. Nigma wrap up with the Viper, and this will be a 3-position Necro.
Ooh.
Yeah, so what do you get here? I think you need to shift Dragonite to off lane, Monkey King on the safe lane, and pick a mid laner against Viper.
Well, yeah, like keep it like let's just do it like the OG style. Monkey King not safe lane, Monkey King off lane, DK safe lane. As they'll always put them out, and we get ourselves a mid 1 Invoker to wrap up the lineup. That's this is some happy days.
So I assume that's gonna be Quas Wex Invoker, even though they have some stuns to set things up. Monkey King, Dragonite.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I believe it's gonna be Quas Wex.
Yeah,
it'll be extra regen.
It'll be the Tornado Dispel as well. Like that's really mess with the Ember.
They need something to build Spirit Vessel earlier, so Invoker should go for 1. Great against Vibrant, great against Necrophos.
Yeah, and that frees up Seb to pick up the Blink Dagger so he can be the initiator and allows mid 1 to play the back lines.
Well, we're about to get into it. Before that, guys, which draft do you favor for this one?
It's hard for me to judge how strong Invoker is right now.
Yeah.
But I'd say I prefer Nigma's lineup more. They have very hard heroes to kill. They have ways of resetting the fight. And Viper, he can pop off. I don't know what set this is for Viper, but it looks ugly as hell.
It is really, really ugly. I know we were looking at this one during the WePlay event, and we couldn't get the Observer to have a closer look at it. So JJ, I know you're listening in, man. When we get in, we're going to see the one. Winter Knight has classified this as a platypus. It's a little bit of everything smacked into one, and it's just screaming out, "Kill me," like Alien.
Very interesting.
Really, really creepy. Really creepy. But I like OG to be on something a little bit more seriously. I think I think their sustain and elusiveness is playing directly into the way they like to play. If this Blink Dagger timing from Seb comes at a good time, I think Nigma are going to have a very, very problematic setup for team fights.
Okay, so we are split right in the middle in regards to which, of course, Toby and Lacoste prefer. But I think everyone wants to see a Game 3, and let's see if Nigma can give us just that. So we're going to jump straight into it. Gentlemen?
Yeah, let's go into the game and see if that really crappy panel is correct, Lacoste.
Are we zooming in on Viper, JJ? What is that? Actually, what is that?
It's something special. Only a mother could love this. You know what? It looks like DK's fifth form. But then it also looks like a thing out of Marvel. Like, you know, like those what is it? Like Thanos' ships guys.
It looks like you ordered Dragonite from Wish. That's what it looks like.
So this is called the Maw of the Nether Swarm Vanguard. The Nether Swarm Vanguard. Funky. All right, let's see how our lanes go, and we'll get over our cosmetic issues.
So it's gonna be mid one, Quas Wex Invoker. I believe he's gonna go for that Spirit Vessel, the earlier one I talked about, but then Phoenix doesn't have an item to go for. I'm just questioning, what do you get? I mean, he might get, think outside of the box, maybe get Road of Atos. It's great against Ember Spirit, great against Tusk. He can't use the Snowball if he's rooted.
The battle begins.
Or you just might get, they don't need Disarm that much. It's okay against the Viper, but Viper has, you know, mixed magical and physical damage. GH, mid lane.
He wants to snipe a courier.
He wants to kill his courier, yeah.
Observer was down for exactly that. I really like these observer walls planted by No-Tail. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the way that Theban actually used to play. I'm going back to LGD International for this one. Two very aggressive observer wards placed. One's watching the mid lane, one's watching all the way up inside the lane, and then you just get this off-lane aggressive Enchantress, which gives you domination tri-lane and then can move towards the mid quite freely. And Courier is going to walk directly in, and it's actually Enchantress Courier. So there goes your sentry ward. Careful of the other Couriers that's just sitting in lane from Phoenix too. It'll be okay.
Six tangos on Saksa. Brought an extra 3 so he can keep spamming the Fire Spirits. Seb doesn't have anything yet. They're tri-laning for now, but at one point you're gonna need to help out your Monkey King on the bottom lane. Winter Wyvern is one of the worst heroes, like level 1. You have 41 damage, Arctic Burn, 50 seconds cooldown, so they can play around that.
Yeah, it actually feels like the most passive laning phase first minute and a half from OG ever. Like, Saksa went Fire Spirit, doesn't fight off a single one. Enchantress, it didn't even contest the pull from GH, he just let it kind of happen. And now you got Weeha really manning up against Invoker. Difficult to do. Bosses are all up, and underneath the tower with the Tango Munch down, that's 13 HP a second that gets to come up.
Tough lane for mid one. 1 CS. Viper 6-6.
Is mid one dead?
Just completely zoning him out.
Oof. He did another attack, but we knows what he can get away with. Yeah, mid one can't afford to lose these.
We
lost both. He lost both the range creeps. Oh. He didn't get either of those range creeps. Not even harassment from Weeha. It's just underneath the tower with like Quas Wex build.
It's gonna be tough. Like, who rotates? Enchantress can try to make a rotation. Dragonite, if he's underneath the tower, they should not be able to kill him. So if you get like a 1 creep with the Cold Snap, should be okay. Battle of the Birds on the bottom lane.
It was the greater aviator.
2 birds and 2 dragons.
Hey, balance in all things, right? One dragon's in trouble. Enchantress is a little busy taking a stack on the side, but I suppose Seb's underneath tower. But he's also underneath a Necrophos who's kind of having himself a free lane. CS is absolutely fantastic for him, but 2 points Dragon Blood plus the tower. He's got the same regeneration as when mid 1 actually munches the Tango underneath the tower. Actually, it's not even that. He got 2 points in Quas now, so his regen is also quite good. And that's why I wonder, like, if that's why I was leaning more towards OG. Is like I feel like they could weather the storm through just regen alone.
Mid 1, 4 CS. I'm just looking at the mid lane. 13 CS, 13 denies. Balancing all things.
Look at the net worth difference. Viper has like bought a whole bunch of mangoes, and I think he's consumed like a whole bunch of salves too, but your difference is about 250. 4 minutes in for such a CS difference of 17-3 to 5-4, and you only have that much net worth difference?
That's not that big of a difference.
Yeah. It's quite close because mid 1 just sits with Quas underneath the tower, regenning up. Seb does the same type of thing. Erie was asking the same question at the very start of today. Of like how does it work with like if you have higher CS? Okay, this is the easiest courier kill in mid 2. Like we bounce from one to the other. The ball is sitting underneath the dire observer ward. Mind Control lost his courier on top to Notal.
Sumail's getting a lot of levels on the bottom lane. He's already level 5, while Miracle is about to hit level 4. That's a lot of damage. He might be dead. He's dead, actually.
Yeah. Doctor spills the first blood. All around the 5-bit bounty time. Phoenix, however, can't Icarus dive out of here. And Sumail is trying to buy as much, well, intimidation power as possible to force the rest of Nigma back, but there's farm in the wave he can't miss out on. So 5-minute runes. Mind Control's actually going to get both of the ones on top, so that's 4-0. And back behind the tower. Dire had really good vision of that with the observer ward. That net worth is now going to start to swing a little harder because now bottom net worth. All that sustain we were talking about. He is now bottom net worth Invoker. It's a caster curse again.
Pubs. This is not good. Like, he's also the hero that does not recover. You can't just flash farm with the hero. So you need to be able to rotate, or others rotate to your lane.
Quick little mischief. Phoenix diving herself forward. Enchantress going to TP in as well. Miracle dropping down very low. Sumail wants to keep this battle going. He's going to get the 4 stacks up, but he's got no boundless strike, so he just gets a quick kill onto Miracle. He'll lose his life to GH, who then makes a break for the tree line. Sarx has got not much more to give. There's the 2 supports that have to now stand on this bottom lane against the 2 supports. That's DotA. And now
Viper's in trouble.
Viper's gonna get the Radiant Obs. Mid once I get away from it. Weakheart doesn't care. He's like, burn my mana, I'm a Viper. Yeah, he really is dead, Kuro.
Okay, that's what
Sumail?
they needed, rotation.
Have they got enough control? That Cold Snap did some good work, but Viper, he's done the chip damage. Sumail missed just underneath the tower, but GH, mid one's just going in ham. With a tornado, he will kill Wii. And Seb has also moved off the lane, the level 6 DK. Normally you'd think he'll just throw down like his dragon form and hit the top tower, but instead he moves with Invoker to pressure the tier 1 tower in mid. So now dragon on dragon again.
I think it should have been the other way around. Cold Snap on Kuro. Yeah, they
Tornado
need to back
EMP.
off.
At least Mind Control's TP takes a little longer, so he doesn't lose any of his mana.
Monkey King died, TP'd mid. They grabbed the kill, he died, so he needs to walk back to a lane, which is gonna give Ember Spirit some free time on the bottom lane. He's only level 4.5, while Monkey is level 6.5. So this is where this big difference comes from.
I don't know if it's actually free time for Miracle. The supports from OG can still do so much. Like, Notal's getting closer. Oh, he's just getting higher levels. Now they're actually going to go on Miracle. Great sleight. He dodges a little bit, but there's no way to jump away. He knows he can't Spirit out. Seb's here for the Dragon Tail stunt.
Okay.
And Phoenix is getting
Time
his
for
level
Miracle
6 space on top.
To swap a lane. He needs to go to the top lane. Bottom lane is unplayable for him.
But Mind Control just arrived back up on top lane. His TP's on cooldown for 30 seconds. How hard do you want to try and sack the #1 net worth in your team?
Radiant's top tower is
He decides to go bottom. I mean, there's a huge creep wave, so he can get the experience from that. Then it's gonna be fine if he gets like level 6.
Mr. Wee Haste. Where's he gonna go? He's gonna walk over the top of a Radiant Obs. Oh, Sumail! He just bounced him. He's gonna bounce again. Off the trees. Care of couriers, please.
Phoenix just getting levels on the top lane. Invoker, he got the perfect item for him. 10 intelligence, 3 armor.
I know Seb's got a lot of one charges and 3 points up in Dragon Blood, but this is still a little risky. EMP Tornado is going to catch 3 heroes. A Snowball trying to save him. Wee is out of mana. Got a couple of one charges. Seb moves away. Icarus dive forward. Saxa still not level 6 just yet, but he gets the sprites out, and they're focusing on Wee. Mid one will have to hide inside the Ghost Walk. Before Poison stacks, Mid one tries to walk into the Sunrays to get some more life, and now we have that Cold Embrace. More time for No-Tail to begin his own rotation in. Mid one will finally tick down to Weeha, but into the egg. He didn't get any sprites off. That's the easiest Supernova Dispel ever, and now Samael will need to do his own work. Boundless Strike forward, focusing onto GH. He's got the extra support to do it in the form of Seb, but the double searing chains from Miracle creates just enough space for Kuro and Miracle just to back up. Maybe not all the space you needed. Samael wants to jump down, but does he go for the spirit? Does he go for the hero? He doesn't go for either.
On the top lane, there's no way he's getting that kill. Necro is just farming up. There's TP rotation coming out from Invoker.
DK's dead.
Tanky to kill. Yeah, Dragon Knight, if you break him, he's just dead. Like, he doesn't have extra armor, extra regen. He just feels like a normal hero. There's the dust, top lane. Mid one in trouble once again.
And a Reaper Scythe to... Okay. Need a little bit more damage to ensure that. A good aggression around the 10-minute mark. And this is what we were asking, like, for, like, how does Nigma change things up? Low cooldown abilities, heroes they feel very comfortable in. And just playing that kind of style in the lanes.
So Phoenix will be the one going for Spirit Vessel. I mean, when you think about it, he has more farm than Invoker, so he's gonna get it faster.
Yeah. Invoker needs catch-up time. Phase boots. That's it. He's thinking realistically. Seb trying to keep the wave off the tier 1 tower. There's a catapult wave. Enchantress will also arrive. They get the pick up and throw down over on Viper. Burn as much mana as they can, combining with the Cold Snap. Even now with the Fire Spirits, but the curse is out. It goes on Monkey King, but Enchantress keeps her distance. It's only Seb attacking into Monkey King, but he'll still tick out. But it's a great Supernova. The stun actually connects now into the Sunray. Tuskar protected by the Cold Embrace, but snowballs forward. He'll head over towards Seb. He's kind of stuck in the river, so stuns can work the way of Nigma, but the Breathe Fire is better. GH dies and actually having a little bit of trouble getting around that melee creep. Necrophos very far on the front lines. Another EMP Tornado going to go to work. Burns all the mana of Mind Control, a miracle. But they're still alive and they're back underneath their tower, and this was a 5v5 fight in that mid-river.
It's very important that OG is spread. You could see them like being from this area to this area. So Monkey King was only hit by Dragon Knight, and I always loved Seb because he knew how to itemize properly. He had Blink Dagger queued up, but understands, man, this Viper is causing a lot of issues for me, so I'm just gonna go for BKB.
So close from GH to hit those shards. Seb would have been in a lot of trouble. That's a double damage rune on Miracle. Tornado will take it off. EMP and Cold Snap. Miracle once again having trouble getting away, but back, like, really racking up the one charges. And then they remove his clarity. Snowball comes forward once again. Tuskar getting in deep. GH gets the Warrior's Punch off, but you're getting a lot of life from the Sunray, but not enough. No-Tail still burns.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Enigma feels very strong when they group up, so if OG can just, you know, dodge the fights, lose a position 4 or 5, they're gonna be fine if they're farming the other lanes.
Necro is also getting a hell of a lot.
Pushing the towers, they're very limited on what they can do. Like, they need to play with either catapult timings, and you can see already top lane rotation from Winter Wyvern. This is where Wyvern loves to be. You can't kill him. He's just, you know, flying over the trees, spamming Splinter Blast. I talked about the itemization on the heroes. Like, if Invoker goes for Spirit Vessel, that Phoenix might get a Rod of Aethas, and I see Rod of Aethas on Invoker. Like, it's gonna be very good for holding them in place, burning their mana. Just a root mechanic is very good against Ember Spirit and Tusk.
Do you like this Viper build going in for Maelstrom as first item after the Wraithband's treads?
It's gonna increase his farming abilities, and then he can go back to like BKB. No need to go for Hood, since Necro is building pipe already.
Mind Control's definitely got the money. Winter Wyvern takes towards the skies, but just the jump down. Dragon Tail Stun works, but it's creating more time for now. Mind Control to TP him. Snowball forward. Everybody come along for the ride. It's a little bit too far to go, but no, the shards. They block the Dragon Knight at the ramp and the Reaper Scythe and put him down for 47 seconds. But Sumail is able to survive and bounce around the trees. I also enjoy the fact that No Talents is sitting in mid trying to actually help the Invoker, and he's solo holding the bottom lane with Chain Lightning Harpy Creep. No Talents playing the real Meepo.
So much. He can take over that Viper illusion with the enchant. Use it against them.
Decides to hold for now. Well, Mind Control needs a moment. A lot of space being created for Sumail on top lane. Monkey King, normally one of these heroes that...
Wait, they don't have Saksa.
Yeah. You wait. No tell. Look at your teammates, please. And look, Seb's actually tipping him as well. Remember, this is a team game.
Disconnected.
Yeah, everyone just take a moment.
What if No-Tail says go again? Like, it's not... It doesn't matter if you have Invoker or not, you know?
I don't know.
How underfarmed he is.
Hey. And don't you be beaten on mid one. He's got more net worth than supports at least.
But if you look at the numbers, he's only 1,000 behind Viper. That's not that much considering what gross start he had.
The funny thing too is if you actually look at the other numbers too, it's like overall, it's only about 400 advantage in favor of Nigma. And a huge chunk of that, like the difference between the number one and number ones on both sides, it's what, 1,100, 1,200? And Mind Control's the number one. How much of that is actually gonna be effective farm? Like you get auras up and running, but does that really slow OG's timing or abilities in a fight? It still feels like OG have a lot of strength to fight themselves, and I think my mind is just stuck on the OG sustain mechanic that they've gone with this game.
The question is how much sustain they have. Ember Spirit with the Spirit Vessel is gonna, cripple Dragonite even more. Same goes for Monkey's Jingu Mastery, Lifesteal, and Enchantress's Heal, which she does not have. So, you can't counter something if they don't have it.
That is true.
200 IQ play from No-Tail.
No, is the Spirit Vessel enough to control most of the team, though? Also, I love how we're now going to have 5 bounty runes, as we got one with the Trusty Shovel, which is used by No-Tail. Be happy.
What worries me is there's no real save on OG, so if they get a hero low and use Reaper Sight, that hero is dead. And he's going to be dead for a very long time.
Observer's sentries give a lot of information towards OG. Kuro's waiting in the back lines. Can they actually find him? Wyvern takes to the skies. Fresh Observer is being planted down. They can't go on Mind Control. They kind of need to actually go over on the Winter Wyvern, and that's the one they're able to find. A quick jump forward. The Reaper Scythe will go to work. Enchantress gets the lead, but there's your buyback on your fine position. The way you play it, space being created. As Kuro puts down the Winter Wyvern oldie, but Monkey King looking for all of the life back again. Gets the Wukong's command out, but dies just as it explodes out. Supernova, can it get the stun onto Ember Spirit? No, it can't. It's all out of range. But Icarus dive forward, and Seb needs to come back in. That's a good breathe fire, and with a deafening blast, they're stuck inside the Sunray of Phoenix. So GH will fall, but chain after chain coming the way of Nigma, forcing another core of OG to fall.
Radiant's middle tower.
They need Monkey King to be alive to actually deal the damage. Otherwise, it's just some kind of a, chip damage, Dragonite. They use either Viper Strike or slow him down. He can't move. Even with this build, Phase Boots Windlace, it's still not enough. If somehow Monkey King was able to time it correctly to use Boundless on Wyvern, it could have been a different fight. Maybe he could have, lived a bit longer in the Wukong's command. Necro's getting out of control. This is what happens when you give Mind Control a free lane. He's 2,000 gold ahead of everyone else in this game.
Yep. At the full pipe, already got the 4-star, so Nigma's maneuverability getting stronger. But why are we not seeing a bigger change inside the net worth? Like, it's still hovering around the 1k. It's not going much more than that. Experience is going the way of OG for most of this game.
As you said, like Enchantress using creeps, farming up. They're utilizing the map correctly.
He's really trying to juke this hard. He even dropped the Observer Wall to get mopped up quickly. Curse out. No tower will hit him, but 4 heroes surrounding this Winter Wyvern. They will protect their tier 1 tower on the safe lane OG.
OG will need like some defensive items so they can take a fight. Dragonite, that BKB needs to come online pretty soon for them to, be able to take a fight. Viper, what is he going for? Dragonlance next? I mean, it makes sense. He's a dragon, so you buy a Dragonlance.
We really class Viper as a dragon.
Look, he's a kind of dragon. This one, at least.
This one can't have a classification.
5th form of dragon. Like, you have Big Black Dragon, and this is the last form, final boss.
Yes, I'm sure Kaiba will agree of this. Like, this is what happens when Toontown hits the dragon. GH, they're going on Enchantress. Snowball under. Necrophos sticks with him, and they break him so quickly, and then the Reaper's Scythe. Goodbye, 1 minute on the sideline. Support is coming in. Samel will go for the quick jump into the Wukong's command. Gets the Boundless Strike out, doesn't hit the targets he's really hoping for, because Weeha got pushed away, but he will still die. A big kill to claim. It goes the way of Saxa.
Yep, after this, that Viper, he needs to change his item build to BKB. This is how it works. Like you see, I can just go more greedy build. And he's keeping 1 point in Nether Toxin only. Like, it's enough to break the Viper. What if you could, like, level 1 breaks for 0.25? Like, you just take... Nah, I'm just stupid, You need to back me up, Toby, when I start saying stuff like this.
No.
Saxa, he's out of the map. Okay.
just imagine, like, whenever that happens, Phoenix turns it on. You need those memes like, he's out of here! American baseball.
And
Double TP, Smith.
Also, they...
GH needs to get the initiation off, however. Samael's in pretty deep. He's got the haste rune out. Here comes the snowball. That ain't going to connect anytime soon. Shan's blocked, but Samael back to relative safety, and Invoker turns on the Veil of Discord, combining with the EMP. Viper wants to stand his ground. He's now out of mana, even with the 1 charge. Does not have a lot to fight with. Elocution lessons incoming. But is this space created? Dragonite's taking a lot of time to farm up on top lane. And he's almost... Actually, has he finished the BKB? Just short.
How did he get so much farm so quickly?
He's been sitting top lane for 5 minutes. It's like when Black plays in a game and he just sits as an anti-mage in the safe lane. It's like, wow, where did he get his Battle Fury?
Hand of Midas, anti-mage with Boots of Travel. So that's a full BKB on Dragonite. He even decided to go for Breathe Fire damage reduction, which I think is a correct play. The other talent is not that great. 2 mana regen, you can have enough mana sustain with just the Soul Ring. But that's 49. Well, we're gonna say 50. So that everyone can understand. Like 50% of, let's say, on Ember Spirit or Viper, that's a lot of damage mitigated.
Nigma is starting to pull the waves. Bottom lane's been pushed out quite nicely from OG. Samael is actually trying to farm up the remainder of a Maelstrom on this Monkey King. While Mind Control is baiting. He's the only hero on the map that's over 10k net worth.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And he feels like he wants his own fight. Careful of the Spirit Vessel that's on Phoenix. Again, Dark's has only got 1 charge left on that thing. Smoke will break. They realize Viper's on the hillside. DK's getting Alacrity buff up to beat into the tier 1 tower in mid lane, keeping that creep wave at bay. Necro will finally now begin his TP, but remember that shards will fly forward. Dragon Knight, does he want a BKB? Yes, he will. Turns around looking for his own Dragon Tail stun onto GH. Is protected by the Cold Embrace. And that's a big 10-second BKB to burn. Even if Sumail does have a double damage rune, it doesn't feel like a good fight for OG.
Oh, man. Even with these rotation, OG's net worth keeps increasing.
Oh, Nigma.
Like, they're ahead, 2,000 gold.
Mid One's gonna break this smoke. If he's gonna save Monkey King's life, he's gonna break this smoke. Observe a sentry. They see Mid One. In fact, they'll just kill Mid One. This feels like a good trade for OG compared to... Yeah, compared to losing Monkey King, this feels like a good trade-off. Because Sumail was jumping over the top of the Observer and Sentry. He hasn't TP'd out just yet, and Kuro, as he put down the Tinker Ward, they're looking around, and now Sumail will do his TP to the top lane.
So 3 rotations to try to get Monkey King. They don't achieve it. Meanwhile, they're farming the mid lane. Monkey King TP top, so he's gonna keep pushing that. There's no tier 1 tower on the bottom anymore. Seb needs to be careful. BKB is ready in a couple of seconds, but they have 2 abilities that go through magic immunity.
Seb? Yeah, here comes Winter Wyvern. This really feels like one of those classic OG space I have created plays. It's all buying time for what? Sumail to continue his farm?
They're just switching, you know. Sometimes Invoker dies to create space. Sometimes it's Seb, no tail most of the time. But they're just, you know, they can't fight without BKBs. And Sumail decided to go for more greedy build, which I think is a correct play here. If they wanna, you know, keep suiciding one hero on the side lanes, so that he can get
going for Tusk
BKB faster.
He just used Snowball. Kuro is waiting around behind him. The Veil comes out. They're burning out GH. Kuro knows that his ultimate can't create that space, but the Tornado from mid one didn't connect on GH the way he wanted to, and now Necro will come in for the Reaper's Scythe. Goodbye mid one, but maybe there's the damage from Sumail. It's a great Wukong's command combining with the Supernova. They're keeping Necro right on the edge of the Wukongs. Now buyback coming in from Wyvern. Doesn't have his ulti. Seb, sentries down from both sides as the Glimmer Cape trying to get Seb out of range. As you said, the BKB is up and running, so if Nigma want to try and fight this one, they may regret it. But everyone's backing up for runes.
Mid one is just, you know, a threat right now. Okay, he's Invoker, we need to kill him. But he doesn't do that much. I think Nigma needs to prioritize to try to grab Monkey King if possible. But then again, if you go on Monkey, Invoker gets his spells off, Tornado, EMP. We're gonna be either without mana or whole fight cancelled. B's gonna die.
Yeah, this is meant to be a team game, but he's down there by himself. No tail, not even feeling the pressure to trigger Nature's attendance. Seb was coming over, even without Blink Dagger and Phoenix. He knew he was okay.
But not quite.
But we knew none of this. Their aggressive vision inside that Radiant jungle does not exist anymore.
I feel like No Tail is just picking Enchantress for himself so that he can spam I love winning.
This is how you gain MMR, is it? Oh, BKB
I mean, they did not want to
actually
play TI Grand Finals without their chat wheels.
Sumail is actually going to finish BKB in 300 gold. He is now #1 net worth. They have overtaken. This is what I was worried about with like Mind Control getting all the farm. Just exactly what does this go into? Like, we're not looking at like the Blink Dagger Dagon style Necros who will get kill after kill after kill.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God. But like he now gets auras, but it still then relies on his teammates to do damage. Which so far hasn't happened. Like, you got Spirit Vessel for Miracle. Okay, great. You got a lot of break elements to work with, but then you get Force Staffs. Then you get more maneuverability arriving in for OG. I say like you get Force Staffs. They haven't got any yet. They've got Glimmer Cape, and now there's your first Force Staff. Four-man smoke.
They're ready to fight. Yep, OG. This Invoker is just like your position 3, who's building a lot of different stuff. Force Staff, Veil. He's going for Road of Atos next. He really wants that Road of Atos for a very long time, but always finds a different item to build instead of it.
The Observer Sentry of Nigma. Just warning them to the presence of OG.
Saksa has been very silent. At least we didn't talk about him, but he's doing so much. Like Spirit Vessel, his positioning is great with the Sunray.
And service it down.
Philosopher's Stone.
Clumsing it onto the Phoenix as he got their way back out of here. Icarus dive, he'll get up the hill, but the attack from actually Kuro follows him up the hill to get it. 444 gold for that kill, and now into Roshan Nigma go. Buybacks are available, but they've lost their outpost. They don't have the easy TP. The first creep comes down as the Mud Golems of the Enchantress. Have a look.
I want to check how low Roche is. Do I need to buy back or not?
Samael's ready to
I
the
feel like they
Wukong
can
around.
just keep spamming. Yep. EMP Tornado.
Samael's right in the middle of him. If he triggers the Wukong now, Boundless Strike, he jumps down, focusing over on the Necrophos with the BKB. Ghost Shroud will end up cancelling that off. Tusker, oh, good curse. Winter Wyvern cancelling the Wukong's command. I say it's a good curse. What did you really get from it? You got to kill over on the Tusker. Now Reaper side, Dragon Knight put down. No buyback for him, and he's dead for a very long time. Big disengage coming from OG, or do they try and fight around this hillside? Now Wukong's out again from Samael. The Boundless Strike, it's on the Winter Wyvern in the back line, so at least he can kill him. The Supernova, real issues for Nigma to get away in time. They turn on the Sunray, and now Viper trying to battle under his own Nether Post, but that won't work. A Miracle, he's so low on life and mana. One more attack from Samael would probably do it. GH is keeping him free, and then Miracle can hit him with a Sleight of Fist. OG buying back at least onto the Enchantress.
Fight with these two heroes only.
Phoenix isn't going to help out. Dust is still there from GH back under the tier 2 tower. He's trapped. They're all actually quite terrible at attacking. Snowball over. They go towards the Phoenix. They had to turn off the sun. And Soxa trying to get back to the tier 2 tower. That won't work, and we're clumsy netting all up again. Glimmer Cape will protect No-Tail. He makes a break for the tree line. But Nigma covering all the angles, and a double kill for Miracle. And now they look back towards Roshan as Viper will respawn in 2 seconds. And Necro will give him the TP out that he's looking for.
Full HP. Yep. Tab is out. I think No-Tail just bought back there to buy some extra time.
They're going to kill mid
so
one.
that OG are going to be alive for the next fight.
DK could not blink stun in time. Now he's got a BKB. His 8-second BKB charge to get away. Oh,
They're
this is
still
escalated.
not killing Roche.
They are not, but they're killing it in the gold. Nigma have the advantage. They've managed to swing this in just the span of probably like 4 minutes. They've managed to swing a 7k lead around. Same for the experience, it swings just as hard.
I believe that's a full BKB on Viper because of that fight.
It is.
Now with the Aegis, it's gonna be much easier for them to take a fight. I assume Ember Spirit takes it here. Necro doesn't have problems, has defensive abilities, plus he has Pipe and the Force Staff, also going for even more utility build. Lotus Orb to dispel the Spirit Vessel charges.
I still don't know which side you want to come down on in this game. 21, 26. With the Aegis of the Immortal, but OG. I know you never want to think that they're in a bad position, especially when Samael's got so much farm on him. And he's looking for a hero. And he's found one. He's not even waiting on the Wukong's command. He wants to get rid of Winter Wyvern before any kind of curse shenanigans can happen. Of course you get Roshan, but there's no Wyvern for 40 seconds.
With Deso on Miracle, they have some extra tower damage, which is important, but they also need to play around the catapult timings.
Almost walked up the hill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they saw that sentry.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, that's a nice little upgrade for Samael to get once he comes home. Pick up the Mindbreaker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just tries to mop up the wave and then get the hell out. Samael playing very elusive on the Monkey King. Having that 475 tree dance cast range.
He's going for Aghanim Scepter.
He is.
So they're looking for prolonged team fights. Problem is there's no save. As I said, Necro uses ulti on someone, he's dead. So they need to either have buybacks or be ready to take a fight 4 versus 5.
I normally get really excited about a double damage rune on an Ember Spirit of Miracles, but it feels like just walk into Tornado and that's then gone. And he's meant to be your front liner with the Aegis the Immortal. Maybe they get a moment to kill off Phoenix if Phoenix gets a little greedy and tries to push this wave. Not too greedy.
Knows.
Woo! Clean the trees. Outpost gets to be claimed up by Weeha. Boundless Strike over on GH, but it's a little too risky without any kind of real good vision around them. The Observers and Sentries of OG are more focused around the mid lane.
Seems like mid one wants that Road of Atos so badly, but does not want to spend money to get it. This is the same thing when I see a game costing $80.
Oh, Dragon Tail stun.
I want to buy it, but I don't want to spend money.
They need to keep the chain stun going or else he's going to spirit himself away towards Roshan. They break the Aegis of the Immortal. And now they need a secondary stun, but they do not have it. He is back out to Roshan.
They would still have left 2 minutes and 20 seconds on that Aegis. So very good play from OG. You know, game pretty even in terms of kills and net worth.
Let's keep mopping up wave after wave.
Radiant's bottom
Nigma really need to find, well, something. Like, can they line up even force high ground? Can they force OG to come back? I suppose it's a little hard too when you've got Samael, like, just cutting wave after wave.
Yeah, Samael just, you know, doing monkey's business. They don't have the best hero to catch him, and they need to use Ember Spirit +1. Full Ags on him, on top of Mindbreaker.
Nigma is smoking up. They're looking for a target. Now, all they can really do is try and look to catch out Samael. But while he does one push, like Seb's normally farming the jungle behind, they find another target. It's Nortel. And she's level 5. He's going to wand up. He's going to get Sunray. But the Reaper Scythe is more than enough damage to put him down. Now Tusker. GH making the most of that Blink Dagger. He knows Samael is hunting, but he should also know that Samael now has an Aghanim Scepter up and running. Actually jumping forward. Samael starts the Boundless Strike over on the Viper. Icarus dive forward into the Supernova. Everyone's a little bit too far away from Nigma, but maybe Kuro as well as Weeha can work together. The Cold Embrace keeps Viper alive. Samogi can't finish the job, but he's battling inside the Wukong's command. Snowball save is there, as well as the Curse to create a little bit extra space, but the battling is his Aghanim Scepter Samael. He needs one more hit. Boundless Strike off cooldown in 1 second time. That's when they needed the extra silence too. He's lining up. Who cares about the Spirit Vessel if he can just get the damage out, but he can't even do that. Cold Embrace after Cold Embrace from Kuro creates the space required for Enigma, and now you're going to lose Seb too. All 5 heroes from OG pushing up the daisies. Enigma, that is the fight they wanted. 4 heroes inside of Wukong's and they still survive.
Problem is the Spirit Vessel is causing a lot of issues. They can't regen up. How many times we've seen Monkey having Jingus but not getting any lifesteal from it. And I love how aggressive OG tried to play. Necro used ulti on Enchanters. They're like, yeah, we could go, because Necro does not have ulti. Problem was, Phoenix didn't get the ulti off. They immediately started attacking it. Winter Wyvern from very far away. There was no follow-up from a Dragon Knight. They need to stick together, either use Tornado to keep the egg protected, or have Dragon Knight close by.
Yeah, that's a lot of problems to overcome for OG. Jumping in, Miracle. Finding Notal once again. He came on a ward mission. Mission was failed. And now he's dead again for a long time.
Necrophos is becoming a huge problem. They can't really burst him anymore. So they need to leave him for the last. He has 2 ways of dispelling things. He even has a mind breaker, so you don't expect this kind of a silence. He might swap things around and put the Havoc Hammer in his inventory instead. Yep, make himself more tanky.
OG's looking for a fight. Samel's mopping up waves. Feels like there's so much weight on Samel's back to actually carry. It looked like he was having a 1v4 fight himself. TP's coming in towards the outpost. So Smoke should break pretty quickly from mid 1. In fact, he's going to break it. Over on, well, Tusker, looking for Phoenix. A lot of support around him into the Wukong's command. Samel able to get the Sun over on the Necrophos. And he doesn't have a really great way out this one. Combining with the Supernova. Just getting some distance. Miracle stunned up even through the immunity. Seb into his BKB form. Wyvern has that ultimate available, but now he has to cold embrace himself up. You've already lost the Invoker, turning on the Sunray from the Feast, but they still haven't taken care of the Winter Wyvern. Maybe the Supernova. Actually, yeah, you can do it with the Sunray, but there's not enough core heroes to dish out any kind of damage from OG anymore.
It's just this Necro is alive and can do whatever he wants. They can't take him down quickly. And Ember Spirit, I mean, I think this game just shows why this hero is mostly banned out.
Yeah.
Also, Wyvern doing such a great job, just keeping Monkey King during his BKB timing, so that he can't really deal damage, then they deal with him a bit later. Holy Locket on Winter Wyvern to increase the healing. Has Philosopher's Stone. I also saw that they have Paladin Sword, so for now Viper is just keeping it.
And you got 2 charges of Sleight of Fist too, so OG initiating onto Ember Spirit feels even more impossible. Miracle. Now at the time of his life, this kind of feels like the last fight that OG's really going to have. It'll probably happen after they've lost their mid lane. All other tier 2 towers have been removed, so Nigma doesn't have to back up. So what have you got in return? An Assault Cuirass brought up by Seb. Nigma's going to be a little bit more defensive about this. And back up for now. Roshan will respawn in 50 seconds, but okay, Nigma Smoke, they're looking for their fight. And Monkey will be the primary target if he wants to come in. You know it's called the Rock's Kiss.
Pulling Rock's Kiss.
Jump forward. GH. Not exactly certain what he was going on there, apart from a couple of fakes. Samel just played it through the tree lines. He is trying to make sure that Tusker has no influence in this fight, but Samel walks out of his Wukong to look for the fight. He's bounced so far away, the wrong direction. Supernova is being battled down. Wyvern not actually there to help out, so the Supernova will come off in time, and Samel is able to turn around and get this fight, combining with the Sunray. GH, he's burning inside the Cold Embrace. It's a bit of a waste of a curse, as Samel was able to tank through all of it, and now he's ready to fight once again. Slams down the wave. It's still a 2-for-2 trade-off, and Samel, he's kicking for the moment. Necro will be the bigger one, but Wyvern, he is just the medic. He's the MASH unit. He's Hawkeye from range, making sure that everyone is safe. And chop it out. No tail. A little bit of space gets created for him thanks to the deafening blast. But now mid-1 becomes public enemy number 1. Another Spirit Vessel charge, one after the other. And that feels like a GG calling coming right now. No tail's trapped against the tree line.
Slight is ready.
Nigma are ready to win.
There is enough
Rampage.
time. There it is. Whew.
This feels over.
So yeah, Illusion Escape bait from OG. Nigma fell for it. They lost Tusk before the fight started, but this Spirit Vessel, man, new Spirit Vessel is such a broken item. Like, just the aura, it's way too good. And Monkey King, if they didn't have the Spirit Vessel, like OG could have easily keep winning the fights because Monkey King would be full HP. This way, he can't do it. Also, a bit of misused Necro Facility during Winter's Curse. Otherwise, Dragonite would just straight up die. So that's 2 set of Raxes.
We're not going to push for much more. You've got Weeha already on the top lane, so they're going to give the space for one last fight in the top lane. And OG need to pull something absolutely magical out, because that advantage that was theirs is very much gone. 32,000 experience, 20k net worth. Roshan's up as well, so you'll have an Aegis and Cheese to deal with. Or maybe that is the place you fight. The only place you can probably fight. You lose Roshan and it feels like the fight is impossible.
Yep. They lose Roche, give them Cheese Aegis. The game just, you know, feels over for them. Whereas the smoke lanes are decently pushed.
Got it.
We have 1 sentry timeout, but that's all for now. Oh yeah, we have... Gotta get those tier 4 items up and running. I think anyone's taking the time to farm inside the jungle. Dragon on Dragon. Good 4-star forward. Pushing the cursed target out. Trying to bait with the Winter Wyvern, but now Sleight of Fist jump in. Combining with a Supernova. Maybe they get the space. Can they get rid of it in time? Phoenix, where's this egg crash? Oh, it does come off at least. So GH protected by the Cold Embrace. This is a huge Wukong's command for Samel to fight inside of, but now 3 heroes gone. You're about to make it 4 as Sucks getting caught inside the mid lane. Buybacks can come in from No Tail. But to what avail? Winter Wyvern's being protected. Finally, Samel can actually get that Boundless Strike to work into a kill.
Couple of buybacks. Nigma used one on GH. Reaper's Sight, they don't have it. I mean, mid one's not... I just want to see how much damage he dealt in this game. It's gonna be very, very low. It's gonna be like 7 Bulba damage.
Drafted the item well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's still chasing GH. Base is dying. He needs to go back.
That he does.
Doesn't have a TP.
That's problematic. And this game's over. We are is hitting into the radiation. I've been saying this for a while, but OG, they're fighting until the last man. No Tail gets killed off once again, just always being broken by this Viper. And now Samel will arrive. BKB walks through the entire Enigma. They are just gatekeeping the Radiant base. Mind control. Well, he can shroud up and buy a little bit more time for himself to live. The creep wave will now hit the Ancient. Enigma, they're camping inside the base of OG, into the fountain. Samel at least can kill Miracle at the very end of that, but a couple of giggles to be had by OG, I think, there at the end. But we will have ourselves a deciding game. We are going to 3. We are going the distance. We're going for speed.
That's what we wanted to see, right? And, you know, Nigma with a completely different approach. Mind control, you give him the space in the laning stage that he needs. 13-1-23.
What an answer by Nigma. Like you said, that's what we wanted to see. I think everyone wanted to get a game 3. Here we go. We have it. Man, what were the key moments for you guys throughout the series?
Having this Necrophos Spirit Vessel Carrier on Miracle, and he just completely shut down Invoker in the laning stage. He could not do anything. Like, he was just 2 spells. I used Tornado, I use EMP, maybe I throw in a Cold Snap here and there. I'm just thinking maybe he could have switched to, you know, Exort build after. I'm not sure if that's doable. I'm not an Invoker player, probably someone knows, but these are just my 2 cents of thoughts. Then they would have enough magical damage to deal with the Necro.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you actually even think about like how the laning phase went down. Like, how did Mind Control get a start like that? Normally, Mind Control is the one that gets sacked by Nigma. But when he plays a hero like this and you give him such a start, he's such an enabler for the rest of Nigma to be free to do what they wanted to do. Even though I do think like OG had this really great moment until break after break after break hit them.
You were saying a while ago that actually OG had a 7k gold lead, and it was like a swift swing by Nigma at the 30-minute mark. What got Nigma to come to that point to be able to pull that off?
That was the Spirit Vessel timing, right?
Which Lacoste was saying.
Yeah.
I've said it multiple times. It's great against the Dragonite. They had like two ways of dealing with Dragonite. One of the reasons why Seb decided to go for fast BKB. Spirit Vessel break. Even if you pop a BKB, he's gonna use ulti on you, slow you down. So it's a pretty hard Dragonite game. I think Nigma really had a lot of answers for what OG picked.
Also, some pretty clutch saves from Kuroki at certain team fights throughout the match.
Oh, for sure.
It's not just the saves. It's also he was the egg hitter. He was, using ulti on Monkey King during the BKB duration. So Monkey King shows up with 2-3 seconds of BKB. You don't care too much about that. He can't achieve much, especially against the Necrolite.
Very cool. Toby, you think the lack of stuns was a factor with OG?
I don't think so. I think the lack of mid one was probably the factor for OG.
Pingvoker?
If we're being really honest about it, like the Invoker didn't have as much of an influence as you probably would have liked him to have. He got out denied in the mid lane, and things looked okay. And until that death, and until things really just started to extrapolate out, and there was no comeback. It's not like a Hand of Midas, Quaswex Invoker, who's able to get a little bit more efficiency out of the jump.
Yeah, if someone bought him Hand of Midas, somehow viewers or I don't know.
Yeah,
throw in a couple of.
Is this Hunger Games? I need to actually beg for someone to send me an item inside of a game to change the balance.
Which chat would do that. We're looking at 17, 14, 23 by Miracle there with a Rampage. Let's talk about his performance a bit.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Ember Spirit being picked up.
He doesn't get through the first fall. He does not get through the first fall.
And this hero does so much. Physical, magical, Spirit Vessel carrier. And once you get that Dezo, you also have enough tower damage. Also very versatile. You need elusive as well. You need to create a lot of, opportunities for your team to try to grab a kill. There's a 3-man smoke rotation. You don't get a kill. That's a lot of time wasted. A lot of gold on top of that.
Yep.
Well, you know what? We all wanted a game 3. We have gotten that, and I know we're very much looking forward to it. We're going to jump to our final game with OG and Nigma in just a bit, right after this break.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Corps. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. And CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues. It's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
And we are back, and we have a Game 3. TI9 Grand Finals throwback between these wonderful teams. Lacoste, we were talking off stream a bit about you're really happy about Miracle getting, of course, a damage dealer like Ember. What would you want to see him? What would be an ideal hero for him for this third? Like, if you were to pick from a few.
Like, if someone says Miracle, first hero that comes to my mind is Ember Spirit. The other one is Shadowfin. So give him something. I'm not talking about Shadowfin right now, but any hero that can go around the map, create space, make chaos. That's his hero, you know.
Toby, would you say that Nigma played their game more second season?
I think it's a little easy to say that when they win.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Nigma just got to play comfortable heroes in the lanes. I think Nigma games are always a good game when Mind Control has a good game. They can rally around his initiations, and when Kuro is able to be a playmaker, Winter Wyvern is like you see Kuro on playing heroes like Rubik, and you're like, man, this guy is just like controlling absolutely everything with this hero. You don't always say that with the Winter Wyvern unless you see kills coming from ultimates, but you saw no kills coming from ultimates, but he still had just as much influence as when he plays Rubik's.
So we're seeing how these two games played out. What do you expect coming off Game 3, Lacoste?
I want to see something same from Nigma, because this is working out for them, that they have heroes that can go out and do stuff, and maybe prioritizing Mind Control's farm, because when you give him any kind of advantage, he delivers.
He had Snickers and then some, man. He was farmed. He was good. Okay, how do you expect OG to adjust? I mean, Lacoste just said, Toby, that Spirit Vessel was such a big problem for them. How do you see them adjusting within this draft or decisions coming?
I think it was like it was a combination of things. Like Spirit Vessel is always a problem when you got heroes that really just have a direct issue with that, and when you can't affect the timing of that Spirit Vessel. But I think it was also the combinations with Viper that just made it really difficult for them all to stand in that. As that's just down to like finding a better combination that you can have in a draft. Like it's difficult to think like, oh, are they going to 5-pick Viper me? You probably don't think about that too much. We've seen a lot of different break mechanic solutions, especially with the rise of the popularity of Bristleback and now the decrease of him. So I think it's fresh in people's minds for like how to get around these heroes.
Nice. Just a bit of a tangent. Just looked into it. Lacoste Viper is actually a nether drake, which is some species of dragon. That's what I got. Nether.
That's what you got. I mean, that's made up. You can say whatever you want. No one can say you're right or wrong. It's made up. Like my super hero is stronger than yours, because I can shoot the laser from, his eyes. But then you say, but my superhero can't die, and then I say my hero can kill undead units.
Nether Drake does sound cool, though. I mean, come on.
It sounds cool, though. Yeah,
it sounds cool. It sounds cool. But anyway, we're jumping into the draft. Here we go.
I'm not seeing an Ember band.
That's like a viper. That's like a dragon, right?
Yes, it is. It is some species of dragon. Yes, a drake is some species of dragon. You're right.
Thank you, chat. What I said about superheroes, I did not mean it. It was made up. But let's focus on the draft here. So, Tusk Gun, I really like that approach. GH really shines on the hero. Void Spirit also gone. Weaver is a hero that can do so much. She can be played at multiple roles. Basically 4 out of 5. Shadow Demon gone once again. Also, this is the hero that can create so much stuff, either save, setting things up. I think if OG had, during the mid fights, hero like a Shadow Demon, any kind of save like Oracle, it would have been working out so much better for them.
Yeah. I actually wanted to, like SD Ben, I always think like first pick is going to go Nigma's way and they're going to ban the Ember. So it's up to Seb right now if he takes out the Ember here in the 4th. Because if he doesn't, Akura is going to first pick it. There it is. There's the ban.
Ember Spirit. He needs to go.
I guess we get to have a different style of Dota this game around, and I'm okay with that.
What would you give Miracle? Lacoste, Ember's banned? I mean, give him like two choices. What would you give him?
It's hard to say. Like, they are not gonna first phase his hero unless it's something really, really good, like an Ember Spirit. But if we're in for a treat, we might see somehow Shadowfin, but not sure if they want to swap things around. Wee's always going to be playing the mid lane. So this is a hero that doesn't, reveal anything. It's most likely going to be 4, 99%. I've seen some teams like running it as position 5. OG is actually one of the teams that run it as position 5 sometimes. But you want to give him a bit of farm priority so he can farm up his Blink Dagger. Always good where you can block people off. 2 big team fighting ultis coming out for OG.
Why do I feel you just Bloodseeker right now? Make his life a living hell. But it could just be a 4-position Pango because you get the Enigma 3 for Seb.
Yeah, last time I saw OG playing Nigma, it was Seb playing it, rushing Necrobook 1, then getting a Blink Dagger. So this also allows you to play extremely fast. One hero to ban out maybe once again is Luna. This is the strat that they ran. Eidolons, they almost have double damage. Alpha Wolf, Helmut Dominator, you have also on top of that Luna's Aura. Oh, Luna Zora does not work, never mind. So Rubik against Enigma, it's gonna be a great Ruby game so far. It seems like Pangolier needs to use Shield Crash after he uses ulti straight away, otherwise Rubik's gonna steal it, and there's also the threat of Enigma's Black Hole, so looks like a pretty nice Ruby game.
And there it is.
This is going to be just a fun game in itself, just for positioning. Like ES and Rubik. If Rubik gets Black Hole and you've got Echo Slam, Nigma have such great options when it comes to their team fights, just from their first two, and these are the supports as well.
Yeah, I just checked. Luna got changed so much. It also works on the range units, like her aura. So that's why they play this strat where Eidolons are just demolishing towers.
They don't
Sorry
ban
about
Luna,
that
though.
one, chat.
They ban.
Luna's not banned out.
I'm sure chat will forgive you. Ban Lycan instead of Luna. The wrong L.
What if they ban the wrong L and ban me instead? That's the problem.
We can't ban you. We've tried. Like, you're not newbie. Oh wait, sorry. Is that too soon? Too soon? I'm sorry.
Ooh, I felt that. I felt that here. I'm sure chat felt that too. But hey, you know, just to go on a quick tangent, when I look at Rubik, Enigma, Toby, you remember that moment, ESL 1 Manila, that crazy?
Yeah, we had 4 black holes. 4 black holes in the span of, I think, about 30 seconds. That was pretty cool.
And I remember you saying to me, you will never get like a moment like that again. That's just such a rare moment to be able to see it play out like that.
Yeah, it was like things like that really don't happen, and I don't see it really happening in a game like this. Just because I don't think the meta allows for that level of farm anymore on both sides. So to get to that position in the first place is already pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And an Enigma will push hard very early on. Nigma have some decent D push. Rubik just stealing Swashbuckler is already gonna be like there's a creep wave gone. So Nigma do have ways to delay this, but you know that OG are just gonna get really, really strong in their team fight.
And we're heading into our third in just a bit.
And they're taking some time to choose. Like, you'll probably be looking at a support hero at the moment. But I'm wondering, like,
I think you want to reveal your position 5 here.
I'm gonna get Mirana. That's a little bit more of a flex. It can be, well, it's been Samael before as a mid laner. I don't think it's been mid one as a mid laner.
So what are they doing? I mean, you can run Enigma as position 5 as well if you want to.
You can push Samael into the safe. You can put Samael into the mid lane. There's no issue with that. And if mid one's actually feeling like the ping is getting the better of him, or at least the mid matchup's getting the better of him, maybe they even do switch the lanes. And there's the Bloodsucker.
Well, he deals well with the Pangolier, AoE silence, great against Enigma. You know, he can just run into and use a black hole. Same goes for Mirana. I'm really wondering what position Mirana's gonna play. I've seen some offlane Miranas in CIS region. I believe Sonic was the one playing it.
Does 5 Enigma work so you could run a 4 Mirana, 3 Pango? And do you even want to run a 3 Pango when a Bloodseeker's on the field?
So you might want to run position 4 Pango, have Mirana maybe as a 5, and then Enigma as your position 3.
Naga Siren. Ooh. That's also some fantastic steals for the Rubik. Maybe you can reset the fights. You at least get the ensnare control against Bloodseeker.
It's such a strong combination, Naga Siren, Enigma. You're gonna get Black Hole with the Midnight Pulse. You can also find Rubik, so you don't have to care about him stealing the Black Hole, which is pretty big. And even if Rubik like steals the Black Hole, you can just sleep them with Naga Siren. So this pick is really valuable for OG. They need some kind of more AoE that deals well with the Naga Siren.
Oh, we get a Storm Spirit. Jump the back lines, get the control.
It's a good Storm game. They have literally nothing that stops him. Like Enigma with the Black Hole, okay, you're gonna get fissured from far away. Malefice, he can still be able to zip. Naga Siren and Snare, that's the only one.
Yeah, I'm really liking this lineup from Nigma. They have heroes who can just snowball so hard in Bloodseeker and Storm Spirit. Their support combinations got controls galore. I think OG's execution is also a lot harder to achieve. Because it requires Nigma to be grouped up. It requires fantastic Song of the Siren timing. Maybe you get ensnare into arrows and you have other combinations that can work from OG. But Nigma can play around that a lot easier.
Lacoste, do you favor Nigma as well, or how are you liking things so far?
It's hard to read what OG is doing, but I believe it's going to be, as I said, maybe throw Pangolier off from a core position because he's playing against the Bloodseeker. But so far so good for Nigma. It's a Storm Spirit game, a free one. There's literally no counters. And OG once again banning Darkseer in the last phase.
I really don't know what OG is doing against this.
It's an offlaner that Nigma is missing. And it looks like it's Storm mid, Bloodseeker on the safe lane. What could Mind Control play that deals well with the Naga Siren, her illusions? Right now they lack a bit of tower damage, so maybe something like a Pugna.
Well, it wouldn't be too bad.
I mean, you can get a Dragonite on the offlane always, like stun, tower damage. Dragonite checks a lot of the boxes, splash damage against the Siren, tanky enough.
Might also just be nice to run the Bloodseeker as a 3 position.
That's doable.
And then you just get something for Miracle where it can go totally ham. It doesn't rely on the Bloodseeker. You could just get him his Terrorblade. Like some building push is kind of really what Nigma are missing. And it's a Lion pickup.
Okay, so that's why I said Pugna, because of the drain to kill the illusions, and Lion can do the same thing. You know, hex one, drain the other one.
Does that make this an ES
from Naga
core?
Siren gone.
Miracle
No,
Storm
I believe it's a Lion core. I believe that's a Lion core.
Okay.
Oh, that is...
We
Are you guys
have Bloodseeker.
Surprised with the Lion core? Lion pick?
Seb's also playing the Mirana too, so that'll be a 3-position Mirana, and that is a 5-position Enigma pickup at the end.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they have a lot of Enigma counters, so they're going to shift that to position 5. Pangolier, same goes. Bloodseeker really counters you, and they needed some kind of a lower cooldown stun to control the Storm Spirit. And yeah, Mirana, I said it. Okay, position 5.
Position 3 ES. So Mind Control gets to play the ES as a core.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's fine, because Earthshaker's going to have matchup against the melee hero, either Naga Siren or Dragonite. They're not going to put Mirana on that lane, so he's going to be fine. Also, position 4 is Pangolier. One of the reasons why they shifted Earthshaker towards position 3, sorry.
It just feels, again, like it feels really nice from Nigma. I feel like they've got a lot of answers to OG's lineup, and every lane feels a lot easier to execute. Once level 6 are up for Wii as well as Miracle, things get a lot more interesting. Mind Control, maybe he can get a lot of damage out from this Earthshaker. He works very well against illusions, conversions, anything that's going to be pushing at him. It feels really nice for Nigma, for their draft. As long as they can execute it nicely in the lanes, then this can end up looking really, really good. for Nigma. And maybe they get themselves through into the semi-finals with this. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, obviously. I'm going to execute against OG.
So it's pretty cool. Okay, Toby, pretty clear that we're going for Nigma here. Lacoste, who are you going for?
I'd say Nigma won the draft. Ooh. They're gonna have favorite matchup in the laning stage. Like, Seb will be playing top with Soxa, so this is the lane that Bloodseeker doesn't get that much farm. And Miracle will be playing mid. Like, you asked me which heroes he should be playing, what do we want to see? I said that they rarely swap. We exclusively plays mid, and Storm Spirit mid. We're in for a treat.
And what a way to, of course, kick off Game 3. Hang on to your snacks, folks. We have the final game, OG and Nigma, with, of course, these wonderful gentlemen, Toby, One, and Lacoste, grinding it out. All right, guys, have some fun.
This game will be everything. It'll be a lot of fun for people to watch. We may even get our old dunking Earthshaker back in again. And a fine position, Enigma. Same build from Notel as he had before. So we've got Blightstone, Tango's Clarity.
He denies creeps in the laning stage, and I believe he's, just gonna be around farming the jungle, and also getting closer to Naga Siren if something happens. I believe OG's trolling us. They picked Enigma against Nigma.
Maybe. It's not like they won their Game 5 of the ESL 1. Oh wait, no, they didn't actually. that was Virtus.pro who won that. Oops, too soon again. Damn it.
Toby, you're on fire. I want to see how the top lane goes. I believe Mirana as an offlaner, as I said, I've seen it in the CIS region. It's strong. Like, you kill the range creep, what he does, and the Bloodseeker, he blocks it. Then you have a better creep equilibrium, so you can just keep harassing. Bloodseeker can't get close. You can't use the Blood Rage, even though you're not even getting it until level 3 or 4.
Yeah, man, I really like that when you actually flag the fact, like, no, he's not just tanking arrows. Courier just did the same thing. Like, he just body blocks Seb from hitting the second range creep. At least Soxa should be able to snipe the Courier. That's probably the easiest Courier kills. Doesn't even require an Observer Ward for it. Just saw it come out to the lane.
It looked intentional.
We'll see what type of game Mind Control gets to have this time around. I'm rather interested to see if he's able to be the same type of influence. It'd be obviously a very different influence. This would be an aggressive style.
Mid lane.
Yes, at mid 1. He's back to the tower, Dragon Blood up, but now he's also really in trouble. Miracle's got some damage, but is it still going to be enough? Mid 1's back under the tower, and he has enough. He'll die to the tower, or will he Fairy Fire and salving back up?
That was so nicely done by Miracle. He needed 1 CS to get level 3. Climbs uphill, kills the range creep with the Remnant, pulls him straight away. And then, you can use the Remnant after, you still get the Overload hit. That was really, like, on point. If he had 10-15 HP more, he would have survived.
And Dreamstar for the Nigma mid. And remember, every time you get the upper hand in the lanes, Bloodseeker gets stronger and stronger, making life harder for Seb, who still's been denied a lot of these range creeps. We still got good CS. 12 for 3, but the other 3 CSs on the top part of the board all belong to Nigma. And with the bottle arriving as well for Miracle, that's looking nice. And they sniped out Samael's Courier.
Let's shake things up.
The only lane that they should be winning
Lion?
the top one. Seb. Yeah, that's gonna be an easy one.
Leaps into the Starfall.
I think Mirana, as an offlaner, is underrated. Like, Nigma had a good read what Mirana wants to do. They blocked the 2 arrows. Like, you outpush the lane and then you pull this side camp. deny the whole creep wave. You might even, get a kill if they overextend. That's a JJ. You're much better. You're more artistic than me. I can only do simple stuff with my mouse.
Yeah, that was me drawing on the map, as opposed to drawing on the mini map. Make it a little bit more obvious for the people at home.
Storm Spirit, level 5 and 1/4 already. While mid one, level 4.5. Rune spawning, region rune. They need to pull Dragon.
Miracle's gonna bottle it. He was feeling pretty good about that too, mid one. Like the second brace route arrived. Saxa was coming in for level 2 swashbuckle. He just needed like a breathe fire and level 2 swashbuckle, and maybe they could have killed off Miracle. And now Miracle go back to full. How to stop an initiation. Put Blood right down.
A sour note.
Between the lane hero and the aggressive support.
I thought I heard Echo Slam, like slamming. I instantly moved to the bottom lane to see what's happening. Like, there's no way he's level 6.
So now I was even giving him the very friendly tip. They all look. Oh, 1 the kill, but mid 1's able to TP out to safety. And 2 the bounties.
He's losing so much from TPing out. Usually Dragonite is the one who can sustain in the lane. That's why you pick him, but that first blood really costing him on top of region rune. So the stars are aligning for Nigma.
GH? Is that... Oh wait, no points up in Malefice for No Tail. He went a 0-2-1 build. So there's no extra control on GH. While up on top, arrows fly forward, Weeha keeping his distance. As Kuro underneath the tower being very heavily pushed by Seb. He's got another leap available, goes into the trees. Kuro able to land his own stun. Blood right from Weeha, looking for some steal. And now it's actually Seb who's in trouble. Kuro will die and Seb will be able to TP out. But this leaves the lane now free for Weeha to farm back up to full health. If he can get those last hits.
Mid one really trying to get the rune from the Storm Spirit. No vision for Miracle, so Enigma just snatches Invis. Naga Siren, how's she doing? 21, 34 on this Earthshaker. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they decided to put him as a core. Like, you get a soul ring.
Mid lane.
She gets close.
DK.
2 spells.
That's a lot of heroes TPing in to make sure this Dragon Knight goes down. And the funny thing is, they needed all 4 of them to ensure that DK went down, and Weeha is the man to claim the kill. But they brought everybody but the ES in for this.
This is when you use Shift Enter, !Enter.
It did feel like they needed everyone though. Like it actually felt like they needed everybody.
Aftershocks.
Bloodseeker didn't need the TP, they would have got the kill anyway. Nice Fisher block on the bottom lane. Is there a follow-up?
There is. A pickup throwback from GH, Midnight Pulse. No Tail, trying to battle in the creep wave, but rather difficult. Nigma to get that last bit in. Now DK gets to do some damage to a tier 1 tower. Mid 1 onto the tier 1 tower on top. Weeha's waiting around. Still not level 6 just yet. Okay, now we just cracked it. Starts with the blood, right? They'll need a rupture follow-up. Dawn Spirit also moving over. But this rotation fails. The Observer Ward down from OG. They saw the movement from Miracle. And this is some wasted time. Oh, he gets hit by the arrow too.
Nice arrow.
He picked up the keen optic. Knew the perfect time when that army would go down. Seb being pulled away, forcing the rupture to do more work. Mid 1 stun can't do enough, and there's a stun available from Kuro in a second as well. So all he's got to do is just land that and let Weeha hit into the Dragon Knight while Saxa, backline, Miracle. He's going to get the kill. What a pickup from the Pango, catching the retreating Storm Spirit. And now mid one gets to be aggressive against Kuro with the Breathe Fire. One charges. Give Kuro that life back again, but now the Dragon Form is worn off. The Pango is here to help out.
And you can see Naga-san, she's not playing the bottom lane anymore. Once Earthshaker gets 6, you can't be using those illusions.
It's time for a black hole.
It's going to be some extra damage.
It's time for a black hole into an arrow. Oh, you're right, he's short, it's 300. Oh, that's kind of crappy. It's time for a black hole in 1 mana.
He even uses the clarity. Like, I want to have Malefice plus a black hole, or just Malefice to set things up.
He's got Soul Ring. He should get that extra money. We're back into normal games as, whoop, hello. Mind control, no tell, let it go. It's glorious, it's beautiful, and it's a kill.
Black hole early on doesn't matter that much, so you should not be afraid of using it. It's not like you're gonna get 3-4 man black hole, so just grabbing a kill, turning it into a tower, or just more farm is fine. He doesn't have boots on No Tail, so one of the reasons why he has 3 observer wards in his inventory right now. Needs to place the vision and smokes. That's his own ward. I'm not sure if... No, that observer ward from Dire did not catch it.
Mind Control gets to come to the bottom lane to force the conversions back. I think Naga wants to have a play at bottom. While up at top, Nigma still haven't cottoned onto the fact this Radiant Observer Ward sees so much. Nigma will slip in under the cover of smoke. He didn't go for the bounty rune. Mind Control will be there instead. Instead, he just drops the Observer Ward and TPs away to safety. Back behind the mid-tier 1. There's very few games where 10 minutes in, no one is on bottom lane. But they can kill top lane. Oh, Pango, that's nicely baited. He started the Rolling Thunder, got ruptured, got pulled back out again, and then Seb can follow up with the arrow stun. Dragon Tail level 1 does that work for you. Trade-off is No Tail on the mid lane. And Pango's now ready to fight and keep him back.
Very limited on the tower damage early on. One of the reasons why Nigma is playing around the catapult timings. You don't necessarily need to kill the tower, but, you know, at least put some pressure on. Meanwhile, the top lane, you had Dragonite using Dragon Tail into Arrow. So that's like 74 seconds of stun.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So tier 1 tower. The first one gets to go the way of OG. Shaker, there's a TP coming in from the Dragon Knight. Naga Illusion's trying to get in the front of him, but won't body block in time. And in fact, just makes Mind Control back up. Might be a little bit sad that Sentry Ward's out of range of the Radiant Obs, which now sees Miracle coming down and burning the Invis rune. Very quickly pinged out from OG. But do they try and help mid one? He's under the tier 1 tower. You have Echo Slam available. You just got to keep him in range of the creep wave. Mid 1 hits with a Breathe Fire. Sentry Ward was there, so we saw Storm Spirit already arriving. They got the extra control. Lions coming in with the Finger of Death. Arrow flies forward, will hit on absolutely nothing as Earthshaker cops a lot of damage from the tower. The Earth Spike from Kuro, way out of target. And with the Song of the Siren, Samel sets up to kill both the 3 position and the offlaner. Perfect Rolling Thunder through. Easy double stuns. Bounce back through it again. And now the last one is Kuro on retreat. Saksa keeps up with it all.
I praised Seb that he always knows which items to buy, and I'm gonna do it again in this game. He's going for Road of Atos on your position 3 Mirana. He understands that they need a catch, they need any kind of item that can lock down Storm Spirit. Like Orchid, way too expensive, this comes online faster, so he's just going for that.
And they want this fight on bottom. Moonlight Shadow's already been burnt, but Black Hole is up. Rupture. Used on Enigma. He moves to the back lines, and then he just lets the Black Hole go, but he gave it over to GH. The arrow again will whiff, separating all of Enigma players. But the battle happens. Samael is farming top lane. The Naga Siren now number 1 on the net worth. Always a dangerous situation. If not just Samael, but a Naga Siren is able to get a heavy amount of farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lion At least he got rid of the Observer Ward. Dragon Tail stun, a little too far away. Hextrom Kuro creates a little bit more space, and now the Stolen Black Hole!
Black Hole!
Have they got some extra help? Kuro, he's holding the Finger of Death. I think he's hoping for the bonuses from this. He'll get himself a double stun, but now he's also way too close to the rest of the team. A fissure from Mind Control. It'll create some space. Kuro still trying to play the game under the tier 1 tower. They'll gobble a bit further. Dragon Tail stun from mid 1, making sure Pango is safe. Echo Slam finally comes in from Mind Control. Seb and mid 1 cop a hell of a lot of damage, and finally mid 1 will be brought down with Miracle. Ball lightning forward. Weeha on speed at the moment. He'll end up killing off Seb. In fact, it's Mind Control who'll claim that one. I'm very happy for it too. Farm up this camp, get yourself a Blink Dagger, and be very happy.
OG is playing way too aggressive at the moment. It was also
that's OG, right?
They always do that, but somehow they did not manage to get the life from this one. Dragonite still with the dragon form. They should use that, try to put some pressure on the mid tower. Bottom tower also extremely low, just 380 HP.
A lot of lines being drawn around mid. That Radiant Observer Ward sees everything, however, including the smoke of Nigma. That's that second either, well, had Invis before, smoke before. Invis before, this is now the smoke. Moonlight Shadow, break the smoke. Mid 1's right behind him. Enigma doesn't have the black hole available. Observers and sentries being planted down. It's a good grab on the Dragon Knight. Very, very close. Moonlight Shadow doesn't protect you from that. Arrow flies in, looking for the ramp. Akura feels it coming, or actually sees it coming. Rubik should also be a little bit careful. Dragon Tail stun with the leap forward from Seb. They have the damage to kill off Kuro. But once again, we start backing up for runes. Are we actually done yet?
Dewarded on the high ground. They're not done. Earthshaker has Blink, but no Echo Slam. So it's like he does not have a Blink Dagger. It's pretty much the same.
Feels like Pango wants something out of here. Arrow flies forward. Weeha, they have their own Observer Ward down, so we do the ward battle once again. And a tier 1 tower being pressured by a Dragon Knight. Normal. Great steal for a Rubik, a level 3 arrow. But that Radiant Observer Ward still sees his positioning and will watch the flight quite clearly. But difficult to get the initiation off. Samal will now come in, hits the ensnare over on Earthshaker, follows up with the arrow, and Rolling Thunder from Sarksev means there is no Echo Slam. Actually, it's off cooldown in 2 seconds' time. The star falls out of range. Mind Control is just running away from the Naga illusion. GH can take care of that. Very, very lucky to be alive at the moment.
No one dies. Like Pangolier TP'd during the Rolling Thunder, so they did not get the kill. There's still a full combo. Enigma with the Black Hole, Naga Siren with the ulti-ready Manta style. So look at the move speed of Naga, 479.
Naga.
She's smoked.
Starts the ensnare. Kuru's the man on the front lines. Arrow's coming off cooldown in a second. I think he was looking for a 3-man smoke under that Radiant a 3-man song under the Radiant Obs to hit the No-Tail ultimate. Difficult when ES is not in the picture.
Usually you don't see Naga Sirens joining fights this early on. Once you finish Manta style, you're like, yeah, I want to farm some more. I want to get that Diffusal Blade. But when you have Enigma in your team, you would gladly want to set things up.
And they got a better setup too. Blink Dagger. The mid one. And G always love playing around those Blink Dagger reveals with bigger plays. Seb's got his Rod of Atos done. Mind Control.
Stolen Arrow.
Brings the heavens. GH hits the perfect stun. Seb leap number 1. Seb leap number 2. Song of the Sirens there from Samael. No-Tail's deck. Just wait. Just wait. The arrow. It actually spawns right inside of Mind Control. And then GH to die as well. Who needs a big, long cooldown ultimate when an arrow will suffice?
Mirana is so tanky. Rod of Atos, that's 10 extra strength. Magic wand charges. He's also going for mech. Well, Seb, man, he always knows what to build for his team. 3k gold lead for OG. Samel's getting way too much. He's 1.5k gold ahead of the second hero on the network chart.
He's always able to split push multiple lanes. Like OG playing the perfect illusion kind of style. You got conversions to push your wave, you've got Naga illusions to do the job, you've got a very slippery Pangolier who's already completed up a Glimmer Cape. Very, very hard to lock down. And Notal has managed to find enough money that he's now, well, a Mithril Hammer plus 100 or so gold away from finishing a BKB. That's something Nigma does not have an answer for, apart from a Solemn Black Hole.
He's just been farming silently. Died a couple of times. Doesn't matter your position 5 Enigma. So if they can catch Rubik with a song, he's gonna black hole him. That's the target.
I'll catch him with Ensnare. Can't follow with much more after that. Mid one's moving over looking for their target. Outpost will be that target. Mind Control as well as Kuro will get the counter one. With pressure being applied by the creep wave almost at the tier 2 tower, feels like a very, very good time to catch Miracle in the trees. They won't find him, he's hiding too well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now that this done, we have perfect arrow follow-up once again. Long duration stuns, but the fissure? Maybe from Mind Control's created. No, it hasn't. Seb holds him in place with a Rod of Atos. I think he wanted to save that for a rainy day. Now Kuro also on the run, another blink off cooldown.
Another stun.
For DK
Another
into the arrow. It's almost too easy to commentate this, isn't it, Lacoste?
Yeah. Arrow, stun, and snare, arrow. Very easy. I see that the Mind Control tried to put the Fisher, but it was on the wrong side. Like, you just wanted to block off Pangolier so that he can't connect the second Rolling Thunder. Maybe it would have given enough time to survive, use a magic wand, but it was off point. So, 3,000 gold on Naga Siren, doesn't have anything queued up, going straight into Butterfly. I have not seen this build before. I've never seen Naga Sirens skipping the Fusel Blade. Like, if we're talking about the recent Naga Sirens, not the ones that, you know, we're going for Radiance Manta style Octarine build.
Uh-huh. That's... yeah, we're not going back that far. And this isn't the same Siren. Yeah, really looking to go for the heavy late game kind of style as combat. Sentry's coming down from GH. He's on a ward mission. Jump forward. Conversions will get to be the steal. Arrow flies in, but it's the creep camp that body blocks it. Not even intentional. Still looking very good for the Nigma cause. Storm Spirit and Bloodseeker with a hell of a lot of farm. Yes, Naga is getting bigger and bigger as this game goes on, and that'll be a very big problem for Nigma to solve.
It's just that their supports are having abilities and they're not using them. Like, you have Earthshaker with the Echo Slam, you would want to take a fight. Same goes for Lion with that finger. He has 0 charges on the finger.
I like how you class Mind Control as a support at the beginning. He does feel like
well, at this point, he is. Like, it's just a position for Earthshaker with half an item more.
Fisher trying to create space once again. The arrow from Seb is on target. I think we're at like
arrow, stun, snipe.
I'm sorry, where's my percentages to pop up on the screen? Was that a 73% success rate for arrows?
Type -AA or HA for Pudge. That's hook accuracy and arrow accuracy for you. For you who don't know, it's a Dota 1. I don't think it ever worked in Dota 2, right?
No, that was never brought into Dota 2. There are a lot of things that weren't brought into Dota 2 that were really fantastic in Dota 1. Someone make a list.
Would quit, you know? You see your hook accuracy or arrow accuracy and you're like, man, I'm bad at this game. Like, it's 1 digit.
I'm sorry, just for everyone at home now, ranked matchmaking will only be available for random draft. There is no AP. AP is only EM.
Toby, why are you always lying?
I'm sorry. Did you not like my lockdown pass? Storm Spirit looking for initiation. Miracle under the cover of smoke's got a pretty damn big one. Enigma with no BKB. He's been so close to this. Hey, +1 charge. Arrow flies forward. Whoop! Storm Spirit, quick jump away. He'll be okay. Can't say the same for mid one. Ruptured up, can't walk out this one. Now you're damage from mind control. He's been waiting forever to use his abilities, and finally he does. 3 euros drop, make it 4. A triple kill for Weeha, and into Roshan we go.
Oh, talking about the perfect fight. They just killed 4 heroes almost inside the Roche pit, and now it's gonna be a freebie for Nigma. Storm Spirit.
Seb.
With the double
damage, we got picked
like,
up mid-leap as well.
Kind of damage on Dragonite.
He doesn't have a charge.
Making a full team wipe.
Yeah, it will be. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, eating dinner.
Earlier dinner, it seems. Storm Spirit, another good arcane rune, so he's gonna be, you know, picking that one up, best Aegis carrier in the game. All lanes are also in a good position, so they can keep fighting even though they don't have the Echo Slam. Still feels like they can take a fight. No-Tail didn't have a successful Black Hole for a very, very long time. I only remember that one in the laning stage.
You know that when we talked about like OG understanding timings, right? Like I feel like Nigma understood the timing around like this position 5 Enigma. It was like, when's he going to have a BKB? When, like, because this could be really problematic to deal with that. Instead, now they've got everything they need to deal with it. They got Blink Daggers on both the ES as well as the Rubik. They're smoking up again. They want to keep the pressure on. And they seem to be really making the most of this meta-style Butterfly Naga who isn't biting hard when they do fight. Now, Storm jumps. Pango. Very quick invis, but that's why you bring your own dust. Rupture is out. And Pango is dead. The trade-off will be in the fact that Naga is pushing the lanes, and this is where OG can delay this game up. So for anyone out there who's probably thought about dinner, think about it again. You're gonna have to wait probably another 20 minutes because Naga's now gonna push all your side lanes out.
I mean, they have okay heroes with dealing with that. Lion kills both illusions. I mean, 2 illusions with Hex and Mana Drain. Storm Spirit deals well. Doesn't have to care about his mana being burned because Sumail skipped the Fusel Blade. I'm wondering what's the reason behind it. Like, I'm trying to think of something like your Butterfly comes faster against the Bloodseeker, against the Storm. They still have ways of killing you, and you don't burn Storm's mana, which is a pretty big deal in a teamfight.
Like, how does Naga find farm? Or do you just make it so your illusions... Like, yeah, you said it right before. Like, Lion destroys them. It doesn't matter how strong they become. Like, even if you get a Skadi after this, like, oh, that's great. Rod of Atos. Kuro, most definitely wrecked, but DK underneath an Observer Sentry just tossed around. You do not go on the captain of Team Nigma. They're trying to bail out this one, but a BKB that's done from Kuro. It reaches mid one. There's another finger, but the song from GH is stolen. It's not letting them finish it and give Kuro his charge. Finally, mid one will go down, but they catch the bigger hero. It's Sumail. He'll Manta, he'll try and dodge, but he will try it and not succeed. The death is there for OG's 2 big cores. Enigma is ready to continue to fight the Dream Rubik game and the Dream Rubik player of GH.
Yeah, he's a better singer than Sumail. And the stolen song, mid.
Arrow, it's going to connect over on Miracle. And that's your 10-second BKB now being burnt by No-Tail to escape the initiation of the Aegis Storm Spirit.
Well, if you lower your BKB early on, then you don't feel bad later for, you know, misusing it. So, like, it's a 6-second, 5-second BKB, I don't care too much.
Shaker, he's got Echo Slam available. Storm Spirit, he's going to keep controlling. Now they'll break the Aegis Immortal with a Rolling Thunder, but Bloodseeker's nearby, Ruptures off cooldown in 1 second time, and now Ball Lightning forward. Mirana way too deep in, 1 more leap, can't get anything else off. Dead for 44 seconds underneath their own tier 2 tower. And mid one, he wants to try and fight. Careful, Rupture is there.
I still want to see a combo, at least hitting 2 heroes. I think they can make a turnaround with, you know, just a very good song on Rubik +1, follow it up with Midnight Pulse into Black Hole.
Dragon Tail's done. There you go. Weeha now triggers BKB. Rupture and Pango. It's just not his day. The Black Hole's great from No-Tail, letting Samel just stand his ground and kill off Miracle. An isolated Storm Spirit caught inside of a Black Hole. That sounds like a dream. And Bloodseeker, this seems like a nightmare for him. His own blood right will not create any kind of space. Med1 just hits him with the Breathe Fire, and now it's Nigma's turn to have 2 cores dead. Without buyback available, and OG are on the rampage. They just want to ATOS the target. All right, can't ATOS it, blind arrow it. Ah, sure.
You don't need it.
AA increase, but Song of the Siren, let us reset. Kuro TP's out, GH will blink away to safety.
He stole Shield Crash.
Terrible.
Okay, very, very smart play from Pangler. Once again, he uses it instantly. Deb tips GH. I said I want to see 2-man Black Hole and Rubik +1. They just killed the Storm Spirit. Like, Naga Siren deals ton of damage with this butterfly.
Answers my question, like, how does she do damage? Give a butterfly, give a heart. All right.
I mean, he would still do the pretty much same amount of damage with the Fusil Blade.
Oh, that arrow was a little too early. GH, I think he's going to try and clip the Pangolier. That doesn't really help him, however, and everyone else. Echo Slam! Mind Control! He connects on 3! GH going to get a little extra space. Storm Spirit's TPing in for the moment, but who do you go on? He's looking towards Seb, but the Song on the Siren. Samel's going to reset this. Where is the rest of Nigma? They turn off the arrow, but Miracle, he hits the BKB in time. Now Weeha will arrive, looking for his own target, and it's Naga Siren on the front lines, but do they have enough with the Breathe Fire connecting? The damage is quite negligible. Weeha, the Finger of Death. Kuro will be there to get that final little seal with the finger. Rupture's also going to work, and Saxa will actually have to, well, he'll almost kill himself. Weeha needs to finish the job and then look for another fight once again. Lion, maybe not so much. He's going to shovel. He's going to bounty. That is efficiency at its finest. Now run the hell out of there, Weeha.
Still in trouble. Dragonite will have another blink very soon.
380 to 369 movement speed. Miracle? He doesn't have BKB. And he doesn't have HP. And he doesn't have buyback. There's a lot of things he doesn't have.
That was something else. He was just trying to help out Bloodseeker, give him some extra movement speed so they can't chase. But very nice play once again from OG. They're still in this game, like even though it looked like Nigma is taking control of. And for me, it feels like it's Eurosong. A lot of songs, feels like it's a competition. We've seen 4 songs in the last 5 minutes, giving 10 points to Lebanon.
I'm still trying to work out what all the animations mean, and the costumes. And anyone who hasn't watched Eurovision Song Contest will have no idea what the hell we are talking about.
I watched that a lot when I was younger. I stopped when I don't know, hit 12 maybe.
I had the advantage. I lived in Australia. We didn't even know Europe existed.
Did you have a singing contest?
Yeah, it's called Australian Idol. And I think every country had that.
I was long before Idol came up.
Oh, no one ever remembers the originals. Everything gets a simmer for the moment. Roshan may respawn in 1 second time, so at least get his timer. 1 minute on the clock. As Samel continues to get bigger and bigger, the heart is now fully completed. Abyssal Blade will be his next item of choice. With the Titan Sliver already on him, and Nigma are coming out. They are smoked. They are looking for a fight. And Miracle almost ball lightning. The left out Courage is like, well, I will get rid of these 2. But that kind of just reveals the whole smoke gank.
No-Tail still getting a lot of farm and going for Lincoln Sphere, which is a choice that he needs to make in the mid-late game. Like, Rubik can't steal it if you have that Lincoln Sphere. BKB, there's nothing that goes through BKB. Oh, they can pop Rupture, okay, but do you want to heavily commit like that? I don't think so.
No, especially like maybe what we Ags build. Samel DK, frontliners. BKB's got to come off. Rotovatos flies forward. Miracle with a quick dodge. The finger. They've already killed mid one. Who do you want to go on? Mid one will buy it back. You've got the Rubik. You've got the Storm Spirit. But have you got the game? You're going to bring down the Storm? No, because the Bloodstone charges off. And the BKB. Space has been created. Rubik will buy it back. Money has fixed the support problem. And Enigma has no way out to safety. Or does he? The Moonlight Shadow. He's got some distance, but the Fissure will finish him off. The Black Hole is stolen, but Dragon Knight, he's not actually in that. The wings were not wide enough. And now his mind controls who's in trouble.
Astronomical price.
Oh, nice blink. Real quick. Hide in the trees. Just HY wasn't totally right, but he was right for at least half a second. Double kill for Samael.
Stay in the trees. Oh man, Rubik bought back so quickly. Enigma had Malefice ready to use it after the Black Hole, but didn't do it. Even though this Black Hole didn't do that much, they're still gonna have it for the next fight if Rubik does not die. Roche is alive, so that's Cheese and Aegis.
Hey, Miracle saw this happening. He's pushing out the mid wave. They have a Dire Ops and Sentry to see. BKB's off cooldown in 6 seconds time, and they're not killing Roshan anywhere near fast enough. GH might be able to give a little extra information. Miracle's ready for the jump. No information, will be totally blind, and I think the captain has said no. Back it up. Rotovatos, it's a trap. Seb thought he was the one fighting the kill. Finger of Death's on cooldown. They would have actually killed him if the finger was off cooldown, but now it's going to be Kuro, hit by the Rolling Thunder, follow up into Arrow, and Seb gets the combination he was looking for.
It's time to go for a high ground. The catapult waves are coming. 35-minute mark. Dragon form is up. Cheese and Aegis. They don't have the black hole for the 45 seconds.
Storm trying to waste a little bit of time cleaning up the wave. You'll get the second one too. So we've gone from Lincoln's to Refresher from Notal. I love it. More black holes, the merrier.
Well, you and Derry were discussing that we don't see enough black holes. Rubik against Enigma, Refresher. Roshan might drop Refresher Shard.
Yep, that's how you
last. Yep, for another like 30 minutes, we might see it. We might break the record.
It's the snooze fest of a Naga Siren. That is always possible. I still love how the gold and the experience are just so different when it comes to games like this. Gold has always been in favor of OG. Experience is all like most of it has been in favor of Team Nigma. They were 13k ahead at one point. They have never held the gold lead in this game.
Gold doesn't matter if you can just force them to GG out or kill their throne.
And we're hiding inside their base for the moment.
It's hard to maintain
for an act of his own.
Lane pressure when you're playing against Naga Siren. Like, look at where the lanes are standing. The bottom lane, the mid one. Now he's gonna start cutting the top one as well with a couple of illusions.
The funny thing is too, if you look at the neutral items for the Dire side, they haven't even got in their last 2 tier 3 items, and OG is starting to pick up tier 4s.
That's a good observation, Toby. And it means a lot that they're not leaving their base. They're not hitting creeps. It's the Sumail who's clearing all these illusions. I mean, all the stacks, all the creep camps.
Not getting control of anything. Even a Minotaur horn for the DK. That's the dream. Also catching out Storm Spirit. This definitely feels like a little bit of bait from Miracle. He needs to get the hell out of here. The Echo Slam finally comes in from Mind Control. Mid one's put down, and the damage output from Weeha starts to escalate very quickly as Storm's able to ball lightning away to safety. Did anyone bring detection? They see the Naga Yules up and towards the air. The follow-up stun. More Centris from Kuro. The black hole from Notal, but it's stolen by GH and returned only into Enigma. But that'll still work, as Miracle can keep the rampage going forward over towards Samael, and now we'll really put all that tankiness to the test. The arrow easily dodged by Miracle under the Blood Right. They break the Aegis the Immortal, And Seb, he wants to help out somehow, but what do? Distraction? Arrows? You're keeping some good control over on Miracle, but Samael, the Finger of Death, they get the bonus damage, they're draining the mana, and they bring down the raid boss. Samael is gone, the ball lightning forward, someone has to have a stun, but no one's got any stuns, so you're just all on the Naga Siren. But she's dead for a very long time.
Surprised that they still managed to, you know, or at least try to take a team fight after losing 2 heroes. It was perfect Echo Slam from Mind Control at the very least second, which allowed Storm Spirit to pop his Bloodstone, which kept him alive. And now it doesn't matter, like if you have this much gold lead, and a lot of that gold lead is just Naga Siren. Like your position 3 Mirana, yeah, she's utility. Your Dragonite, the question is how much damage he deals. It's a BKB. He found Minotaur Horn, so that's gonna be some extra damage for him and tankiness. Yep. But they need Naga Siren to be alive, and Nigma realizes that, you know. So they kill the rest and deal with Naga Siren last, which is a correct play.
And now Nigma can get all of their neutral items. They can finish Lincoln's. You can finish Abyssal. A very, very happy time for Nigma. Feeling like they actually have a good chance in this game. And there's your lamp. Does that make all 4? I think that makes it... No, it's not all 4. They've still got another 2 tier 4s to gather. Same thing for OG.
Yeah, they were getting tier 3 items first. Spell Prism, that's a nice one. I'm wondering who's gonna be picking it up. Do you give it to... Like... I see Dragonite that he decided to go for...
He's got the
cooldown reduction. Yeah, stun duration. What's the
It's Spell Prism's on Naga for now. Yeah, Spell Prism for Naga. Get a level of build up. Maybe that actually will enable Weeha to push in. GH is the one who's got the Spell Prism for Nigma, and he's got everything he needs. Nathan Lens, Aghanim Scepter, and a Blink Dagger, and Dust. Nothing else required.
They also have Telescope on Lion on top of that, so he can steal it from further away. That's a nice combination when you have someone like position 5 hero who can carry Telescope.
This is the fight.
And someone else who needs like cast range and has Ether Lens by himself.
Okay. Refresher Orb's coming out right now to Enigma, but he's missing the Void Stone. Alright, just picked it up from the secret shop. They're ready to try and fight into the mid lane. Goodbye, Mind Control. Buyback is available, but now we've got 2 black holes. And 2 BKB charges to go with it. Rod of Atos into the arrow. Weeha getting caught out. No-Tail's a long way back. Remember, he doesn't have Blink Dagger to work with this, but the Rolling Thunder in. Weeha already having to burn the BKB. Now Nigma pops that BKB of his own, but the Rupture Pangolier, he's just killing himself and had no other choice. And the Song of the Siren from OG, they realized that this is not the fight they were looking for. And Song of the Siren, stolen by Rubik. He had the range, he got the grab. But they're not going to push the issue just yet for Nigma. They've got big abilities on cooldown, including Rupture.
Yep, it does not matter that OG have 7k gold lead at this point. Storm Spirit with the Lincoln Sphere, level 25. He's just pain in the ass. Mind Control was forced to buy back. Mind Control actually has Mindbreaker. Nice one.
Very appropriate.
Are scanning.
Now looking for a fight. Both teams smoked up once again. Where's your target? Miracle reveals himself in mid lane, but this has to feel like the most obvious bait ever. A BKB is now completed for Samael. Still has to come out in the courier, however. It's back at his stash and his courier is dead for 50 seconds. Roshan will respawn in actually around the same time as his courier will respawn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Seb's been scouting for a while with his arrows. I think they might have lost the timer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But these Naga illusions, they keep pressuring in.
Like, the only one who kills Naga illusions right now is Lion. Look at him. Mana drain. Tries to hex it. What is Seb building? He's going for hex after BKB. Phew, he's so tanky. Witless Shaco, Guardian Greaves, 3,000, 3,500 HP actually.
Moonlight Shadow time. The Observer and Sentry sees a lot in the mid. They come over towards Roshan, but Nigma, very much prepared. I love this position from GH. He's in the trees. So if there was any smoke, he'd break it anyway. Sentry Wall gets planted. He quickly attacks Sumail and then blinks away to safety while Weeha. The jump comes forward, the arrow well off target. And mid one not getting the target he really wanted. Now BKB once again from Notel. He doesn't find a black hole to really get off. In fact, they're just chipping through his HP. You can have all the black holes in the world, but if you can't even get it off, what do you have? Song of the Siren from Sumail. Arrow flies in, but it's too early. And then Song of the Siren from GH gets stolen. And they reset up.
Sox is just gonna kill himself.
He had no other choice. He's just rolling in. All the BKBs burning out. Sumail, he's got a lot more to stand here. Killing off Weeha, ending that killing spree, moving his attention over towards GH, working with Seb to get these chain stuns and controls to work. And maybe now they can add a little bit more pressure. 3 euros down from Nigma, and one of them is the key reason the Naga Illusions can't just push in. The double multi-drain and Hex is now gone, with Lion dead for over 100 seconds when he died.
Can Storm Spirit hold? That's the question. Buyback from GH.
Oh, that's real nice from Sumail. He just jumps in. He has the Abyssal Blade. He got right on top of Mind Control. There was no big Echo Slam to drop out. Arrows flying in once again. Seb, huge accuracy. Sumail wanting to buy a little extra time for everyone just to retreat. They got the buyback out of the Bloodseeker. The mid-tier 3 towers on 27 HP.
No one besides Storm Spirit on Nigma have buyback right now. Roche spawn, that's Cheese, Aegis, and Refresher Shard. We might see 3 black holes.
Okay, we need to see 1 black hole to begin with.
Yeah.
This is when we can't get ahead of ourselves. He's got no Blink Dagger. He's got no maneuverability to jump forward.
He's holding on 6 mangoes. Understands that he needs a lot of mana for 2 black holes. He doesn't have mana to cast 3 black holes. That's the thing.
At this point, I almost feel like it's better in the hands of Naga or DK. Get 2 songs, get the Dragon Form, but again, the Dragon Form cooldown time is pretty low. They're coming in, and Roshan is dead. So, Aegis for Naga. Who's taking what? Alright, Notal, Refresher Shard, and someone take the caster.
Cheese. Alright, that's gonna replenish his mana. If he doesn't have enough slots, wait, if he uses Soul Ring, Black Hole, then Refresher Shard, okay, he has. Refresher Shard doesn't cost mana, so he has enough for just 2 Black Holes without Midnight Pulse. With the Soul Ring, he has enough. And then he needs to pop a cheese for the 3rd one.
Up we come. Just 1. 1's all you need. ES has everything he needs. Echo Slam. They just need vision, distance, a good target to go on. A Naga Siren with almost 5k HP is not that target you're looking for. Love that 2-target multi-drain from Lion. Really, really good at dealing with Naga. And the Stolen Arrow can connect on Naga Siren. They see the Observe Ward on the hillside. Enigma just play a little further back. Storm will clear the waves. Actually triggering Greaves to get up the hill. As the tier 3 tower will fall. That's 2 tier 3 towers down. And Naga, oh, that's the real one. They know it too. Rubik gets the drag back. This is a long way. Close to the tier 4 towers. Another 2 hero fissures. Sumail still holding Manta, still holding the Aegis. So he's not the target they want. But they're losing the melee racks. Nigma has to do something. It looks like it's OG's turn. The arrow flies in. Kuro dead quickly. No buyback for him available.
No buyback on him.
And Storm still trying to clean up these waves, but the rack has been taken. The mid wave is already in. So OG will rotate. And Mind Control, when is the moment? Dragon Tail's done once again. This time it's Weeheart being caught out. The perfect chain stun, but he'll get his BKB off and running. But no, the Rolling Thunder. They go straight through him. He's got no buyback either.
That's game, Toby. I don't think they can come back from this. It's definitely mega creeps. Bloodseeker gone for 2 minutes. They can just end the game. Earthshaker, BKB. This is do or die. One chance, one opportunity.
Storm is doing what Miracle's doing whatever he possibly can to make sure there's no creep waves available, but Megas are up. It's 49 minutes into the game. Another quick jump up and down.
They just want to fight without even using those black holes.
There's initiation. They won't get to use it. Nigma is dead. Buyback's available. He'll come back out to the outpost. Now Mind Control hits a 3-man Echo Slam, but the damage is negated. Greaves triggered, the life comes back, and Nigma just don't have the damage, don't have the players. We're losing couriers who are hiding behind mango trees, and now they'll lose the dire range. And in fact, okay, Samael, he's playing. Black hole, it's on absolutely nothing. He was hoping to catch the Storm Spirit mid-jump, but that's the game. OG will 2-1 out Nigma. Even though Nigma felt like they were really getting themselves back into this game again, being able to make the plays, but it doesn't come up. OG stay true, and they get 2-1'd.
Woo! What a game! What a series! How happy are you guys with this 3-game series with, of course, these two wonderful teams?
Yeah, this is what we expected. Everyone wanted to see that, you know, they go way back, and this is what we came for. Maybe I expected a bit, you know, more black holes, but they every single time they just killed No-Tail. He did not have opportunity to do so. I mean, GH was just countering him hard with either Song or with the stolen black hole.
Yeah. It's funny because we looked for No-Tail to get that control time, but Seb really was the king of control time. Like he went 10-5-20 on that Mirana, and he just synergized with absolutely everyone. It was DK, it was Naga. It's like, I'm gonna be here to land the arrow, and he didn't back up. Like he kept fighting. Like Samuel was battling 3-4 heroes after his Aegis was going down. It's like, nope, Seb, I'm gonna still be here. I'm gonna hit the arrow. I'm gonna try and give you something to fight with. Just really nice play from OG, having each other's backs.
And coming from Seb, Lacoste, you were mentioning that Seb just always knows what to build. He just makes the right decisions. Rod of Atos for Mirana. Take us through his decision making with items.
He needed something to control the Storm Spirit. It's a root mechanic. They have no saves whatsoever, and it gave them a lot of arrow setups in the mid game. And it's always a threat on Miracle Storm Spirit. Like when BKB is gone, he doesn't have another way of removing that until he gets a Lincoln Sphere, but it was pretty late. He also gets the Guardian Greaves that tanks things up, can remove the silence from the Bloodseeker, gets a BKB after. Like he's just out of this world with his item builds. He always knows what to build. You don't question him.
Toby, who would you say made the biggest impact for OG? And that's very arguable, but who would you say made the biggest impact?
I wouldn't even argue it. I actually think it's Seb. I think Seb's movement across the map, it's number one. I think he bought the space and time for Samael to go for this more unique style of build to just be the ultimate carry Naga.
So we went to 3 games and we were hoping that these guys would jolt back into their current form. Would you say they're kind of close to that, Nigma and OG, as they've been hitting a bit of a slump for these past weeks?
I said at the start of this series that OG is gonna get the best out of Nigma. When they're paired up with the higher tier teams, they play better, and I think we saw that. Like they can be matched up against anyone, even though they are not doing great lately. They still have all it takes, you know, to at least take a game of any team in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, we just saw, like, we saw some high quality Dota. We also saw a couple of like questionable moments where we'd be like, is this really the great thing you want to have? There's also some things in like Dota where it's like the mechanics are really difficult to play around. Like Rupture against Pango is a pain. Rubik against Enigma is a pain. Like there's just a lot of these things that I think makes the play seem a little bit more like iffy. And there's not an easy answer for it, even if your skill level is a lot higher. But yeah, I think these teams are still trying to find themselves properly. They're not there yet. They're not. I don't think they're ready to beat Secret just yet.
Interesting. And we are looking at Sumail's stats right now: 10-4-12, 38.3k net worth. Lacoste, how are you looking at this?
I was wondering why he decided to skip Diffusal Blade. You're playing against Storm Spirit, but I don't know. I still don't see the big reason behind it. Even though he had some nice songs, he was farming all the map, cutting the ways. Toby had a really great point about how they have tier 2 items, while there's tier 4 items dropping because the map was really small for them. They could not enter their own jungle. Nagasaran was getting all the farm, but maybe it gave him a bit faster, let's say, basher, so that he can, rely on physical right clicks, having more control for the Storm Spirit since they were limited.
All right, we are actually going to be heading into a break. It's been an amazing series. Very, very quickly, though, there was that standoff, 48-minute mark. Both teams were waiting right before the clash, before, of course, eventually things went OG's way. But what was Nigma waiting for, you think? What opportunity for them to jump at that point in the game for the final clash?
That was the harder one, right? Because
yes.
you only had the Aegis target, so it was a very difficult one to go for. There's no point going for the Enigma, even though that was kind of the target. I think they were just delaying until someone was slightly out of position, hoping for an unforced error from OG. That's all they were looking for.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a great series. I mean, I think we started off really, really nice with VP and Na'Vi. We went all 3 games with OG and, of course, Nigma. OG moving on to tomorrow. You guys have been absolute machines. It's been a pleasure. You guys are my first panel. You too. And it's thank you so much for carrying and, making it easy, guys. Thank you so much.
Harry.
Yeah?
You're not my first host.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but you're...
He just wanted to say that.
I know.
For the people who are watching this right now, when we were doing a rehearsal, he said it 15 times. But now it's your time to shine. We spoiled it, Ari. Sorry about that, but it was a pleasure working with you.
It was a pleasure as well. So we're going to go to a break, and we do have some special guests lined up for this weekend, and our first one is going to be joining us right after this. So don't go away. And when we come back after the break, we have Secret versus NIP.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Court. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. And CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues. It's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Okay, and we're back from the break. If you just tuned in, this is Gamers Without Borders. We have $1.5 million for this weekend to be given away to organizations committed against the fight for COVID. And we have Toby here, and one of our special guests is joining us now. We have Admiral Bulldog. Sir, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. You know, it's been a fun day, pretty long so far, but the games have been pretty good, to be honest. So I'm all happy.
Highlights for you, Bulldog?
Probably the OG versus Nigma series. All 3 games were pretty good, and it was kind of back and forth, which I didn't really expect because Team Nigma has not looked that good recently, but in this series they were pretty solid.
Bulldog, you're known for knowing, having rivals, of course, El Clasico and all of that. Can you understand how Nigma feels? I'm sure you do, like when you're playing OG, because right now you can consider them rivals within their history for this year and even the years past. Do you know how it feels like, oh man, we're playing OG? Does it fire you up? Would it fire you up when you play them if you were in their position?
It should, I think, but as I said, they have been doing pretty poorly recently, just for like a few weeks. But this series they did play well, so maybe they did get a little bit fired up. It wasn't enough, though. OG is still the better team, and they keep beating them, as far as I know. So they're probably not happy about that.
Okay, I'm going to ask this for both Toby and Bulldog. How do you beat OG in top form? If you were going to put it together, how do you beat OG in top form right now? What would be the strat there?
This is definitely to you, Bulldog. I am not going to answer how to beat OG.
How to beat OG in their top form? Honestly, you just gotta reinvent Dota somehow. Find your own new unique strat. Like you're not gonna play standard Dota and beat OG. I don't think if they're in their top form with all the players. Because right now they got the ping issues and whatnot. But yeah, you just gotta play your own Dota and reinvent Dota would be a good start. Then maybe you can beat them.
So coming from that, Bulldog, would you say that OG is doing the best job at reinventing Dota right now as of the moment?
Well, they're trying some new stuff here and there, but having been forced to play with stand-ins for a while now because of issues with the world, so Thompson also on a break. They're trying some new stuff, they always do, but I don't think they're doing too crazy things right now.
Yeah, it feels like they're staying pretty true to the meta, but there's a couple of unique things that they will get. Like they take the Enchantress over Chen, things like this. But it's just their style, right? They play what they're comfortable with.
Very true. Okay, so we've had two great series, VP Na'Vi. We had OG Nigma. I just want to get MVPs for both series. Let's start with Toby, then we'll end with Bulldog.
MVPs for both series?
Yes. Your personal MVPs. Who did you enjoy performing the most, made the most impact?
Is it kind of weird to say like I thought Zayak was my MVP from the first series when VP got 2-0'd? I really like the way he played and the way Resolution also played during that tournament. I guess if we go for game one, I just have to be like I don't even know from Na'Vi. I think Slayer probably played the best out of Na'Vi. I think the Falls actually really shined pretty heavily today. Yeah.
And for OG Nigma, who do you have, Tobes? I see a Bulldog deep in thought, so we'll get to him in a bit, but we'll finish your picks, Toby.
So for OG, I think Nortel for me really impressed me in game one, but it's kind of difficult to go past mid one playing with adversity and then still being able to play the way he did in game one and game three. That for me is forever impressive. Of course, you can have the Seb Magnus and a whole bunch of other things. OG are just a great all-round team. But yeah, I'll probably give it to mid one just for having to play from Malaysia.
With that ping. Thank you very much, Toby. Okay, so Bulldog, who do you have as your personal?
For Na'Vi, I think it's just Crystallize. I think it's like the stable core for Na'Vi. He always does well, pretty much. I think he played well. And for OG, I think I agree with Toby. I think mid one's been playing very well. His Invoker was pretty good as well. So, can't blame him. He's pretty good. All three games were really good.
Invoker.
Nothing wrong with his Invoker. It was fine. I thought it was great. Yep.
And for OG Enigma?
That was mid one.
Yeah, mid one.
Oh yeah, sorry, my mistake. Sorry about that. Okay, Bulldog, final question. I wanted to save this question for you. If you were to come back to the scene now and build a team around you to go at it for TI-10 or TI-11, which current teams, current players, who would you build around you to come back into it?
That's a hard question. We have to be people with potential. But you need a good captain, so I'll probably pick Syndra. He's a good captain.
Oh.
So that's a given one. Also, Gorp is a good core. I think he's an upcoming. Even got picked up by OG, so there's obviously a lot of potential. Other than that, I mean, it's too hard. I don't know. Other than that, I'm just gonna have to clone those two. Do a team with that.
So clone Cinderin, clone Gorp. Mm-hmm. So 2 Cinderins, 2 Gorps, and Bulldog.
Yeah, sounds like a good team.
All right, I think that's strong. All right, chat, make the graphics, make the teams. What would you call it, please, Bulldog? What would you call it? What would you call the team? Give Twitch chat something to work with.
Team Pepeg, I think, would be a good
team.
That makes sense.
All right, print it. We're gonna see that soon. Anyways, it's a wonderful cause, Bulldog. Thank you, of course, for coming here, supporting it. Toby, it's been a great 2 series with you, and look forward to seeing both you gentlemen throughout the weekend. Thank you so much. So we're going to be jumping to our next series. We have actually Secret and NIP right after the break. We had Frankie, the wonderful Frankie, who has interviews with our players. So let's check out what she scooped up with our pros.
important do you think MMR is?
Not very important. It's probably just a number.
I think MMR is really important. It's probably the most key point of being a pro Dota player and trying to like be a pro player.
It's very important for recognition.
Not important. And I do think it's just not just a number, but closer to that than being a very important number. That says it all.
I think it's pretty important, especially for core players. You need to be at least like in top 50, top 100 to, you know, to show that you can actually, like, your game decisions are correct and you're doing something, you know, well.
Do you remember the first time you tried to play Dota?
Yes, when I first started playing Dota 1, I was trying to ask my teammates where I can buy wood.
I think I tried to play Dota with my friends in 2013, the first time, and I just quit the game after 10 minutes. It was too hard.
Yeah, I think it was 2013 at a friend's house. Yeah.
Very painful memory. There was nothing to be proud about, and nobody could have seen any of what happened later come.
It was in a computer club back in my hometown, and I was playing Viewer, and I was just buying recipes, and I couldn't understand why they're not giving me anything.
What do you think your most memorable play in professional Dota is?
Picking Gyrocopter at TI9.
It's like our win versus Hellraisers recently, when I just when I finished the game with Juggernaut, and I just spinned and we thrown them. Our Meepo died without buyback, so we just thrown them in the end.
There's a play when I snatched an Aegis with an Invis rune on Wisp against Na'Vi, like 2015 or something. That's just always what comes to mind.
The Axe Call TI8 Game 4 that gave birth to the Seb line, the long Seb line. I guess that's what people remember the most.
I think for me it was the time when I was playing Morphling on TI6 and I killed like 3 lanes by myself when my team was defending our side, and that kind of like gave us the returning point of the game. It felt very nice.
What's the best way to tilt your enemies in game?
Generally, tipping the captain is a pretty good place to start. Or the offlaners. I think offlaners are all very emotional.
Well, as we've already seen in TrueSight, it's tipping and chat wheeling, and I would also suggest going after a player personally. Like in a game, you focus one player, and everyone just tips him at the same time.
To taunt them, I think tipping is pretty good, or voice lines works well as well. I don't really like all chatting, but yeah, those methods are good.
The tipping and the chat wheel lines are very good, especially when you outplay them. I really feel like it gets to everybody, and the beauty of Dota is like it's such a complex and emotional game that you see it right away in game when they start tilting, and this is the most pleasing feeling ever.
I think when they make some mistake, or you make them make a mistake, and then you tip them, and then you make some all chat line.
And we are back. If you are just tuning in, welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We have, again, $1.5 million for charity organizations committed on the fight for this pandemic that we are all going through. And we are on our 3rd series. It's been amazing. 2 series so far. I'm joined by the wonderful Cap and Jenkins. Gentlemen, hello. How are you both?
Hello. I'm doing great. How are you, Ari? How was the first 2 series for you guys?
Oh man, it was intense. It was VP, of course, with a really good fight. Na'Vi definitely showing up really well. And did you guys catch the 3 games with OG Nigma? That was fun.
I did. I saw the Enigma versus Rubik. People think that's a counter, but really, the Enigma is counters the Rubik, because you stand there trying to steal the spell, and then all of a sudden you're useless for the whole game.
Yeah, especially if you miss your one-man black hole that you attempted. I saw that.
He was close. He was close.
Just shy from the wing. But yes, okay, we're going to jump straight to it. We have Secret NIP. Honestly, 2 weeks ago, Secret was doing very, very well against NIP. And I think they got a 2-0. And Secret, obviously, very, very strong right now. How are you faring this match? I mean, we have NIP, formerly Chicken Fighters. How do you guys see this playing out?
For me, anyway, I think this is pretty straightforward. It's very clearly Secret favored. Secret are just a really dominant team right now. I mean, they pretty much always are, except for when it comes to maybe TIs. But Chicken Fighters, they've looked really good. And if they were facing up against any other opponent in this tournament, then I would give them a really good shot at being able to win the game. Unfortunately, being matched up against Team Secret, I think it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Team Secret, they've won their last 15 matches that they've played against a lot of the teams that are in this tournament. With that being said, NIP has been able to take games off of teams that have taken games off of Secret. So I'm just saying, by transitivity, definitely there's a solid chance. And I think that NIP actually has good momentum right now. They 2-0 VP, they 2-1 Team Liquid, and these are obviously very stellar teams. So I do think that they have momentum. I have faith in that.
Cap, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree that, again, I think that Chicken Fighters was really impressive at ESL 1. Ninjas in Pajamas now, like, they've continued a nice little run. I think this team is really good. I think specifically as a team, as a group, they are really strong. They don't really have like necessarily a whole lot of standout players, but the pieces all seem to come together and look better than the whole looks better than the individual pieces, right? And I'm looking forward to see what they do in this draft.
Very, very nice. So we are actually going to be heading into the draft just a bit. What do you want to see? What do you both want to see? Jenkins, let's start. Like, what do you want to see popping out from both teams?
Well, with NIP, I mean, I definitely can make some predictions. I would say that it seems to me like they kind of feel like they have a really good grip on the meta. I know a lot of people are picking these like early game fighting heroes that can also scale, but NIP seems to have a heavy focus on also picking up a crap load of tower damage as well. They always have some Jakiro, some Beastmaster, Lycan, like multiple of these tower shredding heroes, as well as fighting heroes. Whereas Team Secret, it's actually quite the opposite. A lot of the time they draft an entire lineup that has no tower hitting, but a lot of fighting. So it'll be interesting to me to see the clash of those two kind of strategies, as you can see with the first two picks. I'm not sure if we have the draft up yet, but Witch Doctor Pango, not so tower hitting, right? But very good at fighting.
You can almost guarantee that with this matchup especially, that if this game goes past like 30-35 minutes and the net worth is like even, then Secret's probably going to win. Just based off of the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas tends to take a lot more of an early game timing. Specifically heroes, I was going to say Bounty Hunter. I wanted to see Ninjas in Pajamas and their Bounty Hunter because they're very prolific with it. They've won their last 7 games. They're 7 for 7 right now with Bounty Hunter of this month. They just seem to like, I'm not even sure how strong the hero is, but in their hands, it seems to look so good. So it'll be interesting to see against basically, in a lot of ways, Team Secret is a nice litmus test for a lot of tier 2 and like tier 1.5 teams, which I think Ninjas in Pajamas is definitely, they're like just about to go into that cusp of guaranteed tier 1 for me. It's like they've already had tier 1 performance, no doubt. Their ESL 1 performance was especially really good, but I think I want to see that consistency. And if they can go and take a game or even this full series against Secret, it'll really help solidify that they're here to stay as a tier 1 team.
I agree. Yeah, I completely agree.
And right now we have Quap, Pangolier, Witch Doctor for Secret. Jenkins?
Yeah, this is a Team Secret classic, the Queen of Pain. Within the first few picks, this is something that they pick, and they'll flex it to any core position. Zai will play this in the off lane. They'll have Nisha play this mid, potentially play it in a side lane, depending on what Matumba gets picked up. So just probably the best tier 1 team at abusing the current state of Queen of Pain. I mean, this hero, obviously, I mean, if anybody's played pubs lately, this hero is very strong, but Team Secret is definitely the best team at playing around this Queen of Pain, especially in like all of their core positions.
And it scales better into late game than it used to, right? Because of the introduction of talents, and once you get that level 25 talent, like an instant AoE disable is pretty insane. But then on top of that, I think more recent changes, such as the net worth hit that everyone's taken from there just being less gold on the map makes these early to mid-game heroes stronger. The heroes that are like just killers, well, when people have less gold to work with, supports especially, they're more susceptible to these nuke-heavy heroes, right?
Yeah, good luck getting a Glimmer, like a Yule Scepter, to try to survive a Queen of Pain. Yeah, I completely agree. Also, very, XP dependent hero, right? And XP is largely the same. It's really just like gold that, gold that's an issue. So a hero like Queen of Pain, who can just do a lot with tons of levels, she's completely loving this patch right now. The hero feels great.
It's an interesting pickup, this Bane. So he's like very lane heavy, right? Whenever I think of a Bane, it's because like we're trying to secure our lanes really heavily because he doesn't necessarily bring the best team fight and stuff. He still can be really strong, especially since the change to his Enfeeble now being like a passive wrapped into Nightmare. It can make it so that sometimes these Nightmares or even a full Fiend's Grip just last incredibly long. But both of these supports, right, Jenkins? It's like Witch Doctor and you picked up a Bane. Like you didn't pick up a clear like roaming 4 position. You picked more
weird.
Like almost double 5s, right?
Yeah. This makes me kind of think we're gonna see something kind of interesting from Secret. I mean, even if they just do a Witch Doctor 4, I mean that's interesting enough for me. You don't see this hero in general, let alone in a 4 position these days. So it'll be cool to see whatever they. I mean, maybe they could even do some offlane Witch Doctor or something like that and do like a Pango 4, because this is almost certainly a Puppy Bane. This is a classic.
Yeah.
He's been, they've been picking it in about half of their last 15 games. There's a Bane in the game and Puppy's playing it. And I think a big reason they think the Bane is really strong in this patch is because it feels like the map is so fluid right now. Like constantly people are sweeping back and forth, trying to hunt, trying to kill. And Bane is just the perfect hero for showing up somewhere before his team does. And like you said with that Enfeeble, you can Nightmare somebody for like 10 seconds and then grip them. And that's enough time for your team to get there. Even if they're on the polar opposite side of the map, your team can get there and basically, kill whoever's trying to split push. So
and the fact they picked it like directly after the Puck pick, right, really counts to that analysis, right? It's like Puck is like such a quintessential like I'm gonna be able to go to a side lane and quickly like shove in a couple of waves. I'm so elusive that it's hard for you to be able to catch me. But Bane, he's perfect, right? Single target, long range.
You have to be so careful.
Like very likely Puck will be alone in that instance, and so Bane just counters a lot of that. Now you almost feel like you either have to change your style a little bit as the Puck, you have to be a lot more careful, or maybe you have the Bounty Hunter run with you when you push in a side lane or something like that.
Yeah, like scouting ahead, something along those lines. And I mean, it does look like they kind of did switch up with the Puck because, you have this Queen of Pain come out and immediately you think with the Puck getting picked up, that means all of a sudden Queen of Pain going mid is a lot worse. And so the TA comes out, which solidifies that this is a side lane Puck, unless it's a side lane TA, but I mean, that never happens. So side lane Puck, which means if you do get caught by the grip, it's not as bad as like a mid Puck running around and feeding. So it's, more of, you can kind of call it space at that point. So they did kind of go for like a little bit of a swap there. And last pick from Secret. Any cancer picks that they could get right now? Do they do that? I don't feel like they do that too often. Necrophos for Matumba?
There's no Huskar in the pool, right?
There is Huskar.
I don't like it against Bristleback, but like obviously just dumpstering on a TA.
Yeah, it destroys TA.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier in the panel about, of course, this being for a wonderful cause, and regardless, all teams will get to contribute to these wonderful organizations. But in that sense, I mean, it also might set the stage for teams to play looser. And Secret has been known and not to be afraid, Puppy especially, from on-hand interviews with him, is not afraid to experiment. So will we see experiments?
Yes, we will.
We will.
Absolutely
and
will.
Look at that, on cue, Puppy.
I expected a bit of a hard carry for sure. Just Chaos Knight was never really in the discussion for me. That's really interesting. Do you think they're going to do 3 Bounty Hunter or 3 Puck with this? Like now that you see the core.
That's a good question. Let's see. Puck with levels. I feel like they need somebody to clear the illusions, and with magic damage. Physical's not enough for the CK. You just get high armor. So I kind of feel like the Puck as a core would deal with the CK problem.
I feel like I see Ninjas of Pajamas more often do core Bounty Hunter, but I agree with that. I think like it's usually Saberlight playing it, but I feel like you maybe want this core Puck.
Okay, it's actually an Echo Puck.
Yeah, they're gonna stick with it.
Era Coddle, so that's a 4 Coddle?
Well, this is an interesting to say the least. Both you gentlemen, I want to get your predictions for Game 1. Who do you feel is going to be taking the first point out of this potential best of 3?
So I hate to take this away from you, Ari, but I'll say for Game 1 and Game 2, I'm just going to be going Secret because that is just how good they are right now. And to be honest, like the drafts kind of makes me feel that way as well, just because I don't think like Bounty Hunter, I don't think he's happy with his lane. I'm not sure if Ninjas of Pajamas is going to make up for that in the other lanes either. So
yeah, that makes sense. You know what? I'll say NIP just because I think CK is a garbage hero. But it's Team Secret, and they have actually won with the CK recently, so it's not like they don't have practice. This is a Matumba Man Classic. You know, my gut says Secret, but my heart says NIP.
All right, so we're going to find out, actually, as we're ready to jump in. First game, Secret NIP. Gentlemen, take it away, have some fun, and let's see how this goes.
Thank you, Ari. We will have some fun. Jenkins, it's when was the last time we cast together, you think?
Probably that time that you tweeted at me and I didn't respond, and then like 2 days ago you had sent me a message and I thought you were asking me to cast. That was so probably about 4 years ago.
for context, in like 2015, I told Jenkins like we should cast together more. That was back when I was in like the joint Dota days and in desperate need for more co-casters. So I was willing to dole out compliments anywhere I could. No, I'm joking. Yeah, this is going to be I think this is going to be a pretty fun one. So it is going to be the 4 Yapzor Witch Doctor, which is kind of what we're expecting. The Seneko Puck is definitely a bit of a twist because they, like, Ninjas of Pajamas ran this, like, exact trio of Puck, Coddle, and Bounty Hunter. And both times they did do Bounty Hunter on Saberlight. But the last time they had Era playing the Coddle and Seneko. Seneko playing the Coddle and Era playing.
Right, which normally, I mean, you would think makes a lot more sense because Puck is traditionally better with some items. Ooh, be careful, Seneko. Oh, the Nightmare. I think he's dead.
Nice Nightmare timing. There's nothing really you can do, so that's going to be First Blood. A good start for Zai in the off lane. It looks like they are going to be switching up their lanes, which I agree with. The biggest concern I had was, like, Bounty Hunter inherently as a core, like, your whole job is to abuse the opposing carry, right? And steal his gold and hit him with that big nuke in Janata. Well, Chaos Knight does that right back to you. Except for it's a bigger nuke, and he applies armor reduction.
It's also a kill lane too. If you're fighting into CK and trying to, like, I'm gonna steal gold from you, you just walk up and he kills you, and it's not so good. Like, BH is great against these lanes that just sit there and, like, want to be tanky and want to farm, like DKs and Timber Saws, because you just keep hitting them and stealing their gold. But CK likes it when you walk up to him and try to steal gold from him because he just kills you.
Yeah, the trade-off with a Pango, like, that's gonna feel a lot better as long as they can actually win the lane, which I'm not sure how it's gonna go just because Witch Doctor is such a potent support in lane at times. The really interesting matchup is definitely gonna be mid, right? We've got Nisha's Quap versus Supreme's Templar Assassin, which this is in a matchup that can go very wrong for a TA if you make some mistakes.
Yeah, the new dagger. I mean, it's just too good. This used to be more TA could do fine at like 50-50, maybe 60-40 for Quap, but I mean, dagger is just, the slow is just ridiculous. You can get so many hits off on the TA.
You see that? He popped his healing salve with refraction up, but Nisha instantly was hitting him. And bottom lane, Seneko is able to make the jump away, but Zai is there, ready to go with the swashbuckle and collects a second kill. Back over to mid. Continued pressure on Supreme. Nisha just is not going to let this go. Since he did manage to cancel, like, basically 3/4 of the healing salve on Supreme, he knows he's got an advantage. He's trying to push it.
Yeah, you gotta push that advantage. I mean, Supreme doesn't even go for any levels in the meld, which is traditionally what you would do against the Queen of Pain with the Shadow Strike, because you can dodge it. But I mean, he actually has a Sentry on Nisha already, so not even worth it. Not gonna do anything.
Yeah, you'd have to invest. You'd have to keep investing into the Sentry to go for the meld build, right? And at that point, maybe it's not worth it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. It's you can. I mean, worst case, you can just go hit jungle.
Yeah.
On TA, that's always your worst case.
Bristleback and Keeper of the Light. What a combination! Just able
classic.
to constantly apply quill sprays, which allows them to be able to deal with the natural strength of the Chaos Knight, which is usually just bullying out heroes with Chaos Strike mixed with Reality Rift.
You know what? I've seen this Bristle Caudle lane not go so well for teams lately. I feel like people overestimate how potent it is. You know, it's like it farms. It farms really well if you get stacks for the Bristle. But like, as we can see, Matumba Man's farming perfectly fine. It's just you just get so many stick charges. You don't ever have to leave lane. Bristle's just giving you free mana and HP.
And add into the fact you have natural sustain with Chaos Strike giving you lifesteal, then you're able to deal with a bit of harassment pretty easily.
Yeah, definitely. But with a little bit of levels, maybe it'll change.
Bottom lane trying to go for Yapzor here. Big nuke from that Janata. Staberlight is currently 16-2, so his lane is going pretty well. Net worth, he's sitting third there as well, thanks to all the gold he's stolen. Top lane, trying to go for the kill onto Puppey, and that last quill does manage to snatch him. Puppey ends up going down, and Ninjas the Pajamas pick up their first kill. Maybe a second kill as well, as Yapzor is going to fall. Traded out for Saberlight, though. A worthy trade for Secret.
Yeah, they're totally fine with that trade, I think. I mean, you have, Matumba Man's farming up top, you have Zai farming down bot, and he's actually going on Seneko here, who has no mana, so he's gonna die to this.
They will manage to get that kill, and then back over to top lane. Eric gets a little bit low, but fortunately he was able to push them back with the Blinding Light. Charlie should be fine to battle this out.
Puppey, though.
He's a little bit low.
He's okay. It feels like
back over to bottom lane, actually. Jeez, the action doesn't stop. Saberlight, he's gonna die as well. That Maledict mixed with the Swashbuckle. Pretty potent combination.
And Saberlight just had TP back to lane too, so that's 55 seconds on cooldown for that. He has to walk all the way back. He does have boots, but
Charlie might actually be, or somebody's in trouble here. It's actually Era's going to give up his life, taking the Nightmare off of Charlie, and says that he will be the sacrifice instead. Hey, Jenkins, you're a mechanics man. Reality Rift turns you around? I think I saw that.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, it does.
I didn't know that. I just figured it just teleported you back. I didn't know it turned you around as well. That is really good against a Bristleback.
Yeah, technically. It's the counter.
It's the counter. 2-6, Secret with a kill lead as well as a bit of a net worth bump right now. 1,000 gold up right now. Zai's level 5 against Saberlight's level 4. The mid lane matchup. Nisha having a lot more denies there, so pretty big experience lead as he hits his level 6 now.
This mid lane's one of those sad lanes where both heroes just get harassed down and don't have particularly great stats. It always feels bad in those scenarios. It's like, I'm not farming, but neither are you.
They're both getting a lot of denies. They're both investing so much in regen that they're not actually getting a ton of net worth. Supreme pushback once again, but over to bottom lane. Saberlight does die again, and now Zai has his level 6.
You know, I hate to be that guy because I know this is such like an NA Dota thing, but that first blood that Zai got, giving him the Orb of Venom, has put in so much work on this bot lane. Pangolier, if you get a Lucky Shot proc with the Oof slow, there's just no way to get away from that. I mean, even for like a fast tanky hero like BH, it's just too much.
Yeah, Pango inherently is such a feast or famine kind of hero when it comes to hero matchups, right? Like, if you feel stronger than the enemy, you're going to man fight him and get that lucky shot. But if you're always forced away, if you're forced to use your swashbuckle defensively to run back, then you just end up, never getting any CS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look how aggressive he's playing down here, just straight up swashbuckling onto Seneko at the pull here. Zai has
steal some of those neutral creeps pretty easily, and maybe another attempt to add a kill here. Missing the swashbuckle. They do manage to land that stun, though. Bounces back over to Snako, and he easily dies. Over to the top lane, though, it's going to be Era, who ends up going down to the kill combo of Puppey and Matumba Man. Kills on both sides for Team Secret as they continue to grow their lead. Now up to 2K net worth.
So during this time, Charlie is farming up in the triangle. He did have a few stacks for him, so... Oh, bot lane, the roll comes out. Can he dodge it?
Managed to hit Saberlight again. He couldn't really see where it was coming from through the trees, so he does get hit once more in the Maledict. Is that going to take him out? He's got only 50 HP, didn't take that much, but he might. That last one, he did 20 damage. No. Is the third one going to be enough? Oh, he lived on 2 health. 2 HP is all he had.
And let me just say, that Ring of Regen plus the tower HP regen that you get, that kept him alive.
Just a little bit of regen, a little bit of armor, it goes a long ways. Still, forced out of lane, though, at 8 minutes, still not having his level 6. This is definitely looking like a game, Jenkins, where Ninjas of Pajamas is going to have to turn this through some mid-game team fights. They're going to have to pick up some big track kills.
Yep, definitely. I mean, you said that Pango's Feast or Famine, and speaking of Feast or Famine, BH, this hero can feel like a complete paperweight if you don't get off to a good start. Like, this hero does not hit creeps at all. He only hits heroes. So if your team is not doing well and you're not doing well, it is just a waste of space, this BH hero.
Both Ninjas of Pajamas cores at this point, Charlie and Supreme, are going to be spending a lot of time in the jungle, which just means a lot of free movement for Nisha as he finds an Invis rune and starts hunting. Charlie, well, the combined power of Nisha and a level 3 Bane, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but I guess we'll have to see. Charlie is going to start building up those quill sprays. Yapzor's going to come over, and that'll make Charlie a lot squishier, and he easily goes down.
Yeah, that was just a really nice kind of convergence there from Team Secret. They pincered him. He couldn't get out. This is something Secret's really good at doing. Zai's just 1v2ing.
Yeah, Nisha's already here. He hits the Sonic Wave before the refraction can go off. Now they look for an additional kill. Snakeo's going to get bumped once. He does have a way to jump down to the cliffs, so no way he should die here. Meanwhile, Matumba Man sees all that action, decides, all right, time to pressure the tower a little bit. Does what he can, a decent chunk of damage.
Pretty hard.
I like the vision they've got down from Secret too. They recognize that Nip have to play for jungle at this point. His air is just going to be a freebie in the mid lane.
Yeah, Team Secret's very good at doing this, where they kind of play the greediest possible area of the map that they can. Like, you can see Zai 1v2ing in the jungle there, totally ditching the lane, just taking away the most aggressive farm as possible. And as we see, this Puppey does end up falling, going for the bounty rune.
Gonna pop the Phantasm though, gets 2-second stun on a Snako, and that'll be enough to get the kill. Zai looking to slow down Charlie. That bounty rune is gonna be taken by Charlie just in time. Over to bottom lane though, Nisha and Supreme actually with the haste rune is looking for the kill onto a support, but there's just too many instances of damage. His refraction gets burned out so quickly, and Secret, even under the threat of a power rune, are able to fight back in a 3 versus 1, get a 14th kill for them, a 4,000 net worth lead. This just continues to be utter domination for Secret as they find another one in Saberlight. There's just no winning for Ninjas of Pajamas in any of these lanes.
There really isn't. I mean, they're just killing off cooldown. Like, I feel like there's somebody dead on NIP at any given point. There's just always a death timer on my screen, and it's always on the left side.
So Jenkins, what would you do if, like, you're in this position and it's a terrible situation to be in? How do you change this game if you're Ninjas of Pajamas? Because currently the status quo is not good for you.
In this patch, you absolutely... I mean, going for a coil on the mid lane here would have been nice, but not able to get there quite in time. But I think doing a smoke to Matumba Man on the CK... let me look at the net worth. He is sitting at the top of net worth. And you know that he's just been sitting in this lane for the last, like, 4 or 5 minutes. Just free farming. So I really think you need to go for some sort of smoke play. I mean, you have the puck coil now, and there's 3 cores that you can kill with the coil. I mean, this would be a nice kill here on Zai.
Yeah, certainly. The coil's going to be laid out, and Zai, he's going to take a lot of damage from Supreme. That's going to be track kill as well for at least 3 heroes. Maybe Era got close enough for it as well. Yapzor spotted out, but all those heroes showing in the bottom half of the map means Nisha is getting free damage on the mid tower, and Matamba not scared of Charlie one bit.
Yep, exactly. Get a little bit of damage. I mean, if they had some better tower hitting heroes, they'd be a little happier with that trade. But for NIP, this Puck is a pretty good hero in this game, just given the cores of Team Secret. I think they just need to stay active with the Puck. They need to kill people off cooldown with the Dream Coil. Otherwise, Secret, you can see that they're playing the map incredibly greedy. 12 minutes into the game, still farming 3 lanes. This is not something that Tier 1 teams will do very often because, everybody knows that you farm 3 lanes. Somebody's going to die in one of those lanes. But when you're so far ahead, you just say, okay, well, kill one of our people. We're farming so much that it doesn't matter. So that's when you definitely need to make a play. And Team Secret's actually the one they're looking to make the play towards top.
Yeah, they finally got that level 6 on Puppey. They haven't gotten a Fiend Script out yet, and they may not need it here for the kill onto Charlie. He's already so low that Brain Sap brings him a little bit lower, but Charlie jukes him through the trees. They drop a ward just to be able to spot him. Puppey runs into it for a second, but now the rest of Ninja's Pajamas is here as well. Yaps is already beginning Era with that Death Ward. Saberlight trying to finish off this kill onto the Bane, but he's already healed up so much. Now he's going to be able to get off the Fiend Script, and Sineko on cooldown with all his spells couldn't put a stop to it. I thought that was a potential turnaround for Ninja's the Pajamas, but they just did not bring enough heroes quick enough to that fight.
I mean that's the time you want to go for the turnaround. You have the Coddle ulti, and I want to give kudos to Team Secret for immediately picking up when the Coddle TP'd in to focus him first and foremost. Because up until this point, he hasn't pressed the ulti once because he hasn't had the levels. So they recognize immediately that he's level 6, that he's the way of turning the fights, and they flip their focus from Charlie immediately to Era. And that's why that fight looks so terrible for NIP, because the Coddle wasn't able to get his ult off. So really good team fight priority from Secret, which, to be expected at this point.
Smoke gonna break. They're gonna break onto Charlie, but they spot Era, and that's much easier to kill. To get the back line and then just control up Charlie. You'll eventually bring him down, especially with this Maledict that's been placed onto him. Managed to get him facing the wrong direction too. He's probably gonna die to the Maledict pretty easily. He knows it too. He's just outputting damage where he can, and maybe that kill will actually go onto Puppey. They do get something out of this. Can they get a little bit more? There goes the coil out. Nisha, relatively tanky, but all these nukes flowing his way. Looks like they might manage to get the kill. It's almost word out. He's gonna blink. Wait, no! He finally does go down. Saberlight barely gets the kill, but it's still a disaster for Ninjas the Pajamas. It just could have been so much worse if Nisha actually managed to blink away to safety.
You can see the glimpses of NIP's team fight of how it could look if they weren't so far behind. Like the Puck Coil with the Coddle ulti, it does look really good, but it's just that at this point Team Secret has a few extra items on every hero at this point, so it's looking a little rough. Which is why they need to go for the small skirmishes.
And he's got 1600 HP when he puts on strength treads. It's like that. You're not expecting a Quap to have that much survivability at 15 minutes, but because she does, they have to overcommit some of these nukes, and as a result, they're just running out of damage.
Yeah, that was a nice little ring around the rosy that he did there too on Nisha, just staying at the absolute edge of the coil radius, which not easy to do. You could use Yules and break the coil with Yules.
As in, you stretch it out a good amount and then pop Yules?
Yes, exactly. That actually works.
Okay. Huh. That's pretty interesting.
Totally useless, but
on those longer coils, it could definitely be useful.
True.
You could shave a second or two off. Sineko, when a Puck is so easily threatened like that, it just means you're going to be hemmed in around the map, right? You feel like you can't actually push outside. Even if he doesn't die in that situation, he has to back off. Just means all their lanes are getting pushed in. Nobody feels comfortable really showing on the map. You could see Era's doing the most of split pushing right now, and that's hiding in the trees, illuminating, but even he is going to be potentially punished for this. His Puppey actually... He runs into him, but that area was kind of blocked, so he ended up getting the movement into the wrong direction. Still managed to find him, though, and Era will now die for this, no doubt.
Yeah, so look, it's the kill. This is what they do with the Bane. They just run the Bane around on his own, and either he runs into 5 heroes and he feeds, and then you just call it space because he's a position 5, or he finds someone split pushing, and then he just nightmares, and somebody TPs and kills. Secret have been doing this for the last like 10 games that they've played, and it is very annoying to deal with this in a losing position, because the only thing you can do when you're losing like this is split push and take these like small little engagements. But when there's a Bane running around just catching you, it feels impossible.
Coil out, but Zai, he instantly breaks the coil with little fear, because he knows the rest of the team is going to join him, and he will manage to get that ult off in time. Seneko just going to be chain stunned down. Maybe they can get a kill on these two supports here in the mid lane. Yapzor, a little bit low, turns around, stuns up Saberlight for a moment. That Janana, not quite enough, and now Yapzor's going to be able to turn around. Oh no, stuck inside the Fiend's grip with the Death Ward out. Saberlight is left for dead, because Charlie could do nothing about it with 0 disables on his hero. Era, he's going to have to watch him die as well as he retreats back to the base. Era will tick out from the Orchid pretty easily. Almost a 10,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. And you know, I love the fact you point out, Jenkins, that this team doesn't really build like a whole lot of objective hitters, because Secret just seem to have this formula that says it doesn't matter, right? We just kill them enough, and eventually they have to give up towers.
I mean, it's true. It's true. I think the map is very easy to control from ahead too, just because all of the high grounds around the jungles, and there's the outpost in the enemy's jungle. So if you control the enemy triangle, they can't leave in any lane, because if they go bot, you just TP to the outpost and you kill them. If they go towards any of the other lanes, well, you're standing in the triangle, right? So and Secret does this a lot. They're prolific for this, where they'll just sit in the enemy triangle or the enemy jungle and sit there and control it for like 10-15 minutes and get this massive net worth lead, to the point, like you said, where basically the enemy team will have to either lose their towers or they'll just call GG, because the net worth lead is too much.
And that's why we saw a Secret, like one of their first rotations was to get those 2 different wards up around the triangle, and where the Invis rune that they found with Nisha just making that rotation over, right? Like,
yeah,
that was the first basically like kind of big move that they made.
They do that faster than any other team from what I've seen. They do that. They like 7 minutes into the game, they're in your triangle, which is, you know, back when there were shrines, that would be unprecedented.
Yeah, normally I think of like invading the triangle, that's like a 15-20 minute route, like timing, like maybe we've already taken the offlane tower. They just bypass the tower entirely. Nice double maledict. Charlie gonna be in some trouble. The Essence Ring, the Sonic Wave, that is surely gonna be enough damage. Tried to heal it.
Godlike
Yapzor. But Jesus. Godlike Yapzor? Damn.
Dude, he's ruining pubs with this Witch Doctor. Everybody's gonna start picking Witch Doctor 4 now. Come on, Yapzor.
No.
We all know you're just bored. You're just bored of your Rubik's. What else?
And if you thought Matama Man's damage was pretty impressive when he Reality Rift Chaos Strikes somebody and blows them up for like 2/3 of their HP, well, it's gonna get even worse, because he's building a Desolator.
There's the tower damage that you need.
Yeah.
That's the solution, I suppose. Oh God, Supreme! He's right on the outpost. He knows he's gonna get revealed very soon, so he just has to die.
Yeah. Maybe he can get the kill on Nisha. Of course, he still has the Aegis, so that'll just be a trade-off. And the really sad part about this game, right, is the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas lineup, like, it can scale later into the game if the net worth was maybe even, but like they probably would need to be ahead, right? They win a bounty hunter core lineup with track kills. You kind of have to be ahead with this lineup since they're down 11k at 20 minutes. Like the chances of their comeback is just, it seems so. Oh, in fact, Dota Plus agrees. It's a 1% chance right now for Ninjas in Pajamas.
You know, that's generous. 1%. That's not bad. I think it just goes to the ceiling. Like it can't go to like 0.5% or anything like that. So
we have seen 100%, because I think it does go to like I think it does technically go to like half percentages or something, and then it just rounds.
Oh, Charlie. That's not where you want to be. But you know what? There's nowhere to be in this game. That's the problem. Unless you're Saberlight and you're sniping couriers. This is always a fun little mini game you can play.
I mean, Zai's trying to kill Era inside of his base, so even the base doesn't feel safe anymore. Anywhere behind the tier 3s. Top lane, they do manage to get the kill on Seneko. No chance for... I mean, the combination, right, of a Bane and then an Orchid Quap, you're just always going to get caught if you're Seneko.
Yeah. You know, you got to do something, though. You got to do something. And Saberlight, he's going to get a courier. He's going to get a little bit of a snipe here. Yoink.
All right.
Good job. Nice contribution. That's about all you can do on a BH at this point. Very unfortunate. I played this the other day. Thanks, Saberlight. I saw him play in a pub. I was like, oh, Saberlight's picking it. Must be good. And I did this exact same thing when I was losing. Die with another roll.
That's always my fear of this core bounty hunter, is just the downside of this hero looks so bad.
It does. It does.
You're just like, you're sitting there going like, why didn't I pick this as a 4? You know?
Yeah.
God, that's all I'm doing right now. Maybe he can find another courier here. It's very fortunate enough for him. He's going to walk right past him.
Yoink. All right. I mean, that's a lot.
Darley, okay, 2-man coil, but at the same time, all their damage is gone because Supreme's already dead. He got blown up so quickly by Matamba Man and his Phantasm. All those instances of damage instantly breaking the refraction, and Seneco's just gonna call it quits here, and understandably so. Even before Secret have touched a tier 3, they say it's game over because there is no chance of coming back for Ninjas and Pajamas.
Whew. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, really, this is just what happens in Dota when you lose all of the lanes. Well, you know, I shouldn't say that though, because I feel like the mid lane was going okay. You know, it was definitely fine for TA. It was okay. But then the rotations towards the TA and towards the triangle, like this is basically what happens when you win 2 out of 3 of the lanes, stomp 2 of them, do okay, like pretty well in 1, and then make just amazing early game rotations. It feels impossible to come back in the current patch. You have to just keep fighting, and either you just fight and you lose, or you fight and you lose faster.
Utter domination, right, Ari?
Yeah, I was just like, whoa, well, that was pretty sweet, pretty swift. I mean, I just wanted to kind of have Jenkins elaborate a little more and maybe get a little bit from you, Cap. Is it that hard to really have a comeback? I noticed you were saying in this patch, you were saying that Jenkins throughout game 1. Is it that hard to come back?
Yeah, so basically what they did is they removed the comeback gold, and then to make up for that, they gave a lot of gold for kill streaks, and then they reduced the kill streak gold to half. So there's just like no gold on the map, and they nerfed like jungle creeps and things like that in terms of gold. So right now it's really all based on like XP. So you know, you can throw like 2 or 3 times, lose 2 or 3 team fights while ahead, and still stay ahead, which is you know, quite unfortunate for the losing team.
I would argue that the less net worth floating around in the game also means that the status quo is maintained for longer, right? Like if you do win that team fight, you're not getting as much gold because the comeback mechanism is gone. But then also like the time that you have on the map where you are able to push out lanes and you are able to hit some creeps and stuff, like you're getting less out of that timing, you know? So it feels like you can't change your fate as quickly as you used to for multiple reasons.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I agree.
Cap, you said Nip's lineup can scale if the net worth were even, but how did Secret make sure that wasn't the case?
I mean, we talked a lot about the fact that invading that triangle is really important. The fact that they do something like that before they've even like taken the tier 1 towers, they say like, okay, with shrines being gone from that area, the towers aren't really that big of a threat, especially if our lineup is just better at fighting. So they just bring numbers to parts of the map, they get aggressive vision down, and then it just feels like you're very divided, right? If you're Ninjas in Pajamas, like how do you rotate from mid up to top lane or top lane into mid when you feel like your high ground area, you don't know if you can enter into that area, right? Because they've already shown themselves smoking into the areas like that. It's just a combination of like a laning win for Secret. They basically took a little bit of a lead and they just leveraged that into more and more and more. They just did not let Ninjas in Pajamas get anything.
And here's Puppy. We're looking at him right now. 2 kills, 3 deaths, 14 assists, 4k net worth. How are you liking his performance on Bane?
I thought he did well. You know, he always does this on Bane. He's just running around the map, setting up the kills. I gotta say, that's a solid S tier neckbeard on Puppy. Really fitting the character of Bane, who also appears to have some sort of purple neckbeard. And yeah, maybe this is just one of his favorite heroes. He is very active with it. Puppy always seems to play on Bane like he has nothing to lose. Like he's just like, you know what, I've won enough tournaments. I'm just gonna run in. I'm gonna man up on you, and either you fight me to the death or I'll kill you. And that's always interesting to watch. And whenever they don't pick Bane, he's on some like ogre or something like that. They can also just man up in the same regard.
And touching on the neckbeard, it actually adds an 8% success rate with drafting. So maybe that's part of the reason as well. Why he's growing it up. Okay. So we're going to be jumping to, of course, Game 2 in just a bit. We're going to come back after this break, and we're going to see if Nip has it in them to not make it 2-0. We're going to find out. Enjoy the break. Get your snacks, boys. Catch you in a bit.
I'm at home, and another person who's at home talking to me right now is Charlie DotA, who's from Ninjas in Pajamas. Charlie, how are you doing?
I'm doing great this morning, actually.
And how has coronavirus affected you personally?
Well, honestly, not that much compared to how it should be, since I just stay at home and game. But I would say mostly I can't go to the gym and socialize the time I have.
How are you keeping fit then? Have you got any weights at home? Are you doing some bodyweight exercises or anything like that?
I go for walks, I run, and do some home workouts.
In terms of socially then, how are you keeping in touch with friends and family?
Mostly through social media, and yeah, I mean, that's about it. I haven't met my friends in maybe 2-3 months now, so it's kind of sad.
So you guys were recently signed by NIP. How does it feel to be a ninja?
Oh, it feels kind of surreal to me, since I've been following them from my 1.6 days when I played Counter-Strike, and to be playing for their DotA2 division is just unreal. I have no words.
How have you guys been practicing while you've been in isolation?
I mean, the usual stuff. We scrim every day, watch replays, and prepare. We play the best teams, so we'll learn fast.
But the roster was only completed earlier this year, so how are you actually creating a team dynamic when you're not really able to spend much time together, at least in person?
Yeah, that's true. We have actually never met each other. We just talked online, and I'd say our chemistry is really good because, I mean, we still haven't met, and I'd say if you meet each other, the chemistry would be a lot better as well.
Do you see a Swedish super team rising to the top of DotA2 in the future?
Maybe, who knows?
Okay, who knows indeed. Well, thank you so much, Charlie DotA, for talking to me. Good luck to you and the rest of the ninjas in the DotA2 International Elite Tournament. I can't wait to see how you do.
Thank you, Frankie.
Thank you so much, Frankie. That was Frankie with Charlie of NIP, and he's never met them in person yet. I mean, it was all online so far, and they're vibing well. And is this, you think, can you feel that chemistry with NIP?
Yes, there is definitely some chemistry with this team. They haven't, like, if you look at this roster, no offense to like any of the players, but none of their names like really stand out to me as like, oh God, like that guy, that's the guy I want to build a team around, right? Maybe at least not yet anyway. Some of these names we've heard for a while, like Sineko has been a captain who's had some success in the CIS scene. It feels like he was on the cusp of being like the next great captain of CIS, and he never quite got there. Era, like you could argue his time, like he's had golden days in the past, but like of recent note, there hasn't been that many. And then you've got some younger names on the squad, but the lineup just, there's nothing that really stands out to me. But when I watch them in game, it feels like sometimes I'm watching a team that can compete with the absolute best. And unfortunately, they didn't show it in this game 1, but I have faith in a game 2 draft that will set them up a lot better.
So, Jenkins, how do they learn from what just happened with game 1? I mean,
that's a good question. I think probably there's something to be said for picking better lanes, picking maybe more. There's a few ways you can take it. You can go with more comfort if you feel like you're getting kind of dumpstered in the laning phase, or you can just go with like standard. This is a really good laner, but I mean, you get ran over in the laning phase. You kind of feel like, okay, well maybe we can play Dota if that doesn't happen. Dota, from at least from my experience, it's a lot of just kind of like guessing and checking. You know, it's like, okay, that didn't feel right, so we're gonna try this, and they might try something and it might work. They might try something, it might be total garbage. That's just life. That's just how it is. Sometimes teams will lose like 7 matches in a row, then win 7 matches in a row. So I imagine they're gonna just switch something up a lot in the draft, and I would say that's probably gonna be laning.
I just want to touch on because before the previous draft we had Secret with the Chaos Knight, and we were they were definitely trying something. Where do you think that was headed? What sort of thing were they kind of looking to do and looking to discover with that draft?
I think it was just about the hero matchups. I think they felt comfortable with the Chaos Knight because it has a couple of good matchups. They knew that hero couldn't be abused by the Bounty Hunter. And then it also works, pretty well against TA once you start going into the mid game and stuff. I said in game 1 I wanted to see their Bounty Hunter from Ninjas in Pajamas because they've been so successful, and I wanted to learn. And what I learned is that you don't pick it against Team Secret in game 2, or at least I hope you don't. Cause I don't know, man. Like I feel like Secret exploited the Bounty Hunter pick quite a lot. If you lose your lanes a little bit. If you're behind in net worth, it's very hard to play this hero as a core.
And you say that, and Bounty is back with NIP right now. What do you think they're going to try to do with that?
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Hear me out on this. Okay. BH is feast or famine. We know that. Secret knows that. NIP knows that. Maybe your justification for the last game was just that first blood that set up Zai with the Orb of Venom. I mean, it's a 300 gold item. It set them up for a really nice lane. Maybe basically what happened there was like the counter snowball, and you just say, okay, if we're gonna be picking this hero and comfortable with picking this hero, we have to accept that the games that look bad look really, really bad. You know what I mean? So I could understand kind of justifying it in a game 2 just because of the hero, because of how the hero functions.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. It's just that I felt like their lineup. Okay, I guess their lineup could have been set up a little bit better. I was thinking like because they had Bristleback, who's such a early to mid game core. It kind of I think you set up. You weren't too greedy. At least that's what I was thinking initially. But then I remember the fact that they were both end up jungling at some point in time.
Yeah.
That really kills a timing. You want very active heroes if you're Bounty Hunter, right? You have a mechanism that says you get extra goals if you get kill. Well, therefore, you want a bunch of heroes that are running around killing things. And when your 2 other cores are both playing jungle,
right?
It's not a good sign. So maybe Ninjas in Pajamas feels like that was more of the problem, combined with what you said, which is, when it does look bad, it's going to look really bad.
Yeah, well, in regards to the 2 cores, like when you really think about it, TA and Bristle, they kind of play in the same way for the first like 10, 15 minutes, right? They like, go into a lane, they dumpster a lane, but not really by killing you. They just kind of pressure you with damage. Mm-hmm. Then they go and like they farm some stacks, and then all of a sudden they're running at your towers with some big item, right? Like 1 or 2 items. And it does kind of feel like if you have 2 heroes that have that timing, and then also they're not going to hit that timing super early because they got pressured in lane, plus a BH, that seems to be a recipe for disaster. So maybe some TA-esque, Bristle-esque hero, plus a more active core. Like, I really like the Weaver. I was going to say Gyrocopter, but I really like the Weaver. This also could be an Era, position 4 Weaver. They have run that before. But basically having heroes that are better at, like, fighting before the 10 to 15 minute mark. No jungling at all. Some Gyrocopter. I'm just going to get levels from the laning stage. I'm going to run at you. I'm going to kill you.
So, are we going to take bets here? Is this a for Sniper and for Weaver?
I would say so.
Yeah,
Really?
I think so too. Yeah.
I think so.
Oh yeah,
Harry, this is the thing.
Oh yeah, this is Yapster. It's Yapster just did this. Oh wow. Okay, I like this. All right.
It's a weird meta right now.
I legit think Core Sniper is like bottom 3 heroes in the game. I think it's so garbage. You just kill him. You just go on him and just murder him, and he just doesn't do anything. But Support Sniper, ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's like a top 10 hero right there, depending on the game. Maybe I'm just biased.
So sometimes when these heroes pop up, I feel like it's just gonna get nerfed and it's gonna get put away. Like whenever a weird core is being picked up as support when it's never really been done a whole lot. And I'm like, okay, it's just got some weird, like something is off and that'll probably go away. But I keep on seeing this Weaver 4 position and I keep on seeing the Sniper 4 position. They don't really seem to be going away. If anything, it feels like they're growing more and more in prevalence, that I'm beginning to spam it in my pubs to try and figure things out. I haven't gotten a Sniper yet, but I've been playing a lot of Weaver and Techies 4 position to try and figure out those supports. Because I feel like both of them are so strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. All the cheese heroes, man. You're really just going with all the cheese. But you know what?
I mean, my job is a commentator, Jenkins. You know, like if I can't speak from personal experience, then I'm not doing my job correctly.
That's true. That's fair. That's fair. You got to spam about 100 games of the Sniper, dude, before you really get it. It's a hard one. Oh, God.
But we have Venge here for Secret, coming third.
Yeah, kind of, I mean, more than likely just like a position 5. Pretty standard hero. It's great for saving people from the Caudal ulti. It's, it's got a good stun. It's got minus armor to kill some squishy hero like Caudal, like Weaver. I mean, they could do some like crazy Venge core. That's also possible. I have seen people go for like the Dom Ags Venge build, and it's okay, but who knows?
I've played with a Venge core, but I'm Guardian 4, so
how'd that go?
Well. It didn't go very well, buddy. They were flaming her like post game, and it wasn't pretty.
Well, don't worry. Your experience is not that different from professional experience of Bench Core. I feel like it is definitely lost more games than it's won.
I am with you. I'm with you there.
Okay, well,
so, some metas it can be okay, but yeah, I feel like it's most likely a 5 position that is going to pair really well with this next pick, which could be like some sort of Medusa or TB type hero.
Before we get to that,
pairs really well.
Here's Void Spirit, 4th for NIP, and let's see. Oh, DK.
Classic heroes. I feel like the Void Spirit's falling off a little bit. At least, in like Ember Spirit is kind of the spirit to be picking, which I don't know. I feel like they both are extremely strong. I think they're both S tier. I think Void Spirit's a little better at catching people from a really long distance. You just press your ult twice and you can catch anybody with like a Yule Scepter, and then the Aghanims is just insane having 2 silence charges. But
all right,
Ember,
Jenkins, you're gonna have to explain that more. You just called Void Spirit S, but you feel like he's fallen off. So
yeah, it's a weird one. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like it's falling off, but I don't agree with it. I feel like the hero is really good. I mean, in NA, Void Spirit's getting picked a lot in every position. But when I watch a lot of these like European CIS games, Void Spirit is not Ember Spirit level. But in NA, it is. People will pick Void Spirit into Ember Spirit, which is weird because Ember Spirit's all magic damage and Void Spirit's all about that physical reduction. So but people just love it in NA.
Especially having an instant disable against Void Spirit, right? A long range one at that can be really annoying for Void Spirit to have to play against.
Yes, 100%.
I think that I definitely agree with you. I feel like Void Spirit is strong, but I don't like it here. And my biggest grievance against it is that I like it picked up relatively early when your 3 position is still not picked. But with Ninjas Pajamas, we know that's not true, or at least we have to assume. Maybe it's a 4 bounty hunter and a 1.
One of these heroes is a 3, basically.
Yeah, I feel like one of those 2 is already a 3, and so you've locked in this Void Spirit 1 or 2 position. I feel like while Ember Spirit has his big bonus is the versatility of 1 and 2 position, I feel like Void Spirit's biggest bonus is his versatility from 2 to 3. Yeah,
I agree. I definitely, I'm with you. I'm with you there, but. It's not so much played in the offlane in outside of North America for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Medusa.
Oh.
33% win rate hero in pro level pubs, boys. Charlie Medusa.
Yeah, and they don't have... Okay, so they do have some
Bench
heroes
fights.
that synergize okay with the Medusa, right? You've got so what I always like to say is I want a damage amplifier with Medusa. She sits there and right-clicks things. I want something that makes her right-click harder, so any sort of minus armor. You do have the bugs. That's okay. And then you've also got the chakra coming out from the Keeper to boost up Medusa's mana pool. That's okay, but it's not like... I don't feel like this lineup is built well enough around Medusa.
So before we jump in, will this be a 2-0 or will Nip pull one out against Secret?
I think it'll be.
Well, you know my
I think I think that's a pretty easy one. I mean, especially with this draft, I think NIP is somewhat of a reach in trying to do something that's strange and weird and a bit cheesy to catch Secret off guard, but. You know, this is a team that's dealt with Medusa in patches when she was actually good. And, you know, she's pretty garbage right now, outside of, like, the rapier Medusa, which I think we will actually see because that's the only reason teams really pick it is to go for that, like, rapier Aegis timing. So, I mean, if they can get to that, then it's going to look pretty good. But given how the lanes went last game, they probably won't get to that point.
Yeah.
Well,
my biggest concern is that they just ignore the Medusa.
Yeah, that's a good strat.
We're gonna find out how this is gonna play out as Game 2 is about to begin. Cap, Jenkins, here we go.
Here we go. A Game 2 that is hopefully a little bit more even than Game 1. But my biggest concern, Jenkins, is that they're just going to ignore Medusa in these team fights because they do have some rather mobile heroes from their cores. And if they're not mobile, they're tanky like the DK. And they could just kind of like walk past the Medusa and target all of these backline heroes that are a lot more squishier.
I'm with you there. I kind of feel like that's how you play against Medusa no matter what your draft is. You just ignore the fact that she exists and then kill her last. You just kill her Weaver and her Void Spirit and Caudal and these squishy heroes, and all of a sudden Medusa is not so scary when it's just her alive.
And that's why part of the reason why Divine Rapier is so good for this Medusa, right? Because it has been ignore the Medusa, push forward, go for the back line. And once you do get that Divine, okay, all right, I gotta stop what I'm talking. We have a Charlie Bounty Hunter and Saberlight's playing the Void Spirit. I said I wanted to see the versatility to 3, but this is not what I meant.
All right, dude. They took it a little bit too literally. And you know what? I gotta say that I can't believe that I'm looking at a lane of a 4 sniper versus a bounty hunter carry with a DK as the core that he's supporting. Oh yes, sniper supporting the Dragon Knight. That's totally 1 or 2 years ago would make a lot of sense. No, it wouldn't make any goddamn sense. How is this the video game? This would get you banned in League of Legends. You'd literally get banned for picking these heroes. It's happened before.
That's what's great about Dota, right? Is you just never quite know what you're gonna get. The creativity right now, like versatility is so important in draft. So we are gonna see a lot of weird hero swapping into positions that a year, 2 years ago we would not have expected. Daneko might just be the first blood. They just need one more hit from Yapsor, but he's not quite close enough, and he's not quite fast enough either. So
he did start with the headshot, and I know you mentioned that you want to learn the sniper. Let me tell you something. As a sniper connoisseur myself,
okay.
The reason you start with the headshot first, I know this looks like griefing, but it's not. The reason is because if you go shrapnel, you use all 3 shrapnel charges, and you're sitting there in lane as like a 40 damage ranged creep for like 2 minutes, thinking, what the hell am I supposed to do? So people actually start headshot now on position 4 sniper. Like, what a world we live in. Ah, yes, headshot him, support sniper. Good stuff.
You could have the support on support battle at least, you know?
Yeah, you're definitely gonna win that one. Can't dodge the headshot proc either, so this blinding light, it's the true Caudal counter that Yapsor's playing.
Now, a lot of times we do see that Ember Spirit, he'll get a bad matchup, has to play side lane, but here he's playing against a Medusa, which, correct me if I'm not wrong here, Jenkins, but you can dodge the snake with Sleight of Fist, right?
I think so, yeah. It's like if you you can get unlucky and it can follow you, but if it goes to like the little spirit that spawns when you use it and then it hits the spirit, like we can see here, yeah, he does end up dodging it. But I think there are situations where it can hit you afterwards, which is very annoying. Like a few spells that work like that.
Right, so you kind of have to wait until it's bounced and it's heading towards you.
And it's right to hit you, yeah, exactly.
And it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Our bottom lane matchup is Void Spirit Weaver, like we were talking about, against the Bloodseeker Vengeful Spirit, which I feel like could be better than the Bounty Hunter 3 that we were talking about before, but I'm not like super convinced, as I'm seeing Saberlight is just getting bullied the hell out of by Matama Man.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Void Spirit's supposed to do against a Bloodseeker. You're all about that like chip damage on Void Spirit, and I mean Bloodseeker doesn't give a damn about that, so. Oh, top lane, Charlie.
On Charlie? No. DP's back to the tower and does have plenty of regen. That said, the Thirst does amp up Matama Man, so that's going to be something they're going to have to keep their eye on. For sure. I guess another problem is he's got to support Weaver, and from my experience, Weaver can feel okay at level 1 against a weak lane, but you don't really feel strong as a support until like level 4. And you've got both Swarm, Geminate Attack, and level 2 Shikuchi.
Right, definitely. I mean, the level 1 Sakuchi is just... The cooldown is so long. You can really easily feed with it. As well as, like, the move speed increase. It's not that much anymore at level 1. They really got nerfed. So, need some levels for sure on Weaver.
Yeah, part of the thing about this hero was that you could just forego boots in exchange for other items, but now you actually do need some movement speed items. So, Era, once again, gonna have to use Shikuchi just to run away from people.
This is one of those lanes where I'm honestly totally fine if Era just runs in and like takes CS. Like if they're splitting CS between Saberlight and Era down here, it's a win. Because Bloodseeker is supposed to crush a Void Spirit, so whatever you can do to get CS. Although I say that in bot lane, Matama Man does throw out the bugs from Era, but not enough.
Back over to top lane, Charlie. He is getting lower and lower all the time. They do manage to catch up to him, hit the Dragon Tail, get the stun, but fortunately the Blinding Light protecting him against enough damage that I believe he should live here. Once again, Zai with the early Orb of Venom pickup, knowing that he's got a matchup that he can just abuse the opposing melee hero.
Absolutely beautiful Dota from Secret. The forcing out of tower there was just not for kills. That was literally just to get them out of XP range. And an entire wave died to the tower that neither Charlie or Seneko got XP for, which is super nice play. When you can actually get yourself in that position in a game, it can be so devastating to the opponents to force them.
Matama Man low enough that maybe they can get this kill. Matama Man actually turns around. I'm not sure if he was just like, yeah, I'm dead, or if he accidentally clicked the map.
He clicked the map for sure, dude. I've done that before. That's exactly what it looks like.
He may have also like been trying to like micro his courier somewhat too, because it was coming in. You know, that panic of like, oh god, my courier's coming in while I'm fighting and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, what? That's a solo kill.
What? Supreme killing the Medusa god himself. Nisha Ember Spirit dies to Supreme's Medusa. That is just not supposed to happen.
No, that is definitely not supposed to. I mean, maybe what's happening is he's not getting dodging, getting unlucky with it. I don't know. Maybe he's missed a couple of dodges. I mean, you would have to die to a Medusa. Yeah, it's not like it's not projected exactly what she's gonna do every time the waves meet. You know?
Yeah, she does exactly this amount of damage. It's not gonna surprise you. If anything, maybe you get forced out of lane, but it definitely seems like a situation where he's like, I could dodge this and I'll be fine. And then he doesn't. And now, Ninja the Pajamas have a lane that is going quite well.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, he's leading in CS on Nisha, but...
Yeah, he's leading by more CS than I expected.
He has more net worth, too, surprisingly. Yeah, he's doing well despite the feed. I think he probably just got over aggressive there. I think what you said was right. He probably was playing on low HP and he's like, I'll dodge this, and then he didn't.
We've got all top 3 heroes, top CS. for Team Secret. Never a great sign. And once again, they have a lineup that I feel like does need to snowball a bit. Even though they have a Medusa, right? I feel like you need the other four heroes.
The four-man, yeah, I agree.
Snowball a bit, right? Otherwise, they're just going to reach 20 minutes, and like Medusa isn't online yet, and everyone else is poor, and they're just going to get run over.
Definitely. I mean, because look at these heroes. Like, they all do kind of small instances of damage without items.
Oh, nice grab. Saberlight might just be able to help get the kill on Matumbaman. Or never mind, Era's going to get silenced up. Matumbaman easily turns around and kills him. And with Saberlight taking so much damage with the third, he still has the bug on him, though. Got to deal with the bug. All that minus armor is kicking in. And Saberlight almost gets the turnaround there on Matumbaman as he plays a bit too greedy. But fortunately, he survives and can now heal back up thanks to Blood Rage.
Saberlight's actually having a really good game this time around. He's just a little bit below his Medusa net worth, getting his bottle filled back up here, and he almost has level 6. So he can definitely look to get active and play that kind of four-man ball that we were talking about.
Okay, so one of the things that I feel very strongly about in my spam of this is Aether Remnant. Doesn't actually land on a puppy. That would have been a kill otherwise. Matumbaman thinking he could fight against the two of them, but will eventually retreat. Okay, so all this minus armor, I want to have the orb, the Blightstone on Weaver. I feel very strongly about that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a believer. I'm always going for the Blight. I mean, I think Blight these days is just I go for, you're asking the wrong person here, because I go for Blight on like every offlaner these days. Like I'm DP Blight, Wind Ranger Blight, Queen of Pain Blight.
Okay. Weird fight in the mid lane. Commitment of the Remnants. Nisha trying to get this kill on Supreme. He's burned him out of his mana with the last slide of Fizz.
Oh, the haste rune! That is so convenient.
Finds a haste rune. Can he actually get this kill on Nisha though? The TP, it's called in. It's a sniper 4 position teleporting in though, and not much he could really do. In fact, he gets canceled by Charlie, and the turnaround kill by Era. What a lucky haste rune to find.
No, just good rune control, man. That was sick. you got to be careful giving Era these kills. Recently, I've seen him play this Weaver, and he actually played it like a core. He went for Deso Diffusal. And so I would honestly expect that in a game like this, even though he's got a Medusa, if his game is going well enough, he will go for some core items, and he will be a problem. So, not great to give him kills like that.
Yeah, and I think that we heard in the interview, right? Charlie himself said that this Ninja the Pajamas team, this is a lineup that doesn't have like one true carry. They all kind of they have a very even net worth graph between the 5 of them usually. So this is, I could definitely see a position where Era says, all right, I'm going to be putting in a little bit more carry duty, because Charlie, he's having a rough one, man. He's probably going to be dying here. The blinding light goes out, pushes them away, and Nisha feels like he can't commit. So Charlie does survive. But
is BH just like the bait hero? I feel like every game with NIP and BH, he's just having a rough time.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna send the BH top. He's gonna lose the lane. It's gonna be great.
Well, I could say, having watched Nisha getting a kill on Seneko, Matumbaman though in serious trouble. He's gonna try and TP out. They don't have it disabled. They've already used the Aether Remnants, so good read by him, knowing that he can get out scot-free. Still, though, Ninja's Pajamas will at least put in some good work onto this tower.
Is under attack.
Yeah, once again, another one of these situations where the kill would be nice, but it's more important to get that tower pressure. Supreme is just farming during this entire time. This is exactly what you want. You want your other heroes to be doing well enough to just kind of run around fighting without you when you're on Medusa, and you can just fight all of these camps at the same time. They do have the ward. He's just trying, but I mean, he's one hero versus 2, so not super effective.
And he is kind of losing that man fight against Charlie, so back down. Zai, tanky enough, but unlikely to be able to put out enough damage to stop Era and Saberlight from pushing forward, especially with the siege creep on its way.
How do you kill Zai with these heroes? I feel like you need
no idea.
You need to swarm him and have it last like 10 or 15 seconds. And then finally you'll have enough minus armor to kill him. I mean, that's
like no nukes, right?
Yeah. Enough to get him to half HP, but nothing past that point. Without any help, that is. I mean, if they get a BH rotating, maybe.
Yeah. Well, this is a little bit of recovery time for Charlie, at least. Nobody's in his lane anymore. So Matama Man is off to play the jungle. That's something we didn't talk about, but this is a dire side Medusa. Something that we kind of explored ad nauseum at ESL 1 was the difference between Radiant and Dire. And one of the things that we really like about when you are playing Dire is control over both ancient camps. Like, if you can take away this safe lane tower, then you can very easily invade this jungle and take over the area where Radiant has their ancient camps and still have your own in your own triangle to work off of as well. So Neko in trouble. Nisha easily finds that kill.
Yeah, once again, Secret playing in a triangle, but their own.
We're going to put that to the test. See if 3 heroes can bring down Sai. They've thrown every bit of their nukes, and he's still surviving through most of it. Fortunately, it was just enough before the heroes from Secret could TP in and save him. Supreme in the mid lane. Okay. I don't think there's a ton that... Okay, maybe if they canceled the TP out, but unfortunately Chains doesn't land in time. Yapzor, who completed his TP earlier, but the other TP, I believe, from Puppy's Vengeful Spirit was canceled, so he was all alone underneath the tower and quickly gets run over by the 3-man from Nip.
The Secret is pressuring 2 towers at the same time here, which is surprising considering they just lost 2 heroes.
Yeah, now that attempt on Medusa makes a lot more sense, right? Like, I thought it was weird rupturing the Medusa when she's got, like, full health and a decent amount of mana, but if they could just force her away from the tower and trade objectives, then you feel okay.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially when you're the one that's, like, responding to the gank that's happening in your safe lane. You know, your sniper dies and you're kind of like, okay, we got to get something from this. Can't kill the Medusa, let's get the tower. Puppy secures the top tower by himself. What in God's name?
That definitely shouldn't happen, but 3 heal people were bottom, Medusa was farming his triangle, and Snako, he tried to defend mid tower, but wasn't able to save it in time. Saberlight trying to finish off Puppy here, does manage to land that Aether Remnant. They're gonna pop the Coddle ult as well, just to ensure these kills. Actually, Saberlight, he needs to get off that last jump. He tries to jump away from the assassination, but it follows him. Yapzor claims the killing spree, and they miss out on the kill onto Puppy.
Oh, they know Snako has no TP.
They saw him. He had no TP in his inventory, so there's nowhere for him to run to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where's the BH at? How do I see a track? I think Nisha just came up with the track on him, so BH is farming, doesn't farm exactly that fast, but Supreme is also farming on the bot lane, so if you're NIP, you're kind of expecting to go even or even a bit negative in terms of these 4 and 5 fights that are happening. Maybe not losing Era though. That's you know, he was kind of snowballing pretty hard, so not that great to lose him.
Yeah, at this point, you need to be cutting down the losses. The assassination that spots Charlie leads into the Dragon Tail stun. They'll drop the vision to be able to spot Charlie and get yet another kill. 8-6 now to the favor of Team Secret. The net worth though is not that big of a difference, as we said. Medusa is farming this entire time. It's up to 6,600 net worth, top in the game. But big push timing coming out from Secret. There's Dragon Knights online. Their Ember Spirits ready to run around the map killing things. And they've got a Bloodseeker core. So this is going to be a very active Secret lineup for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Right, and I think if this was old Medusa, I would be very worried about how much he's farming. But with the current iteration of Medusa, she's not as beastly as she used to be. You know, it's like you can let her farm. I mean, as long as she's not completely free farming, you're kind of okay. You can just ignore her and push towers, ignore her and win the fights against her team. You know, like we talked about, unless she's willing to go for that rapier build. And then at that point, you're taking this big risk. But I mean, you're also already taking a risk by picking the Medusa in the first place. So I suppose it's to be expected.
Couple other things that I've discovered in my Weaver spam. This hero is so good at sniping couriers and so good at split pushing too. I know like the mobility I naturally expected, like, okay, I'd be good at hitting side lanes, but I didn't realize how quickly you can clear through a creep wave with this hero. Just via Shikuchi and then using Swarm every single time.
Right, and the best thing about it, oh, Puppy, can he get the swap off? BK
The stun, okay, the stun, follow up into the assassination to keep him spotted. That little bit of mini stun will help control Era, but not long.
And
if he gets off the time lapse, they're still going to go for the swap, though. They are heavily committing to try and bring down Era, but they just don't have anything left in the tank, unless Matumba Man could somehow get a Rupture and stop a TP, and that's just not going to happen.
Amazing space. Okay, I'm glad that happened, because I was about to agree with you and say that my favorite thing about Weaver's split push is not just that he does it fast, but he does it so safely. You know, you invis through the wave, so already they need detection to kill you. And even if you don't want to invis through the wave, just throwing the swarm from a distance will kill the wave. You're not going to get all the last hits, but it's going to kill the wave. Did they see Supreme here?
There's smoke up, they're going to run into Yapzor, that's going to be a track kill almost instantly. Now the fight's going to break out as Team Secret are going to take this. The Ignis Vanis right in the middle, they're going to try and take it out as quick as possible, controlling up those two heroes, and Supreme getting in some good damage. They're going to commit from Matumba Man and quickly bring him down. Sableye deals the blow that brings Matumba Man down, claiming that killing streak. Now they're going to aim for another track kill here as Era and Charlie together look to be able to chase down Puppey. Puppey swaps back in Nisha so he can get to safety, knowing Nisha should be fine. And in turn, Charlie gets a little bit too far forward and Zai is able to take that kill. Nice rebuttal there, making the total score go 2 for 2 for that team fight.
Yeah, not bad for NIP. I think a little bit of an overcommittal there. It seems like they weren't exactly on the same page. Like, Saberlight did not commit in with Charlie, even though he did have the vessel. It looks like Saberlight wanted to just get out. And they are standing on Vision right now, so they have to be a little bit careful with NIP. I mean, obviously they don't know about that, but they should now with what Nisha's just been doing.
Era looking to cut the creep wave. Isn't going to be going for the carry build we thought could be possible. He's going to go for the Norm, which is just straight into the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, yeah, that makes... I feel like with a Medusa on your team, that is the absolute best case scenario to go for the Ags on Weaver. Like, Medusa, Storm Spirit... I mean, are there really any other heroes that like to have instantaneous full mana and HP on a 16-second cooldown? Medusa is probably the best.
There are like some really good turnaround heroes that take advantage. Like, you have to burst them down, like Slark, I think is a good example, because how do you burst down a Slark when there's a Weaver just sitting behind him? But I totally agree with you. I think Medusa's got to be one of the best heroes to take advantage. So now he's not now, but eventually when we get this Aghanim Scepter, he's going to have both Chakra Magic, making him incredibly tanky because of that increased mana pool, and there's a chance that he could just get a full heal, full mana, or close to it, thanks to a allied time lapse.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking about this draft makes a lot more sense with the Weaver rushing the Ags, despite having like such a good game. If they do go for this Rapier on Medusa, and they have the Weaver Ags to hit that timing, maybe you don't need an Aegis with it because you have the Weaver. You know, like that is a kind of interesting strat. I mean, I've never seen that before, at least in this patch where Rapier is such a viable item. Because before it's like Rapier Medusa was 6. That would be like the 6th item you get, right? But now it's like 3rd item, and it's legit. Rapier's not a joke. It's a legitimate item. People, commonly go for this on PA, Gyrocopter, kind of win any game with it. And so, with that,
I would go so far as to argue that the current meta of Divine Rapier is the only reason that Medusa is viable.
I agree. I feel the same way about PA as well. That both of these heroes would be, maybe less so PA, but I think a lot of heroes are more viable because Rapier is legitimately broken right now. The smoke wraparound is coming in, and they do have Vision on Secret. So they see Supreme here, and this would be the most important kill to pick up.
Lead off with the stun, follow up silence. Now he does have Manta and pop the Stone Gaze immediately. They're going to follow up with one more stun. He's completely out of mana. Can his team bail him out here? Saberlight's already here, controlling up Zai as quick as possible. And Supreme, he is still out of mana. They can still maybe burst him down. Nisha's going to go for the kill with the silence. Burst down, and there goes the Medusa. Still, though, they've lost a couple of their heroes. Puppey's a little bit low. Yapzor's going to fall as well. All their backline's gone. It's just going to be Matumba Man and Nisha pretty much to finish off this fight. But they've taken down Saberlight as well as the Medusa. So similarly, Ninjas of Pajamas, they're also out of steam. Pop the time lapse to be able to get away from that silence. 3-man thinks about hunting down Secret, but they don't feel super confident about it. They do have these track kills out. Chains into the silence. Era, you were able to dodge that once because of your time lapse being up. I'm surprised he ran into it a second time.
A little bit over aggressive there. I mean, I think when your Medusa dies, you probably back off. Another combo that we didn't really touch on just yet is this Coddle ultimate, Will-O-Wisp, with the Medusa ult. Now the way the Medusa ult works is it's about the total time that you've looked at Medusa. So even though you're constantly looking away from the Will-O-Wisp, it adds each time you look at it. So you're basically guaranteed to get stone gazed if you have these two heroes together. And that's why that fight went so badly for NIP. The Coddle was not the first to respond to that. The what's this called? Void Spirit was the first to TP in there. So I think if the Coddle can get there in time, that fight looks a lot better for NIP. And they definitely want to go for that combo in the future. If they're good. I mean, obviously that fight was not planned, but if you are planning on taking a fight, you do it with the Coddle and the Medusa at the same time.
Yeah, I think you take that that information you got from that fight and you just learn from it and say, okay, they can burst down Supreme. Like he is not at that point that he is unkillable. Maybe when he has BKB, he's fine. But for now, let's have Seneko just kind of be around Supreme at all times. That would be my call from you.
Yeah, I think
Until
so.
he has his BKB, you just play that way.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. I mean, at this point, like, what else does a Coddle really do?
Yeah. You're giving him like double Shikuchi on Era. Like that's not something that you're super hyped about.
Honestly, I mean, I hate to be that guy. Maybe I'm just like an anti-support bias, but I feel like Coddle is like one of the most boring heroes to play currently. You're literally just playing the game through other people. You're giving people extra spells, and I mean, I guess if you're a really empathetic person, that's kind of cool, but I don't know, man. Not fun.
Bugs gonna come in. Oh, maybe he can actually get in there.
He steals
it. He got the Aegis. Saberlight picks it up, and a Will-O-Wisp goes out. It is disaster for Secret inside of the pit. Zai's already dead. Can they chase down more heroes? But Tubman, he's gonna be up next. They've got the bug onto him, slowly but surely putting that minus armor in. Fortunately, he's fast enough to stay away from the rest of the Ninjas of the Pajamas. What a victory, though, for Nip, being able to snatch that Aegis away from Secret and get a core kill that will now turn into just instant map control for Nip.
He got the last hit on it too, so he got like he got like 2 levels from that or something. He is huge with the Aegis. Good lord, Saberlight. He used the Dissimulate to get vision of the Roshan, which is really cool. Like he just timed it perfectly, where he basically could have dissimulated out if it wasn't the right timing, but it just happened that it was the right timing, so he dissimulated in and got the kill on it. Jeez, what a god. That's insane.
What a god indeed.
And you know what? I do want to mention that this Charlie and Saberlight, both of these players were at 7K, some random garbage MMR, like 3 to 5 months ago, and now both of these players are like 9K players. So individually, these players have kind of improved a lot. You know, Apex, like these 2 players are playing at a complete individual Apex right now. And I think that last play kind of shows it. Like just pulling off little mechanical things like that. You can't do that unless you're just going beast mode.
Yeah, Saberlight really impressed me at. I remember following some of him because I was casting the Summit. And I remember he had joined Chaos, and I was watching him. He was kind of like standing in for Chaos or something like that. So I watched some of his games beforehand. And I was like, okay, this kid's pretty good. And then he continued. I thought he put in a pretty good performance at Summit, even if their team did not reach the heights that I'm sure they're hoping for. I thought he was pretty good.
I thought he was okay. You know, like it was like acceptable. And I think what transpired there, I don't know if he got kicked or what happened, but obviously he parted ways with the team. That clearly lit a fire for him. You know, obviously, I mean, he's gained like 2,000 MMR at this point, and good lord, he is carrying games for this team.
Era, both him and Nisha in positions where they could get caught, and Era is going to be the one that ends up going down the Rupture. Just putting a stop to any time-lapse shenanigans he could hope for.
Does have the Ags now, so he's like, all right, that's cool. I picked up my Ags. He's been very annoying on the Weaver with the split pushing. We talked about how difficult it is to stop the Weaver. You have to commit so much to kill that little bug.
I like the choice of the Yule Scepter. I think it's the item is picked up like almost twofold for it, where now you've got to disable if you can get the Yules. you've got a disable on the Weaver, which is always nice to be able to have something like that, but then just like the instant save you can have for yourself, because sometimes time-lapse, it's just a little bit too slow to be able to get it off.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen the Yules on the Weaver in this patch before. Oh, Nisha. That's so hard to catch him with these heroes.
I think it's just, like, I feel like it has more versatility in what it does compared to Lotus Orb, right? Which would be the other item you would, think about, because you're dealing with a stun into a silence, so you need something to remove that silence. I feel like Yules does that as well, but it does all those other things for you.
It's also just extra move speed for Weaver, who now the Sakuchi takes your base move speed into account. So that it does make a lot of sense. Like, I know Mason, who's a big Weaver player, builds Sanjin Yasha almost every single game, and just abuses the move speed component to that Sakuchi. So it's kind of like the support version of that to some degree. And like you said, it's basically a cheaper Lotus for what he wants it for in this game. Also sets up for his Void Spirit, who doesn't have a Yule Scepter for himself. It's instant disable into Aether Remnant. Like, really, that doesn't have to be the Void Spirit who has that Yule Scepter. That could be anybody, you know?
Yeah, Saberlight building a Deso, going much more of a carry-style Void Spirit. A lot of physical damage, and almost gets caught by what could have been a bit of a surprise to him, because the Aghanim Scepter is now done for Yapzor, so you gotta watch out for that assassination stun.
It is. You do not expect, if you've played Dota for years, you just do not expect Sniper Assassinate to do anything of value to you other than kind of annoy you.
You're like, okay, a little mini stun, no problem. 1.5 seconds later, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, you're just.
Why am I still stunned? What's going on?
Oh, do we have a full Rapier on Supreme? We do. He's got the Rapier.
Oh.
It's go time. They smoke up immediately. They've got the Aghanim Scepter on the Weaver. They have the BKB, so there's no disables you can put on Medusa. This is hype. All right. What do you do? What's the play? Where do you go?
Is under attack.
Yeah, they might have spotted that thanks to that really defensive ward that they have right there from Secret. Either way, it doesn't seem like Ninjas in Pajamas Smoke is going to head in the right direction. Supreme does have the BKB and Manta, so I feel like Secret are never going to try and take this.
Look how clustered Secret is.
As quick as possible. That'd be just so difficult.
The moment this Rapier comes out of Medusa, Secret's all of a sudden just all together. They're like the tension is palpable. You know that like this is the moment. You know something. You're either gonna win the game at this point, or you're gonna lose the game at this point. For either. I
don't know, Jenkins. I kind of feel like this was the game you should have gone in on Ninjas in Pajamas. This is looking like, I feel like they've got the advantage here, like a 60-40.
Definitely,
It could just, it's so easily thrown. You just die once in the Medusa and the game's over. But
12k gold swing, yeah, yep.
It's so hard to do that. Trying to burst down Seneko here. Quickly deal with him, but the time lapse actually saves him, but now he no longer has it to be able to bail out Saberlight, who needed some help. He's got the Rupture on him, just plays behind as Supreme pushes forward, making sure that Team Secret no longer feels comfortable going for that back line. He chases them out, Zai blinks away, dodging that Ignis Fatuus. Now that that is on cooldown, Secret, they're going to continue to poke at Ninjas in Pajamas here and eventually try and take this fight. As Supreme running lower and lower on mana, doesn't want to be forced into the BKB, but finally he does. He's going to pop the Stone Gaze. They instantly back out. They've cost so many spells. Supreme, he's got to get out of here at this point. This is a poor fight.
Oh, that would have been a disaster if Puppey turned around and swapped there. If he was just a little bit closer, that would have been the game. Honestly, I feel like that was very close to being the game for NIP in terms of they could have lost there with the miss on the ulti from Caudle. Secret just kiting them really nicely.
So many whiff spells. The time lapse being used. Saberlight also had the Glimmer Cape put on him, so he's able to get some distance away until Secret finally spots him next to the shrine. And this is a problem. You could see like the this Ignis Fatuus, this Will-O-Wisp, it's so important for it to land because they don't have a ton of lockdown outside of that.
Yeah, I mean to the point where I almost feel like BH should go for some like Abyssal or Sheep, something along those lines, just to give the Medusa a little bit of extra time to hit. Because they're just kiting. They're doing a really good job at kiting for Team Secret.
They're just going to continue to poke and poke and poke until they feel like one of those backline heroes is low enough they can run in, get that kill, quickly get out. We're seeing Zai just being kind of on the front lines, always challenging them Medusa because he's tanky enough, being a Dragon Knight and all, but then he's also got the Heaven's Halberd. Very good item choice for this game.
Yeah, definitely. That's the item. I mean, if you're playing against Medusa in this patch, you know the only reason a team worth any salt is going to pick the Medusa is because they want to go for the Rapier. So you know that you've got to get that Heaven's Halberd on a Dragon Knight immediately. No BKB. You want the BKB, but there's going to be a Rapier coming out by the time you get your BKB. So you need that Halberd first.
I love Charlie's build, by the way. I'm saying that somewhat sarcastically. It sucks that he had a bad enough game, but he's making the most of his net worth by just going all in on what is basically an off-lane bounty hunter.
He's buffing.
Right?
He's buffing Supreme.
Yeah, all the team fight items, all in for Supreme. He's going to give him the Solar Crest. They've got a Vlad's. He's got a Drums buff to activate for him as well.
I mean, Saberlight's kind of doing that as well to some degree. He's got the Deso, which is going to apply for Medusa. He's got the Orb of Destruction. He's got the Vessel, which of course is going to help Medusa kill people. And then he's building into a Lotus, which surely is going to be placed onto the Medusa. So it's kind of the 1v5 show here. It's the Supreme show. He almost got a Satanic.
That'll be a really big pickup. Not necessarily for the lifesteal, but just for that big status resistance, right?
Yeah, he needs it, especially for the Halberd. Very annoying to be a ranged hero against a Halberd because it does have that extended duration.
Yeah. You've got like 5 seconds where you're just not hitting. That is enough for Secret to be able to just jump in on an Ember Spirit, for Bloodseeker to run in, go for the backline heroes. And if you lose enough of those heroes, if you lose your Void Spirit and your Keeper of the Light, then Medusa may just eventually be poked to death. Right? They just play the outer corners, don't let him TP out, and eventually he will fall.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think the timing you probably want to play for with that in mind is... And I know this is really late game and kind of boring because it's going to require like 2 more items or whatever, but Scotty and the level 25 talent where Split Shot uses modifiers, I kind of feel like Supreme needs it just to chase these heroes and to keep them locked down so that he can actually kill them. As well as like at that point, Charlie will have his Sheep Stick. So I think that's a pretty
I'm actually okay with that just because you've got a Weaver, right? It's like the 800 mana is so value on a Medusa, but if you had, like, if tankiness is not the problem, right? If survivability is not the problem, then I agree. I think that the Scotty and Split Shot modifier would actually be a pretty good choice this game.
Yeah, that's
a free
true.
Roshan for Secret.
Surprising.
This time.
I think they may have, like, did they smoke into that? They might have smoked into that.
Yeah.
Or just walked in. Actually, I doubt they walked in because they have this really nice ward here from the Dire. Seneko used the Quelling Blade to place this cheeky little ward. I love this spot. That's such a good warding spot. It's so hard to deward.
Have you seen the people who check if there's a mid ward, on the Dire side at the very start of the game by aggroing the tower? I've seen in a pro match that happen with that ward, so they naturally thought it was like on the ground area.
Oh,
just
that's
on a
cool.
natural riverside, and so they dewarded for it, not knowing it was actually up on the cliff.
I've never seen anybody do like a starting ward there, but it does make a lot of sense. That seems like a pretty good ward spot, depending on who you're playing against.
Yeah, it was one of those, like, they had a very clear 4 position that wanted to...
It was going to roam, yeah. It's
clockwork and something like that.
Right, some like Earth Spirit or Spirit Breaker who's like clearly going to be walking through the river.
Yeah.
NIP just running at mid. I mean, Puppey sees this.
Yeah, they see all of this. They are going to drop a sentry now, and Puppey is going to look to take this fight. They want to go for Seneko first to stop him from getting off that Will-O-Wisp. No such luck, though. Lotus Orb bounces back that assassination onto Yapzor, who's over there on the high ground. They're going to try and chase down Puppey here with the track. It should be pretty easy for them. They're a little bit separated, though, and they are going to lose their Keeper of the Light. Zai on the front lines here. They're going to commit. Manage to get a bash. Follow up with the assassination, but a nice time lapse. And Matum Man's getting so low, he has to pop the cheese to be able to survive. Nisha He does have the Aegis, so even if he's locked down here, he should be fine. Instead, maybe they're going to go for Zai, who's so damn tanky. Charlie, he's been taken out. There goes all those team fight items, and this is what we're talking about. They're going to poke at Supreme. Now they're committing. He has no mana. Can he actually bring down? Time lapse going off. He bails back up to full health. He's bringing him down. Zai and Matumbamet, they're taking enough. They do manage to take down the Medusa. That's going to be the Divine Rapier picked up by Secret, and instantly the GG is called. It's a 2-0 for Team Secret, but it was a much closer game 2.
Oh my god, I just can't believe this is how Dota works now. Like these PA Medusa lineups where you literally just call GG if you die past a certain point. It's just wild. It's a wild ride, man.
It's a weird one for sure. Hey, did you have a good time with that one? That was I felt like Ninjas in Pajamas, like when they first picked up that Divine Rapier, I saw a chance, where I was like, I said the 60-40, I thought. And then just that one fight made it so clear how Team Secret was just going to be able to kite this Medusa.
Ooh, I'm so sorry. My PC kind of blacked out for a bit, so I was extremely nervous, but I am back. Hello? Yep. Okay, but yes, coming from that... Okay, wait. Jenkins, you said you cannot believe how this game is played right now. Can you kind of elaborate on that really quick?
Sure. I would say that a large part of it, at least the most interesting part of it, is the fact that Rapier now gives this True Strike, which essentially makes it 2 items in one. Rapier has never been a truly viable item other than in the absolute worst Hail Mary scenarios, and now it's an actual viable item. So we get these really interesting games where you pick up a Rapier and all of a sudden either you win the game with the Rapier pickup or you lose the game by losing the Rapier.
Very cool.
I love it. I think it's great for the game. Just because from a spectator point of view, I think it's so fun to watch. So
One thing I'd like to go on, you guys were basically highlighting how Secret was just poking around, kiting this draft for NIP. How great was that?
I mean, it was just really solid by Secret, right? They read how they, like, okay, this Medusa is a threat, but if we can actually take out, say, the Keeper of the Light at the start of the fight, if we don't get caught by a big Will-O-Wisp Stone Gaze combo, they just read how Ninjas in Pajamas needed to win, needed to play to win a fight, and counteracted it.
Yeah, I agree. I think, watching Team Secret is always so impressive. Like, it feels like no matter how dire the situation, or I shouldn't say dire because, technically speaking, you can always like play the game, you can win, and but they have the Caudal ulti to buff up the Medusa. They have the Weaver time lapse. Like it's not easy to team fight against this, and yet they did it. They did it by being really patient, by having good team play. I would love to hear their comms. Like, I feel like their communication during these fights would be very interesting to hear just what the callouts are. Like, Zai with the Heaven Halberd on the Medusa, who they're choosing to stun and why, like who Nisha's going on. Because the fights were always split, right? They had like Nisha jumping the back lines, killing like Era or Sineko with Zai on the front lines. So just honestly solid team fighting from Secret. This wasn't even laning, this wasn't early game, this wasn't rotations, none of that bullshit. All team fighting. Just team fight prowess from Secret won them this game.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas had like a net worth lead in that game for the last like 5 to 10 minutes. I think they had like at one point like a decent like 6,000 net worth lead, but Team Secret just able to outfight them, and you only need one because this Divine Rapier game. So that's all it's going to take.
Yeah, that's about it. As we can see here in this beautiful replay, there is the time lapse, but it was just not enough with these other heroes dying on the side of NIP. They did you called it as soon as the game started. You literally called exactly what ended up happening in this game-winning fight. They just ignored the Medusa, killed the important heroes, and then when they thought that they could kill the Medusa, where there were only a few heroes alive, then they did. So really, really soft play. And there he is, Nisha on the Ember Spirit. Very annoying in this game. And he went for a pure minus armor build. Not super common on Ember Spirit these days.
All right. Well, unfortunately, Ari looks like he's had a bit of a technical issue. It says his PC blew up or something. So,
what is it? What is it going to show for him? Oh, he's just the camera's just not there. That's cool. I love this little background thing. This 3D Oculus Rift sort of scenario.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll give Ari some time to get back into it. But in the meantime, we are going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with our final series of the day.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
joined by Insania, the team captain of Team Liquid. And first of all, where in the world are you right now, Insania?
I'm at home in Stockholm, Sweden.
It's a very beautiful home, actually. The sunlight is pouring in. And Sweden's dealt with the COVID crisis slightly differently to many of the other countries in the world. You don't seem to be under official quarantine. Is that right?
Yeah. No, people are chilling here. I mean, you go outside, you see people on the streets everywhere. I think that we've taken like some restrictions, which is like you need to keep distances, and restaurants have like closed down half their seats. But compared to the rest of the world, Sweden's big chillin'.
You're a team that likes to hang out together, right? It's quite important to you for the dynamic of the team, for you guys to all get on socially as well. So how does it feel knowing that you're not able to play by their side for the foreseeable future?
I think at the beginning of this, it was like nice to get to be at home and like not constantly be around each other, because as much as we love each other, I mean, I think this goes for anyone, but if you spend too much time around each other, you're gonna get on each other's nerves. So it was nice in the start, but I think now you kind of miss it. You miss having your friends around and, you know, being able to look at each other's screens and watch them lose and get tilted in pubs and just normal like DotA bootcamp interactions, I guess.
Finally, going into this tournament, there is a very, very stacked list of teams playing at this tournament. The big guns are out in fours. How do you fancy your chances?
We probably do better when we get to play against teams that have like bigger names or whatever you want to call them, teams that are probably like a little bit more well known. I think it brings the most out of us. So I'm looking forward to this tournament. It's going to be real fun. And playing for charity is like special. I know the last charity event we played, there was a lot of drive in us. I think some players maybe don't feel that way, but we're definitely a team that wanted to make it happen. And playing for charity is a great opportunity to show that like this, it's for more than just like money. We're not just greedy people that are playing for our own sakes. We want to put on a show for the viewers, and it's something that I think our team really like stands behind. And yeah.
I can't wait to see you guys playing like dogs on the server. Insania, thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck in the Dota 2 International Elite Tournament.
Okay, there you have it. That was Frankie with, of course, Insania for Team Liquid. Sorry about that, guys. PC kind of just decided to take a bit of a break there, but I'm sure you guys handled that very, very well. We are jumping into our final series. This is Alliance and Liquid. What are you both looking forward to here?
I always look forward to Alliance versus Liquid because it feels like this series is just a little bit special. Whether it is because this Liquid roster used to play with the organization of Alliance and there is a bit of friction there, or it's the fact that these players have gone back to Heroes of Newerth and they have history there, or even just the fact of geographically where they're located, as we heard from Insania in the interview in Sweden. A lot of these guys are Swedish, and it is a sort of a battle for the North. This is a battle that they used to be having when they were on Alliance. They used to have it against Hanskin when he was a part of the final tribe. So now I feel like, it's still not the final tribe roster. It's still not all of the Swedes, but it is a large majority of them.
How are you liking this Liquid roster, Jenkins? How are they kind of coming into this mold, so to speak? I mean, obviously playing for Team Liquid, big shoes to fill, but are they coming into their own?
I think so. I mean, I'm very biased towards this team just because I played with a lot of these guys whenever they're at like NA tournaments, and they are the nicest people. They are so cool. I'm glad we got to see some behind the scenes stuff with them at TI. Just amazing players. Koikfa also played in NA for a while. And I really like that they kind of play their own meta. And then we have Alliance, which is more of a new roster, right? But they have had some success. Nico Baby is somebody who has played this game for so many years. I mean, this guy was basically boosting accounts to stay afloat, to pay for his rent. And, to finally make it and be on Alliance, I mean, that's got to feel good. And he carries his team a lot of the time, too, as kind of like the new blood, which is very impressive when you're playing with, somebody like S4, for example.
all those times of carrying those 5K games over and over to get MMR. And he's gotten the practice to be able to 1v5.
Exactly.
That's a movie. That's a movie. You know, he made it. He made it. Okay, so styles make fights. I mean, how do these two team styles kind of make for the kind of series we're going to see?
So I think the clearest comparison that you can make between these two teams is whenever you're talking about Alliance, especially the Alliance before they kicked Fada and 33. That Alliance was very centered around Nico Baby. I feel like it's still that way for sure, but we are beginning to see something different from Alliance in that regard. But it still is primarily Nico Baby focused. And on Liquid, while Mickey is an incredibly good player, and I think he may be between. I mean, this whole roster is really talented, but I personally feel like Mickey is one of the standout players. I think he's so good. And what he does in the game is very sacrificial. He is willing to give up his role as a one position and not be the true carry of the game. He is willing to move around the map and make space. So I feel like those styles of those two players really contrast in that regard.
Jenkins, I saw you nodding with that.
I agree. I'm a big Boxy fan. I love the fact that no matter what the meta is, I mean, obviously it's a great meta for the hero, one of the heroes I'm about to mention. He'll pick Timbersaw. He'll pick, his Slardar, Mars, Tidehunter. I saw them play Tidehunter a little while, and this is a garbage tier hero, but they picked it because it's just like a Boxy special. Koikfa, they'll pick him his Lone Druid, which is a classic, and nobody else is picking Lone Druid. I love to see teams that just play completely to their own style, and then obviously do it well. And like you said, in order to make up for that, you need to have some of your other roles also playing untraditionally. Because there's a certain meta right now, the way these roles are played, and if you're going to break that, you can't just play the other roles in the same way that the meta is currently played. That's not necessarily going to work. It might, but probably not.
So we're going to hear more, and we're going to jump into draft in a bit, but we're going to hear more from Liquid right now. So let's check this out.
My name is Simon, my nickname is Hansken, and I play for Team Alliance DotA2. I've been playing with Nico and Limp now for this entire season, since we started Alliance. Yeah, that was just Limp I've been playing with for a long time. Even dating back to Han, probably met him first time 7 or 8 years ago or something like that. And Nico was someone we met this season. We basically decided to play with him after a really good showing at TI, and we made a new team there. But as most of you also know, we had a roster change about a month and a half ago, I think, something like that, where we got S4 as the new captain for the team and offlaner. And right now we haven't really settled on our fifth. Right now we're playing with FNG, and things are feeling, it's working out nice with him, but it hasn't been confirmed or set in stone yet. As for myself, I'm the position 4 player. And then we have Linus Limp, he's the position 2, aka the mid laner. Nico is the carry, S4 offlaner, and FNG the position 5 currently. We're still in a kind of a learning period since we made this change not so long ago, so we're trying to really figure that out ourselves. But I think what we're trying to focus on is being very calculated, macro oriented. We're trying to do the right things always, and we're trying to plan our games as best as possible. We haven't actually decided what charity we're going to support, but either way, we're really happy to, be able to participate in this and raise money for, such a honorable cause. No borders, stay home, be safe.
There you have it. That was my mistake. Alliance, sorry, it was living in the past there. But here we go. Draft is live, and take us through the bands. So far, we have 3 bands from Liquid, 2 from Alliance.
Yeah, normal bands, right, Jenkins?
Pretty standard, yeah. I would say pretty standard stuff. Especially Chen versus Alliance. They tend to pick Chen, Bane, Ogre. They always pick a position 5 that's a beefy hero that can sit there and trade. They massively value that. for whatever reason. I mean, I know a lot of people think about the position 5 role like that, and Chen is probably the best lane securing position 5 in the game. He's been that way for like 2 years now, so yeah, nothing new.
I actually had something I kind of wanted to bring up, just because I think it's really interesting that Alliance, they're currently playing with FNG, who is traditionally, like, he is a captain's captain, right? He has been a leader pretty much ever since he came onto the scene. He wasn't one of those people who is like, oh, I'm a 2-position player. 5 years down the line, I became a captain because I learned so much about the game. FNG was kind of always leading these kind of like tier 3, tier 2 teams and came up as a captain. But what I think is interesting about that is Alliance trying him out, because I from what my understanding is that a large part of the reason of S4 coming back and the position he was going to sort of maintain was more of a captain. He wanted to be more of a leader, where he felt like maybe in previous teams his voice wasn't taken. He didn't have the same kind of position that he used to have when it came to their drafts and his calls and sort of leading the team. And I think he wanted to have more of a position in that regard for Alliance. And so trying out FNG is kind of curious to me, because very clearly, I could see 2 different kind of leaders if they were to commit to having FNG. Granted, it's hard to find 5 positions that aren't captains, that aren't leaders in every team. It is. It is going to be a mix, right? You're never going to have just one clear leader. The closest you're probably going to have it is like Kuro or Puppy. But it's always going to be a mix. I just thought it was interesting that they're willing to kind of muddy that voice a little bit and try and get somebody else to help with that leadership.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense with Alliance's players. I mean, I'm not going to... I don't know these guys super well, but I have friends of friends with Nico Baby, and I know that he's a pretty... he kind of sticks to himself, just plays his own game. I played with Limp a lot because he played in NA for so many years on Complexity, so I know Limp kind of plays his own game, doesn't use his mic very much. That could be different in competitive, of course. But a lot of the time, it's very similar, or maybe amplified by just a little bit. And Hanskin as well. So I do think that just with Alliance, like how focused the 3 players are, having a secondary kind of captain role it is fine, especially when you consider that S4 is playing position 3 and FNG's position 5. Yeah, he's the position 5, right? So they're kind of roles on the opposite side of the map, and they have their different timings. So I know a lot of teams these days, they like to sometimes the carry will captain in the late game, and sometimes the supports will captain the early game, or maybe the mid. Whoever is kind of controlling the tempo with their hero will also do that with their voice in the game. It's captaining has kind of evolved over the last few years, definitely, from what I've heard in terms of on these tier 1 teams. Even Puppy supposedly doesn't talk as much as he used to, just because cores need to make decisions in the late game, because things are too quick for the cores not to make the decisions, if you know what I mean.
If you have the highest net worth in the game, you have the best feel for the game.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
You understand exactly how strong you are compared to other heroes. So you have the best judgment. As long as you have the communication skills to do so, you have the best judgment as to whether or not we can take a fight right now, or we need to farm a little bit more. Where do we go on the map? Who are we targeting?
Right.
It's typically your job. So Mars is one of the first heroes that came up in my head. And when you said Boxy, I feel like Boxy and Mars are just tied together. That is an iconic hero combination. And he's been trying a different build, which is the Treads Yules build.
I've seen that. That's an interesting one. I mean, it makes sense to deal with the horrible mana issues that Mars now suffers with the mana cost increase on his spear. I mean, before you would use your spear, your ulti, and your God's Rebuke, and good lord, you were out of mana at that point, So it's I do feel like the Yules makes a lot of sense, and I know a lot of people are skipping Blink just in general these days, because a lot of the time you can kind of just run at heroes, You just force them to fight you by running at their towers, or setting up with something else like a Yule Scepter, or like an Atos or something like that. I remember Atos Mars was the thing for a little while there.
And it's really good against hacks, right? In general, it's always nice to have a Yule's hero to be able to stop that Blink Blade Mail call that he gets off. So I think there's a very good chance that we're going to see that build again here.
I believe this is the first Snapfire Disruptor pick for this day.
Yeah, that's Snapfire was picked up a fair amount at ESL at the beginning, but it definitely felt like it fell off over time, unless you were talking about oh god, I've lost their name, but not Chicken Fighters, but the other team that was doing really well at ESL.
Viking GG?
Yeah, Viking GG. Unless you were talking about them. They were like they love that hero so much. Nowadays, it feels like the only time we really see it is if you have a really potent combo or it's against the Phoenix.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, Snap has fallen off. Looking at the stats here, she is not even in the top 10 most picked heroes in pro level pubs currently. And since her inception, she's kind of sat at that like number 1 or number 2. She's in like the bottom 20, 30 heroes picked in pro level pubs right now. She is not getting picked a lot. People seem to think that the nerfs have hurt her pretty hard, but like you said, against the Phoenix, just being able to insta-kill the egg, that alone is enough justification to pick her. And then on top of that, you have the Mars Snapfire combo, where you just drop the ulti. And hey, you can go around missing your spears on Mars. That's fine if you have a Snapfire on your team, because all she needs is people to be in a tiny enclosed area, and that's what the ultimate does on Mars. So you're happy with that if you're Snapfire.
Yeah, exactly. So they've got the best of both worlds in that regard, right? They've got a good combination, and they've got a hero that they're countering really hard. So I'm okay with this Snapfire pickup, but I think that it is definitely not as good as it was once considered.
I agree. Yeah, it was insane before.
I want to get you guys' opinions because Toby was sharing a talk he had with Winter regarding Snapfire countering Phoenix's egg. He said it's good level 1, but once the levels get higher, not so much. I want to get you guys' take on that.
Oh, 100%. Like if you want a counter that lasts longer throughout the game, I've seen like 4 position Mirana be really good. But Snapfire, it like one-shots the egg when it's level 1, right? You just it's gone. Level 2 and 3, it's only going to do some of the damage. You need somebody else to really push through that for you, because Snapfire has really low range and really poor attack speed because she's a strength hero. So you usually by yourself are very poor at finishing off the egg when it's level 2 or 3.
We will see how that plays out then.
I love this Nigma hero. I love this hero. The build that people are doing right now, if this isn't a 5 Enigma, which I was theory crafting a couple weeks ago, by the way. My girlfriend was really flaming me for that. I picked it in a pub one time, and I was like, this is sick. And then I saw No-Tail pick it today, so I'm really glad I could rub that in her face. But with that being said, this
very adversarial relationship you have.
A great relationship.
It is. She's a position 5 player, and I'm an offlane player, so already that's a problem. This Enigma offlane, what people do is you just rush the Necro, and you wouldn't believe me until you actually try it, because it sounds like hocus pocus, but you can spam your Eidolons off cooldown without being below 100% mana. Obviously, until when you cast it, you're going to lose mana. But you get what I'm saying. You stay at 100% mana with just 2 Sage's Masks. That's it. Legitimately, you don't need a Soul Ring, you don't need Mana Boots on Enigma, just Sage's Masks, and you can constantly spam out the Eidolons. And then you build into the Necro Book. That means that you have the Black Hole into Necro Book combo, which will kill most heroes. You have the Necro Book to farm, because really it's like the new Midas, because it just insta-kills creeps. Well, not really, but it's very fast at farming through the jungle. So love this hero, love this build. Very good against Axe and Dragon Knight, 2 high HP heroes. They're going to get completely torn through with the Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, I think in this game, just because it's Taiga, it's going to be a 4-position Enigma. I also don't like I don't like the farm priority of 4-position for Snapfire. Even though I like it with some offlaners as a combo in lane, I don't like him actually getting that much farm. I prefer a 4-position that scales.
That actually does things with items.
Yeah, because like Snapfire naturally as a support, you're eventually going to come. You're just going to be about either Cookie or your ultimate, and at that, like your items don't really matter.
No, I agree. I agree.
Like at best, like mech Greaves, but literally any hero could build that as a 4-position, while still having better options potentially. So
yeah,
it is a really good Enigma pick though. DK, Axe, they had these heroes are way too tanky, right? They had a problem with that, so they have adjusted their build, so now they've got some really nice percentage-based damage. These tanky heroes, they won't be as big of a deal.
Enigma is so nice in the late game against these like DKs and axes. You just don't care if they get hearts or BKB or even blade mail, because Enigma eventually picks up a BKB, so you're not gonna be able to take any damage from that. Like nothing that they can build can really deal with the damage that you do. And
Same goes with like Satanic, right? Like it's both a tank build and it has the status resistance, but you've got Black Hole. Like an AoE disable, it ignores status resistance.
Yep, really nice. Really
I was a little bit surprised by the Juggernaut ban, just because I think it would have been good because it's against Phoenix and it's a good combo with Snapfire, but at the same time they already had Void Spirit. And I feel like Team Liquid wants to have the versatility of being able to change their 1 and 2 position based off of what this last pick is from Alliance, which very likely is the Nico Baby hard carry. Or not.
DK? See it? It's a DK carry?
It's a limp hero.
It's TA.
Okay. And Koikva mid, Queen of Pain, possibly. I mean, both of these teams will switch the positions of their players quite often. I even watched S4 play mid the other day. He played Nature's Prophet mid. So it's quite hard to predict with these two teams what lane these heroes are going to go to. I mean, obviously TA is going to go mid, but with this Liquid draft, it's kind of hard.
It's twice now that we've seen TA picked into Quap too.
Yeah. I suppose just really confident in like the timing with the other heroes, or they can just go jungle on the Templar Assassin and then send like the Phoenix mid to soak levels. You're right, it is interesting.
So who do you guys have? Game 1. How's it looking?
I'm gonna go Liquid. I'm gonna go Liquid with the. I just love the Enigma, and I do feel like it's the TA is another hero that Enigma will just shred through the refraction charges, and she can't get any items that are gonna deal with the Enigma's late game Black Hole, and there's nothing to cancel the Black Hole through BKB, other than Phoenix Egg, but that's a joke. Come on, it's like a 6-second channel.
Yeah. I actually really liked Alliance's draft until the Enigma pickup. I think Liquid really saved themselves quite a bit with that because it just counters so much of what Alliance has. And then there's also we just watched a Quap do really well against the TA, and then just to add in one more thing, it's just the recency bias, right? Liquid, they seem to be on a bit of a tear right now. So I expect that to continue, at least for this game 1.
All right. Well, definitely some good Enigma talk points after this game 1. We're going to find out how that pans out. But here we go. Final series of our day. Liquid and Alliance. Cap, Jenkins. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Ari. Jenkins, what do you... if you had to give a percentage on this draft, because I do think it's relatively close. I personally think it's like a 60-40, maybe 55-45 sort of matchup right now. What do you think?
Oh, well, let's take a look at the lanes. Let's think about the lanes. We have some Phoenix Axe versus Void Spirit. Queen of Pain versus TA. I think that favors the Dire. I think Void Spirit will probably lose top. I think Enigma's going to win bot. So, yeah, I mean, I'd probably say 60-40 for Team Liquid. Maybe a little bit, maybe like 65-35, something like that.
Yeah. I think so much of it comes down to this mid lane for Alliance. Like they picked up the last pick, Limp TA, which is iconic for him. He's carried many games in the past with this hero. Their other two cores are already lightly or heavily countered, depending on how well this Enigma does. So Limp really needs to hit the ground running in this game. And if he loses his lane, then I think so much of momentum, there's just not going to be enough for Alliance to work with. And Liquid, who have a very fast-paced lineup, I would say, between the Quap and the Void Spear. Even Mars is fairly active hero. I think they just run around, kill things.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Limp getting the D-Ward to start there, that bodes well for Alliance. Oh, although...
Early first blood.
FNG
didn't expect this, that Insania would be in the bottom lane to start. And because he's thinking, well, Enigma's the 4 position. He's going to be bottom. What can an Enigma really do to us? But Boxy and Insania, nice positioning there to get the surprise kill. And I am assuming he's going to TP up the top lane because Mickey certainly has a hard lane ahead of him.
Oh, I see what this is cool. I mean, they're doing this Enigma jungle as like somewhat of a laning position 5. Oh no, okay, sorry, I'm wrong. Insania actually TPs up towards the top lane, but I kind of feel like Taiga might just jungle and give Boxy a solo lane down here, but we'll see. I do want to make a prediction before we start. I think Limp is going to go for an Aghanim Scepter in this game on TA. I think that's why they last picked this. I just get the gut feeling that he's excited about this new build that people are doing, which is like the Deso into Ags on TA. 'Cause there isn't actually much on Liquid to stop the channel of the TA Aghanim Scepter. It's a 1-second channel, so Cookie's not good enough. Spear is kind of meh. It's all like pseudo disables from Liquid or Black Hole. So I'm just feeling it. We'll see though. We'll see.
Okay. I feel like Malefice is really good against that.
Okay. I definitely wasn't thinking about the Malefice. You're not wrong.
A single target disable that hits.
Listen,
every 2 seconds.
I'm just trying to justify like why would they pick TA into a Queen of Pain? You know?
Yeah.
I feel like Limp is excited about this. Like he was like, just give me the TA, and for some reason I'm feeling that the reason he's excited about it is because this Ags build everyone's doing. But we'll see.
And like, even if we did see the Quap beat the TA, it wasn't that bad, first of all. And then also, like, TA always has a recovery option. And that's a great thing about it. Top lane, Hanskin in some trouble here. Tries to go for the Icarus dive at the last second, but he doesn't get away. And that will be a second kill for Liquid. Insania will cop a lot of damage as he tries to make his way back to the tower, but he'll be fine, ultimately. You are completely right, by the way. I think you just give Boxy the solo lane, because what is a DK? That, like, you can't pressure a DK, but he also can't pressure you.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you just give the offlaner solo experience.
Yeah, definitely one of the ways that I could see people start punishing this DK pick is by just throwing solo heroes against it, because I mean, that's how people would punish the creep cutting when that was a big thing on offlane, is that they would just send a hero that you don't want getting solo XP to just go get solo XP against the creep cutter. And that's kind of similar to this DK situation where DK's not going to pressure anybody. Let's be real. He just sits there and is tanky.
All he can really do in these situations is try and pull the hard camp that could just end up being extra farm. Damn. A salve loss to Psyblades leads Limp into getting an early kill on the Queen of Pain. That's now one lane. I'm pretty sure just one kill, one way or the other, is enough to tilt this lane.
We should not have hyped up the Queen of Pain versus TA matchup this much. Limp.
I mean, we did downplay. We did say he didn't win that hard. They like, even if he got the kill in the last game that we watched, the CS was still fine.
Is it fair? I feel like Limp is one of those players that
TAs.
Yeah, I mean, just at like 1v1 mechanics, like this guy just has some of the best, and I feel like he gets kind of slept on for these. Oh, Taiga with the rotation.
Limp. He's gonna die here. Doesn't have the mana or the cooldown for refraction. Taiga's gonna take a lot of damage on the way out here. The kinetic fields is gonna block him on the second go, but it does mean FNG is gonna have to chase in pretty deep. He will manage to get it, but a counter kill is not the same when it's a kill on the support compared to a core Quafa. The help of Taiga brings his lane back. Nico Baby very tanky at bottom lane, has a healing salve to work with, so he should be good. A little bit of pressure, but because they're cutting the creep wave, Insania feels like better to be bottom than top, I guess.
Already very strange rotations coming out from both of these teams. We have Insania bot, we have an Enigma that was jungling in the enemy jungle, FNG was following him around, we have a TA solo killing a Queen of Pain, creep cutting happening top. Like, this is just Dota these days. It's always so wild, man. FNG with the Invis rune. I think he wants to get level 3 before he starts using his nuke again. He's just so close.
And Nico Baby, despite all that regen that he's got, combination of activating the soul ring mixed with the harassment damage of Boxy is putting him just low enough he can't play inside of the creep wave at all times. Here getting a decent trade-off. Mickey When you're talking about, cutting creep waves and just playing solo, that's what they've been doing with him. So he's going to have a pretty fast level 6. Taiga, similarly, has been playing in the jungle the entire time. So I imagine that Alliance are going to have a net worth lead or even, but experience should be to the favor of Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. Usually when you do this creep cutting that you were mentioning on this top lane here with S4, you want to block that hard camp because Mickey is actually out experiencing the Axe by quite a bit. He's almost got his level 6 because he's just been farming up that hard camp as well. At the same
normally
time.
it's the other way around, right? Like Axe will pull into an easy camp, so he farms both, while if you block the hard camp, Mickey has no other recourse. He just has
Exactly.
Boxy, a little bit low here as he tries to dance around the fire spirits being tossed out by Hanskin. Taiga coming in from the other side, leads off with the Malphus onto FNG. FNG is going to die here. A 4th kill in 6 minutes for Liquid. Now they have the very slight net worth advantage. 6 minutes runes are up. Koifa spots a DD and is going to be able to pick it up and jumps away to Taiga. They boot the rotation coming in from Insania. Koifa's low enough that I don't feel super happy about trying to go for this TA, but they may try it anyway. Unless Hanskin runs into him instead. Doesn't have the Icarus dive, has Fire Spirits up. He's going to be able to get the slow onto all of them, but not enough to be able to save his own life. Koifa's quite low and doesn't have Blink up for another 8 seconds, so he's got to play away from Limp. So he pushes forward and kills the Eidolons.
Limp did try to get the side blades there, but not quite close enough to Koifa, who's playing at low HP. By the way, I think you're 100% right about Boxy. He does not have a Soul Ring, so he is going for a Vlad's first, but I kind of feel like he's going to go for a Yule's next, because otherwise I would imagine he would have a Soul Ring.
Yeah,
spells.
He has not been going Soul Ring for a little bit, and I'm just like, with his mana issues, I don't know how you don't get Soul Ring. When he gets Yule's, like, obviously all is forgiven, but I remember seeing a game where he didn't get Yule's or Soul Ring, and I was just like, how do you have the mana for that? I feel like I am always suffering if I don't have a Soul Ring, but Boxy forgoing that for a bit. And as you said, trying to just rush towards the blinds. Insania hoping to be able to get the kill on FNG before he dies, because I believe he's about to die. The kinetic fields, he's got no mana. Well, he's got a fairy fire to work with, and that really won't be enough to save him unless Hanskin gets out of range, but no. That last hit was just enough.
Yeah, close. Man, if he had the Scatter Blast up, he maybe could have turned on both supports, but with no stick or no real form of mana regeneration at this point, he was toast.
Quite 700 net worth behind this Templar Assassin. Rough times for him as these runes are just being totally covered by the TA traps, by the support rotations as well. Koifa needs another helping hand. He already got one earlier from Taiga, but he's going to need a lot more from Insania and Taiga to bring back his lane.
Once again, there's something to be said for how well Limp knows this TA hero, in the fact that usually you'll see TAs just go jungle, like he's doing now, and you give a support the lane. But with that being said, he is constantly coming out of the jungle and making sure to apply pressure and push the lane every single time the runes spawn, because he knows that that's the only way that Koifa is going to come back into this game, is by making a rotation, which usually happens with a rune, but in this case, if S4 just walks into you and dies, that's always much appreciated.
Quickly surround him with the triangle effect of Insania and Mickey chasing him through the river, and Koifa on the other side of things. It's Insania who gets the last hit, which I'm pretty sure Koifa or Mickey are kind of grumbling about. As in
nice
particular, Koifa could have used that net worth.
Look where Insania is right now. He's just chilling alone in the enemy triangle, just soaking some XP from Limp. For a while there, he didn't even have that ward. He just knew the TA was there because he was getting XP, and then he did finally place the ward. Now they see him, so they know there's going to be vision there.
10-minute bounty runes are coming up, so this is your chance. If you're Koifa, you're trying to push out the mid lane to get yourself a power rune. In the side lanes, similarly, looking to be able to push the lane in so you can try and group up with your support and take those bounties away from the enemy team. They're going to go on to Boxy in the bottom lane, but he's going to quickly pop his ultimate here, manage to land the spear onto FNG. He does not have a God's Rebuke up just yet, so FNG may survive unless the cookie. That's going to spell his doom for FNG. Nico Baby doesn't have the damage to bring down Boxy, so he will manage to back up. At the same time, bounty runes are spawning, and it looks like 3 for Liquid, so they get the better of that.
Yeah, and Boxy just heading back to base anyway, too, so it's pretty efficient. I love this usage of the Arena of Blood to just kill anybody. Like, I feel like it's on such a low cooldown, and at this point, you're not really looking to take these big team fights. And if you can just use it to kill a support, it's definitely worth it. I've definitely had Mars players that they treat it like it's a black hole or something, and they don't just use it, but I feel like you can kind of throw the spell at willy-nilly, and if you catch something, you catch something. If you don't, you don't, you know? It's just about the pressure that it applies by constantly using it. People are afraid to show up in front of you if you're using it all the time.
Especially early on, just because if you are getting some of these additional solo kills, even if it's just on a support or something, that experience leads to you having the Arena of Blood faster. Because, like, level 2 goes down to 75, you get up to level 3 every 60 seconds. At that point, it's up every fight.
Yeah.
There's no fight that Arena is down.
Yeah. It's one of those abilities. You can get baited into...
The early Blink Dagger pickup from S4 is looking for the kill onto the Queen of Pain. Koifa stuck inside the Static Storm is eventually going to get chopped here, brought down to his death, but can S4 get out? Looks like he is actually going to be easily fine because Boxy and Insania were focusing on getting the kill on a Nico Baby. And because he was so tanky, it took a while to do so. But they did bring down that core. They have to be defending mid, though, at the same time. I think they wanted to turn that into an objective push, but with Limp being there with the Siege Wagon push and everything, Taiga is doing the best he can to try and defend this lane.
Limp is so good at pressuring with this hero. Like, I feel like a lot of people take this hero and they just go jungle with it. And they don't, like, the pressure they apply is farming pressure, where, like, eventually this hero is going to come out and be super farmed, and so you have to deal with them that way. But Limp is always able to recognize where he just needs to put his body somewhere in order to be annoying. And the moment people show up, well, he knows he's a TA, he doesn't have a Blink, doesn't have a Deso, so he doesn't fight. But he makes sure that he pressures to get people to show up. And Boxy is... he is dead.
In the meta of Strength Cores, these 4 positions that are able to output percentage-based damage are pretty powerful, and both Alliance and Liquid have that. See the Phoenix Sunray burning down the Mars, but the triangle rotation here coming from Liquid to be able to find Limp as he was farming. They blow everything they have to be able to bring him down, because that was a very important kill for them. Taiga, he's going to be targeted here. A nice blink forward by S4 to make sure to finish off that 4 position before anything can be done. A nice Static Storm out from FNG. That is a beauty, but S4, he'll die inside of that, but at what a cost for Liquid. They're going to lose at least 1 here. A jump away. Mickey trying to finish off FNG, but is unable to get that killing blow before the Breathe Fire comes in to finish him off. 3 dead on the side of Liquid. Even if they did lose their Limp TA, it was a nice response from them to get some kills in return. Now Insania is going to be the 4th kill, as he was unable to get out, trying to reach a little bit too far out for that FNG kill and gets caught.
A little bit out of position, but I mean, you do get the TA, but it's so expensive, you know. And I think the S4 Blink Dagger pickup at that timing, and also the fact that he showed up to the fight immediately when he saw that Limp got gone on, is what really turned that fight. Obviously, the Static Storm was beautiful, but the fact that S4 has that Blink Dagger was the reason that the Quap ult had to be popped immediately to kill the TA, because otherwise he would have actually saved him with that Blink. So just good positioning from S4.
So it looks like Boxy is either going to be going for Pipe or Blink Dagger. He's not sure which is better for this lineup. I thought it was going to be the opposite, basically. I thought it was going to be Mars, like Boxy going for the Yule's build, and Mickey would go a damage build, like the Desolator, but instead, Mickey is the one to pick up the Blink mid lane. Koifa in some trouble here. The spear gets thrown out. It's just enough to push Alliance back, saving Koifa's life.
Strength Treads and not Strength Talent on Quap, but still pretty tanky. And without the Disruptor ulti, it's very hard to kill him. Also, I just realized we're both offlane players, so we have this like super offlane bias where we're like, come on, Boxy, go for the Yule. We're just a couple of cavemen in here.
I think offlane naturally you like weird builds, right?
Definitely.
Because offlane is a weird role. You just have to abuse certain mechanics or do certain dumb things to make it work.
It's definitely for weirdos. I've never met a normal offlaner. I mean, look at S4. This guy's out of his mind.
Unnaturally talented at all video games, but he chooses the offlane to put himself in. It's quite the story and run that he has had, and I'm looking forward to a return of S4 as a clearly tier 1 player, because sometimes on EG he looked a little off in that offlane role. Hopefully with a little bit more control of their lineups. Ooh, look a bit better. FNG, he's not getting out of here even if the arena doesn't catch him. Taiga will.
I don't know S4. Okay, actually S4 is about to jump on Boxy here, so hold that thought.
Really going for it with the help of a Limp. Now, Limp does not have a Deso, so they're not immediately going to kill Boxy. Maybe a support can bail him out, but no. Here comes Nico, baby, to make sure that Boxy's not going anywhere. He puts himself in a corner, but a corner is where he's going.
Ooh, the jump behind the tower.
11-12, make it 12-12 as a kill onto Insania behind the tier 1 tower turns into a nasty push from Alliance that'll surely bring down this tier 1 tower unless Liquid have some sort of rebuttal.
Speaking of weird builds, by the way, it looks like Limp is not going for the weird Aghanim Scepter build. That seems to just be a pub strat right now, but we're like 0 for 5 or something on our build predictions, but hey man, whatever. One day.
You know, we gotta keep the viewers entertained. And what's more entertaining than calling somebody wrong?
True. Ooh, the big black hole.
Look at nice black hole from Taiga. The early Blink Dagger pickup now. It's not going to be enough to finish off Limp until that cookie comes in. A chain stun him, and they use the Sonic Wave just for good measure. Nice Ether Remnant to find the third kill into FNG, and immediately drawing to the bottom lane. They want to push out bottom and put some pressure on that tier 2. Just take over that enemy jungle, it looks like.
Imagine being Boxy, you're just like casually hitting creeps mid, just farming up, all of a sudden, triple kill. Like, oh great, my team just killed their 2 most important cores and their support. Really convenient stuff. Like, he's full mana and HP, he's just...
Hey, you guys don't need me, right? The spear? Oh, it's the Ether Remnant that stops the TP away, attempted by Hanskin. Attempt is all it is, though, because Liquid find him, get the killing spree for Taiga, now they're going to pressure that tower.
Look how fast this falls with the Enigma build, too. It's kind of like the old Dom build, except better, with how buff Necro is. You push towers so quickly if you're left to your own devices on Enigma.
Yeah. And you really need these towers, too. Whenever you have, like, these safe lane DKs, I feel like you lose so much map control, because DK simultaneously takes towers, and he's a very good tower defender.
He's just a
because
wall.
He's just this guy who just stands there. We're like, guys, are we gonna go on a DK? Are we gonna try and blow him up? That seems pretty risky. So naturally, Liquid, they were down 2 towers, now only down 1.
Shockingly,
that's all important though.
They were actually able to kill the DK a couple of times. Like, I would not expect that, even with the snap ults, but they've been Liquid's been pretty good on their calculations of whether or not they can kill certain heroes. You know, sometimes in pubs you'll go on a hero thinking you can kill somebody and they survive at 20% HP, and it is just the biggest disaster.
Wait. Holy crap, Taiga. Oh, no. He's blocked in. He's like, what the hell? Taiga, by the grace of nighttime, was not spotted by that rotation from Alliance. They were somehow just barely outside of vision of seeing that the easy camp was farmed, and then he blinks into the invisible axe, gifting that kill back to Alliance that they probably should have had otherwise.
Very, very convenient. And at that timing, I think Liquid was looking to potentially Roche, but they immediately leave the area with Taiga dying. They are standing on the high ground, though. Limp is walking right into... Oh, that was a nice prediction, though. Really nice.
Good TA trap just to be able to scout the high ground. and does indeed find Liquid. Now, Liquid is still sticking around, though, hoping they can still force this positioning into a kill. After all, they've got the ward on the high ground. They want to protect it. They want to play around this area. S4, he's going to brave the high ground here with his Blade Bear, who's going to try and go for it with the Sun Ray behind him as well. He may just be able to survive through all this, pops the sick, but finally, he does go down to Mickey, who commits for it. He no longer has any Astral Steps, though, as Yule Scepter dissimulate up in 3 seconds, but I think he's been caught. He's just going to be chain stunned down. The Cookie goes out, trying to dodge some of this damage, dissimulate down to the low ground a little bit more. He just needs 3 seconds now for the Astral Step, and if he gets that off, he's away. Slowed down by the trap, but it looks like he is now out unless Nico Baby finds him with a Blink Dagger. Almost, but Mickey ran up instead of to the right. A 50-50 shot for Nico Baby. He gets the vision to be able to get off the glimpse. He has another dissimulate. He also has another Yule Scepter, so it's going to take a while for them to bring him down, but surely he's going to go down eventually here. In fact, he does. Liquid, they're not even around the area. They were just saying, okay, this is all space for us to get bounty runes, and that's what Insania does. He snatches one of the bounty runes away from the enemy team. Now he's going to try and kill the courier. Oh no, the level 1 little shredder does so little damage that he would have been better served just to right click like normal.
I feel like Insania is just always over here on his own throughout this whole game. I mean, it's very annoying.
You get nothing.
I think maybe that's something he picked up from Solo. You've seen how like Solo keeps on playing, especially with his Nature's Prophet. He just always plays inside of the enemy triangle, and his sniping couriers is kind of being a pain in the ass to whatever carry is farming over there.
It's a good investment of your time. I mean, even if you die, it's like the enemy team has to... Oh, S4.
Taiga. 1 TA trap leads to 2, and that leads to S4 eventually catching him and culling blading him down. Now, while they were doing that, they were also taking Roshan, so a nice 2-fer there for Alliance. Now up 2k net worth, and this is where they're really going to get into a nice full swing of things, right? They kind of survived through that awkward 15-minute timing where Quap and Mars are very prevalent, but now they've got a DK that has BKB. They've got an Aegis on Limp. I think this is where Alliance should straight up, like, win the game, or rather, like, get enough an advantage that the game is won.
Definitely. I mean, they have the heroes to run at towers too, right? They have the TA with the Desolator. They have DK with the DK form, then like the Axe and Phoenix to counter initiate. So they definitely have a good lineup for just running at towers. Boxy in position here. It's a really hard.
Oh, got him. The Blinken Spear. Now, it's going to take so much. They commit heavily for this first life. S4 is able to turn things around, though. Managed to get the 2-man call. The Static Storm is out. Lip is going to be able to finish off Boxy. He does eventually lose his Aegis, but Mickey is quite low and only has so many Astral Steps to work with, one of them being countered by the Glimpse, and he didn't have Dissimulate back up. So he ends up going down. Nico Baby looking for another kill as he just kind of blinks in aggressively. The blink is put on cooldown by the Scatter Blast as Insania goes to the TP out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You know, I'm surprised this Disruptor hero is not getting picked up more against the Spirits. Like it really seems like such an excellent solution to Void Spirit. That's like, I mean, even with the Dissimulate, being able to dodge the Glimpse, he's just waiting to Glimpse after the Dissimulate, right? They're just like chasing and getting vision, and it's enough. And same with the Ember Spear. I feel like it's relatively easy. It gives you a solution to actually catching these heroes. I mean, especially if you get them in a Static Storm with the clumsy net to boot.
I think the Static Storm is really important, just because it feels like Mickey cannot commit so much. Like he always wants to be able to Astral Step in, and once he's caught in that Static Storm, like maybe he uses himself, but he comes back, he's still silent.
You're still
for a second or two.
Yeah.
And then just 1 second is all it needs for a lot of these Spirit heroes, right? And somebody's going to target them down, especially in these pro games where the communication is on point. Somebody is going to get that follow-up disable, and then he's just dead.
Yep, definitely. I mean, honestly, it serves him right. Give Void Spirit a taste of his own medicine. These 2 charges on Resonant Pulse, silencing. Come on, you can't buy a Yule Scepter against this. It's BS. You know
That's true. Yeah.
Silence him. Let him be silenced.
Aghanim Scepter is exactly what Mickey is building. Very magic damage heavy build, but unfortunately he's still another 1,700 gold away from that. Similarly, a long ways away is Koifa's BKB. So their item timings, they are not ready to go for those mid-game team fights. And every single fight they try and take, There is a rebuttal from Alliance, who are now up by 6k net worth. They now have a Shadow Blade on Nico Baby, who's going to build into the full Silver Edge. FNG currently on the hunt with the Invis rune that he found. If he gets the vision here of Taiga, that'll be a kill. But Taiga, he's the closest to one of these game-changing items. He is working towards a BKB. They do not have... Well, okay. They technically have BKB piercing disables, though neither one should be effective. Both the Call and the Supernova are unlikely to be timed or placed well enough to cancel Black Hole.
Until Axe gets level 25 and you have that sick 100 Berserker's Call AoE talent.
True.
Then it's a sick Enigma counter.
That is true.
It's still garbage.
Nico Baby. He's going to run up on the high ground here with his Shadow Blade. He knows almost, I'm not going to say any fight is good fight because they know there's an Enigma. They probably assume he has BKB just for safety's choice. He actually doesn't. It's about to fly in the courier. Got it now in hand. That is the only way that Liquid can win a fight, I think. It is entirely based around a Midnight Pulse Black Hole catching 2, maybe 3 heroes. Starting off with the arena, going for FNG, trying to burst him down, but the Sonic Wave is not quite enough. He's pushed outside of the arena. That's not good enough. Mickey being caught as well means Taiga doesn't even think about trying to follow that up. That was some sort of terrible miscommunication from Liquid, because I didn't really see any follow-up there on the Boxy's initiation.
The fight was split. Mickey went on a different group of heroes that Boxy was going on a completely different group, and oh, there's the hole.
Oh, he baits out the Black Hole. Is it going to be enough? The Culling Blade isn't quite enough. Can they blow up these 2 cores? Limp is low, but he's going to survive just a little bit more. Okay, he finally does go down. Nico Baby activated his BKB, so he was able to shrug off most of that damage. Though he will survive for the time being, and now they're just out of damage. There's nothing really left with Midnight Pulse on cooldown. Another core, Boxy. He's TPing in. Maybe he can get here the call. Going in from S4. Can he bring down Taiga? The spear being threatened, faked a couple of times, is enough to save Taiga for a moment. He's going to be bumped away by the cookie while S4 stuck inside the base. A lot of magic damage thrown his way. An Alliance know that he's been caught, and now Hanskin is too, with no Icarus dive being susceptible to that Orchid. The Phoenix is just an easy kill. Mickey was looking for +1 there, but Nico Baby had already gotten out. Would have loved if Alliance had just left S4 back.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you can kind of sense it when you've played enough Dota, like what the teams are feeling to some degree, where you have this Rax at like half HP, you have a Dragonite with DK form. So it's kind of like, okay, they're about to respawn, but maybe we can get this, and then you just overstep because of greed.
Yeah, and greed is exactly why Boxy is here, trying to hit this mid-tier 1 tower. It's found by Nico Baby. And, unfortunate, because I feel like Liquid could have kind of started to get the ball rolling with the defense of their base. If they've been able to like push out an aggressive positioning and set up for like another pickoff, then maybe they could have gotten a bit of map control back for themselves. Maybe they could have gotten a tier 1 tower during that timing, but instead getting picked off just means they have to hide inside their
back in their base. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think even if you're not getting a tower or something like that, just walking out and taking some sort of good position is, like, you know, that's enough of a victory, especially when you're at a 9k gold deficit, because now it's 10k, right? Like, it's going to keep going up the longer and longer they're locked into their base, and now they have this puzzle of, okay, now there's a 10k gold deficit instead of a 6k, and now figure out a way to get out of your base. Like, they had it and they kind of threw it away a little bit there, which, I mean, it happens, it's Dota. Especially in those like fringe kind of people are about to respawn mark. I find that's when the most interesting stuff happens in these games, because most people are good enough where if there's like 5 enemy heroes alive, they're not going to do anything too stupid. But when there's like 2 heroes just about to respawn, that's when it can happen.
Oh, it happened. Koifa's going to go back for it. He's going to die. Oh my God. So what happened? He was farming Ancients, and he did the classic thing where he blinked as a creep was dying. Right, he threw out his attack, goes to blink away. A repair kit drops. That's already bad enough. Losing a repair kit, which could potentially turn the game around, right? Because they're stuck inside their base. He goes back for it. He gets picked off, dead for 80 seconds, and very likely, Boxy's going to die too, because he thinks he's going for S4, but instead, Limp and Hanskin, they double team him. He's going to go down rather easily. They're going to be able to get the stun onto Taiga. Taiga now is forced to use his BKB to try and TP out. It's going to be close one though. Oh, the last shot from Limp. That Mel doing so much damage. Takes like a significant chunk. And now, a 5 versus 2. This should be easily at least one lane of barracks, if not 2. Alliance, they probably thinking there's some sort of buybacks available for Liquid. There is not. Nobody has a buyback.
I don't even know what to say. That is the most unfortunate series of events I've witnessed in Dota in a long time. The repair kit accidental buyback bait. Oh God. And now Granny. He's got no reason to live. The kids are dead. That's horrible. Oh God, what a sad sequence. All from that repair kit drop too.
It's like Alliance was definitely winning this game, no doubt. Like they were definitely in the lead. They had good control of the game. They're gonna scale well into the late game, so there's no real rush for them. But the fact that it just all comes crashing down so quickly, all because of that repair kit.
Right. It's like the scramble into death, into scramble, into death, into scramble, and we're still scrambling. I mean, this is still bleeding.
Yeah, they're still trying to hold this melee barracks that is still alive in the mid lane, so it looks like the range barracks really not that big of a deal. Though it's mostly just this top lane. They actually did have the vision to be able to see Nico Baby waiting there with his Silver Edge. The spear didn't actually latch onto the barracks, and now he's going to be able to pop his BKB with his positioning and go straight for Mickey. He's already stunned him once. Mickey is forced to be able to astral step away. Boxy trying to protect his team as he backs through the wall. They do manage to get off the BKB. Black Hole from Taiga with the shots ready to get for the Sapphire. That's going to make short work of the Dragonite, but Limp, he managed to get off his BKB, shrugs off the damage, and turns around onto Liquid. A spear back pushes him away, but Boxy launched forward by the Cookie is caught and killed and culled by S4. Mickey needs to be able to Yule Scepter dodge this Sun Ray damage. The call follow up from S4 not quite in place. The Dissimulate goes off in time, and S4 a little bit low. Mickey wants to be able to get this kill, should be able to have it. Doesn't have another Astral Set. Fortunately, thanks to Boxy's buyback, they'll have the power to be able to chase down these heroes and get an additional kill. That's on to Hanskin. Insania looking for one more. That's on FNG. They're spotting him, but Mickey, it's a long trek.
He does have to catch him. The Astral into Yules. I think he's got him.
And he could take him off. He could take off the invisibility if he got off the Yules, but he didn't get off the Yules, and then he waited there and got one shot by Limp.
Is Invis purgeable?
I thought it was, right? Yeah.
I don't think
like during this. Oh, really?
I don't think so. Maybe I'm not 100% sure. That's a weird one, because usually you can't purge the invis because the person is just invisible. But there's the fade time. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I would need to test that. Yeah, that was a little weird. That was a little weird, because I think if he jumps in and just Yules, you don't even need to purge the invis. You just Yules and then grab the invis.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Limp, he'll get a free Roshan out of that kill. Aegis and Cheese for him. Aegis for him. Cheese very likely for Nico Baby.
Oh, is he just gonna eat it? You greedy.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to. That would have been hilarious if he did.
Nobody else gets this. I don't want to take a fountain trip. My time is too valuable for that. I'm a level 22 Templar assassin.
That is the ultimate fuck you to your allies.
It really is.
My time, it is not worth me going back to the fountain as opposed to you having an extra life in a team fight.
Oh, when he's 1v5ing, it doesn't.
All right, big upgrades now for Hanskin here. Level 20 plus Aghanim Scepter. Oh, top lane, Nico Baby with the double damage.
Double damage.
He just 3 shots Koifa. Mickey, he's going to Yule Scepter to be able to take off that double damage, but that's all he really can do. The rest of the Alliance very likely to push forward here. Unless Boxy can find an opening here. They're going to try and burst down. FNG should be able to do so. And Nico Baby's down to half health. The shots ran in for the Sapphire, but he pops the BKB as well as Limp. They're trying to cut this around the black hole. Finally going off with that midnight pulse. It's doing a lot of damage. It looks like Limp, he's going to lose his Aegis. S4 is a little bit low as well. Now, he doesn't have BKB on the TA, so he could get bopped, but at the same time, Nico Baby's playing on that front line to make sure they can't really go onto him. He still has the cheese as well, so even as he gets low, he pops it, goes back up to full health, and now Liquid, no buybacks are really left in the tank. They've only got Mickey and the Taiga for this space defense, and it looks like it may just be Taiga, because Mickey, Dragon Tail stun, follow-up call, and that's it for game one. Alliance take it, I'm not going to say easily, but it felt very clean and crisp, and just a nice, well-played game by them.
Yeah, definitely. I think they had the draft for it too. When you have some like clear tower pushers, it's a lot easier to take laning advantage and turn it into taking over the map by taking towers. But I mean, of course, that all comes from like dominating the lanes. Like Limp's laning was beautiful in this game. Not a super favorable matchup for TA, but he is the TA king, so he owns it.
Well, there you have it. Alliance take game one. Cap, you were talking about at the 21-minute point, you favored Alliance to win it. Is that because of the draft, or they just set themselves up better for the first 20 minutes?
I think they basically got through. The roughest timing for me was going to be like 10 to 20 minutes, where Liquid's lineup is fairly active, and if they get kills, they can start snowballing into a strong mid game. But the opposite kind of happened. Alliance actually did pretty well during that timing, and then they reached a point where, okay, TA's online, DK's online, Axe even has his blade mail. At that point in time, you're at like a significant peak in power, and it doesn't go away very quickly at all, because all of those heroes, as long as they're able to continue their trajectory in net worth, they all move into the late game pretty nicely.
Yeah, I agree. Liquid kind of had two offlaners. You know, they had a Void Spirit in the safe lane, they had a Mars. In the off lane, they had a Queen of Pain mid, which is, you do have like the level 25 timing, but early on into the game, it's a lot about just snowballing and doing like magic damage. You know, you're more of a tempo controller as opposed to some sort of like semi-carry hero. So they played for a solid timing for sure.
Jenkins, you were getting excited you were predicting that Limp would build an Aghanims. You were excited about that. I mean, you know, it didn't quite go out that way, but how cool would it be if it did, huh?
It would be cool. I mean, it's just a pub strat. It gives you this crazy global presence where you can kind of be anywhere, and maybe it works better when there's a lot of chaos and people don't know what's happening, which is, you know, a typical pub scenario. The Blink Dagger worked out really well in this game just because with the disable coming from his Axe or his... I mean, there's plenty of disable, honestly. Disruptor, Axe, Dragonite, all of these heroes can catch for Limp. So if he can just blink and get on top of them with a Daedalus and with a Desolator, he's going to be able to kill basically any of the Team Liquid heroes. It does make sense.
To be clear, I'm laughing every single time I hear Jenkins talk about the Axe TA. And he's saying it because people are trying it in high-level pubs and stuff, and it's definitely out there. I just think it's hilarious that people are trying it. I personally am not convinced by that build.
That's fair.
Let's touch on a little bit with Limp as well. You were saying that he gets sleeped on. He has, you said, I don't know who said this, but said Limp, one of the best 1v1 mechanics, and he gets sleeped on. I mean, can you care to just elaborate? What do you mean by getting sleeped on?
Sure. So I basically think that whenever you're having a typical conversation on the elevator about, you know, who the best 1v1 player is in the world, people are going to talk about like Sumail and Miracle and yeah, exactly. Like I said, I played many pubs with Limp when he was in NA, and he would go against the Sumails, he would go against the Thompsons, and he would win. His mid lane mechanics are incredible, and I think that's why his MMR is so high. He's like ranked 2 in Europe or something. Wow. So he's incredible. But with that being said, he has always had a bit of an issue with post laning stage, and it's nice to see him on a team that's doing incredibly well, and that he's doing very well outside of the laning stage, and that he's improved on that, because I think that was basically the only thing that was holding him back. And he is a scary player if he can keep it up and be consistent.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Limp needs like a harder carry that you can always look to carry the game. Because Limp will carry games on his own, as you can see from this TA. Like, he's got some heroes that can carry into the late game, but he, despite how good he is in the laning phase and such, he gets overlooked because of the fact that there are so many times where people have watched him and he's had like a really bad death and that has thrown the game. So I think he's in a great spot right now. I fully agree with Jenkins that this team is really good for him.
That's great. So we'll definitely have more to look forward to in regards to his performance. Right now, we are going to be looking forward to a game 2 between these two teams, but we will have that right after this short break.
I'm joined by Hansgan from Alliance. He's over in his home in Sweden. I'm here in London. And Hansgan, how are you coping with the coronavirus situation?
I mean, with the corona situation, it's like in the beginning, it was pretty rough. You know, you understood you couldn't really go see friends and family and stuff like that. Although it's been pretty, you know, we haven't really been on lockdown in Sweden. It's been one of the, you know, more open countries in regards to the situation. I took it more seriously. Like, I didn't go to the gym. I barely went out unless I had to go to grocery shopping. I still haven't seen my grandparents, for example, just because I'm worried about them getting sick and stuff like that. But I have started to see some of my friends and family, closest family.
There's been so many updates to Dota recently. It feels like every other day there's a new patch. And as a team who likes to be calculated and very strategic in your approach to your opponents, how are you finding preparations at the moment, especially as you're constantly competing with very little time to work on things?
I mean, the main thing is you just have to spend a lot of time not just playing the game, but you have to talk about the game, look at the patches, see what it means to the game. Also study other teams. I mean, that's all you can do. And luckily for us, I feel like we have really good minds, you know, for figuring these things out when there is constant changes in a game like Dota.
Well, looking at the other teams, you're playing against behemoths of the Dota 2 scene. Obviously, we've got Nigma, we've got Liquid, OG, Na'Vi, so many names in this tournament. Mm-hmm. Who is your most challenging opponent, do you think?
I think right now it's hard not to say Team Secret. They're looking really sharp.
Imagine yourself being turned into an Ogre Meiji and you've got to choose any other Dota 2 player to be the other head for the rest of your life. Who is going to be your second head and why?
Oh, that's a tricky question, actually. I think... I mean, I would go with Limp, because he's my longest standing teammate. We've been friends, you know, in Dota, like professionally and also outside the game for such a long time. So he's my closest friend in Dota, probably, so I'll go with him. Yeah.
I think he would have been in trouble if you hadn't. So great answer, Hansgan. Thank you so much for talking to me, and good luck in the Dota 2 International Elite Tournament.
No, thank you very much. See ya.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
It has been a really challenging time. At the beginning we were hitting the wall because China was still under the export ban. None of our traditional vendors was able to deliver any of the protective equipment anytime within the next 6 weeks. And the need was enormous. And then the March 12th, the first ban was lifted in Taiwan, and we immediately found the manufacturer who can export from Taiwan. And then a few days later, the China opened up, and it opened lots of opportunities for us. And at the same time, we were finding vendors from India that looked really hopeful, and then India went on the lockdown. We had to respond to this by trying to find alternative sources from alternative markets that have not been yet affected. So we basically divided our small global procurement unit team into the groups, and each started targeting one particular country. We started from Japan all the way to Brazil and Argentina. And from probably 500 manufacturers of this type of the equipment that we have contacted, we managed to find a handful of those who are able to deliver the items that have a proper standards either for the European market or that are having a proper US FDA approvals. We are prepositioning this in a bonded warehouse of United Nations Humanitarian Depot Network in Dubai. And from there, we're going to be dispatching commodities to all of our missions. At the same time, we have in parallel supply chain from China directly to the United States to also support our domestic response.
And there you have it. As you saw there, just a reminder of why we're all here. It is a wonderful cause. This is Gamers Without Borders, $1.5 million, and a charity prize pool that all these teams involved today will get to choose from these wonderful organizations combating, of course, COVID-19 pandemic. So definitely a very big picture thing we're all involved in here. And yeah, it was a beautiful thing. And we have Game 2 coming up. How will Liquid respond to what just happened with Game 1?
I don't know, Jenkins, you got any ideas? Like, what do you think, from your perspective, what was the biggest flaw in their lineup?
The mid lane going so poorly was a pretty big issue. Yeah. Maybe put Koikfa on one of his more like classic heroes, your like Klinks or your Londra. And I mean, obviously, I know this Queen of Pain is a Koikfa classic, but maybe just try something else that's more niche for him. That's maybe a little cheesier. I mean, I feel like if you're Liquid, this like you view this as it was pretty close. Just in like, it didn't feel like a complete stomp. You know, Alliance looked really good, but it didn't feel like a complete stomp. Like if they had gone really late game and there wasn't so much net worth on Alliance, the Enigma black holes would look a lot better. Like that last black hole that we saw, there wasn't actually a Midnight Pulse on top of that. So that wasn't the full damage that could have been possible with that Enigma hero. So I think honestly just more of the same. You just try to play more crisp. You just try to have better lanes, better rotations, just play better Dota.
And I think that's something about this current meta, is that games, it's like if you could go back in time and just fix a couple of things, right? Then the entire game could look entirely different.
Exactly, yeah.
The other path of that game is a game where you're just running over the enemy team and you have the net where you get your core items at a certain time. It takes very little, I think, in the first 10 minutes to shift a game one side or the other. Same goes with like our earlier series, right? Like Nip versus Secret. Well, Secret took a 1k gold lead and made it into 5. You know,
yes.
It's these little things, they matter a lot right now.
Right, because it's not really about the gold. It's more so about the portion of the map that you control that will eventually result in more gold and experience gained. So, yeah, it's really just about making sure that you defend that tower that you didn't defend in the game, or you take a tower as a trade. You know what I mean? Like it's all about these little map and tower trades, and it can go one way or the other depending on even just like things as simple as RNG sometimes. Oh, definitely.
Hey,
DP.
Death Prophet got through.
Surprised to not see this more. This has been one of the most favored heroes in the we play. Is it Pushka? Am I?
Yeah, Pushka.
I think DP was like the second most picked banned hero. Banned a lot more than picked. So people are afraid of this hero, but we have not seen it too much today, surprisingly.
And we're going to see just a classic combination with Phoenix. Like, Phoenix feels so good right now, both because it's a little bit of a strength meta, so percentage-based damage is good. It's a team fight meta, and Phoenix is also like not that bad of a laning phase support because the Fire Spirit's damage at level 1 is better than a long time ago when it was only 10 damage per second. I was just like awful. Phoenix is garbage.
Very garbage. Yeah, very not good.
You were also saying, Cap, about Liquid with Game 1, that Midnight Pulse to Black Hole is the only way for Liquid to win a fight. You think they're trying to make it easier for themselves this time around?
Yeah, I think in some ways, like Liquid always kind of wants either a combination or a hero that says, no matter what, we can win a team fight. And Mars Phoenix is that combo. Same goes with Axe Phoenix. It's just Supernova is really defines any team fight that it's used in because it forces the enemy to either target the egg or move out of it because it's a little bit too much damage over time and the stun can be really annoying. And then obviously with a Mars or Axe, you have a really great way to protect the egg. So if you get them to commit to the egg and you have a blink call or you have have an arena that's positioned to block out ranged hits, then the egg successfully explodes. They're not able to get out in time, and like pretty much any time through the game, that is probably going to be a one-team fight.
That's got to be like one of the most overlooked mechanics in the game, I think, is that the Mars ulti blocks projectiles. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. But, technically speaking, Mars is a very good counter to these like Terror Blades and Drow Rangers, because you can just split up a team fight and soak up their projectiles, either through your actual shield or through the wall of the ultimate.
Definitely something to think about. So Mars Phoenix pairs really well. DP Wyvern, how are you guys feeling about this?
Another good synergy. You
nice
want a
one.
saving hero with the Death Prophet, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also, you have the Winner's Curse to set up for like a silence, as well as DP kind of just needs to get on top of people. So if you like Winner's Curse to start a fight, or you can use the Winner's Curse to like get the DP out, and then she can like pop her ulti and then suck people and get a bunch of HP. But really, it's great. It's great setup and great counter initiation for the Death Prophet. She always needs something to like get in there, or to get out, like to save her, because she's a glass cannon. I mean, that's a lot of heroes in Dota. She's one of the best glass cannons in the game, and Winter Wyvern basically lets her play to that style.
Yeah, I think Wyvern is always kind of a viable hero, because you've got a decent nuke, you've got a save, you've got a AoE, a big AoE stun, and it's also BKB piercing disable. So you check a lot of boxes, no matter what the meta is. So you're always kind of viable, but the recent buff of you being able to do damage through your ultimate, because of how piercing spell immunity has worked and stuff, then what this means now is Wyvern is more viable as a 4 position as well, which just kind of it makes the early pickup of the hero stronger.
Or core. You can definitely occasionally you'll see like an offlane Wyvern rushing some like Orchid or mid Wyvern. It's good lord, that's a
oh sick.
Oh my god, techies! And Toby just did a backflip. Here we go. Oh,
hey,
man.
wait, has Alliance done techies before? Like, I didn't see all the Pushka League games, so...
I don't think so. I've not seen them pick this hero at all.
Here's the
They
thing.
picked it once, 1 year ago.
1 year ago.
Oh, yes.
What are they...
Big techies players.
They're having fun. I don't know, man. I mean, this is what...
Wait. I'm sorry, Ari. It was Old Liquid. 1 year ago was Taiga playing techies, so this alliance is not.
Also, techies and fun don't really. Those two things don't really. That's kind of like a.
Whoa.
Not for Liquid, yeah, for sure.
It's just.
Techies is a very fun hero right now. Right now, it's fun.
Okay.
If you're playing it the way that Science plays it, if you're being aggressive, if you're primarily using your suicide and then using your mind to be active in team fights, I think that is a fun hero.
Spoken like a true techies player. See, I'm always at the other end of it. This guy's just suiciding all the time on me in lane, and
he sounds like a victim. You can hear it. You can hear the pain.
Yeah,
in
but
his
you're an
voice.
offlaner. You're gonna have techies as 4 positions, so you shouldn't match up against him.
No, here's the thing.
If anything, you get him as your 4 position, and it's a guaranteed 1 lane, no matter what. If I have
here's how it is.
It's over.
It's there's mines over here. Hey, Jenkins, go run into those mines so we don't have to. Oh, I don't want to do that. But you're the offlaner. You've got all the tanky items. Okay, well, God knows he's not going to be able to kill me because I'm so tanky. Boom! 15 mines explode me, and all of a sudden I'm dead. And no other hero in the video game can do that. No other hero in this video game. It's legitimately like a Mario Party mini game that you're playing when you play techies. It's absurd. It's a sick perversion.
That is real emotion, Cap. That is real raw emotion that I can hear that you only get from experience right there. He's lived it.
Listen, I am also a previous techies hater, but Zayat's really inspired me, man. And
wow.
I think that I agree that I feel like remote mines just like shouldn't be able to stack. Like they should buff it in some other way. Like I do hate this like insta kill concept that techies is able to do. But I do really like watching and playing very active techies where they're using their suicide constantly in lane, where they're in the middle of team fights because they don't care about their own life. They're setting up mines inside of the team fight. They're trying to get stasis traps down. I think it is a much more viable way to play techies. I think Zayats has shown us that, and obviously other teams agree, because once you have solidified you have a good techies player, it starts becoming insta-ban like it is with VP.
Yes, which was banned earlier today. That's true.
Maybe that's what Alliance is doing. They're just trying to get that to insta-ban territory, where it's like, all right, we can play techies, guys. Just trust us.
Yeah, the thing is that Blitz will fully agree with this. Liquid is a dishonorable team. They pick the dishonorable mid heroes. You know, they're willing to lone druid you or broodmother you to get a victory, right? That is one of those cheese heroes that you want to have in your drafting capacity. So if you as a team can actually distribute that, if you can put out that kind of cheese, then other teams you naturally have a draft advantage, and they have to either ban it, in which case they're operating on no bans. Sometimes you get free wins.
This is true. I'm a big Broodmother fan. I would have loved to have seen. I realize the irony in saying that I hate techies.
I was about to say, how can you be a Broodmother fan and hate techies? They're all the same disgusting cheesy shit. They're all the same auto-win heroes.
It is definitely some rancid cheese. Imagine
type.
banning. Yeah, right. It's like some like rotten brie versus some like rotten, I don't know, Gucci. Well, what's the type of cheese? Is that a cheese? I'm sure that's a cheese. Imagine picking Axe, like being prepared to pick Axe, and still you ban Brood. That's some respect.
Yeah.
That is respect for sure. I mean, the Axe just lanes the Brood so easily. But Quakefu's too good. They have 1 second left. They have to pick. There's the cheese. You knew it. You called it.
Oh, Al. First time, actually, this was picked today as well for this tournament.
Good hero. Solid patch. Oh, he's got the elephant set on techies. All right, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of F.
Oh my god, that's the most adorable techies. How?
Is that the first time you've seen that, Eric?
Yes.
It's amazing, isn't it?
You would want to die to that. That's fine.
Okay. So that is incredibly cute. Now, unfortunately, in this screen, we can't look at the backside, but just go into Dota and look at the back of techies, and you'll see something that is truly horrifying and freaks me out.
I can kind of, okay.
It's a snake wrapping around Squee at all times. I'm not like afraid of snakes, but the animation of this snake fully wrapped around this poor little goblin thing and just constantly coiling around, it freaks me out every time.
It's it's like constricting him, except just slowly and painfully throughout the entire game. And God knows techies games are long too, so this guy is just suffering.
But he looks so happy. Okay, anyway, moving forward, my wife would literally just cry for that if she saw it. But we are jumping in. Which team, which draft do you like better? Which synergizes better, guys?
I don't know. I kind of feel like they do have some answers to Alchemist, but not enough.
Yeah, I like the Alch pick. I do as well. I mean, just the fact that you're playing against a Techies and Wyvern support duo, how do you run into the Alch's jungle and stop him from hitting creeps? Like, who does that?
I think that's like my biggest problem is that you said with Techies, like we're naturally slowing the game down. But you don't have the best late game hero. Like any sort of slower games naturally, any sort of like illusion-based carry or passive supports, it just becomes a good Alchemist game because he's going to hit his window.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really have to outskill and do the whole like cat and mouse thing when the enemy team is trying to play mouse as well. It's like, all right, mouse versus mouse, but our mouse becomes a very big, scary, I don't know,
Mega mouse.
Nuclear mega mouse.
Okay, which draft?
Radioactive rat.
Yeah. Which draft is cheesier, though? Like, really quick, before we jump into it. Which is the cheesier?
The techies, for sure. It's gotta be techies.
Oh, and there is the adorable techies, guys. You're gonna... Oh, no! They showed it!
Oh,
JJ, what's going on here,
Somebody
man?
help him, please!
Oh, my God.
We can't just sit by and watch!
Oh god. Okay, guys. Get him out! This is a horrible way to get this started, but game 2 is up and running. Have some fun, guys. Here we go.
I'm sure we will have a good amount of fun, Jenkins, because we are in the spectator spot. We are watching a Techies game and not actively playing in it, which is always the best position to be in when Techies is in the game at all.
This is true. This is true. We don't feel the stress of just praying to the Lord Gaben that somebody walks on my Techies mines or that we don't walk on the enemy Techies mines. We win either way.
It's interesting to me. They're going to be playing it. FNG is going to be the one playing the Techies, so he must have been brushing up on it. Nice jump in. Suicide doing a lot of damage to Taiga, but the spear comes through and pins S4, but before they can get any follow-up damage, he'll survive. FNG a little bit low here. Koifa might be able to get this kill. He hasn't leveled anything up yet. If he lands the Ether Remnant, should be able to get it. Try to stop him from getting up the bounty run. Snatches it away from FNG, and now will get the first blood as well.
Not always good to give the enemy mid first blood. That's probably the worst person that you can give first blood to. He gets to start with the full null tally, probably sending out a salve as well. He is very happy about that. And in this matchup versus Limp, who we talked about is a very mechanically skilled player for that mid lane matchup, that'll be pretty nice.
Yeah. And they know they have to pressure this Alchemist. So that's why they're going to pull a full aggro tri-lane and almost bringing down Mickey at the very start. Unfortunately, Nico Baby still had his Blade Fury on cooldown.
Interesting, Techies aggro tri-lane. Not something you see every day. And still on the bot lane, we have Taiga goes for the creep cut. And I think S4 is pretty happy with this. A couple of free waves under tower, solo. Not bad.
Our mid lane matchup, Koifa's Void Spirit versus Death Prophet. That's another matchup that should be, this time around it's a matchup that should be won by Limp, right?
I think so, but by a very small margin. You know, like Void Spirit has the built-in doubt shield essentially, and that as well as the Resonant Pulse to protect him from the physical right clicks. So Koifa shouldn't get like destroyed.
Ether Remnant lands. Decent amount of damage here to Limp, so
lots of pressure on this Alc top, but with that cookie is able to survive.
Thanks to the full tri-lane. FNG, he's actually a bit low here. Doesn't have his suicide up in Insania. Not wanting to commit with Nico Baby just around the corner. Mickey still getting some okay CS, but is definitely feeling the pressure of this tri-lane. Swap into mid lane. Taiga, if he lands this a couple of Fire Spirits and they get the Ether Remnant off, Limp will just probably end up dying here.
He does have a salve coming out on the courier. Ooh, Taiga's gonna go for the snipe because
he knows. Yeah, he's like, he has to go. He's definitely bringing regen. He can't just stick around this low, so let me go for the courier instead of the kill.
Dude, that is some presence of mind right there. That is really nice. That's arguably worse. Yeah, that's Galaxy Brain. That's arguably worse than dying. I mean, actually, FNG TP's in and he gives him the salve anyway.
Yeah, now Limp. He'll take some damage, but he'll still be kind of okay. Wow, that fight was so close. It looks like Boxy would have died with just one more spin from S4, but instead he gets the kill. A solo kill on the side lane.
Yeah, Boxy's got his Orb of Venom. That's probably the best item to win 1v1s with whenever you're in one of these like melee strength hero fights in the side lanes.
And Boxy likes it a lot. I've seen him pick it up a number of times on Mars specifically, just because the little bit of added range, right? It can make a really big difference.
Definitely, yeah. You can just run somebody down through the entire lane until they get to tower.
Ether Remnant does land in the mid lane. Limp's very low, and Taiga was here, ready to go with the Icarus dive, but they didn't pull the trigger on it, feeling like Limp, with just a Fairy Fire, and if he had Spirit Siphon, maybe could have survived and turned that underneath tower.
Yeah, worried about the debate. I think not knowing the status on the Spirit Siphon is a bit of an issue. That was a weird change that they did, where you can't see the charges on spells anymore.
Yeah.
Because they added it to the interface. I thought they were going to fix that, where like, you could see it again, but they straight up just a buff to Ember, Mirana, any of these heroes that have like charge-based abilities. You have no idea.
Void Spirit? I mean, I think it was quite a big buff to Void Spirit, because you use, like, you've got 2 charges. It's got a decent charge cooldown to it on level 1. And he uses it for farming so often, but you just automatically
assume. You have no idea.
assume.
You assume he has it, exactly.
Yeah, when he shows up in a team fight, he jumps in, you're like, he probably has enough.
Not even worth going for him, because he's just going to jump out. Like, why? You know, what's the point? Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. As if Void Spirit needed buffs at that point. It really didn't.
Go back over to that top lane. Mickey, it looks like he's going to be gone down here. They do have the spin. Will it be enough damage? Well, he may not, just because there's the cookie save. So he's like, what's the point? By spin, he's just going to cookie, so I'll just push him back as best as I can. Nico Baby does have a CS lead on Mickey, but it's not the most gigantic one, considering the tri-lane they started out with. Mid lane, or sorry, bottom-ish, Limp went for the bounty rune, didn't get speared there, and that is really important because he's going to get off the Spirit Scythe. Unfortunately, a double damage will make relatively short work of Limp. Otherwise, maybe he could have gotten to the Ancient stack and gotten a deny off. Insania whiffing a Scatter Blast as he tried to get aggressive on Nico Baby for some reason. Not only whiffs that, but ends up dying slightly as a result as Hanskin shows up back in the lane.
You're probably okay with that just because your Alchemist isn't the one that's dying. I mean, he's farming up here quite nicely on Alka. I mean, he's a melee creep until about 15 minutes into the game, so
yeah.
Sometimes your support's gotta die.
It's funny how that works. You just go from melee creep to strongest hero in the game.
Literal god.
Yeah. And again, the network change. Anybody who can create gold out of nothing, right? The Bounty Hunter, Alchemist, those kind of heroes do benefit from less net worth being available. Bottom lane, FNG is going to die here, and they may still try and go for the kill on an S4. They did have a mango for Boxy if they wanted to try and spear S4, but better not to risk the counter Helix plays.
You know, we talked about both of us being Mars players and not understanding how the hell he doesn't go for a Soul Ring, and from what I've seen with Boxy, he's not super committal when it comes to like using his spells to try to get kills if he's not absolutely sure that he's going to get them. Like he basically doesn't spam his spells. And if he does spam, he uses the God's Rebuke instead of the spear.
S4 trying to go for the kill. The call into the suicide. That is the kill for S4. Taiga thinking he can get a counter kill on an FNG. He still has the Icarus dive to be able to jump away if things get a bit too hairy for him. Which instead he uses to kill the courier, but it's probably going to cost him his life. S4 gets the double kill.
Walks into the wave, spins it, gets 6, immediately dunks with the courier debate. You know, the funny thing is, that's not worth losing the courier. I mean, you get XP though. That's the big thing. Is
yeah,
he got a lot of XP for getting that kill, so it probably is worth it. But it's close to even.
Hanskin, he was trying to harass Mickey, but a rotation from Koifa is going to catch him, and potentially Nico Baby as the cookie stun does land on Nico Baby. He's trying to get close enough to catch Mickey. Instead, finds a courier, spins TPs out, and they don't have the damage to finish him off before he successfully teleports away. That is a lot of attention away from the mid lane, though, and that's where Limp, he's going to strike almost immediately, pops his Exorcism, and starts doing some damage to the mid tower.
Oh, FNG! He's just going to get right-click to death. Box even.
Did he use suicide in, but he was too high HP? Is that what happened?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
That's
he went to get the jungle item. Oh my god. How many
that is a problem with techies. I've had that one before. Taiga's gonna die in the mid lane as the Exorcism. The last bit of damage from that and the Spirit Siphon will get the kill.
Koifa's there, but doesn't really have the damage. He doesn't have the mana. He's got a haste rune, so looks like Limp is just trying to get him to pop it.
Limp does manage to force that out of him. Looking towards that top lane, I'm imagining Nico Baby really wants to kill that Alchemist again, and he still has his Omni Slash up. But a few too many creeps around, and can't really seem to get the Alchemist isolated for it.
Honestly, with this Tread Soul Ring, I think the only way that you kill the Alch is with Death Prophet or Spirit Vessel, which let's see, what is Limp buying? Somebody's. I think probably Death Prophet buys the vessel.
Yeah, they don't have like the most clear Spirit Vessel hero in this game, so it feels like it kind of has to be their mid.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it might be viable on Axe if he went for the max Battle Hunger build, which a lot of Axe players are doing these days. MSS in particular, he's kind of the inventor of that build lately. But S4 opting to go for the counter helix because he is in a melee versus melee matchup, so that's a really great way to win those.
Yeah, and you're going to be getting a lot of farming time. S4 is going to try and dodge the spear here, but Boxy very wisely using his God's Rebuke to slow him down before spearing him, and that kind of sets up Koifa to swoop in and take the kill.
Koifa doesn't really want to play mid anyway at this point. Just sitting against a DB kind of feels bad because all you really want to do is take the creeps off the tower, and I mean that could be an alchemist doing that, right? So it's nice to rotate around and get some kills and pick up bounties.
Oh, look at Insania. So he's protecting his tower by pulling the creep wave off, and he's even going to be able to get one, possibly two bounty runes. Unlikely the other one. It looks like Hanskin's already in position. Even if he dies here for this, look at him. He's gonna jump onto the high ground. Now he's not going to be able to TP away because S4 should just be able to call him. But this is still a lot of time and space. He's slowing down the push on the tower. He got a bounty rune for his alchemist.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. It does send a double wave into the tower, which is a bit of a problem with the siege creep, but
that is big true. That is big true.
Yeah, I love that play. I mean, that play against like Timber Saws in particular, where you just like cut the wave and just drag it somewhere, and it's like, all right, good luck pushing without this. You know, in the early game, you really rely on those creep waves to push towers. You don't really do that much damage with your heroes, so
yeah,
it's a nice little play.
All right, I'm not loving FNG's build so far. I much prefer the 3-0-2 because I think Blastoff is so important for the laning phase.
Yeah, I agree.
Team fights as well.
I do like the fact that I don't mind that he went stasis. I have seen people playing around the stasis more for fights.
Limp getting the double Spirit Siphon off, and now S4 is here. They both get out of the arena before the walls are put in place, so Liquid gonna be left with nothing but sand in their hands as Alliance gets away cleanly.
But they defend the tower, so, you know, when you have an Alchemist on your team, all you're looking to do is delay the game as much as possible. Nico Baby, on the other hand, does end up getting that top tower with the giant creep wave that was amassed up there very easily. Now he's got some free space up here to farm.
Yeah, and with FNG position in bottom lane, one of the harder heroes to push into. Like, he could just have the threat of setting up remote mines, and Boxy doesn't feel super good about laying damage into that tower, being in that sort of position, so.
Definitely. I honestly feel like the #1 thing to play against techies and not just lose the game is to basically play like there aren't mines. I know that sounds insane, but I feel like if you play with the fear of mines, he just wins the mental game. Like, you play as if they're everywhere, and then you don't farm or do anything.
Yeah. And that just means less farm means you're squishier, which means you're even more susceptible to mines.
Yeah. Becomes even scarier.
Mid tower will be taken by Alliance. No lucky last hit for Limp. Instead, the creeps take it, but it's not a big deal. It's more map control, and that's the most important thing right now. It's just limiting the space that Mickey has to farm. He is about to finish up his relic, but it's not going to be very good timing. About a 15-minute radiance, if he's lucky, is not good.
Yeah, considering he got tri-laned, I mean, you're at least the game isn't looking like over at this point. When you're an alchemist, there's always potential for just the game looking awful because of how I mean, he's got to be one of the worst heroes at laning in Dota.
Well, it does manage to land the spear, and they can get the cookie chain stun with a scatter blast. It's a decent amount of damage, and yeah, with an ether remnant follow up, good initiation by Boxy. Just saw the opportunity and quickly pulled the trigger.
It's kind of the place they have to play too, because we talked about the techies. It's a lot easier to play away from him and just kill his teammates, but killing a jug, pretty difficult. So to be able to do that is quite nice. That's got to feel good, especially because he is the top of net worth, other than, of course, the alchemist.
And Mickey, as soon as he shows himself in bottom, like Hanskin's already making that rotation. I think Limp wants to move over there. They'll go with that. Nico Baby, he's going to TP in, and then if Limp is needed, he may receive the call. He's going to push in mid lane and rotate down to bottom. It's not necessarily that this is a really important tower for them to take, but they might as well be in a position where they force Alk out of the lane and push him back into that triangle while taking an objective.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just, Dota's all about these like efficient little things that you can combine. So that's kind of why they're playing down here.
They can leave S4 alone. Similarly, with the way that they have techies, S4 is strong enough just to be able to sit solo in a lane. Now, they're going to try and abuse that by pulling 2 cores up to this top lane and going for a fast kill, but he shoves it in, quickly backs off. Doesn't overextend himself for long. Especially since they do have some vision, as they've got 1 ward inside of the Dire jungle.
It's crazy to see that Koigfa is the lowest level core on his team, just because he's spending so much time rotating, and Boxy's been killing these like double waves. He's gotten a couple of solo kills.
2-man silence goes for the bounty rune anyway. Boxy gets it, but it may become at the cost of his life. He spears away, goes for a pushback onto Limp, but he's slowed enough that he will eventually die. And that is going to be 3 bounty runes, I think, for Alliance.
Oh, FNG? Where was that? Just a?
He hopped into a mine.
He just bottom lane.
Yeah, he cookied to get away from Nico Baby to go into the trees, and he landed straight up on a mine. Mid lane barely gets out the TP. Successful though for Taiga.
800 damage at 15 minutes into the game for walking on a single mine. That's insane. And FNG, could he kill Mike with this? No way. He's not gonna walk up. He sniffs it out.
All right, well, the triangle's been taken over. They'll never want to be able to play here until they actually like group up together and like push through with sentries and such. Mickey, he's going to be caught here as far as the blink dagger. They're going to pop the exorcism immediately. They are willing to commit that much to be able to bring down the alchemist, as with only a radiance, he is easy to bring down. Boxy is going to be able to get the spear onto S4. I'm not sure how much they really want this team fight, though. They managed to get off the big arena. That's going to be enough to get the kill on S4 with the help of Insania and that Mortimer's Kisses. But that is 2 ultimates just to be able to kill the offlaner of Alliance. And it doesn't recoup the fact that they lost their Alchemist earlier and still do not have a net worth lead despite having that gold-producing hero.
Yeah, you know, Aoi made a video on his YouTube channel recently where he talks about a number of things, like does a replay analysis, but in the video he talks about there's this smoke play that you can do, and he says there's this typical play you can do where you kill the idiot that walks mid, because somebody's always going to go there and die. And in this situation, that was just the most important hero for Liquid, the guy that walked mid, because somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to push out that lane. And that's why a lot of the time, and it's just the most dangerous lane because it's adjacent to every single jungle. And that's exactly why a lot of the time these days, supports or offlaners will push out that mid lane because it is so easy to get jumped there. But Mickey, he saw gold, you know, he needed to farm.
Once his BKB, sadly, that is still another 1,400 away for him. Boxy to be copping a Omni Slash here, and if that didn't kill him, then very likely one of the mines that are currently set up in this area would have.
You know when you Omni Slash a Mars, it just hits him from the front every time. It's so annoying. As a Jug, I mean, if you're a Mars, you're cool with that.
I thought it switched positions back and forth.
I swear to God, every single time it makes the noise, but maybe.
Oh, Ether Remnant. S4, he is going to be focused on here. Now, he's rather tanky, and especially with the Yule Scepter slowing down Mickey, it's going to be hard to chase him down. Taiga's on the other side, but S4 is going to be able to make it back to Hanskin. The Sunray, though, burns him out. The Winter's Curse was used for that. Koifa, meanwhile, is juking Limp inside of the trees. The Aether Remnant finally catches him. Now, they're not going to go and try and take down Limp as a trio, and that's probably for the best, because Nico Baby is finally here as reinforcements for Alliance.
Does not have Omni though, so he's not super spooky, but I mean, I suppose even Alchemist, you're totally okay with him TPing out and farming a bit. This year.
Oh, a spear! from the high ground, surprises Nico Baby, but they weren't in position to be able to get the follow-up. Koifa a little bit slow there and a little bit too far out of the way for the Aether Remnant chain stun. And that means instead they'll lose Boxy. An opportunity missed for Liquid and more gained for Alliance.
There's so much damage between the Wyvern and the Spirit Siphon, like percentage damage. Usually you'd see a hero like Mars and they seem unkillable with like strength treads at this point. But with a Wyvern and DP on your team, you don't even need the DP ulti. Oh god, Hanskin, he is dead.
That is a lot for a little 4 positioned. It's going to slow down his Orchid. That is the build-up for Hanskin, just trying to rush that as quick as possible. Great synergy with Winter's Curse nowadays. Mines, a lot of mines set up. Mickey, he's going to cop some damage. Unfortunately, the suicide wasn't on point. Maybe with that combined damage and limping there, they might have been able to threaten Mickey. They still managed to force out his BKB, though. There are mines on the high ground they have to be careful of. They managed to get the call into the blade bell. A lot of damage coming up. Mickey does manage to get the stun and surviving a little bit longer. Nico Baby, he does have his Omni Slash, though, and just the spin is actually going to be enough to be able to finish off that Alchemist. And now, Omni Slash going down. Boxy will fall as well. Koifa does manage to jump over to the high ground, but he has lost all his friends. All his friends are dead, and Alliance will push it to the edge.
Do you see what I mean, where like it shows the shield animation every time it hits with Omni?
Yes. So I will say what Insania, I believe, said at the summit, which was, he said that it goes back and forth. So if you hit him from the front, every other hit is going to hit Bulwark. But if you hit him from the side, then because it goes back and forth, every hit will be blocked by Bulwark, but it'll be side damage.
Right, okay, got you. That makes sense. In whether it's side or front, it'll show the animation, I see.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I have not verified this, but...
God, could you like game that? Could you... I'm not entirely sure how the starting position works on... I guess it would depend on where he's facing then.
If you had spider legs... Maybe somehow if you spun in a circle, you could mitigate more damage than normal.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick. Oh my god, I've never seen that turn rate do anything useful. Oh god.
Oh, we'll call that. It's going to be Insania already dead. He gets off the arena, but it's too late. 3 cores inside of the arena make short work of Boxy. Now, they did bring down S4, and it's actually 2 for 2. Oh, what a Winter's Curse, though. Grabs Koifa with Mickey next to him. Koifa's going to be beat to a pulp, and the Supernova that's activated is quickly brought down by both Limp and Nico Baby. Now it's just going to be Mickey and Koifa trying to make their way out here. The spin goes down, allowing Nico Baby to keep up with Mickey. A buyback being used, and Nico Baby instantly backs up, knowing that an overextension could be in the cards. So he says that team fight is good enough. Oh, the mine's not quite enough to kill Mickey. He had a lot of them set up, but we're getting to a point that Mickey is tanking up. Oh, another one on the high ground. Don't tell me if he activates that proximity mine. Unfortunately, that stasis trap.
Can he do it?
He was
Can
too
he
far
click
away.
it?
Oh,
Can he click
my
it?
god.
Oh!
Oh, shit!
He's not quick enough!
He didn't click it! You gotta attack. Don't try and run out. Just attack it, dog.
He panicked. You know he was
panicked.
He was panicking.
We've got pretty good chemistry.
Oh dear.
See what I mean about techies? Like it's so stressful. Imagine being on either team. She's like, please walk into that red mine. Please don't right click that red mine.
Koifa trying for a kill on a Hanskin, but if he's spotted here, he'll get Orchided. Fortunately, he was able to juke them. And away he goes. Alliance holding a 5k net worth lead and about to get an Aegis for themselves, as nobody from Liquid is contesting this Roshan.
Deso Jug. This build is... It feels really good. It feels like he does so much damage when you pop Mask of Madness with the Deso. Almost so much that I feel like Alk can't get that. Okay, Nico Baby.
A smoke, they're gonna try for this one. He has an Aegis, so all this commitment, they will manage to bring him down once. And there is still the Winter Wyvern Death Prophet are ways away. They're gonna activate the Supernova, try and bring down S4 here. Nobody can get close because of the Supernova positioning, but S4 is tanky enough. He's gonna survive a little bit longer. The Supernova explodes. A second spear onto Nico Baby. They're trying to focus him down. That cookie doesn't land in time, but he does manage to get off the spin, but he's lost a lot of his HP. A suicide comes out. Mickey activating his BKB, gets the stun onto Nico Baby, but now he's gonna be off Omni-Slash. Look at that damage with the Deso. He just rips the Alchemist apart. Mickey gone. Koifa now trying to get out. Give it a cookie over to the other side of the cliff. Nicely done by him. But Insania run down as a result of saving his core. Boxy, he is lucky enough to TP away. Koifa, with plenty of charges on the Astral Step, is just looking to cut the waves here. Hanskin doesn't keep pursuing. Good, they did manage to get a scan on him. They know he's going to go for this next wave. Hanskin has both the Orchid and the Winter's Curse. If he gets one TP in, they could probably kill Koifa here.
Oh, he goes right into the middle. There
it is. Right in the middle, and Winter's Curse will set up the call with the Orchid. That's going to be a big damage pop.
Beautiful
Dominating
scan.
streak to S4 too.
That was just really nice. That was a really nice scan. Prediction that a high-skilled player is going to go for the creep cut. You know, somebody who maybe isn't a good player is gonna TP out and not go for that like little efficiency play. But you always know that players of this caliber are going to basically try to do the most efficient thing possible, which is where it gets interesting, because technically then it maybe isn't the most efficient thing possible. It's this very weird prisoner's dilemma scenario you end up in. Do I cut the wave? Do I not cut the wave?
Yeah, it's all good farm efficiency until you die, right?
Yes, exactly. That's basically how you judge it. Who's dead? They did the wrong thing.
Blade Fury DPS, is that the norm for Juggernauts at level 20?
Not from what I've
actually
seen.
don't know.
Not from what I've seen. I know people will sometimes go for the 80 move speed just because it's been buffed so much on Blade Fury at 15.
Yeah. Compared to like a very small attack speed number. Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose he's playing around this. Are they getting
smoked up?
It's hard to catch him. He's been very quick on the spins.
Call. Oh, a blink to the side. Boxy does not get stunned up by that axe, but he does manage to get off his arena. The Winter's Curse is going to hold him in place. They're going to go for the kill on the S4. The Cold Embrace is saving him a bit, especially with help of that ward. Now that Omni-Slash. Ho, ho, ho. Poor old Mickey. He doesn't stand a chance in hell against Nico, baby. And all that Omni-Slash damage. And the creme de la creme, the cherry on top, is Taiga running straight into FNG's mind. They're going to be forcing up buybacks, and they won't even have their supports. So a buyback for what, Alliance says. They're going to keep this push up while they still have the exorcism out for a second here. It is going to fade away soon, though, but a fast spin from Nico, baby, stopping the initiation for Boxy means he's going to be okay for now. The sun goes out from Mickey, trying to target Nico, baby, but they had to get away from this. This is going to be possibly a lane of barracks, if not just a tier 3.
And I would like to see what Nico Baby's king is, because I swear to God, he's spinning spears left, right, and center in this game.
Yeah, he's been pretty good with that reaction. The only time he's ever been caught was when Boxy's throwing spears from the fog.
Yeah, which is very different from the blink spear, where you have a little bit of extra time to react.
Yeah. We'll go back in, finish up this melee barracks. Nice 3-man silence. Just enough to give them the security to get the ranged barracks and to probably back up. I say that, Nico, baby. He is willing to keep going here with the Satanic. He's not backing down. They're going to go for the ward. Do manage to kill that healing ward. And so that will finally prompt Nico, baby, to try and retreat, but he's going to be caught here. You'll Scepter into the 8th Remnant, into the Cookie Stun. That's enough. They burst him down so quickly. Careful of the high ground mines, though. They don't go into that high ground. They know that Alliance is trying to trick them up there. Limp, though, went the wrong direction. And as a result, okay, they do manage to pop it, but that was just on a 5 position. Insania gonna be good for now. Nice call! The arena goes out, but it's too late. They've already lost their the help of the Void Spirit, and now Mickey is being chased down by Limp as well with a Spirit Siphon. The explosion doesn't go off in time for the Supernova. It does stun up S4 as well as Hanskin, so they can get both of those kills. And Koifa still looking for Limp. This buyback could be worth it if he actually catches up. Limp attempt at a TP around the corner, but he's spotted by the Fire Spirits. And that should lead to his death. It's going to be a long, slow, suffering death for him. Oh, maybe not. He's going to pop. He has the Exorcism back up. Boxy, he needs to be able to land this spear. He does. But I'm not sure if Liquid can commit to somebody who has the Exorcism out. They're going to try, but Koifa running low on Astral Steps here has no more damage. So the threat of the Exorcism is enough to force Liquid back. Limp is good.
he just has too much HP. Between his treads, he's got the Pupil's Gift, which of course, because he's an int hero, that gives him 13 strength. He's got the 400 HP talent. He's got the magic resist talent. He is a very tanky boy.
A plate mail that's now going to be turned into a Shiva's.
Yep. Very difficult to kill him. I basically need your Alchemist. Or your Phoenix. Phoenix can do some damage. Not quite enough, but...
And with 4 different buybacks being used in that engagement alliance, you could play it safe and you could just play for next Roshan, but I think the time to strike is now. You win one team fight in this game's completely over.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe the play is to just like look for one single pick off and then take high ground with that, something like that. It looks like that is what they're going for. They
gonna find Boxy here. Now, they get the silence onto Insania, so there's going to be no cookie save for Boxy here. That silence lasting so long, but they do manage to get the Force Staff. He throws out the Spear at the last second. That is enough to chain stun S4, but with the Cold Embrace, it's slowing down the damage. Fortunately, they have all that magic damage from Insania's Snapfire. But again, killing the offlaner is not good enough, especially when you're losing the bottom lane of Barracks. They've lost it to a Techies and a Juggernaut. They have to be able to kill Limp here for any of this to be worth something for Liquid. But Limp, he's dodging, he's running away, he's trying to increase the amount of time he lives until Nico Baby is here to be able to bail him out. The Shiva's slowing down a lot of this damage, and Liquid, they realize this is taking too long. They've just got to get out of here, but Mickey, he doesn't have a TP. He runs into the trees like he is TPing, and maybe he can juke downwards, but Nico Baby's found him, and Omni Slash that 3-shots him.
Man, this Jug versus Alk, it honestly feels like sort of a counter. They didn't go any Vessel at all on Alliance. Yeah. I think because, and they call GG just like that. I think it's because these are very common heroes in pubs. Boxy just going in for the final attempt. But the Jug Omni, like Alk presses BKB and you just die to the Omni Slash. It's pure physical damage. You can't Manta it anymore either because it's like undestroyable.
Yeah, that's I think that's a pretty key point. We've seen Alchemists like get beat by Juggernauts before, but I've never seen a fight like that is that one-sided. Normally, the Alk is able to tank through a decent amount. It's not the Omni Slash solo killing him. But this build with the Desolator and, as you said, the Manta change and such, it just means this Juggernaut is terror.
Yeah, and the cool thing, too, is that he didn't disassemble the Mask of Madness into his Satanic. He just kept the Mask of Madness. That's how much he values it for the Omni Slash. Like, I've never seen that before. Even people who are doing this build in pubs, when they eventually do go for the Satanic, it's always about that disassemble. Like, that's half the reason you buy the Mask of Madness, because you can get a Butterfly and a Satanic with it, but valuing it highly for Jug, at least in this game, so he can solo kill the Alchemist.
They definitely contained him, for sure. I mean, that tri-lane early, would you say that it went all according to what Alliance wanted to do?
I think it went well enough. Like, they didn't completely shut the Alchemist out or anything, but they had a decent enough lead. Like, Nico Baby felt like he was always top of the net worth, and it started very early on. Not a big lead against the Alchemist, but he always had a bit of a lead, and that's all you really need at the end of the day. As long as Alchemist isn't 15k net worth up on any other hero in the game, then you've got a pretty good chance. And in this game, it was more than just a good chance. It felt like they were winning the game the entire time.
Yeah, definitely. Alk is not like some broken tier hero right now. It's good. Maybe in like previous patches, that's not enough to deal with the Alk, but it really does feel like you just have to be kind of pressuring him and, fighting him. You don't need to be killing him all the time. You don't need to be like owning towers or anything like that. You just need to be making sure he's not getting free fall. And then as long as your draft isn't complete trash, you can probably fight him, going into like the mid to the late game. As long as, like Cap said, he doesn't have that 15k gold net worth at 15 minutes into the game.
By the way, so if you're saying it was close, would there have been could have Liquid turned it all around if they made maybe different decisions throughout the game?
I'm trying to think of like any one team fight early on that was like really bad for them. It felt like there were some fights that were okay, but they're never great. And there was never like any, at least early on anyway, there wasn't any like 3 or 4 man wipes that I can remember.
That death to the mine was pretty bad.
Yeah, that definitely slowed down his timing a lot.
That was a bit after though, I think, like where Alliance had control of the game. I kind of feel like there's 2 things for me that at least if, let's say I'm in this game and want to break down what I would do in the exact same scenario, like maybe play towards the bot area more, not be as afraid of the techies. So that way you can like play on a high ground and then Jug walks up and you spear him. Like you have that potential of basically you have the advantage. The enemy team has to play into you. Like you almost always in Dota want the enemy team to have to come to you and play into your vision and so forth. But that never really happened. It was always like Liquid running in and trying to, push Nico Baby out of the jungle. And occasionally it did work, but it's really hard with these Team Liquid heroes. They have Snapfire, they have Mars, they have Alchemist, they have Void Spirit. Every single one of these heroes. Any instant disables? No, on none of them. They're all projected. And Nico Baby had his finger on the trigger, and apparently he plays on 0 ping. So he was able to dodge so much and then cause so many problems in the fights. And that gets me to my second point, where maybe you draft to deal with the Jug better, or you get items to deal with the Jug better, like an Orchid on Void Spirit potentially, or an earlier Blink Dagger on the Alchemist, like Blink before BKB. There's potential solutions. You have to see how it actually functions in the game, but definitely deal with the Jug a little bit better.
One thing that I really liked about Alliance's lineup is that their 4-man was so aggressive outside of the techies. Right? It felt like they were just always playing together and invading.
That's true. And speaking of that, man, look at this. Alliance make it to day 2. They will be playing Secret tomorrow. Navi plays OG. How are you feeling about this, guys? This is what we have to look forward to.
I don't know about how you feel, Jenkins, but I think no matter who was going to win this, it was going to be heavily Team Secret favored. Then again, Liquid took a series in the group stage against Secret in the Pushka League, and so maybe Alliance can do the same here in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I think all of these teams have potential to win the whole thing. I mean, if you look at Europe compared to a region like NA, SEA, SA, it's very clear that all the teams can beat each other. Like you go through and it's like, okay, this Alliance lost to Liquid. Okay, well Liquid lost to OG. OG beat Secret or whatever. So there's definitely always potential, but Secret's looking pretty good. They're playing crisp, clean Dota, to say the least. So.
That is definitely true. So we have much to look forward to tomorrow. But right now, also one thing to look forward to, we have actually Gorik waiting. We will have him with us to close out what's been a very momentous day 1. But we will have that after this short break.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is 1. One future for all of us that we can create together.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first two are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
And there you have it. Just a reminder of what a wonderful cause all of us are uniting for. A lot of wonderful organizations going to definitely be helped by this $1.5 million prize pool. We're going to get more into that in just a bit, but we have Gork with us.
Hey.
Hello, sir.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
How was your days? How'd you enjoy the cast today?
Oh, I enjoyed it a lot. The games were really fun and competitive. I was kind of low sleep, so I was worried, but the excitement of the games kept me up. It was fun.
Yeah.
Highlights for you, Gork. What were notable things that definitely got you entertained and got the emotions going?
For me, it was definitely the OG series. It was a lot of back and forth. So a little bit of throwing is always fun. And they brought it home in the end. It was just fun to see a very back and forth series. It was very interesting to watch, and there's always fun when there's a little bit of history behind the teams as well. Makes it a little bit spicier to watch.
Do you think that your boys are going to be able to do it tomorrow against Na'Vi?
I think so. They have it in them.
Yeah, I think they have the advantage in that matchup. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If they do and move forward, let's say if they succeed with that, and Secret does move in because they're looking like a powerhouse, do you think they have it in them to beat Secret right now?
Now that's a match I've been waiting for a long time, so I cannot wait to see that. It's something they haven't really clashed so much before, so it's going to be fun to see them clash again now that they're almost a full roster at least.
But
yeah, if any team wants to be the best, right, they have to dethrone Secret first. So
they have
this matchup has been a long time coming.
Oh yeah. It's going to be fun to see.
Cap, who do you have? I mean, right now, if you're just going to analyze both teams based on performance, Secret, OG?
I think it's very easily Secret. And then Na'Vi versus OG, I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi took it against OG. But I think OG has the advantage in that series for sure. So I expect to see both of them in the finals. But I would definitely go for Secret all the way through, basically. I think they're just kind of unstoppable.
Gork, I want to hear from you a little bit.
Hear from me? What do you mean?
Yeah, regarding that,
well, it's optimistic. There's a lot of confidence in Secret, but they have shown that they have chinks in their armor. They lost to Nigma in a best of 5 recently. So I think it's definitely going to be fun to watch, and I'll be happy to see. I think OG will beat them in a best of 5 probably. But who knows?
Oh. There you go. Something to look forward to for sure, if ever. But a great thing to look forward to is, of course, the reason we're all here and united and gathered together is we have the teams who were eliminated today. But again, regardless of your place, 5th to 8th place, you still get to choose from the charity prize pool of course, $1.5 million to the organization of your, choosing. So we're going to find out. Virtus.pro for UNICEF for Every Child, $50,000 donated. That is wonderful. And as you know, it is, of course, a select list of organizations, and Nigma have chosen...
Drum roll, please.
Yeah, that's right. I'm drumming in my head. This... Direct Relief, we saw, of course, some of their the wonderful work they do throughout the breaks, and $50,000, which is a lot of people definitely be impacted in a wonderful way through that. So thank you, Nigma. NIP have chosen, it's like a draft.
It really is.
Yeah.
We've got, I was looking through the list, we've got like solid, like 10 or different charities.
Yes, and NIP, UNICEF for Every Child, $50,000 as well. And of course, finally, we have Liquid, and they're going to be allocating their $50,000 to, drum roll, Direct Relief as well. So split even, there you have it. And again, if you just tuned in, we do get a look at how these organizations help, and this is all to get that much closer in regards to eventually beating this pandemic. We're all in this fight together, and it's wonderful that all talent and all teams, all players have, of course, united and come together, and we have 2 more days all for this wonderful cause. Gore, I do have one question for you because I had something in regards to Bulldog as well. Sure. If he wants you to be part of his team, actually. He said, if he was going to come back, he said 2 of you and 2 of Cinderin, and that's going to be a strong team. Now, I have one question for you very quickly. If you were to play and build your team on an exhibition match against TIOG.
Oh, which TI? TI9? Yeah.
TI9.
I'm just kidding. It's the same.
Yeah, exactly. I know. But which team? Let's exhibition match.
It could be TI7. Exhibition match. Well, I think if I want an exhibition match, I want to.
And you're gonna feel confident that you can take them.
Oh, I gotta feel confident that I can take them. Oh, well, that's a different question. I was gonna say I want 4 members of LGD and me against OG. That would be really fun, but I wouldn't be confident I could take them. I'm not sure about that. Otherwise, give me some of the secrets, boy. Give me Zai Puppy disciplining me. Maybe GH on Tusk. I like GH a lot. Yeah, and
who's your captain?
Hopefully, well, Puppy. Well, I actually played a bit with Puppy. He's intimidating, but you improve fast or else. And then I want someone that obviously carries me completely, like Miracle or something like that. And I'll sit back and watch. Pretty much.
So we're gonna put this roster down. This is a potential exhibition match. Zai, Puppy, you, GH, and Miracle.
Yeah.
And this to take on TI9, TI8 or TI9, TI8 OG. You would feel good about this.
Sure.
All right, mark it. Let's put that in there. Maybe. Let's remember this. Yes. Okay. Anyways, Gork, thank you so much, and I think we're gonna have you for this weekend as well, correct?
Yeah, all weekend.
Thank you very much. And Cap, you and Jenkins, you guys made it incredibly easy. Thank you as well for the wonderful work.
Oh, it's all my pleasure, Ari.
And there you have it. Day 1, Gamers Without Borders, these wonderful organizations. And we will see you for 2 more days of what's looking to be some very fun and very exciting Dota. You all take care. Thank you for being part of this. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Thanks for watching.